In the void, Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Chaos City Lord, and other human universe masters watched the scene below in silence. Within their field of vision, countless lives across the entire demon race territory were busily evacuating their homeland. The survival and propagation of cosmic races is inherently brutal and bloody. In wars between races, the defeated side must inevitably bear cruel and incalculable consequences. Our human race can be considered merciful. Though we proclaimed we would exterminate the entire demon race, we only slew the strong above the venerable level, and some incorrigible demon beings, allowing them to relocate to remote territories and continue their existence. Had we been defeated, who knows how cruelly those alien races would have treated our kin? Chaos City Lord said with an indifferent tone. Not long ago, the allied forces of 6 races invaded human territory. The strongest among them, Dream Demon Ancestor, was suppressed by Yang Wu, and dozens of elite universe masters from the Demon Alliance were slaughtered to the last by the human race. With that, Yang Wu led the human universe masters along with the Hong Alliance's universe masters in a fierce assault on the demon territory. Without expending much effort, Yang Wu first suppressed Shock Demon Ancestor, sending it into the Inheritance Sacred Hall to keep company with the Dream Demon Ancestor. Then the human and Hong Alliance universe masters mercilessly annihilated every demon universe venerable and above. The vast territories of the demon race all fell under human ownership. Although Yang Wu and the other universe masters did not completely eradicate the demon race as originally proclaimed, the outcome differed little from total extinction. The demon race was left with no universe strongest, no universe masters, and not even any universe venerables. The entire demon race was uprooted from their homeland, forced to eke out an existence in barren lands, virtually severing any hope of their resurgence. Let us return. The previous battle was merely a prelude to a greater war. The universe's strongest beings of the primordial universe will not simply let this matter rest because of the demon race's near annihilation. The temptation to transcend reincarnation is simply irresistible, especially for these universe's strongest beings. With the Purple Moon Sacred Land stirring up trouble from behind the scenes, as well, this affair cannot possibly end here. Chaos City Lord said coldly. The origin of the virtual universe pervaded the entire cosmos. Chaos City Lord had long since learned through the virtual universe from Ancestral Master that, instigated by the Purple Moon Sacred Land led by several lone universe strongest beings of the primordial universe along with major powers including the Ancestral God Cult, the Mechanical Race, the Prison Race, the Crystal Race, the Northern Territory Alliance, and the Star Beast Alliance, they were actively preparing to launch another invasion of human territory. Aside from the Bug Race Empress, who after enduring 2 consecutive battles, had her courage thoroughly shattered and thus refrained from joining this war alliance, the other peak races, such as the Mechanical Race, the Prison Race, the Crystal Race, and the Northern Territory Alliance, though they had retreated in disgrace last time, had suffered not a single loss. This time, with the participation of several lone universe strongest beings, and the instigation of the Purple Moon Sacred Land, unable to resist the temptation of the Duandong River inheritance, they once again joined the allied forces marching against the human race. Everyone, the lone universe strongest beings and several major alien races have united, and they are still wooing more forces to join their alliance. For now, they have not yet launched an attack on our territory. However, I believe it will not be long before they complete their preparations, and the second war will descend upon us. Within the Giant Axe Temple, nearly 40 of the human race's universe masters gathered together. The Giant Axe Ancestor, seated upon the throne, gazed down at the assembled universe masters and spoke. The first war was won primarily because the demon race and several other races were overconfident. On top of that, Ancestor Wu seized the initiative and single-handedly intercepted the mightiest among their ranks, the Dream Demon Ancestor, which enabled us to claim victory with relative ease. In truth, if during the previous battle the other races had not been overawed by Ancestor Wu, and had instead left the demon race to fight alone, do you truly believe the human race would have secured victory so easily? Thus it can be foreseen that the next war will be by no means as easy. The Giant Axe Ancestor's words instantly jolted the human universe masters who had grown complacent from their first triumph back to a sober realization. Recalling the previous battle, it was indeed as the Giant Axe Ancestor had said. Had Yang Wu not overawed the other races, with the Bug Race, Mechanical Race, Prison Race, Crystal Race, and Northern Territory Alliance universe strongest beings never lifting a hand, then even if the human race ultimately emerged victorious, it would not have been so effortless. Once these universe strongest beings come to their senses, the next battle will certainly not be an easy one. Master, I believe that beyond actively preparing for war, we should take the fight to the enemy, rather than passively waiting for these alien forces to come to us. Amid the silence, Yang Wu's voice rang out. Take the initiative to strike. Not only the Giant Axe Ancestor but also the other universe masters were somewhat taken aback. All of you should remember the time when Master Uncle Chaos and I stormed the Bug Race, yes. I believe, since these alien races are uniting to invade the human race rather than awaiting them in passive defense, we should attack first. This is especially true for the Mechanical Race, the Prison Race, the Crystal Race, and the Northern Territory Alliance. Races with established territories. They believe we are rallying our forces within our own borders for defense. Yet we shall strike into their domains with the speed of thunder and the swiftness of lightning. We will not only eliminate part of the enemy's effective strength, adding to the weight of our victory in the coming war, but also conduct a warm-up exercise for the battles yet to come. A thick murderous intent glinted in Yang Wu's eyes. Taking the initiative is indeed not a bad strategy. However, among all of us the only one with absolute confidence to defeat a universe strongest being is you alone, Yang Wu. Even for me, Darkness, Luo Feng, Peng Gong and the others, even with supreme treasures, we can at most withstand the assault of a universe strongest being. To slay or suppress one is utterly unrealistic. Chaos City Lord rubbed his forehead. Though somewhat intrigued by Yang Wu's proposal, he still frowned and spoke. I agree with Third Brother's plan. I suggest that universe masters possessing palace-type supreme treasures and attack-type supreme treasures swiftly infiltrate alien territories. Ideally, we can slay or suppress several of their universe masters without alarming their universe strongest beings. Should we encounter them, we can rely on the palace supreme treasures to escape. Luo Feng's gaze was piercing as he spoke. Indeed, we can take the initiative, but the primary striking force should be centered on Yang Wu. If we can thoroughly frighten one or more of these races, just as when Ancestor Wu and the giant axe Ancestor invaded the bug race together, that would be ideal. Look. This time the bug race has been scared witless and dares not get involved again. This is precisely the effect we need. We do not necessarily have to destroy them. Sometimes striking terror is far more daunting than outright annihilation. Void Gold Lord stated calmly. Very well. I believe we need not deploy excessive force for our raid. My human main body along with the Blaze Star Beast clone and the Primordial Water clone will form one squad leading several universe masters to assault the mechanical race. The two Kuanping clones will also take several universe masters to attack the prison race. Luo Feng Darkness Lord and Peng Gong Lord will lead several universe masters against the crystal race. Uncle Chaos's main battle clone along with Void Gold Lord, Dragon Traveler Lord, Ice Peak Lord and Desolate Mirror Lord will take several universe masters to attack the Northern Territory Alliance. As for the Ancestral God Cult and the Star Beast Alliance, we shall leave them be for now and decide after the first raid. The remaining universe masters will not only guard human territory, but also track the movements of lone universe strongest beings, such as Void True Demon God, who are preparing to invade. Once we return from the raid on alien territories, we will gradually pick off these lone universe strongest beings one by one. As for the Ancestral God Cult and the Star Beast Alliance, two forces that do not compete for territory, after our raid triumphs we can open negotiations with them. If we can win them over to the human camp at the cost of some inheritance guidance, nothing could be better. Yang Wu spoke. Within the territory of the mechanical tribe, there were two places of great importance. One was the mechanical father god's miniature universe, and the other was Jixia Liaoyuan located at the center of the mechanical tribe's domain. Jixia Liaoyuan lay at the center of the mechanical tribe's territory, an enormous special plane whose area surpassed countless planets. It was constructed entirely from different metals and other durable materials. Deep within it, dense arrays of intricate machinery operated without pause. The mechanical tribe was a special race in the primordial universe combining technological civilization and cultivation civilization to an extraordinary degree. Jixia Liaoyuan could be regarded as the core of the mechanical tribe's technology and cultivation. In the space around Jixia Liaoyuan, dense mechanical fortresses guarded it like mechanical satellites protecting the entire place from all directions. On the surface of Jixia Liaoyuan, metal buildings of every shape soared into the sky, while lakes and rivers of flowing liquid metal stretched across the land. Even the fish, shrimp, and other living creatures in these rivers were composed of machinery. Whether in the metal buildings or the liquid metal lakes, precise machinery operated everywhere, showcasing the mechanical tribe's exquisite and cutting-edge technology. It was completely an ultra-advanced technological plane. The mechanical tribe's technology was the most advanced in the entire primordial universe and even in the universe C. Whether the human tribe or other races, all had been influenced by the mechanical tribe's technology to some degree. Beyond technology, Jixia Liaoyuan was also of great importance to the mechanical tribe in cultivation. Just as the human tribe had Chaos City, the four secret realms, and the giant axe arena, Jixia Liaoyuan was likewise a place where mechanical tribe geniuses trained year-round. Moreover, as a vital stronghold of the mechanical tribe, most of its universe masters stood guard here all year round. Boom! On this day, a heaven-shaking boom rang out, and the entire Jixia Liaoyuan trembled violently. Its calm was instantly shattered. In the eyes of the mechanical tribe powerhouses of every level within Jixia Liaoyuan, they saw only a dazzling light streak past. After the blinding flash, at least a third of the mechanical fortresses above Jixia Liaoyuan exploded one after another like falling stars, creating wave after wave of mechanical storms in the sky. Then the dazzling light broke through the fortress's blockade, and without any pause struck directly down upon the plain of Jixia Liaoyuan. Instantly countless buildings collapsed and tens of thousands of mechanical tribe members lost the breath of life in that moment. Deep inside the mechanical plane of Jixia Liaoyuan, many of the precise mechanisms that had been running normally were thrown into disorder or damaged by the attack. Yet in the blink of an eye, automatic correction and repair systems swiftly restored the buildings destroyed by Yang Wu's attack. They restored everything to operation. Apart from nearly 10,000 mechanical tribe corpses left behind and the damaged fortresses still visible in the sky, one could hardly tell that this place had just suffered a powerful attack. In the sky above, 5 human tribe universe masters appeared with Yang Wu at the lead. Behind him followed the Yenxing giant beast clone Kandri Tianxia Palace Master and Yuho Lord. All of them burned with fighting spirit weapons in hand, eager to make their move. In the void, the fortresses that had not been attacked and the buildings on the ground quickly revealed countless gun barrels and cannon muzzles of varying sizes. They fired dense beams of brilliant light like a spiderweb, and everything the light touched was destroyed. Unfortunately, these powerful lasers were instantly blocked by an invisible barrier at a distance of several thousand meters from Yangwu and the other human tribe universe masters. No matter how fierce the laser beams were, they could not break through the barrier and reach them. Yangwu looked down at Jixie Liaoyuan, which had been damaged by his attack, but was quickly repairing itself and returning to operation. He smiled coldly and raised his Mingyu mace again, about to strike it down. "Human martial ancestor, how dare you!" 16 mechanical tribe universe masters stationed at Jixie Liaoyuan roared, and charged out from the buildings below, rushing toward Yangwu and the others. Their furious aura tore the void apart. Below, among the building clusters of Jixie Liaoyuan, shadowy figures of mechanical tribe universe venerables could be seen organizing the mechanical tribe immortals to hide and take cover. "Humans, you have quite some nerve. You dare to charge into the heart of our mechanical tribe's territory. Today we will teach you that the mechanical tribe is not comparable to those fools of the demon tribe. Kill!" Lord Guxia, the mechanical tribe universe master guarding Jixie Liaoyuan, a spherical metal lifeform whose status equaled the human tribe's Chaos City Lord, charged out first. His body transformed into a silver metal planet and flew straight at Yangwu. At the same time, the other 12 mechanical tribe universe masters charged furiously toward Yangwu and the other human tribe universe masters. The universe masters of the mechanical tribe were themselves formed from solid metals and various precious materials. One could say that the body of every such universe master was a supreme-level treasure in itself. Humph! Yangwu gave a cold snort. Immediately a vertical eye appeared on his forehead, radiating a faint light. As the god-slaying eye turned, that faint light swept over the 16 mechanical tribe universe masters. Boom! A powerful will impulse shot across the sky and struck directly against the 16 roaring mechanical tribe universe masters. No! The 16 mechanical tribe universe masters came to an abrupt halt in midair. Some immediately knelt, some sprawled in the void, and some lost control of their consciousness and plunged straight down. Only Lord Guxia barely managed to remain standing in the air, struggling to hold on. "Kill!" At Yangwu's command, the 5 human tribe universe masters, who had long been eager to act, immediately charged forward. Boom! 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 The 5 human tribe universe masters rarely had the chance to face so many alien universe masters at once. Kandri and Tianxia Palace Master, as newly advanced universe masters, were especially excited and unleashed their most powerful techniques. Blade lights and sword shadows fell upon the mechanical tribe universe masters like cataclysmic destruction. Weakened by Yangwu's will attack, they had almost lost the ability to fight. Within just a dozen seconds, 4 of the 16 mechanical tribe universe masters had fallen. "Don't delay, suppress them." Yangwu shouted and took the lead in using the heritage sanctum to draw Lord Guxia inside. Calculating the time, the mechanical father god far away in his miniature universe should have received the news and would soon arrive. If they waited for the mechanical father god to reach them, it would be impossible to suppress and kill these mechanical tribe universe masters so smoothly. Haha, exhilarating! The other human tribe universe masters quickly summoned their palace-type treasures, and immediately drew the remaining mechanical tribe universe masters into them for suppression. "Collect them all. These lumps of iron are all treasures." After suppressing the mechanical universe masters into their palace treasures, the excited human tribe universe masters controlled their supreme palace treasures to fly above Jixie Liaoyuan. Powerful suction forces drew the tall mechanical tribe buildings in Jixie Liaoyuan into the treasures as well. These buildings represented the mechanical tribe's highest level of precision technology, and were of great significance to the future development of the human tribe. As these buildings were swallowed up, even a large number of mechanical tribe immortals and venerables were also sucked inside without offering any resistance. In an instant, the entire Jixie Liaoyuan became a wasteland of bare metal, completely losing its former prosperity. Without universe masters guarding them, these mechanical tribe beings had no strength to resist the ferocious human tribe universe masters. "Bastard! Human martial ancestor, you are asking for death!" Suddenly an incomparably powerful aura appeared from the distance. In the midst of an enraged roar, it arrived above Jixie Liaoyuan in the blink of an eye, directly in front of Yangwu and the others. "Humans, you deserve death!" Seeing the ruined scene of Jixie Liaoyuan, the mechanical father god pointed in fury and glared. A supreme treasure, long whip hundreds of millions of miles long, rushed out of his body, like a living dragon sweeping across the sky in a devastating storm and attacking Yangwu. Boom! 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 The mechanical father god's whip attacks were exceptionally sinister and cunning, each strike as elusive as an antelope's horn, leaving no trace. This forced Yangwu to prioritize defense, wielding his bright jade scepter to trace dense web-like gleaming trajectories within a space of tens of thousands of kilometers around his body. Under Yangwu's meticulous defense of his human true form, the mechanical father god's fierce attacks repeatedly returned in vain. Meanwhile, Yangwu's flame star giant beast avatar, along with the 5 human universe masters who had almost plundered the mechanical Liao abyss, quietly waved and teleported away from above the mechanical Liao abyss, leaving only Yangwu's human true form and the source water avatar still waiting in his world ring for the right moment. Although their movements were observed by the mechanical father god, he was too preoccupied with his intense battle against Yang Wu's human true form to pay any attention. This is the place. Minutes later, within a vast expanse of chaotic airflow, a colossal mini-universe mostly composed of metal appeared before Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar, and the other 5 human universe masters. It was precisely the mini-universe of the mechanical clan's father god. Let's begin. Prepare for battle. The flame star giant beast avatar nodded to the others, moved his body, and leaped into the air, charging to the top of this mini-universe. Fire! The flame star giant beast let out a long roar. Instantly raging flames soared from his body, flames interwoven with crimson and dark gold, even burning through the void itself. The flame star giant beast roared his entire body like a burning fire planet, charging toward the mini-universe of the mechanical clan's father god. As the flame star giant beast flew, sparks of fire like starlight streaked toward the mechanical father god's mini-universe. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the flame star giant beast avatar passed, wherever sparks fell, the space ignited spontaneously without wind. When he charged into the mechanical clan's father god's mini-universe, the chaotic airflow and air in the mini-universe became mediums that guided the flames to spread elsewhere. This bizarre flame could turn any object, any airflow or air it touched, into a medium for spreading and burning elsewhere. Moreover, its speed was terrifyingly fast, leaving the mechanical clan experts in the mini-universe no time to react. Soon the entire mini-universe of the mechanical clan's father god was engulfed in a mass of flames, turning the entire mini-universe into a universe of fire. The mechanical clan's father god's mini-universe, like the mechanical Liao abyss, was mostly composed of various special metal materials. At the same time, all the creatures and lives inside were mechanical life forms, their bodies primarily made of metal. Under such intense flame, a large number of mechanical clan life forms were quickly melted into liquid. Then they turned into gas and evaporated. The deadly flames spread from the outside inward throughout the mini-universe. Spreading rapidly, several mechanical clan universe masters immediately roared and rushed out of the mini-universe, while other mechanical clan experts below the universe master level frantically tried to extinguish the fire. 7 universe masters, plus the 16 at the mechanical Liao abyss. All the mechanical clan's own universe masters are here. Take one each. Leave the rest to me. Today we destroy the foundation of the mechanical clan. The flame star giant beast avatar roared, his body shaking violently, his wings blazing with raging flames, each spanning millions of kilometers. The wings, equipped with top-grade treasures, were like 2 massive flame war blades. As the flame star giant beast dived, they howled directly toward the 2 nearest mechanical clan universe masters. Wings like blades, sharp yet carrying flames that could burn heaven and earth, incinerating everything. Overwhelmingly, they swept across the 2 universe masters. Boom! The 2 wings clashed with the treasures of the 2 universe masters. Boom! Just as Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar was retreating from the recoil of the impact with the 2 mechanical clan universe masters, a burning sphere of flames appeared in front of him. The sphere suddenly expanded, blazing hot like the sun, dazzling and radiant. Not good. As soon as the sphere appeared, the 2 mechanical clan universe masters, still in the midst of their retreat, felt something amiss. The heat from the flames on the sphere filled them with a strong sense of crisis, as if the fire could melt their special metal bodies. Under the control of Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar, the blazing sphere violently crashed into the 2 universe masters. Boom! Boom! In the 2 powerful collisions, the parts of the 2 mechanical clan universe masters' bodies facing the Qian star, which had been transformed into a top-grade treasure, were scorched black. Moreover, incredibly, once they collided with the Qian star, flames even more fierce than those burning in the mini-universe rapidly ignited on their divine bodies. Ah, who are you? Who are you? Flame star giant beast. No, isn't the Star Beast Alliance allied with our mechanical clan? The 2 mechanical clan universe masters, unable to attack the flame star giant beast avatar, angrily shouted, while desperately trying to extinguish the flames on their bodies. Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar was participating in battle for the first time. Even before this, many human universe masters did not know that Yang Wu possessed a flame star giant beast avatar. Even those who knew Yang Wu was skilled in artifact refining assumed it was mainly his human true form that did the refining. Moreover, even the universe masters who knew about his flame star giant beast avatar had no understanding of its combat strength. In fact, as a peak-level existence among the star beasts, the combat power of the flame star giant beast avatar even surpassed that of Luo Feng's golden horned beast avatar. However, it had always been overshadowed by the even greater combat power of Yang Wu's 2 Kunping avatars, and since he primarily focused on artifact refining, it remained unknown to many. Screech! Ignoring the enemy's roar, Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar let out a cold, sharp cry. His body shook, and his blade-like wings, burning with flames, attacked the 2 mechanical clan universe masters again. At the same time, the burning planet, the Qian star, circled in front of the flame star giant beast avatar and attacked. The Qian star, already refined into a top-grade treasure, once again struck the 2 universe masters with a speed several times faster than light. The Qian star was originally just an ordinary volcanic planet, After Yongwu's Flame Star Giant Beast avatar chose to refine artifacts within it, he refined it repeatedly until it became a top-grade palace-type treasure. It could serve both as a palace-type treasure and a place for artifact refining. Boom! The two mechanical clan universe masters quickly dodged the attacks of the blade-like wings and the blazing planet Qian star, but failed to notice a thick, powerful spear suddenly appearing on the Flame Star Giant Beast's forehead. The spear, spanning over 100 million kilometers, was one of the supreme attack treasures Yongwu obtained from the Shenyuan treasury, the blood-stabbing divine spear. Under the control of the Flame Star Giant Beast avatar, divine power surged into the blood-stabbing divine spear, and then he violently jerked his head in a sudden thrust. A mechanical clan universe master was completely defenseless as the blood-stabbing divine spear shattered his treasure armor and pierced through his divine body. Boom! 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 In an instant, the Qian star traced scorching arcs like a falling meteor, mercilessly crashing again and again into the divine body of the mechanical clan universe master, whose body had been pierced by the blood-stabbing divine spear. Boom! Under such impacts, the nearly immobile mechanical clan universe master could not hold on for long. With a dazzling explosion that swept across hundreds of millions of kilometers, he was annihilated. After the dust settled, only a few treasures floated in the air. Kill! The Flame Star Giant Beast avatar emerging from behind the Qian star remained unaffected by the explosion. He swung his head and the blood-stabbing divine spear traced a chasm-like arc, violently striking the other mechanical clan universe master, who was still affected by the shockwave of the previous self-destruction. As he uncontrollably tumbled backward for hundreds of millions of kilometers before he could straighten his body, a powerful suction force appeared. He had no time to resist and was pulled into it. It was Yongwu's top-grade palace treasure, the Qian star. Ah, bastards, humans, despicable. You're asking for death. As soon as his mini-universe began to burn, the mechanical clan's father god, who was closely connected to it, immediately sensed the situation, becoming both anxious and furious. The mini-universe of a universe's strongest being is intimately linked to his cultivation advancement, serving as his very foundation. If the mini-universe is destroyed, the path of that strongest being comes to an end. Although the mini-universe is not easily destroyed, any damage to it is equivalent to harming the foundation, making further progress even more difficult. Thus, after sensing that his mini-universe was being set ablaze by human universe masters, the mechanical clan's father god became utterly enraged. He whipped his long whip with even greater ferocity, carrying intense fury, attacking Yongwu like a storm. Boom! 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 Countless planets were shattered by the powerful airflow whipped up by the supreme treasure whip, and chaotic void currents frequently appeared. The mechanical clan's father god now had only one goal: to kill Yongwu as soon as possible and return to his mini-universe to extinguish the raging fire. Unfortunately, after a long entanglement with the mechanical clan's father god, Yongwu had figured out the pattern of his whip attacks. Although he could not turn the tide in a short time, he could occasionally launch a few attacks of his own amidst his continuous defense. At the beginning of the battle, Yongwu focused entirely on defense. Gradually, defense accounted for 80% and offense 20%. Gradually, this ratio slowly shifted. By the time the mechanical clan's father god sensed his mini-universe burning, the battle proportions had approached 50-50. Ah! Detestable humans. Detestable. The father god of the mechanical clan was almost insane. He was fully aware of everything happening in his own small universe. Anger, tension, anxiety, unease. All kinds of emotions were completely manifested in his attacks. It was even clearly perceptible that the mechanical father god had abandoned his original intention to slay Yongwu and intended to return to rescue his own small universe. However, as Yongwu grew more accustomed to his attacks, he shifted from being on the defensive and gradually turned the tide, even gaining a slight advantage, fighting the mechanical father god to a draw. Everything happening in the mechanical father god's small universe was known not only to the mechanical father god, but also to Yongwu's human true body through his Flame Star Giant Beast avatar. The father god of the mechanical clan wanted to cease fighting, but Yongwu simply would not give him that chance. Whenever the mechanical father god attempted to feint and teleport away, Yongwu would timely use the spatial talent ability of his Kunmo Falcon avatar to briefly lock the space, preventing him from leaving in time. And Yongwu's attack would suddenly come at that moment, forcing him to turn back and continue the fierce battle. Besides teleportation, given Yongwu's comprehension of the spatial law, it was impossible for him to evade Yongwu by flying. Moreover, the mechanical father god did not dare to take the risk of entering a flying palace treasure to escape. It was no secret that Yongwu possessed a supreme treasure of the palace type. If the mechanical father god entered his own flying palace treasure, his speed would be no match for Yongwu's supreme treasure, and there was even a possibility of being directly sealed. Ah, martial ancestor of the human clan, you deserve to die, you deserve to die. Sensing that his small universe was being ravaged by Yongwu's Flame Star Giant Beast avatar, along with several human clan universe masters, all the universe masters were either killed or suppressed, completely annihilated. A large number of mechanical clan venerables, immortals, and even ordinary clansmen were taken into treasures and imprisoned. All kinds of wealth and treasures in the small universe were almost completely looted. The father god of the mechanical clan's heart was filled with boundless hatred, as if he wanted to destroy the entire universe. Rumble. Although his own small universe was nearly devastated, Yang Wu's flame star giant beast avatar seemed to have no intention of returning home. The raging flames continued to wreak havoc in the mechanical father god's small universe, making him increasingly agitated. His attacks became increasingly frenzied. He could see that these human clan universe masters who were attacking his small universe were determined to destroy it completely. Martial Ancestor of the human clan stop. After several consecutive attacks that still yielded no results, the situation on the small universe side became increasingly critical, beginning to threaten the source of the mechanical father god's small universe, forcing him to shout out, "Mechanical what? Want to admit defeat?" Yang Wu held the bright jade mace in reverse and said mockingly, "Yes, I admit defeat. My mechanical clan concedes. Martial Ancestor, let your human clan universe master stop attacking my small universe, and we can talk properly." Although the father god of the mechanical clan's entire body was made of metal, his expression and demeanor showed no change. However, one could hear in his tone a profound sense of helplessness and frustration. He was a dignified universe most powerful in existence at the peak level of the universe. Not only was he unable to defeat a universe master, but his own 2 sacred lands of the mechanical clan were reduced to ruins by a few human clan universe masters. All the universe masters were either dead or suppressed, completely annihilated. Moreover, his own small universe might be destroyed by the opponent, forcing him to bow his head. "Oh." Yang Wu smiled coldly. "Fine, I'll have them temporarily stop destroying your small universe. 5 minutes, I'll give you 5 minutes to convince me to abandon the action of destroying your small universe. If you dare to play any tricks, I believe you know the consequences." Yang Wu finished coldly, and on the other side the Flamestar giant beast avatar and the 5 human clan universe masters had temporarily stopped attacking the mechanical father god's small universe. "Martial Ancestor of the human clan, my mechanical clan admits defeat. As long as you abandon your actions against my mechanical clan and release all suppressed clansmen, including our universe masters, universe venerables, and immortals, I guarantee that I will withdraw from the alliance attacking your human clan and will never be hostile to your human clan again. We can even form an alliance with your human clan and advance and retreat together." Feeling that the attacks on his small universe had ceased, the mechanical father god secretly breathed a sigh of relief, rolled his eyes, and said, "Humph, is this the attitude of the one who admits defeat? 4 minutes left." Yang Wu said coldly, "This? Martial Ancestor, you must know that this is the primordial universe. You cannot make me fall. Even if you destroy my small universe and cut off my foundation, making my cultivation unable to advance, you should understand that besides you, the Martial Ancestor, almost no one in your human clan can withstand my attacks. Are you threatening me?" Before the mechanical father god could finish, Yang Wu immediately said coldly, "The primordial universe cannot make a universe most powerful fall, but what about suppression? I alone cannot suppress you, but what if I add my 2 Kuanping avatars? Although I cannot make you fall, can you guarantee that you won't be suppressed by me? Moreover, let me tell you, my human clan does not need an alliance like yours. My human clan is 10 times 100 times stronger than your mechanical clan and fears no power in the primordial universe. Any power that tries to scheme against my human clan will have its consequence predetermined. The demon clans yesterday is there tomorrow. Your alliance is nothing but a bunch of rabble in my eyes. At the moment I crushed your mechanical clan, most of the allied races in your alliance also suffered attacks simultaneously, and their results are not much better than yours." Yang Wu's voice was cold and stern. "Show your sincerity. 2 minutes left. After 2 minutes I guarantee your small universe will be destroyed, and I will definitely entangle you until my 2 Kuanping avatars arrive to suppress you." "Yes, yes, yes." The mechanical father god secretly wiped cold sweat, regretting in his heart that he had not heeded the insectoid queen's advice after the demon clan's destruction to stop provoking the human clan, and instead mocked her for being cowardly. Alas! The mechanical father god let out a dejected sigh. "Martial Ancestor of the human clan, I don't know what sincerity I need to offer to satisfy you. My mechanical clan's 2 sacred lands have been almost completely destroyed by you and treasures looted by you. Now the only thing I can offer is this supreme treasure, the Dooting Whip in my hand, which is the clan-guarding treasure of my mechanical clan." Knowing that he would have to admit defeat to Yang Wu, and that this whip could not be kept, the mechanical father god straightforwardly erased his imprint from the whip and tossed it to Yang Wu. "As for other conditions, Martial Ancestor, you can name them. As long as my mechanical clan can do it, we will comply with your wishes." Having reached this point, the mechanical father god had no other options. "Good." Yang Wu grabbed the whip thrown by the mechanical father god without even looking at it and put it into his world ring. "My conditions are simple. First, all territories of the mechanical clan, except for a range of 50,000 light-years around your small universe, will be ceded to the human clan domain. The mechanical clan must completely withdraw within 2 years. Second, hand over all core technologies of mechanical science of your mechanical clan. Of course, the mechanical clan must not be hostile to the human clan in any way or form. This 50,000 light-years relative to the most peak races of the primordial universe. This area was too small, completely unable to support the survival and development of the entire mechanical clan. Seeing the mechanical father god's hesitation, Yang Wu snorted coldly. Fine, I agree. The mechanical father god gritted his teeth and said, although the mere 50,000 light-years of territory was far from enough for the mechanical clan's survival and development, the entire universe was vast with many barren or undeveloped territories. As a universe most powerful, he was fully capable of quickly carving out new living space for the mechanical clan in distant territories. And Yang Wu's move was mainly to force the mechanical clan to stay away from the human clan's territory. Although he verbally claimed to be able to suppress the mechanical father god easily in the primordial universe, Yang Wu was not very confident in his heart. If the mechanical father god was pushed to truly go mad, the revenge of a universe most powerful would be devastating for the human clan. However, martial Ancestor, the clansman you captured. Those below the immortal level I can release now. Immortal level imprisonment for 100,000 eras. Universe venerable level imprisonment for 1 million eras. Universe most powerful suppression for 2 million eras. If during this period your mechanical clan behaves properly, and does not commit any hostile acts against my human clan, I may consider releasing some of them early at an appropriate time, or when your mechanical clan needs it. Yang Wu said indifferently. The mechanical race was defeated utterly and completely. After the mechanical progenitor was forced to sign an extremely humiliating treaty with Yang Wu, he immediately began reorganizing his race, seeking and developing new territories and arranging new settlement areas for his people, having neither the time nor the mood to contact the other races. It was not until 10 days later that the news of the other races' fates after the human race's assault reached his ears. Upon learning of the plight and current state of the prison race, crystal race, and other allied races that had also prepared to attack humanity, he suddenly felt much more balanced in his heart. Compared to the mechanical race, the prison race suffered the most severe consequences in humanity's proactive strike plan. Led by Yang Wu's two avatars, the Kuan and Peng, several human universe masters attacked the prison race. When they reached the prison race's sacred land, the Holy Domain Tower forest, Yang Wu's Kuan and Peng avatars merged. Strictly speaking, the Kunmo Falcon avatar unleashed a group combat secret technique he had never used before, one mainly targeting enemies whose cultivation levels were not higher than his own, devouring. The devouring of the Kunmo Falcon avatar was several times more powerful than Luo Feng's golden-horned beast avatar's devouring. In a single breath, all prison race members except universe masters along with warriors and buildings in the sacred land were completely devoured. The prison race originally had only 9 universe masters who were quickly slaughtered and suppressed by Yang Wu's Kuan and Peng avatars, and the universe masters he brought who were armed with supreme treasures. Even the prison race's universe supreme was suppressed by the merged Kuan Peng avatar. From then on, the prison race had no sacred land, no universe supreme, and no universe masters. Furthermore, over 90% of their universe venerables, immortals, realm lords, and even domain lords were devoured and slaughtered by the Kunmo Falcon avatar. The prison race, bereft of its powerful members, had its fate sealed. From then on, the prison race withdrew from the stage of the prime races of the primal universe. The prison race extinguished. The crystal race fared somewhat better than the prison race, roughly similar to the mechanical race. With Luo Feng and his golden-horned beast avatar, along with the human race's Dark Master and Pengong Master, 2 veteran universe masters, and several newly promoted universe masters, all wielding supreme treasures, their strength was utterly beyond the resistance of a mere 10 universe masters and 1 universe supreme. Coupled with the might of Luo Feng's ancient god eye, not only were the crystal race's own 10 universe masters, but because the Crystal Alliance's headquarters was also located in the crystal race's central sacred land, nearly 20 universe masters from the Crystal Alliance that were vassals to the crystal race were all suppressed and sealed by Luo Feng's star tower, caught in one net. The crystal race's universe supreme, for the survival of his race and knowing when to yield, immediately called a halt to the slaughter and signed an agreement with Luo Feng and the others that was largely similar to the one with the mechanical race. From then on, the crystal race was no longer among the prime races of the universe. Compared to the mechanical race, the crystal race, the prison race, and the Northern Frontier Alliance fared much better. Although most of the human race's veteran universe masters took part in the assault on the Northern Frontier Alliance, and each wielded at least 1 supreme treasure and multiple top-tier treasures. However, after all, the Northern Frontier Alliance had a large number of universe masters. Although several were killed and suppressed by veteran universe masters like Chaos City Lord and Void Gold Master. Pity. The Northern Frontier Alliance's many universe masters, after witnessing the formidable power of Chaos City Lord, and the others which cost them several of their own, immediately changed their strategy. They essentially had several universe masters engage 1 human universe master, using numbers to compensate for the disparity in strength, making the battle extremely fierce, and locked in a stalemate. Until the mechanical race, which was nearest to the Northern Frontier Alliance, quickly arrived after Yang Wu's human true body had dealt with the mechanical race. Upon learning the fates of the mechanical race, crystal race, and prison race, and seeing that besides the team led by Yang Wu's human true body, the other teams were also rapidly converging on the Northern Frontier Alliance, the Northern Frontier Alliance's universe supreme immediately deflated and ordered a ceasefire, and agreed to pay some price, thus ending the storm of the planned invasion of human territory. However, the consequences and impact were immense. The primal universe's original major prime races, after the monster race first declined to near extinction, the mechanical race declined and withdrew from the ranks of prime races. Then the prison race was completely annihilated. Afterwards, the crystal race, like the mechanical race, withdrew from the ranks of prime races. Of the major prime forces that plotted to invade humanity, only the ancestral god religion, the Star Beast Alliance, and the Northern Frontier Alliance, which had suffered damage but due to its unique composition differed from other powers, remained. Plus the bug race, which was originally a prime race but had long suffered massive losses due to Yangwu, and only barely retained its place among the prime races because the mechanical race, monster race, crystal race, etc., had withdrawn from their ranks. Returning from the great victory, the human race had not yet sent anyone to the ancestral god religion or the Star Beast Alliance. Yet due to humanity's brilliant achievements, the ancestral god religion and the Star Beast Alliance proactively contacted the human race, first expressing their friendly stance and their intention to never be enemies with humanity, and then proposing an alliance. Regarding these matters, Yangwu, Luo Feng, and the others did not get too involved. Since the war crisis had been resolved, they left the remaining affairs to others. Aside from occasionally paying attention to the few lone universe supremes whom the human race had been searching for, those who had attempted to ally with other races to attack humanity, Yangwu returned to his peaceful cultivation life. Due to the devastating consequences suffered by the several races, those lone universe supremes who, encouraged by the Purple Moon Holy Land, such as the Void True Demon God and others, had intended to join the invasion of humanity, had long since heard the news and hidden themselves away somewhere unknown. If a universe supreme deliberately goes into hiding, even the omnipresent virtual universe finds it difficult to locate them. What Yangwu did not expect was that after a tense battle amidst the relaxation of the human race's powerhouses, great news arrived. First, Luo Feng broke through his cultivation, truly entering the universe master level. Not long after Luo Feng reached the universe master level, the universe supreme that the human race had long awaited finally appeared. And not just one but two. First, Chaos City Lord broke through, entering the universe supreme level. Under the watchful eyes of all races before Chaos City Lord's miniature universe had even finished evolving, expanding, and transforming, to their astonishment, another human universe master's divine kingdom began evolving into a miniature universe. Dark Master, a powerful veteran universe master like Chaos City Lord, almost following in his footsteps, broke through in one go, entering the universe supreme level. The human race, having accumulated strength over time, produced two universe supremes simultaneously. Moreover, they had Yangwu, the martial ancestor, whose true strength had long reached the universe supreme level, and could even slay veteran universe supremes, and Luo Feng, the inheritor of the Broken East River legacy, who was no weaker than a universe supreme. The rise of the human race is unstoppable. Led by Yangwu, dozens of universe masters of the human race took the initiative to strike, causing the original several peak powers of the primordial universe to either perish or decline. After the threat of war was eliminated, the human race's Chaos City Lord and Dark Lord almost simultaneously broke through to the universe supreme level, immediately making the human race a truly top-tier force in the primordial universe and even the cosmic sea. Even the Ziwe Holy Land, which had been jumping around and inciting other forces to attack the human race, immediately fell silent and ceased all activity. However, the Ziwe Holy Land's sudden silence could not earn the human race's forgiveness. Led by Luo Feng, the human race's strongmen issued a death warrant against the Ziwe Holy Land in the cosmic sea. With lightning speed, after the human race settled down, they immediately appeared in the cosmic sea and forcefully killed several universe masters from the Ziwe Holy Land, greatly reducing the reputation and strength of the Ziwe Holy Land. Even the universe supreme of the Ziwe Holy Land was helpless in the face of Luo Feng's true body and avatars, which had already reached top-tier 6th level combat power, along with the two universe supremes, Chaos City Lord and Dark Lord. Hundreds of eras passed leisurely. With the overall situation of the human race settled, Yangwu had long entered his own cultivation rhythm, indifferent to worldly affairs. Except for assigning his Poma Falcon avatar to quietly enter the cosmic sea and temper his will at the black pattern stone pillar of the universe boat, his other major avatars were all cultivating in the Divine Kingdom or the Wuzu Palace. As the main executor of the death warrant against the Ziwe Holy Land, Luo Feng roamed the cosmic sea year-round, battling universe masters and even universe supremes of the Ziwe Holy Land, and had long created secret techniques above the 7th level. Furthermore, with the various secret arts inherited from Duan Donghe and the Yuan Pei treasures, his strength could not be estimated by conventional standards. Within the span of hundreds of eras, he even successively killed 2 top-tier 6th-level universe masters and 1 universe supreme of the Ziwe Holy Land. This forged a formidable reputation, and some even elevated him to the same level as Yangwu, once again mentioning the twin stars of the human race. However, all of this could not affect Yangwu's cultivation in the slightest. Except for the Pengma Falcon avatar, which was tempering its will at the black pattern stone pillar, and occasionally had interactions with other strongmen roaming the cosmic sea, Yangwu's true body and other avatars had even completely shut off their optical brain communications. He cultivated quietly under the time acceleration of the Kunmo Falcon avatar. At the Wuzu Palace, Yangwu's human true body sat cross-legged, suspended in the air with his eyes tightly closed. From the moment he began to close his eyes in cultivation, his body eerily transformed. Half of it became scorching red, as if roasted by flames. The other half of his body took on a water blue hue, as if it had become the body of a source water avatar with temperatures already below zero, emitting waves of icy cold. The two states of the two halves of his body remained in a stalemate, clearly distinct from each other, yet seemingly each trying to corrode the other. This state lasted for 10 eras, then began to slowly merge, making Yangwu's body appear even more bizarre, with blazing flames covering his entire form. Yet this flame was composed of a dark blue watery substance, and it exuded a sense of icy cold. After this state was completed, his body gradually turned half pitch black and half pure white. The black body resembled a piece of decayed wood while the white side was brimming with abundant life force. The two halves clearly divided into black and white similarly endured over 10 eras. Then they began to slowly merge again, just like the initial water and fire. Water and fire, light and darkness, life and death. Unity of opposites. Chaos evolves into the origin of yin and yang. The origin of yang evolves into the visible laws of the universe, namely space, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The origin of yin evolves into time, wind, lightning, light, and darkness. Yang Wu's eyes remained closed, but a faint sound came from his mouth, and a hint of enlightened joy appeared on his face. Instantly, in front of his body, a pattern resembling the Taiji symbol on Earth appeared out of thin air, and this pattern was immeasurably more profound than the Earth Taiji pattern. Within this mysterious circular form, the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, light, and darkness, time, and space manifested and concealed themselves. As time passed, this supremely profound pattern grew larger and larger, and the pressure it emitted became increasingly intense. The fluctuations of the various laws within it became more and more apparent. Outside the Wuzu Palace, within a range of hundreds of thousands of light-years, all the mysteries of the laws were constantly evolving. After the Taiji-like pattern appeared in front of Yang Wu's body, the area of hundreds of thousands of light-years, outside the Wuzu Palace, became a sacred cultivation ground for the human race. Especially the Inha Galaxy, the Jinhuang Galaxy, and particularly the Earth lineage. Most of the star-level, universe-level, domain, lord-level, realm master-level, even undying and universe-venerable cultivators under the organization and arrangement of Lei Shenhong and others cultivated outside the Wuzu Palace, comprehending different origins of laws. This mysterious evolution of laws persisted outside the Wuzu Palace for nearly 100 eras. Under the management of Lei Shenhong, as well as Chenshui Yongli Kudi, and others, a sacred cultivation ground for the human race gradually took shape, known as the Wuzu Holy Land. Over these nearly 100 eras, a large number of the human race, especially the Earth lineage, benefited from this, causing the Earth lineage, already powerful due to Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Hong, Lei Shen, and others, to continuously produce many powerful warriors. Hong and Lei Shen also benefited from this. In the 50th era after Yang Wu's mysterious Taiji-like pattern appeared, Hong broke through to the universe master level. In the 65th era, Lei Shen also made a breakthrough and became a universe master. After 100 eras, Yang Wu abruptly opened his eyes. Instantly, the space around his body violently fluctuated. Yang Wu looked at the Taiji-like pattern before him, a hint of joy on his face. From chaos comes yin and yang evolve all the origins of laws. I started from the origin of water and fire. Comprehend one method and 100 methods become clear. All the origin laws are now within my heart. Water and fire, life and death, light and darkness. All are the way of yin and yang, the way of heaven and earth, and thus my way. I can create secret techniques above the 10th level with a wave of my hand. Yang Wu casually reached out and pointed at the pattern before him. Boom! Instantly the Taiji-like pattern shattered and the evolution of laws outside the Wuzu Palace also dissipated. If I merely follow the laws, I can break through to the universe supreme level at any time. Even once I break through, I may continuously reach the void true God level. However, my research on the divine body path after millions of eras under time acceleration is still one step short. Perfect gene level. I must achieve a perfect breakthrough on the divine body path. I have now reached a gene level of over 90,000 times, yet this final hurdle keeps eluding me. Must I, like Luo Feng in the original story, ultimately rely on the blood of the Jia beast to make that final breakthrough? Yang Wu frowned and murmured. Forget it, let me first go out and gather with family and friends. It's been hundreds of eras, and I haven't even congratulated Big Brother and Second Brother on their breakthroughs to the universe master level. Yang Wu shook his head with a light laugh, sensing the disappointed expressions on the faces of the cultivators within 100,000 light-years around the Wuzu Palace due to the disappearance of the law evolution. He let out a soft shout. Gather! Instantly within the 100,000 light-year range of the Wuzu Palace, a faint Taiji pattern appeared in the sky containing detailed evolutions of various laws, even clearer than the unconscious law evolution Yang Wu had radiated over the previous nearly 100 eras. Yang Wu, having comprehended the way of yin and yang, ended his years of nearly isolated seclusion. Apart from reuniting with family and friends, his human incarnation began traversing the cosmic sea once more, searching for the nearly 10 lone cosmic most powerful beings who had once attempted to invade the human race alongside peak powers such as the Mech tribe, Crystal tribe, and Prison tribe, and also slain the universe masters and cosmic most powerful of the Ziyue Holy Land. Meanwhile, he cautiously monitored news of the world beasts in the Qingfeng realm. He had a premonition that only by obtaining the blood of a world beast could he make his divine body route's genetic level reach the perfect gene of 100,000 times. Within a mere 100,000 years, Yang Wu located and personally slew 4 lone cosmic most powerful beings, including the void true demon god, who had attempted to invade human territory. Moreover, 3 cosmic most powerful and nearly 30 universe masters of the Ziyue Holy Land were mercilessly killed in soul by Yang Wu, causing no one from Ziyue Holy Land to dare venture into the cosmic sea again. Because of his flawless achievements in the cosmic sea over the 100,000 years, Yang Wu's reputation spread far and wide, and he was hailed as the #1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea. Yang Wu's human incarnation and his Peng Mo Falcon clone roamed the cosmic sea. His Kuan Mo Falcon clone studied the divine power route. His Yuan Shui clone guarded the Wuzu Palace, and besides accompanying family and friends and guiding their cultivation, he also truly established the Wuzu Holy Land as originally operated by Lei Xin and others. The Wuzu Holy Land in just 100,000 years leaped to become the third major cultivation holy land of the human race in the primordial universe after the Virtual Universe Company and the Axe Arena, and showed a tendency to surpass the other two. Meanwhile, the Yen Star Giant Beast clone continued his cultivation of artifact refinement as always. Although Yang Wu's cultivation had not yet reached the cosmic most powerful level, with his deepening strength, his understanding of artifact refinement finally enabled him to forge treasures of the ultimate supreme treasure level. Haha, Yang Wu, not bad, you forged another ultimate supreme treasure. Remarkable. On this day, when the Yen Star Giant Beast clone had once again forged a treasure of the ultimate supreme treasure level, Zwashanka's voice sounded in his ears. Then Zwashanka appeared beside him via teleportation. Since 50,000 years ago, Zwashanka had suddenly arrived at Yang Wu's Wuzu Holy Land, and never left, regularly traveling between the Qi Yen Star and the Wuzu Palace, as if he had become a member of the Wuzu Holy Land. Moreover, he completely changed his former aloof attitude, being extremely kind to both Yang Wu and those around him such as Hong Leishin and Kudi. He even took the initiative to forge treasures for them or to answer their doubts in cultivation. However, toward those veteran universe venerables under Yang Wu, whose talents had been exhausted and had no possibility of further progress, Zwashanka reverted to his true nature and completely ignored them. Uncle Master. The Yen Star Giant Beast clone bowed and said, "Please guide me, Uncle Master. This is a weapon I specially forged for junior brother Kudi." Yang Wu handed Zwashanka the ultimate supreme treasure. He had just successfully forged a replica of the bright jade mace. Originally, before Kudi was framed by the Zerg race, he had already switched to using the subbright jade mace as his weapon. Now, when Kudi was resurrected and returned, the bright jade mace had already become Yang Wu's weapon. Although Yang Wu had provided him with the subbright jade mace, as Kudi's strength increased day by day, and he was about to break through to the universe master level, and was fully capable of wielding treasures of the ultimate supreme treasure level, Yang Wu collected materials and forged for Kudi this ultimate supreme treasure that was almost identical to his own bright jade mace. No need to look. Zwashanka waved his hand with a smile. Your artifact refinement technique has fully inherited all the heritage of your teacher Lien Xin, and moreover you have perfectly integrated Xian Yuan's artifact refinement heritage with Lien Xin's techniques. Even I have to admire it. If your cultivation advances further, the level of ultimate supreme treasures you forge will be even higher. In the future, you will surely be able to revive the artifact refinement sect, my Gene Kingdom. Alright, cultivate slowly. I'll take a stroll inside your holy land. Your Wuzu Holy Land, except for your artifact refinement star, all other buildings are constructed according to traditional Earth architecture. Truly fascinating, I never tire of visiting. Zwashanka seemed to want to say something but stopped, then, with a smile teleported away, disappearing from the artifact refinement star. Gene Kingdom. The Yen Star Giant Beast clone murmured, gazing in the direction where Zwashanka had vanished. Wuzu, has my male master arrived again? In the Wuzu Palace, Yang Wu's Yuan Shui clone, who was explaining difficult points in cultivation to Kudi Leishin and others, suddenly frowned slightly. Master Yao, perched on Kudi's shoulder, saw the familiar strange expression on Yang Wu's face and quickly asked, "Yes, he." Yang Wu smiled. "Humph, I find it strange. The male master has stayed in the Wuzu Holy Land for 50,000 years and still shows no sign of leaving. He wanders around the Holy Land all day, and it seems he deliberately befriends not only you Wuzu but also Hong Leishin, Kudi, and any other Holy Land members with high talent." Master Yao had never seemed to respect Zwashanka, this male master, as much as he respected the female master, and from time to time a hint of disgust and hatred would appear in his eyes. He wasn't like this back then. How strange, what is he up to? Master Yao muttered, looking at Yang Wu, but then hesitated. Yang Wu was also puzzled. Given Zwashanka's temperament and what Yang Wu knew about him from the original work, Zwashanka's actions over the past 50,000 years were completely unreasonable. Yang Wu shook his head, said no more, and continued explaining to Leishin, Kudi, and the others. "Senior brother Kudi, when will you break through? Look, you have not only long created the ultimate secret method of a universe master, but your divine body secret methods and comprehension of laws have already reached the universe master level. Are you going to be like your junior brother Luo Feng, staying at the universe overlord level for countless eras before a chance breakthrough?" Since Kudi's resurrection, Master Yao had been with Kudi guiding his cultivation. Kudi lived up to Master Yao's expectations. He had already reached the universe venerable level when Luo Feng accepted the Duandong River inheritance, only a step away from universe master. However, because Master Yao, who always emphasized safety, did not support Kudi, who was then only a beginner universe venerable, to go compete for the inheritance. Yang Wu, who knew the outcome of the plot, also did not support Kudi going to compete. With the inheritance of Xian, Kudi stayed in the Chaos City to cultivate. After Yang Wu became a universe master, Kudi entered the Wuzu Palace together with several other universe venerables, and became a member under Yang Wu's command. Yang Wu was completely unreserved toward Kudi, the senior brother, whether in terms of cultivation resources, treasures, or answers to cultivation difficulties. At this time, after hundreds of eras, Kudi's strength had already reached the top universe overlord level, and he could break through to become a universe master at any time. After Yangwu had once again established his reputation as the #1 powerhouse in the cosmic sea over 100,000 years, Zwashanka, who had always been elusive, unexpectedly appeared at the Wuzu Palace. Haha Yao, the 2 disciples you found for your master Lian Xian are truly remarkable. Before Zwashanka's person had arrived, his voice had already come through the door of the Wuzu Palace. Master. As Zwashanku entered from outside, Medicine Lord merely called out softly before entering Kudi's world ring and falling silent. Uncle Master! Uncle Master! Lord Zwashanku! Yangwu, Kudi, Leishin, and the others quickly bowed and greeted. No need for formalities. Sit, sit, sit. Zwashanku said to Yangwu and the others with a smile. Then he naturally joined their discussion. Although they felt puzzled by Zwashanku's sudden change, he was truly a divine king from the origin continent, and once the sovereign of the Jin Kingdom, whether in cultivation or in the construction and management of the Wuzu Holy Land. His insights were farsighted and admirable. Suddenly Yangwu's brows slightly lifted. He looked up at Zwashanku, who was animatedly discussing with Kudi, and others, a strange glint flashing in his eyes before quickly vanishing. The Jin world has finally arrived. Yangwu thought to himself. What is that thing? Third brother, did you receive it too? Leishin looked up at Yangwu and asked. What happened? Seeing the expressions of Yangwu and Leishin, Zwashanku also asked. Nothing much. I just received a message from Luo Feng and other human universe sovereigns simultaneously. The content is the same. Deep in the universe sea, a humanoid object suddenly appeared about 1.6 billion light-years long, and its speed has reached an astonishing 1.2 billion times the speed of light. Countless attacks from powerful beings landed on it, but to no effect. It continued flying at 1.2 billion times the speed of light, crushing all chaotic energy flows in its path. All obstacles in its way turned into cosmic dust. Its direction of advance is toward the cosmic arc. Before Yangwu could speak, Leishin, rubbing his bald head, said first. Compared to Yangwu, Leishin and other human universe sovereigns, a lone universe supreme like Zwashanku had much weaker access to information. When the Jin world appeared, Yangwu and Leishin, as key members of the human race, received messages from several human universe sovereigns simultaneously, while Zwashanku had not yet received any message. However, upon hearing Leishin describe the content of the message, the corner of Zwashanku's mouth twitched slightly, a strange expression flickering across his face before he quickly concealed it. All right, Yangwu, my disciple. I have stayed in your Wuzu Holy Land for tens of thousands of years. It is time for me to leave. Now that this humanoid object has appeared, it is a great opportunity for many universe sovereigns. I will not disturb you. I will come to your Wuzu Holy Land as a guest another time. Zwashanku stood up, greeted Yangwu, Kudi, Leishin, and the others, and without waiting for their response, he moved and disappeared with a teleport. This is the Jin world. When Yangwu's human incarnation, who had been training at the center of the Qingfeng realm, arrived at the location of the Jin world, several hundred universe sovereigns had already gathered. Among the human race, Chaos City Lord Luo Feng and several other universe sovereigns had arrived before him. Third brother. Wuzu. Lord Wuzu. As soon as Yangwu appeared, Luo Feng, Chaos City Lord, and other human universe sovereigns, as well as universe sovereigns from the Hong Alliance, immediately greeted Yangwu. Boom! Yangwu nodded to Chaos City Lord Luo Feng and the other universe sovereigns who had greeted him. Then he suddenly raised his hand and a gigantic palm appeared in the sky, blotting out the heavens. It abruptly reached down from among the hundreds of universe sovereigns before the Jin world and seized 2 universe sovereigns. The 2 universe sovereigns instantly felt as if trapped in a deep quagmire. Under the shadow of Yangwu's giant palm, they could not move and were grasped firmly in his hand. What is going on? Why would the human Wuzu suddenly attack those universe sovereigns at this moment? Could they have offended the human Wuzu? How could that be? With Wuzu being the strongest in the universe sea, who would dare provoke him? They must have carelessly offended some other human universe sovereign out training. Not only the other universe sovereigns, but even Chaos City Lord Luo Feng and other human powerhouses looked at Yangwu in confusion. Human Wuzu, you? I have not provoked you. Why are you attacking me? The 2 universe sovereigns, seized in his palms, struggled and shouted in terror. I have long stated that anyone from the Ziyue Holy Land, whether universe sovereign or universe supreme, I will destroy them all. Even if your Ziyue ancestor dares to appear, I can still annihilate him. This petty shape-shifting technique may deceive others, but it cannot fool me. Yangwu snorted coldly, and a wave of willpower struck the 2 universe sovereigns in his palm. Immediately the 2 let out a scream, and their forms began to involuntarily shift, revealing completely different appearances from before. Wow, isn't that the Fog Anchor Sovereign of the Ziyue Holy Land? It's been tens of thousands of years since I've seen him. I thought he had been in the Ziyue Holy Land all along. I never expected him to transform into the Jinhong Sovereign. Indeed, the other one, the Tusha Sovereign, was actually the Shirshin Evil Sovereign of the Ziyue Holy Land in disguise. Truly unexpected. The originally sinister Shirshin Evil Sovereign transformed into the Tusha Sovereign, and even his aura became completely different. Such a masterful disguise. Watching the two Ziyue Holy Land Universe Sovereigns reveal their true forms in Yang Wu's palm, many Universe Sovereigns and Universe Supremes from various factions whispered among themselves. Even their attention to the sudden appearance of the Gene World diminished greatly due to Yang Wu's capture of the two Ziyue Holy Land Universe Sovereigns. Human Wuzu, although I the Fog Anchor Sovereign and the Shirshin Evil Sovereign come from the Ziyue Holy Land, we have never done anything against the human race. We have even hidden our traces. Why won't you let us go? The Fog Anchor Sovereign struggled loudly as he spoke. Humph, if you want to blame someone, blame your Ziyue ancestor. Human Wuzu, you are too tyrannical. We are still Universe Sovereigns of the Ziyue Holy Land, one of the two oldest Holy Lands in the Universe Sea. Haha, I am tyrannical indeed. What can your Ziyue Holy Land do to me? Before the Shirshin Evil Sovereign could finish speaking, Yang Wu sneered and shouted. Human Wuzu, I am not afraid of you. Ah! Seeing Yang Wu's murderous intent growing stronger and no intention of letting go, the Shirshin Evil Sovereign roared and prepared to self-destruct. Humph, Shirshin Evil Sovereign, you have the ability to create clones. Besides your main body, you have 2 more clones. Trying to self-destruct to save your life. Yang Wu snorted coldly and said indifferently. Strangely, under Yang Wu's cold snort, the Shirshin Evil Sovereign, who was about to self-destruct, suddenly felt as if he had lost all his cultivation, becoming an ordinary mortal. He could no longer sense his power, and self-destruction became utterly impossible. You! What have you done? The Shirshin Evil Sovereign looked at Yang Wu in terror. Perish! Yang Wu completely ignored the Shirshin Evil Sovereign's question, murmured softly, and unleashed a powerful will attack. Buzz! Instantly the souls of the two Ziyue Holy Land Universe Sovereigns in his palm collapsed, and along with their clones left in the Ziyue Holy Land, they all perished at the same time. Those who plot against my human race and seek to steal our inheritance must be prepared to fall, even to be annihilated. Yang Wu coldly swept his gaze over the hundreds of Universe Sovereigns around him, his eyes as sharp and icy as blades. Over the years, Yang Wu had been roaming the Universe Sea and learned that although many were intimidated by the human race's power and dominance, there were still many powerhouses, especially the Universe Supremes of the First Reincarnation Era, who were secretly coveting Luo Feng's inheritance from Duandongha. After all, the temptation of the guidance to transcend reincarnation was truly irresistible to the frenzied powerhouses of the First Reincarnation Era. This miniature universe is called the Gene World. It is the 4th great absolute danger zone. It can only be entered once every epoch. Within the Gene World lies the method to transcend reincarnation. At that moment, the 3 ancestral gods of the ancestral god cult descended following the will of the primordial universe. Their words ignited the fervor of all the powerhouses, and the entire Universe Sea went into a frenzy, instantly overshadowing the shock of Yang Wu's earlier display of dominance. In the blink of an eye, an era passed. The universe masters of various races who had long been waiting eagerly outside the Gene World immediately sprang into action, rushing into the Gene World in a competitive frenzy. 4th brother, be careful. Yang Wu patted Luo Feng on the shoulder. 3rd brother, aren't you going in? You have avatars too, so you're basically not afraid of falling. You could try entering. Luo Feng asked in confusion. Yes, War Ancestor, you could also accompany Luo Feng into the world to train. Didn't the ancestral god say there are many opportunities inside? Chaos City Lord added from the side. Hey, I have my own arrangements. For now, I won't enter the Gene World. After Luo Feng goes in this time and lays a foundation for us, I might take a look next time if I have nothing else to do. Yang Wu shook his head and smiled. The Gene World was the inner world of the God King, also known as the God King's inheritance. Yang Wu was already aware of everything within it. With the highest level Yuan inheritance in hand, he no longer cared much about the God King's inheritance from the mountain-seated guest. Moreover, he lacked no supreme treasures. In fact, he could even forge such treasures himself, so he had no intention of entering the Gene World for the time being. If there was anything in the Gene World that Yang Wu, through his knowledge of the original story, actually desired, it was only one treasure, the true God-level mechanical flow treasure, the Wuqishin. However, Yang Wu's current plans were focused on a more critical task, heading to the Dim Land to search for traces of the World Beast. Obtaining a single drop of World Beast blood would allow his divine body to transcend the perfect gene level and step into the realm of Universe Strongest. The arrival of the Gene World heralded the imminent emergence of the World Beast. But at this moment the World Beast was still in its gestation period within the Dim Land, not yet born. That meant the World Beast was still very weak. With caution he could go to its lair, find it, and obtain a drop of its blood. Yang Wu was confident that with his current strength and the numerous supreme treasures at his disposal, as long as he wasn't surrounded by a large number of world beasts, it should not be too difficult. 100,000 light-years ahead is the entrance to the Dim Land. I hope this operation goes smoothly. Outside the core region of the Qingfeng realm, at the entrance to the Dim Land, a miniature gray palace floated in the air. Yang Wu gazed through the Heritage Hall at the dim entrance in the distance, muttering to himself. This was already his 2nd time visiting this place. The first time was when all the universe masters of the human race escorted the Axe founder to undergo reincarnation. However, back then the world beast had not yet emerged and there were no world beasts in the vicinity of the Dim Land. Why are there other universe strongests active here? Just as Yang Wu was about to advance toward the entrance of the Dim Land, He immediately manipulated the heritage hall to conceal itself in the void. In his line of sight, two figures with powerful auras slowly appeared. One of them was a universe strongest with 4 legs, 2 heads and 6 arms, strolling leisurely out of the dim land entrance with an expressionless face. His aura gave Yang Wu a sense of familiarity. The other had a more towering divine body with faint lightning flashes across his form and a massive rotating orb of lightning at his chest. The two strongests walked side by side, conversing in low tones, completely unaware of the concealed heritage hall in the distant void. After all, this was the dim land, a place even universe strongests dared not venture recklessly. They never expected that anyone besides those seeking reincarnation would be foolish enough to come here. It's them. Suddenly Yang Wu's heart stirred. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes, as he instantly recognized the two universe strongests flying toward him. Choyan Ancestral God and Haolei Star Lord. Yes, it was them. In the original story, they were 2 of the 3 culprits who allied with the world beast and caused the fall of the Axe Founder. Now, due to Yang Wu's presence, the butterfly effect had already claimed the 3rd culprit, Xinjia Wang, outside the Shenyuan treasure vault. All the treasures of the Shenyuan treasure vault fell into Yang Wu's hands, including the Chensi diagram, leaving them no opportunity to frame the Axe Founder or other human universe masters through lies. Moreover, the Axe Founder had grown immensely stronger thanks to the inheritances obtained by Yang Wu and Luo Feng breaking through ahead of time and surviving reincarnation, thus altering his fate. Aside from Xinjia Wang, who was slain by Yang Wu, Haolei Star Lord had not been killed by Luo Feng and had survived until now. Uncle Chaos assigned 2 of our human universe masters to guard the small universes of Choyan Ancestral God and Haolei Star Lord. There's a surprise awaiting. Yang Wu spoke to Chaos City Lord through the virtual universe. Ah! Chaos City Lord was greatly startled. He understood the implication of Yang Wu's words perfectly. Yang Wu, you're not planning to kill. They are both strongests from the first reincarnation era. Why provoke them? I have my reasons. Say no more. Although our human race lacks no treasures now, we can't just let others benefit, can we? Yang Wu replied. Just for the fact that these 2 have allied with the world beast, they deserve to die. Sai, be careful then, Chaos City Lord sighed. Darkness and I will go personally. We're both in the universe ocean now and we have supreme treasure palaces on hand. We'll wait for your good news. Haolei, do you really think those ugly creatures have the ability to destroy the entire universe? I'm worried. Was our decision right or wrong? Choyan Ancestral God said as they flew. Sai, what's the use of saying that now? Right or wrong, we have no turning back. Let's just pray those creatures truly can annihilate the universe, giving us a chance to pass through reincarnation. Haolei's voice came. The 2 flew forward, chatting casually, completely unaware that 100,000 light-years behind them a peculiar speck of dust floated in the air, moving in the same direction as them. They had already traveled thousands of light-years from the entrance of the dim land. Reincarnation? You have no chance. As Choyan Ancestral God and Haolei Star Lord conversed in low tones, dreaming of using the world beast to break through the strongest level and survive reincarnation. Suddenly a voice so cold it seemed to freeze the entire void echoed into their ears. Boom! Boom! Before they could react, a colossal figure appeared out of nowhere, wielding a hammer, the size of a star, smashing it toward Choyan Ancestral God. At the same time, a dazzling white light streaked across, slashing at Haolei Star Lord. It was Yang Wu's human main body and his Puma Falcon avatar attacking Choyan Ancestral God and Haolei Star Lord respectively. Who? Almost at the same moment, Ancestral God Choyan and Star Lord Haolei both let out a furious roar, then each took out their weapons and treasures, advancing to meet their attackers. Rumble! The earth shook and mountains swayed. After exchanging several blows with their opponents, Ancestral God Choyan and Star Lord Haolei finally recognized who was attacking them. Martial Ancestor, the human clan's Martial Ancestor, it's actually you. We have never provoked the humans of your primordial universe. Why do you attack us? Do you seek death? Yang Wu's reputation resounded throughout the universe. Both his avatars and his true body were no secret. Ancestral God Choyan and Star Lord Haolei immediately recognized him. Star Lord Haolei, with lightning flashing all over his body, condensed 36 arms, each holding a peak treasure, Huanyu Jue. This complete set of peak treasures perfectly matched his lightning giant form, and its power was not inferior to ordinary supreme treasures. Moreover, he was protected by a supreme treasure armor. Though he had long known of Yang Wu's fame as the strongest in the universe, he was not afraid. Haolei, why talk to him? Kill him first. The strongest in the universe. We must slay him all the more. He came to us willingly. This is our chance. I want to see what is so special about the human clan's martial ancestor, who managed to kill King Xinjia. A mere universe master dares to be called the strongest in the universe. Ancestral God Choyan held a pitch-black supreme treasure spear, from which a dense killing intent surged. Haha, after I slay you, you will know why I am called the strongest in the universe. By allying with the world beasts, you become enemies of the entire universe. You deserve death. Yang Wu's true body and his Peng Mosen avatar both let out a cold laugh, and without hesitation they attacked Ancestral God Choyan and Star Lord Haolei respectively. He possessed the supreme treasure armor of the Supreme Being. With a supreme treasure palace, a supreme treasure attack weapon, a soul-type supreme treasure, and his willpower that had reached the level of a void true god along with the Liuan technique, the Yin-Yang Dao, and other means, Yang Wu was confident that even if they used that mysterious black energy under his layers of protection, they could not harm him, let alone cause his fall. What? Allying with world beasts? How do you know? Ancestral God Qiuyan and Star Lord Haolei were shocked when they heard Yang Wu and his avatar reveal their greatest secret at the last moment. Already Yang Wu's true body and his avatar had launched their attacks. Boom! First, Yang Wu's true body swung the Mingyu Jin, which traced a dazzling light of destruction. Within the light, various law mysteries surged, sweeping towards Star Lord Haolei, who had transformed into a lightning giant. Roar! Star Lord Haolei let out a furious roar, unable to ask how the other knew their greatest secret, and hurriedly stepped forward. In an instant, he crossed tens of thousands of kilometers. His 36 arms paired up raised high, and the 16 pairs of Huan Yuzhui glowed with lightning several times stronger than before, countless bolts densely entwined meeting Yang Wu's Mingyu Jin. Now that their greatest secret was known to Yang Wu, the killing intent in both of them surged. Boom! A thunderous roar like a universe explosion erupted on Star Lord Haolei's side. Lightning radiance scattered everywhere. A tremendous shockwave forced Star Lord Haolei to fly backward over 100 million kilometers. Yet, on the other side, in front of Yang Wu, at the moment of impact, circular vortices appeared. Within the vortices, patterns resembling the 8 trigrams spun, rapidly absorbing all the energy generated by Star Lord Haolei's counterattack, allowing Yang Wu to stand steady. He did not retreat a single step. Kill! Seizing the moment when Star Lord Haolei was knocked back, Yang Wu swung his Mingyu Jin and delivered a fierce attack. Having comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao, all attacks could be neutralized and absorbed by corresponding forces. Unless his opponent's strength far exceeded his own, Yang Wu was essentially in an undefeatable position. Boom! 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 The Yin-Yang Dao that Yang Wu had comprehended now fully displayed its sharpness in the battle against Star Lord Haolei. In the continuous attacks, his use of the Yin-Yang Dao became more refined, leaving Star Lord Haolei only able to defend with difficulty. On the other side, Ancestral God Qiuyan, fighting against the Peng Mosen avatar, was also struggling to resist under the avatar's fierce attacks and the profound Yin-Yang Dao techniques. Human clan's martial ancestor, you forced us, Qiuyan. The utterly disheveled Star Lord Haolei let out a crazed roar, shouting loudly at Ancestral God Qiuyan. Ah! Human Yang Wu die! Ancestral God Qiuyan also roared madly. Almost at the same moment of their roars, the auras of their bodies suddenly changed. Both the lightning on Star Lord Haolei and the vast primordial aura on Ancestral God Qiuyan were entirely replaced by a black energy. Every part of their bodies emitted black energy, causing them both to let out painful cries. This eerie and unpredictable black energy appeared harmless, but Yang Wu, who had long known its terror, had already made ample preparations the moment Ancestral God Qiuyan and Star Lord Haolei began their mad roars. The Heritage Temple and a 6-sided pyramidal palace supreme treasure appeared before Yang Wu's human true body and the Peng Mosen avatar, respectively, shielding them behind. At the same time, in front of the palace treasures controlled by the true body and the Peng Mosen avatar, a Taiji diagram vortex spanning hundreds of thousands of light-years appeared. Countless law mysteries spun wildly within the vortex. Hum! The black energy instantly appeared before the Taiji diagram vortex. Sizzle! The black energy and the Taiji diagram vortex clashed like spear and shield, or like water and fire, instantly consuming each other. Hold. Yang Wu strained to transmit divine power frantically throughout his body, maintaining the consumption of the Taiji vortex, deliberately wanting to see if his Yin-Yang Dao could withstand the threatening black energy. Haha, human clan's martial ancestor, with just a mere universe master, you dare to oppose this power? Do you know where this destructive energy comes from? Not to mention you are just a universe master, even a universe's strongest, or even your giant axe ancestor returning from the reincarnation channel would only face destruction. Ancestral God Qiuyan and Star Lord Haolei seem to have fallen into madness, roaring wantonly. Human clan's martial ancestor, with so many supreme treasures, after you fall, your supreme treasure palace, supreme treasure armor, supreme treasure weapons. Haha, they will all be ours. And the black energy was indeed powerful. Amid the excited roars of Ancestral God Qiuyan and Star Lord Haolei, it quickly surpassed the speed at which Yang Wu's divine power could maintain the Taiji vortex. It was like a flame suddenly doused by water beyond its capacity, quickly extinguished. Shwa! The moment the Taiji vortex was destroyed, Yang Wu's true body and the Peng Mosen avatar instantly flashed into their respective supreme treasure palaces. The black energy instantly swept over the two floating supreme treasure palaces. Hiss, that was close. The Peng Mosen avatar's heart trembled. On the side of the human true body, the Heritage Temple, being a divine king weapon, was indeed extraordinary, blocking all the black energy outside without any damage. The Supreme Treasure Palace, controlled by the Peng Mosen avatar named Six Harmonies Pagoda, was merely refined by Yang Wu himself, and was significantly weaker than the Heritage Temple. Although a large amount of black energy was blocked outside, a portion still seeped in. Fortunately, he also had the Supreme Treasure armor on his body, which blocked the remaining black energy. From the moment Ancestral God Qiuyan and Star Lord Haolei released the black energy to the moment Yang Wu's true body and avatar entered the supreme treasure palaces, and blocked it took less than an instant. Boom! Before the echoes of their mad roars had faded, the two supreme treasure palaces suddenly transformed into two immensely heavy mountains crashing toward them. Damn, he's not dead. Ancestral God Shoyen and Star Lord Haolei cursed loudly, frantically blocking the impact of the two palace treasures. Flee! Only by escaping back to the dim place can we be safe. The disheveled Ancestral God Shoyen and Star Lord Haolei transmitted to each other. Humph, wanna flee? Suppress. As if reading their thoughts, both palace treasures simultaneously let out a furious shout. The two supreme treasure palaces, as heavy as countless planets and worlds piled together, suddenly emitted a hazy light. Rows of profound law patterns appeared, making the palaces even heavier as they pressed down toward Ancestral God Shoyen and Star Lord Haolei. The entire heritage temple rapidly descended onto Star Lord Haolei's head. The might of the divine king weapon made him feel like a small mouse crushed under a huge rock, utterly unable to move. On the other side, the pyramid-like Six Harmonies Pagoda also heavily pressed down on Ancestral God Shoyen. Although the Six Harmonies Pagoda was only at the lowest supreme treasure level and Ancestral God Shoyen was not completely immobilized like Star-Lord Haolei, it still felt as though he was carrying a huge miniature universe on his back. The endless weight made it so that even if he exerted all his strength, he could only move his body slowly like a tortoise. In Yang Wu's eyes, such speed was negligible. Roar, 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 food, food, how dare you suppress our servants? Become our food. Suddenly joyful roars sounded. Three enormous monsters suddenly rushed out from the direction of the dim place. Each monster had two ugly heads covered in black scales. On each head grew a black horn, and their bloodthirsty eyes revealed madness and greed. The three monsters instantly approached Yang Wu. An extremely evil aura spread across a space of hundreds of millions of li the moment they drew near. The realm beasts have actually emerged. Yang Wu was not alarmed but delighted to see the three realm beasts rapidly approaching. Facing merely three realm beasts was far easier than venturing into the dim land and confronting countless realm beasts alone. Lord Emodong, Lord Lui, Lord Kami, save me. Seeing the three realm beasts appear, the Ancestor God Shoyen and Star Lord Haolei, who were suppressed by the Supreme Treasure Palace, exclaimed in delight. The arrival of the realm beasts reignited a glimmer of hope for the nearly despairing Shoyen and Haolei. Fool! A realm beast muttered contemptuously, casting a disdainful glance at the Ancestor God Shoyen and Star Lord Haolei, who were pinned down by the Supreme Treasure Palace and nearly unable to move. Then it ignored them. Human, since you can approach the dim land, your strength must be considerable. Release my slaves and I will grant you a swift and painless death. Otherwise I will make you realize that death itself is a luxury. Another realm beast licked its lips and spoke coldly. The last realm beast, however, remained silent, fixing its greedy single eye firmly on Yang Wu's true body and his Peng demon falcon clone. Three realm beasts, you are at most first order. No, you are still in the incubation period, probably not even first order yet. Yang Wu swept his gaze over the three realm beasts with contempt and said indifferently, if you had stayed hidden in your nest and had countless realm beasts swarm me, even if all were below first order, I would have been in trouble. But now the three of you actually dare to leave your nest for these two fools. That is simply courting death. Bastard, die! Before Yang Wu had even finished speaking, the three proud realm beasts roared as if deeply insulted. They charged from three directions, madly attacking Yang Wu and his Peng demon falcon clone. Although realm beasts below the fifth order possessed no attack skills and did not study secret arts, their physical attacks were often reckless and disorderly, lacking any pattern. However, whether from the plots of novels in his past life or from the teachings of the Yuan inheritance, Yang Wu knew that he must never underestimate realm beasts. Because of this, realm beasts were inherently noble beings. Every move they made contained profound mysteries. Although their attacks seemed chaotic, they naturally embodied supreme profundities, and one would suffer a great loss if careless. Boom, boom, boom. Yang Wu's true body alone took on the attacks of two realm beasts. Meanwhile, his Peng demon falcon clone, wielding an 8-edged hammer, faced a single realm beast. The two supreme treasures clashed with the realm beast's attacks, and the immense collision energy instantly shattered the Taiji vortex before Yang Wu's human true body. The remaining shockwave sent his body uncontrollably flying billions of kilometers away. Meanwhile, the two realm beasts fighting Yang Wu's human true body were also pushed back thousands of kilometers by the shockwave. Impossible! The two realm beasts could not believe it. 2 against 1, yet they ended up in a stalemate. On the other side, the other realm beast, which had attacked Yang Wu's Peng demon falcon clone alone, was forced to retreat repeatedly under the clone's fierce assault. My lords, be careful. He is the #1 powerhouse of the Cosmic Sea, the human clan's martial ancestor. The other Peng demon falcon is his clone. At this moment, the voice of Ancestor God Shoyen finally came anxiously. Seeing that the three realm beasts were collectively no match for Yang Wu, Ancestor God Shoyen and Star-Lord Haolei became anxious. These three realm beasts were their last chance to survive. The Ancestor God Shoyen, suppressed by Yang Wu's 6 Harmonies Tower, struggled desperately and warned the three realm beasts. Bastard! Why didn't you say so earlier? The three realm beasts' expressions changed slightly as they cursed. Although they had not yet been born and were still in the incubation period, they had always been in the dim land. However, through Ancestor God Xiuyan and Star-Lord Hao Lei, they had long known some information about Yangwu, the number 1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea. Emodong Luo, you two engage this human martial ancestor first. I'll go back and call for reinforcements. The realm beast fighting Yangwu's Peng demon falcon clone rolled its single eye, let out a loud shout, and immediately turned to flee into the depths of the dim land. Kami, you bastard! Emodong and Luo, the two realm beasts fighting Yangwu's human true body, shouted in anger. The realm beast named Kami, clearly feeling outmatched by Yangwu's Peng demon falcon clone, quickly abandoned them and fled. Haha, even the proud realm beasts run away. Who else wants to escape? Yangwu mocked but had no intention of pursuing. Instead, he actively moved aside. This time, entering the dim land, Yangwu's main goal was to obtain some realm beast blood. With two realm beasts still present, even if one more fled, he would not chase. Instead, he wished for one of the two before him to escape. The fewer realm beasts he faced, the greater his chance of obtaining blood by killing them in battle. Emodong and Luo, those two fools won't even flee. That is the number 1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea, and we are not even at first order. How can we fight him? Those two idiots want to die, but don't drag me into it. Call for reinforcements. Kami am not that foolish. If I call my companions to kill this martial ancestor, and then devour him, their strength would surpass mine, wouldn't it? No, absolutely not. Kami am destined to become the king of realm beasts. I will never allow anyone to surpass me in strength. The fleeing realm beast Kami paid no heed to the roars of Emodong and Luo. Instead, it sped up, gloating inwardly. Bastard! The remaining two realm beasts were now forced to face Yangwu's human true body, and Peng demon falcon clone, alone, cursing inwardly. At that moment, a mysterious force suddenly emerged, causing ripples in space. The two realm beasts who were about to attack suddenly froze, as if trapped in an invisible quagmire, their movements becoming sluggish. Cunning human, you actually have a domain-type treasure. A realm beast cursed. But at that moment, Yangwu's human true body, and his Peng demon falcon clone, swung their weapons with extreme ferocity and attacked. Boom! Boom! The two realm beasts, under the suppression of Yangwu's domain-type supreme treasure, had their movements slowed several times. Facing Yangwu's fierce attacks, they could only endure and were blasted billions of kilometers away. Ah no, Lord, save me! After the two realm beasts were blasted away, Ancestor God Xiuyan and Star-Lord Hao Lei, who were suppressed by two palace-type supreme treasures, suddenly felt a powerful devouring force emerge from the lower ends of the supreme treasure palaces above them, pulling them toward the respective palaces. Instantly, they were terrified nearly to death. Once sucked into the palace treasures, there would be no chance of escape. Unfortunately, their cries for help did not bring rescue from the two realm beasts, who were also barely able to protect themselves, being overwhelmed by Yangwu's true body and clone. The two treasures that had devoured and sealed Ancestor God Xiuyan and Star-Lord Hao Lei instantly teleported to hover above the two realm beasts. The two realm beasts, already battered and covered in wounds under the combined attacks of Yangwu's domain-type supreme treasure, were in a sorry state. At this moment, seeing another supreme treasure palace floating toward them, they fully understood Yangwu's intention and immediately screamed in terror. In the cognition of the realm beasts, their race had always been the noblest, the most powerful, and invincible. All other creatures were merely their prey. Yet Emodong and Luo, two realm beasts, had never imagined that on their first venture from the nest. Merely intending to capture a meal and casually rescue two servants, they would encounter an adversary so formidable that it would be etched in their memory forever. In their eyes, a mere universe master of the human race, an ant-like existence that could be crushed with a flick of the hand. Even one they could almost ignore while still in gestation, would actually make them sense the breath of death. Initially, under the binding force of the supreme domain-type treasure, the mighty human martial ancestor had already stripped them of nearly all means to fight back. Now, after sealing the two servants, the supreme palace treasure flew toward them. If they were to be suppressed by this palace treasure again, the cost of escaping would be the loss of their chance to become the ultimate king. Indeed, escape. At this moment, the two arrogant realm beasts almost envied Kami, who had fled earlier. He had escaped with ease, paying no price except abandoning the dignity of a realm beast. Unfortunately, before they could dodge, two supreme palace treasures appeared above the heads of the two realm beasts. Instantly, the two realm beasts, already bound by the domain-type treasure, felt as if countless planets and the power of myriad universes were pressing down upon their bodies, rendering them utterly immobile. At the same time, a powerful suction force emanated from beneath the two supreme palace treasures, acting upon them, making it possible for the struggling realm beasts to be drawn in and sealed at any moment. Human martial ancestor, we will remember you. You have ignited our fury, and we will surely remember this grudge. One day we realm beasts will annihilate your human race first. Exerting all their strength, they struggled for a long time to no avail. Instead, the suppressing and suction forces grew ever stronger, threatening to pull them in and seal them at any moment. On their hideous heads, malevolent single eyes stared fixedly at Yangwu, flickering with madness and boundless hatred. Emodong, let's begin. Don't think too much. Escape first. The realm beast beneath the heritage hall shouted loudly to the one under the 6 harmonies pagoda. Ah! I hate this! Roar! 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 Burn completely! Burn completely! The 2 realm beasts let out a howl, their hideous heads contorting in pain as a nearly transparent 7-colored flame blazed fiercely upon their bodies. The more this nearly invisible flame burned, the more intense the pain became on the 2 realm beasts' faces. Yet, as the agony intensified, a tremendous power surged from within their bodies. As the flame blazed, this colossal force grew stronger. Gradually Yang Wu felt that the mere domain-type supreme treasure could no longer confine the movements of the 2 realm beasts. Moreover, even with the addition of 2 palace-type supreme treasures, as the realm beasts' expressions of pain worsened, the treasures showed signs of being unable to suppress them. Especially the realm beast Emodong suppressed under the 6 harmonies pagoda, whose struggles grew increasingly violent. In contrast, the realm beast beneath the heritage hall, though also bearing flames and a pained expression on its face, strangely transmitted little force to the heritage hall, which Yang Wu found extremely peculiar. Even though the heritage hall was a divine king's weapon, and could not be shaken free under its violent struggles, Yang Wu felt no impact from beneath the hall. At the same time, the powerful force seemed to isolate the surrounding space, creating a repulsive aura. This repulsion appeared to emanate from both realm beasts simultaneously, but at this moment, Yang Wu could clearly sense that the realm beast under the heritage hall exerted almost no effort. Perhaps even its flames were illusory. What new trick is this? Realm beasts are truly cunning. Yang Wu muttered softly. He initially intended to intervene, but after a moment of thought he stopped. With a wave of his hand, a massive Taiji pattern vortex suddenly flew from his palm, and stealthily concealed itself within the void. Boom! Suddenly the 6 harmonies pagoda was sent flying with a heavy crash, and a 7-colored cosmic passage appeared before the realm beast Emodong. The 7-colored cosmic passage led to an unknown destination. The measures Yang Wu had secretly laid could not block its penetration. Roar! Roar! Still aflame, the realm beast Emodong moved, bellowing as it prepared to plunge into the passage it controlled. Yang Wu intended to rush forward and block it, but recalling the eerie behavior of the realm beast under the heritage hall, he hesitated. Emodong, help me. This damned palace is no ordinary thing. I can't break free. At that moment, the other realm beast struggling beneath the heritage hall roared loudly. Damnable humans! If we had passed our gestation period and reached even the 1st rank, we could use many secret arts and wouldn't be so pathetic against a mere universe master. Upon hearing this, the realm beast named Emodong cursed furiously, but without hesitation turned and rammed into the heritage hall, trying to rescue its trapped companion. Suddenly a dazzling 7-colored radiance burst forth, flooding the entire world. It instantly enveloped the 2 realm beasts and even the heritage hall. Even Yang Wu could not discern what was happening within the brilliant light. He only sensed that the realm beast suppressed under the heritage hall seemed to tremble slightly before returning to normal. Ah! Luo, you tricked me. My power. Ah! Damnable! The 7-colored radiance vanished in an instant, and a figure suddenly plunged into the 7-colored cosmic passage. Haha, Emodong, you are so naive. I Luo am destined to become the realm beast king. How could I burn my inner world and destroy my foundation? Haha, once I become the ultimate king, I will remember you, Emodong. Haha. Amid the mad laughter, the realm beast Luo Yi's figure was about to vanish into the 7-colored cosmic passage. Shwa! Suddenly a dazzling white light flashed like a bolt of lightning, instantly piercing the 7-colored cosmic passage. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out, and a few drops of blood flew through the air, which Yang Wu quickly collected. Human martial ancestor, I will surely kill you. As the passage collapsed bit by bit, a furious roar echoed from within. The realm beast Luo Yi, injured by Yang Wu's final strike, vanished into the void. Meanwhile, the realm beast Emodong, who had burned his inner world, but was swapped by Luo Yi's secret art, and suppressed under the heritage hall, had nearly exhausted all his power from the burning and the betrayal. He was at death's door, utterly without strength to resist. Soon, under Yang Wu's gaze, the dying realm beast's body began to slowly change. Its originally massive body gradually shrank. When it reached half its original size, the transformation ceased. Shio! A suction force from the base of the heritage hall easily drew it inside. Haha, the blood of the realm beast. Finally in my hands. Yang Wu looked at the few drops of realm beast blood, each the size of a planet, that he had collected earlier, and then at the suppressed dying realm beast. He let out a satisfied laugh. Human race's martial ancestor, you dare imprison me. We world beasts are all connected. The news of my imprisonment has surely reached the others. They will charge out en masse and annihilate your primordial universe first. Leaving the Hunan land tens of thousands of years later, within the Chuanqing temple, the slowly recovering world beast Modong roared loudly. Haha, charge out en masse. A world beast so foolish as to be schemed against by its own kind, regressing from late gestation to early gestation, losing all basic conditions to become a king. I don't even have the interest to enslave you. However, your blood should be of some use to me. Studying the blood of a world beast in early gestation is likely far more effective than directly studying Luo's blood, which is nearly at the 1st stage world beast level. Over the course of millions of years, Yang Wu, having returned to the primordial universe, had been analyzing and studying the life essence of world beast blood under a time acceleration of millions of times. Although he had the experience of Yuan's perfect gene breakthrough for this final step even with world beast blood, and some clues, it was still not easy to fathom its mysteries and take that last step in a short time. Moreover, in Yang Wu's memory there were some inherited memories from Yuan's legacy, yet they were sealed. Yang Wu instinctively knew that he could only view them after breaking through the perfect gene level. The threats of the severely injured and unconscious world beast Modong suppressed by the Chuanqing Temple were merely a minor seasoning in Yang Wu's cultivation life. He still drew blood and analyzed it as usual. The martial ancestor has already defeated 3 world beasts outside the Hunan land without a doubt and sealed one. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, according to the information transmitted to us by the will of the source, the countless world beasts in the world beast nest will surely be affected, accelerating their evolution, and the calamity of the world beasts might arrive sooner. An ancient ancestral god stood at the edge of the plaza before the ancestral god palace, gazing at the beast god temples in the distant void. Indeed. The young ancestral god's face was full of solemn concern. Now it depends on the opportunities of the various races in our cosmic sea within the realm of gene. Especially the human race of the primordial universe. Over the years, the will of the universe has favored the humans, intentionally strengthening them, granting them various fortunes, and thus creating a martial ancestor. We had placed our main hopes on the human race's martial ancestor. We saw him on the verge of a breakthrough, but then the will of the universe shifted its focus to the Silver River Lord, which I have never understood. Although the Silver River Lord has considerable talent and the inheritance of the Duandong River, his foundation is still somewhat inferior to that of the martial ancestor. His pace of growth is simply incomparable to the martial ancestors. Once the world beasts launch a massive assault ahead of time, I suspect the martial ancestor will still have to shoulder this responsibility. The will of the universe. How can we easily fathom it? The benevolent face of the two-faced ancestral god smiled and shook his head. Since the will of the universe has placed its hopes on the Silver River Lord, there must be a reason. I believe we will understand before long. The dark, cold other face of the two-faced ancestral god spoke indifferently. After the Flame Emperor arrived at the Black Pattern Pillar, his main body began a deep study of the world beast's life structure. In the primordial universe, tens of thousands of years passed in an instant. My disciple, since he killed 2 more powerhouses of the first reincarnation era in the Hunan land of the Cosmic Sea and captured a world beast to bring back to the primordial universe. He has been in seclusion. With his Kuan-Mo Lin clone now under a time acceleration ratio of up to 1 to 1 million, hundreds of millions of eras have passed without any news. I imagine that when he emerges from seclusion, he will give us a tremendous surprise. In the Great Axe Sacred Universe, within the Great Axe Temple, the Great Axe Ancestor, the Chaos City Lord, the Dark Lord, and the recently breakthrough Void Gold Lord who had become a Universe Supreme gathered together. Speaking of the ever-secluded Yang Wu, the Great Axe Ancestor's face was full of smiles. Haha, indeed. I think the 4th Universe Supreme of our human race should be the Martial Ancestor. Brother, you have once again walked ahead of me. The Chaos City Lord laughed. Yes, with the Martial Ancestor's strength and accumulation, he should have stepped into the Universe Supreme level long ago. I imagine that when he steps into that realm and emerges from seclusion, he will bring our human clan even more and greater surprises. The Dark Lord said, thinking back to when Chaos and I waited outside the mini-universes of Chuan Ancestral God and Howley Star Lord awaiting their fall, and then plundered the treasures in their mini-universes, I still feel thrilled. In the entire cosmic sea, which faction's powerhouse dares to kill a Universe Supreme at will, and even send someone to wait at the mini-universe to plunder the treasures beforehand? Ha ha ha! The perfect life structure diagram, and the life structure diagram of the world beast, are completely opposite yet interconnected. I have finally comprehended. Just as the Great Axe Ancestor and Chaos City Lord were discussing Yang Wu, the Great Axe Ancestor's expression changed slightly, then he broke into a smile. My disciple's surprise will arrive soon. Within the Wuzu Palace, Yang Wu let out a wild laugh. Under a millionfold time acceleration, while the outside world had passed over 9 million years, Yang Wu had spent nearly tens of millions of eras analyzing and studying the world beast blood. In an instant of enlightenment, the understanding of the perfect gene structure surged into Yang Wu's mind like a tidal wave, and everything was completely grasped. His almost manic laughter seemed to shake the entire universe. Bang! Amid Yang Wu's wild laughter, his divine body burst apart, with a bang transforming into 100,000 specks of light. Then began the process of life reorganization, the final transformation of the perfect divine body gene level. The 100,000 specks of light were 100,000 miniature Yang Wus. Each Yang Wu had a different expression and movement. Some displayed joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness. Some evolved various martial techniques and secret arts. Some rested in comfort. All different. During the reorganization of the 100,000 Yang Wus, a brand new Yang Wu began to emerge. Every inch of his body, from structure to facial proportions, was flawless and perfect. 91000 times. 92000 times. 98000 times. 99000 times. The gene level continuously approached perfection, and a golden radiance began to slowly diffuse from his body, as if he were a legendary Buddha. As the gene level drew closer to perfection, the golden light grew more intense. Gradually Yang Wu's entire body was completely shrouded in golden light, becoming invisible, turning into a golden giant egg. Suddenly the golden light erupting from Yang Wu's body broke through the limits of the Wuzu Palace, and without any constraint from rules it instantly pierced through the entire Jinhuang star system, the Milky Way, and continued to spread outward unimpeded by anything. The entire primordial universe, the cosmic sea, all regions, even those beyond the reach of the virtual universe, were all at once bathed in golden light. Even the world beasts still in gestation within the Hunan land sensed this change. Damn human race's martial ancestor. It's him again, always him. I must kill him. He has broken through again. Sensing the familiar aura in the golden light, the world beast Luoi's eyes flickered with hatred and mad coldness. The human race's martial ancestor has caused such a great commotion. It must be a breakthrough at the perfect gene level. His strength has grown even greater. I must quickly pass through the gestation period and reach the third stage and above before I can go out and slay him. It is time to break through. Yang Wu's divine body broke through, entering the legendary 100000 life gene level. Although the commotion was immense, it did not, as in the original work, when Luo Feng broke through, attract the supreme laws to celebrate with billions of clans prostrating themselves. Though puzzled, Yang Wu did not care much. After the breakthrough was complete, he sensed the power of his divine body, then took a step and instantly teleported back above his divine kingdom. The Kuan Peng Hawk avatar had long been stationed there. Now, aside from Yang Wu's human true form, all his avatars also teleported back to the divine kingdom, appearing above the ocean-like giant Kuan Peng Hawk avatar. Let's begin. Yang Wu's true form and 4 avatars spoke simultaneously. Instantly the entire divine kingdom trembled. A void passage connected directly to Yang Wu's divine kingdom, and from the unknown source endless chaotic chi surged forth. The thick chaotic chi tore apart the earth and shattered the oceans, reducing everything to chaos as if the world were ending. With the supply of vast chaotic chi, the divine kingdom began to expand wildly. As it expanded, more void passages emerged, bringing even more chaotic chi. At the same time, his divine kingdom kept moving, advancing through the spatial layers toward the cosmic sea. Time flew by. All living beings, drawn by the massive commotion of Yang Wu's divine body breakthrough, knew he was about to become a cosmic sovereign, and watched the changes in his divine kingdom. The human clan's martial ancestor has also broken through. The primordial universe human clan now has a 4th cosmic sovereign. But no matter how many cosmic sovereigns your primordial universe human clan has, it's only 100 million light-years in diameter, nothing to fear. As long as your clan can destroy the abyssal beasts, preferably perishing together with them. In the Ziwe Holy Land, the Ziwe ancestor was also startled by the earlier commotion of Yang Wu's divine body breakthrough. His profound gaze pierced through the membrane of his miniature universe, looking into the depths of the cosmos. What? 10 billion light-years? How is that possible? My lineage has produced several beings who stood at the peak of ancient civilization, yet every one of them, when they were true gods, had a miniature universe of only 100 million light-years. This was the case for all in ancient civilization without exception. Why has this martial ancestor just broken through with a diameter of 10 billion light-years? Suddenly the Ziwe ancestor roared loudly. Just then Yang Wu's miniature universe broke through the cosmic layers and appeared in the cosmic sea. Upon its appearance, with a diameter of 100,000 light-years, it shook all the mighty beings watching Yang Wu's breakthrough. Yang Wu, having just broken through to the true god level, had a miniature universe of 100,000 light-years. This gave the Ziwe ancestor, who bore a deep grudge against Yang Wu, a sudden feeling of regret and fear. Meanwhile, among the primordial universe human clan, Yang Wu's teacher friends and family all cheered. A miniature universe with a diameter of 100,000 light-years was unheard of in their knowledge. Even the giant axe ancestor, who had already reached the origin continent, had never heard of anyone whose miniature universe reached 100,000 light-years upon entering the true god level. Few's avatars returned to origin disintegrate. Inside his miniature universe, Yang Wu, who had been watching its expansion, shouted, as soon as the expansion and transformation were complete. His voice resounded throughout the miniature universe. Boom! The several avatars instantly shattered completely, all treasures floating aside. Amid the immense divine power formed by the shattered avatars, there was a heart. The true god heart, the most crucial part of a true god's body. Just as Yang Wu was channeling his divine power to begin the fusion and reassemble his body, he suddenly found his consciousness appearing in another place without any warning. What is this? Though his body had disintegrated and the new one had not yet formed, his consciousness automatically shaped a body in this space. Before Yang Wu's eyes was an empty space composed of 7 colors. Though the colors shimmered, they were not dazzling, giving a sense of plainness and simplicity. You have come. Suddenly a voice sounded in Yang Wu's mind, calm and unremarkable, yet containing an indescribable power. A tall, sturdy phantom appeared, as if out of nowhere, yet seemed to have been there before Yang Wu's eyes all along. This figure was clad in a silver battle robe, giving Yang Wu the feeling of being billions of light-years tall, yet also less than 10 meters. His face appeared ordinary, yet seemed to hold infinite charm and ineffable mystery. It was as if every feature, even every pore, operated under different supreme laws. Even with Yang Wu's true god-level power, he could not see through it. Yuan. Unconsciously, a word burst from Yang Wu's mouth. Though the figure before him differed from the image of Yuan he had seen, when he dreamed of Yuan's growth in the blood sea of Yuan, Yang Wu felt as if he could not control himself, and the name Yuan surged from the depths of his heart, without any resistance or doubt. Indeed, I am Yuan. You encountered a drop of blood I left behind in the primordial universe of your dimension, obtained my inheritance. And it is destined that you and I share a master-disciple bond. Yuan's phantom gazed calmly at Yang Wu. I pay my respects to Master. Yang Wu quickly knelt. He had never imagined that after unexpectedly obtaining Yuan's inheritance he would be acknowledged by Yuan, and become his disciple. Not bad. To have reached this step in such a short time, you are worthy of being one who passed the test of my blood. What you see now is a memory I sealed deep in your mind. Only when you break through to the true god level will this phantom appear. At the same time, I will unlock a small scene sealed in the depths of your memory. It is a scene recorded by me in another dimensional world, hoping to bring you some help, allowing you to reach the origin continent as soon as possible. Yuan's phantom said with a smile. The origin continent is the true starting point of your path to becoming a powerhouse. Study it with focus. When you reach the Chaos Sovereign level, my recording will appear again, unsealing another part of the memory. My disciple, cultivate diligently. Yuan's words faded, and before Yang Wu could speak his figure gradually dissipated. Suddenly the world before Yang Wu shifted again. This is the scene of the primordial universe's destruction. Yang Wu was stunned. In the original work, Luo Feng was only allowed to witness the destruction of the primordial universe after defeating the abyssal beasts and saving it. Yet now it appeared before Yang Wu so easily casually referred to by Yuan as a small scene. He immediately calmed his mind and focused on everything before him. Though it was just a recording of the destruction of a primordial universe from one of the 3,000-dimensional worlds, it was incredibly real, giving Yang Wu a sense of being there, making him admire Yuan's methods for recording and preserving such a scene of cosmic destruction. Under Yang Wu's gaze, the entire primordial universe, the entire origin space, instantly generated overwhelming power, madly devouring everything. Its membranes cracked violently, then collapsed. Cosmic secret realms and star domains began to crumble. Black holes dissolved. Mineral planets, decaying stars, and even life-bearing planets all disintegrated, quickly breaking into particle streams. Stunning. Life, death, destruction, rebirth. All things are opposites in unity, all is yin and yang. In his astonishment, Yang Wu's pupils showed circular vortex patterns resembling Tai Chi and Bagua revolving continuously. His Tao of yin and yang was evolving rapidly. Time passed. 1 year, 2 years, 10 years, 100 years, 1,000 years. In the blink of an eye, Yang Wu had meditated before this apocalyptic scene for 10,000 epochs, forgetting his breakthrough, forgetting everything. In reality, inside his miniature universe, time had frozen at the moment his avatars and true form had just disintegrated. Now, as he comprehended the scene of the primordial universe's destruction, his miniature universe began to change again, with an even greater tremor emerging once more. What is happening? How is it possible? The martial Ancestor's miniature universe has begun expanding again. In the cosmic sea, the powerhouses who had been closely watching Yang Wu's breakthrough were suddenly dumbfounded, their expressions utterly incredulous. According to their understanding, the miniature universe had already reached an unprecedented diameter of 1 billion light-years. At this moment, Yang Wu should have been in the stage of merging his avatars and returning to the source, or perhaps even at the final stage of that process, or in the phase of condensing his true god body. But why was his miniature universe, which had already reached an unprecedented diameter of 1 billion light-years, starting to expand once again? Could it be that he has broken through again? A cosmic ultimate existence in the cosmic sea said. Impossible. How can one break through consecutively from the true god level to the void true god level? As soon as the words of that cosmic ultimate existence fell, they were immediately and unequivocally refuted by other ultimate existences nearby. Indeed, even the cosmic master who had spoken those words was only uttering them casually, not believing them himself. This, my junior disciple, he has actually leaped across the true god level and reached the void true god. In a certain part of the cosmic sea, a green mountain peak stood upright in the void. Zhuoshan Ku was seated cross-legged on the peak. Originally, he had only been shocked by Yang Wu's breakthrough to true god, and the miniature universe's diameter of 1 billion light-years. Now, seeing Yang Wu's miniature universe begin to expand once more, even he, a former god king, had his expression shift from shock to horror. What a pity, alas! Amidst his shock, Zhuoshan Ku immediately showed a look of regret. My junior disciple with such profound fortune, I had originally thought he might have that opportunity. To enslave a... What a pity, but it's still far from the time when the beasts of the abyss truly emerge. He doesn't have this chance. Now we can only look to Luo Feng. Zhuoshan Ku murmured softly. My disciple, he has actually. Indeed, he has leaped across the true god level. He has entered the void true god level. Master and disciple will soon meet. In the Giant Axe sacred universe, the Giant Axe primordial ancestor was also watching in shock as Yang Wu's miniature universe, underwent another transformation, its volume expanding outward once more. Boom, 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 boom. Yang Wu's miniature universe continuously swelled in volume, and one after another void passages were born, each appearing in the void beyond the 10,000 myriad realms without harming any realm space. Endless chaotic currents surged out from those void passages, and the membrane wall of the miniature universe began to rapidly grow and spread. 11 billion light-years. 12 billion, 13 billion. 20 billion, 21 billion, 22 billion. 30 billion, 31 billion. Damn it, how is this possible? This human martial ancestor, how is it possible? How can he directly break through to the void true god level equal to me? My purple moon's sacred universe only has a diameter of 21 billion light-years. Ah, it has already surpassed the East Emperor's sacred universe. In the purple moon's sacred universe, the purple moon primordial ancestor had long been cursing inwardly. When he saw that the diameter of Yang Wu's miniature universe had surpassed that of his own sacred universe, his face became extremely ferocious and terrifying, and he roared madly. Consecutive breakthroughs. Sacred universe. The two-faced progenitor god and the other two progenitor gods were also somewhat shocked as they watched the changes in Yang Wu's miniature universe. Indeed, the great will of the original universe must have long foreseen this day, knowing that the martial ancestor would not wait for the emergence of the beasts of the abyss, and thus shifted its focus to the galactic lord. What a pity! The other dark and cold face of the two-faced progenitor god said with regret. The problem is serious. The young progenitor god suddenly shook his head and said, What do you mean? The old progenitor god and the two-faced progenitor god asked. The martial ancestor's breakthrough to the void true god level will inevitably lead him to the Qingfeng peak in a short time to attempt the reincarnation. At that time he will inevitably have a fierce conflict with the beasts of the abyss. Given the martial ancestor's current strength, the beasts of the abyss still in the gestation period in the gloomy place will certainly not be his match. But the beasts of the abyss will definitely clash violently with the martial ancestor, and then a large number of them will be slaughtered by him. That's a good thing, isn't it? If they are all slaughtered, that would be even better. Why do you say the problem is serious? Good thing. If he had tens of thousands of years to attempt reincarnation, then it would certainly be a good thing for us even to directly exterminate all the beasts of the abyss. Unfortunately, generally the time left for a powerhouse who has broken through to the void true god level is only 1 year, and the martial ancestor still needs to make some preparations. By the time he reaches Qingfeng peak, the time left for him to attempt reincarnation will be at most 2 months. In 2 months, how many beasts of the abyss can he possibly slaughter? Even if he used the entire year to kill beasts of the abyss, he could not exterminate them all. Instead, it would stimulate them, accelerating their growth and causing them to emerge ahead of time. The young progenitor god said calmly, Alas! Indeed, I just wonder how long the galactic lord will need to grow. Legend. The martial ancestor consecutive breakthroughs achieving the void true god level. A human legend. In the void of the cosmic sea, almost all the cosmic ultimate existences and cosmic masters of the human race and the Hong Alliance were excitedly watching the expansion of Yang Wu's miniature universe, their hearts filled with excitement and elation, yet also tinged with regret and a sense of reluctance as they witnessed this grand event. After all, although the power of the human race in the original universe was now formidable, the giant axe primordial ancestor had only recently departed, and now the martial ancestor was about to leave as well. Although the human race still had the 3 cosmic ultimate existences, Chaos City Lord, Dark Lord, and Void Gold Lord. Yet, in the hearts of almost all humans, only the martial ancestor was their spiritual leader. The human race's current prosperity was almost entirely brought about by his efforts alone. Moreover, with the impending disaster of the beasts of the abyss, Yang Wu, the #1 powerhouse of the cosmic sea, was about to attempt reincarnation and leave, causing many human powerhouses to feel amidst their joy a sense of being caught off guard. I never expected to break through consecutively, directly stepping over the true god level. In the original story, Luo Feng, after defeating the beasts of the abyss and saving the entire universe, had the chance to witness the destruction of the original universe, thereby breaking through consecutively from the true god level directly to the eternal true god level, bypassing the void true god level. And I similarly, because of the image of the original universe's destruction left by Yuan, have crossed the true god level and directly entered the void true god level. Regardless of the uproar outside caused by the transformation of his miniature universe toward the sacred universe level, Yang Wu himself was only focused on the continuously expanding dimensions of his miniature universe. 35 billion light-years, 36 billion light-years, 90 billion, 91 billion, 92 billion. Under the watchful eyes of Yang Wu and the others outside the miniature universe, the size of the miniature universe was directly heading toward 100 billion light-years. 100 billion? Could the martial ancestor's miniature universe reach an unprecedented 100 billion light-years? Not only the powerhouses of the cosmic sea, but also the East Emperor sacred universe and the East Emperor primordial ancestor were watching the surge of Yang Wu's miniature universe, their hearts filled with immense shock. 100 billion! Finally someone shouted. At this moment, Yang Wu's miniature universe lived up to expectations and reached a diameter of 100 billion. 100 billion! Even the most ancient East Emperor sacred universe is only 32 billion light-years. The cosmic sea, no one was unastonished. It's still expanding. Suddenly someone shouted. Originally they had thought that 100 billion light-years would be the endpoint of Yang Wu's miniature universe expansion, but unexpectedly after reaching 100 billion it showed no sign of stopping, and the entire miniature universe continued to expand outward. 101 billion, 102 billion, 160 billion, 161 billion, 162 billion. Time passed quickly and Yang Wu's miniature universe kept expanding slowly with no tendency to stop, leaving the numerous powerhouses in the cosmic sea completely numb. Even Yang Wu himself had lost all other awareness, focusing solely on the expansion of his miniature universe, wanting to know what diameter it would reach this time. He vaguely remembered that, in the original story when Luo Feng finally broke through consecutively to the eternal true god level, his miniature universe's diameter reached 1,000 billion light-years. He wondered how large his own miniature universe would be when he entered the void true god level this time. 190 billion, 191 billion, 198 billion, 199 billion. Watching the miniature universe slowly expand, Yang Wu was also calculating in his mind. 200 billion light-years. Finally, when the diameter of the miniature universe reached 200 billion light-years, the frenzied expansion rhythm came to a halt. 200 billion light-years. All the powerhouses in the cosmic sea were utterly stunned. At the level of Void True God, a small universe with a diameter of 200 billion light-years, even the Dongdi Ancestor, Ziyue Ancestor and Jufu Ancestor in the Origin Continent had never heard of such a thing. Even in the Origin Continent, most eternal true gods had not yet reached a small universe size of 200 billion light-years. Meanwhile, the powerhouses who had been observing the transformation of Yang Wu's small universe from the cosmic sea, especially those from the Yuanchi universe's human race, had already arranged a celebration banquet when Yang Wu's small universe stopped expanding at a diameter of 200 billion light-years and began waiting for Yang Wu to emerge from his small universe. But at this moment Yang Wu encountered an unexpected surprise. After his several clones shattered, merged, returned to origin, and condensed into a true god body, he had been focusing on the changes in his small universe during his breakthrough, not paying much attention to other matters. When the transformation of his small universe ended and he turned his attention to his divine body, he realized that one of his 4 clones which had shattered and should have been entirely converted into divine power before condensing into a true god body still existed. That was the source water clone of a special life. Strictly speaking, the source water clone before him was no longer his source water clone. In actuality, the source water clone had also vanished. At this moment the source water clone had reverted to its most primitive source water amber state, floating outside Yang Wu's divine body, exuding an intense aura of the water origin, without any concealment. Source water amber. A clone. Yang Wu was momentarily stunned, then a hint of surprised delight appeared on his face. In his mind, upon seeing the source water amber, a fragment of memory suddenly surged forth. Within the memories of Yang Wu's acceptance of Yuan's inheritance, there was once a memory of Yuan, using a secret technique to refine a special life clone after breaking through to the true god level. Although the special life clone refined by Yuan was not a source water clone. However, this memory and the secret technique for refining clones opened a door for Yang Wu, giving him a spark of hope. Since Yuan had been able to refine a special life clone with this technique, his source water amber should also be able to refine the source water clone again. Breaking through to the true god level, the only regret Yang Wu felt was the disappearance of his several clones. After all, those clones had been nurtured with great difficulty and had contributed significantly to Yang Wu's growth. Now, with the clones returning to origin, he was filled with deep regret. Although he could condense clones from divine power, Yang Wu, who had long been accustomed to the division of labor among his several clones, always felt a sense of discomfort with clones formed from divine power. Now the source water clone's reversion to the source water amber state unconsciously reminded him of the memory of Yuan refining a clone. If he could truly refine the source water clone, it would indeed be a great surprise. If I can successfully refine the source water clone this time after I traverse the cycle of reincarnation in the resource-rich origin continent, perhaps I might find more materials for refining special life clones in the future. And refine even more clones. As he organized the secret techniques from Yuan's memory for refining clones, Yang Wu's ambition slowly surged. Immediately divine power surged out, easily controlling the source water amber. Then divine power and spiritual power were slowly sent into the source water amber, and he began to slowly refine it according to the method in Yuan's memory. This refining process was far more complex than when he had refined the source water clone back when he was not yet at the immortal level. Divine power and spiritual power seemed to transform into different types and functions of brushes and knives. In the source water amber, he meticulously inscribed all traces of his life. Lord Wu Zhu, why hasn't he appeared yet? What's going on with third son? We're waiting to celebrate for him. Third brother, he hasn't forgotten the time while cultivating, has he? He still needs to traverse the cycle of reincarnation. It's been almost a month since Lord Wu Zhu's small universe stopped expanding. He should have come out by now. There isn't much time left for him to traverse the cycle, is there? Yes, he should prepare for the cycle. The core area of Qingfengji is now full of world beasts. How can he traverse the cycle without adequate preparation? Yang Wu's small universe. No, it should be called the sacred universe. Outside, especially Yang Wu's brother's family and the powerhouses of the Yuanchi universe's human race were anxiously waiting for Yang Wu's return. Meanwhile, under a time flow ratio of 1 to 10 million, Yang Wu had been refining the new source water clone for tens of thousands of epochs. During these tens of thousands of epochs, he had been continuously refining his source water clone, almost forgetting everything else. It's done. This day, just 30 days had passed in the outside world. Before Yangwu, the originally liquid-like crystal-clear source water amber, slowly transformed its shape, quickly becoming the likeness of Yangwu's original form. Then came the change in skin color. In less than an hour, a clone that was identical to Yangwu's original self, even in aura without any difference, appeared before Yangwu. Compared to this new source water clone, the source water clone before entering the true god level seemed extremely crude. The original source water clone had been refined using ordinary methods of condensing clones. This source water clone, refined using the secret technique passed down by Yuan, not only retained all the characteristics of the original source water clone, but also had combat power identical to the original self. Of course, if Yangwu had used Yuan's secret technique back then, after returning to origin, the source water clone would not have been able to return to the original source water amber state. The successful refinement of a source water clone meant that Yangwu's strength had doubled once again. Whether traversing the cycle of reincarnation or facing the many powerhouses in the origin continent, he was now filled with confidence and battle spirit. Collect! After feeling the new source water clone for a moment, Yangwu gave a soft shout. Instantly, the source water clone suddenly writhed, turned into a liquid state, then quickly attached to Yangwu's divine body, transforming into a set of dark brown battle robes, without any trace of the source water clone's aura. I have 1 year to traverse the cycle, 1 month has passed, and there are 11 months left. It's time to make some arrangements. Originally, I had planned to defeat the world beasts, enslave a world beast king, and then break through to traverse the cycle, but I never expected. After the clone was fully refined, Yangwu looked up toward the outside of his small universe, and muttered to himself with a faint regretful smile in his words. In the cosmic sea outside the Qingfeng realm, countless palace-class supreme treasures, and palace-class supreme ultimate treasures floated in the void. Within one of these palace-class supreme ultimate treasures were Yangwu's parents' sister brothers Chen Shui, his son, as well as Hong Leishin and Luo Feng's Masha clan clone. Most of them looked with some worry through the outer walls of the palace treasure, their gazes fixed on the core region of the Qingfeng realm. Rest assured, whether it's the realm beasts of the gloomy land or the journey through reincarnation, nothing can trouble the third brother. Even if you only look at the third brother's sacred universe, you should have confidence in him. His sacred universe is 20 billion light-years in diameter. Even the Dongdi Ancestor and Ziwa Ancestor, whose sacred universes were only a little more than a tenth of the third brother's, managed to pass through. There's absolutely no problem for the third brother. Lei Xin, the most carefree of them, looked at the worried Chen Shui, and others smiled and rubbed his bald head as he spoke. Only 1 month remained before Yangwu's deadline to attempt reincarnation. Due to the realm beasts, Yangwu had to head for the reincarnation trial a month ahead of schedule. For the same reason that the core region of the Qingfeng realm was occupied by realm beasts, this time Yangwu only had the human race's strong ones escort him to the outside of the Qingfeng realm without letting them enter the core to take risks. Human ancestor, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Do you wish to attempt reincarnation? Haha, first you must pass our test. I Luo said that day that I would kill you to avenge the past. How long has it been, and here we meet again. Ha ha ha. In the central region of the Qingfeng realm, a vast expanse of nothingness stretched out. Luo, the realm beast who had once escaped from Yangwu, now led tens of thousands of realm beasts surrounding Yangwu in the heart of this void. Far behind Luo there was a huge passage entrance with colorful energy flowing on its surface, and faint blurry figures could be seen. Some resembled humans, others beasts. At a glance it seemed as though billions of silhouettes flickered past the entrance. Yangwu could clearly sense an overwhelming summons from that entrance, while the Supreme Rule also transmitted waves of fluctuation, clearly guiding him to enter the reincarnation passage. The reincarnation trial, that was the place. But now, with realm beasts blocking the way, he had to eliminate them first before attempting the trial. Just you. Yangwu pointed disdainfully at the tens of thousands of realm beasts surrounding him. Back when he hadn't yet broken through to the cosmic strongest level, Yangwu already had no fear of these low-rank realm beasts. Now, with his divine body and cultivation breakthroughs, he had soared. Surpassing the true god level, he had directly reached the void true god stage. In his eyes, these low-rank realm beasts were nothing more than a flock of pigs and sheep awaiting slaughter. I was actually worried you realm beasts wouldn't come to ambush me, leaving me no time to hunt you down slowly. What a pity. You grow too slowly. Less than 100 of you have reached the first rank. The rest are still in the incubation stage, yet you rush to die. Absolutely no challenge. If not for the short time left by the Supreme Rule. You worthless creatures, I would have slaughtered every last one. Yangwu said coldly. But before I leave, killing a few of you and using your blood to see me off. And to lighten the burden for the future strong ones of the cosmic sea. That's not bad either. Humph, arrogant. You want to slaughter us? Even though fewer than 100 of us have reached the first rank, we are more than enough to make you fall. You, a mere lowly human, how could you possibly be a match for us noble realm beasts? Last time we were defeated by your cunning tricks. This time, with our numbers and preparation, human ancestor, you are doomed. Humph, arrogant. You want to slaughter us? Even though fewer than 100 of us have reached the first rank, we are more than enough to make you fall. You a mere lowly human, how could you possibly be a match for us noble realm beasts? Last time we were defeated by your cunning tricks. This time with our numbers and preparation, human ancestor, you are doomed. Luo Yi, due to his injuries at the last moment, had also failed to reach the first rank. Originally, once realm beasts reached the first rank, they would fight and hate each other. To have them unite, mission impossible. Their innate fate was to devour one another until only one king remained. That was their destiny. However, through his cunning and smooth talk, Luo Yi had managed to incite so many realm beasts to besiege Yangwu, including nearly 100 first rank or above that normally were at odds with each other. Moreover, the sly Luo Yi had long tasted Yangwu's might and knew that Yangwu was now 100 times stronger than before. Therefore, he positioned himself right in the midst of the nearly 100 first-rank realm beasts. Protected by these nearly 100 first-rank realm beasts, the cunning Luo Yi was confident that no matter how powerful Yangwu was, he could not harm him in the slightest. Haha, you want to slaughter us noble realm beasts, you insignificant human. Everyone kill this arrogant fool. Let the beings of the cosmic sea know the might of us realm beasts. Luo Yi sneered and shouted. Luo Yi sneered and shouted. What a pity that coward Kami, after suffering a loss last time, doesn't even dare to come for revenge. What a waste of his first rank level. A coward like him, even if he reached first rank before me, could never become the realm beast king, nor is he worthy to be one. He mused inwardly. At the same time, he thought to himself. Before learning that Yangwu was about to attempt reincarnation, Luo Yi had been busy lobbying throughout the realm beast nest. Although he gathered tens of thousands of realm beasts, he could never persuade Kami, who had fled the first time, even though Kami had already reached the first rank. The equally cunning Kami was unwilling to wade into this muddy water. After his previous experience recognizing Yangwu's strength and setting aside the pride of a realm beast, he would not leave to confront the strong ones of the cosmic sea without sufficient power and certainty. Kill! Yangwu sneered, wasting no words. He waved his hand, and a circular Taiji pattern hundreds of millions of kilometers in diameter materialized from his palm. Within the Taiji pattern, two enormous vortices, one white, one black, spun at high speed, driving the entire pattern along an arc toward the area where Luo Yi and the other first-rank realm beasts were gathered. This area, aside from Luo Yi, contained all the first-rank realm beasts among the tens of thousands. Boom! A power that made the realm beasts feel suffocated emanated from the Taiji pattern. Every realm beast within its range felt an indescribable force binding them, as if a strange energy was corroding their bodies. It was as if countless stars pressed down upon them, making it hard to breathe, or as if powerful suction forces were tearing and devouring them. All kinds of different rule powers appeared endlessly cycling, acting upon their bodies. If not for the innate defensive strength of the realm beasts, they would have been shattered to pieces under the attack of the Taiji pattern, which Yangwu had evolved from the Yin-Yang Dao after comprehending the destruction of the primordial universe and greatly enhancing it. Even though these realm beasts trapped by the Taiji pattern were mostly at the first rank, the strongest among the tens of thousands, except for one Luo Yi who was already panicked and terrified beyond measure. Luo Yi had already magnified Yangwu's strength infinitely in his mind. He had thought hiding among dozens of first-rank companions would be perfectly safe, but he never expected that Yangwu would target his group of first-rank realm beasts first. Kill! With a single movement, Yangwu teleported under the Taiji pattern. The bright jade mace in his hand transformed into streaks of seemingly simple yet lethal light. Instantly, several realm beasts fell under the attack of his bright jade mace. Ah! Damnable accursed human ancestor, die! The other realm beasts that had not yet reached the first rank, spurred by Luo Yi's roar, also swiftly pounced forward. Streaks of white light flashed. Bursts of blood sprayed. Amidst the siege of tens of thousands of realm beasts, Yangwu moved erratically, dodging left and right. Each motion claimed the life of a realm beast. But the frenzied realm beasts could never touch Yangwu. One after another, they fell beneath his bright jade mace. At some point, another identical Yangwu suddenly appeared among the besieging realm beasts. He also wielded a weapon nearly identical in shape to the bright jade mace, using almost the same techniques to slay realm beasts one by one. The realm beasts had no chance to ponder how this second Yangwu had appeared. They were now facing his relentless, bloody slaughter. Once in full swing, whether first rank or merely incubating, no realm beast could withstand even a single exchange with Yangwu. How can he be this strong? Luo Yi tricked us. Some realm beasts, broken in spirit by the brutal massacre, realized it was a one-sided slaughter. In less than an hour, nearly 10,000 realm beasts had fallen under Yangwu's blade. By the time they realized that Luo Yi's sweet talk had lured them to their deaths, Luo Yi had already been killed in Yangwu's first wave of attacks. The number of realm beasts kept dwindling. Sensing the carnage, more realm beasts arrived and joined the encirclement. Time passed slowly. Before they knew it, nearly a month had gone by and tens of thousands of realm beast corpses lay before the reincarnation passage. Although realm beasts still trickled in around Yangwu, those who had been broken in spirit no longer had their former arrogance. Around Yangwu, tens of thousands of realm beast corpses were piled high, a testament to his nearly month-long feat. What a pity I don't have enough time to slaughter all these realm beasts. Yangwu sighed regretfully. He raised his hand and lightly flicked his fingers. Flames shot from his palm, landing on the tens of thousands of realm beast corpses. Under the murderous gazes of the other realm beasts, these corpses, which would have been of great benefit to other realm beasts' growth, were quickly incinerated to ashes. Time to go, damned realm beasts. No need to see me off. Ha ha ha. With a great laugh, a palace appeared. Yang Wu moved and vanished into the inheritance sacred hall. The hall traced an arc and plunged into the reincarnation passage. The plot was essentially the same as Luo Feng's experience in the reincarnation passage. Within the passage, Zhuoshan Ku had given Yang Wu a golden crystal before he ventured into reincarnation. Inside the crystal, the phantom of Zhuoshan Ku introduced his origin and the Qiyuan continent to Yang Wu. He repeatedly recounted how the Jin kingdom was annihilated by the Shi kingdom, especially how Yang Wu's teacher Xian was severely wounded during the invasion and later perished. The purpose was to ensure that Yang Wu, upon reaching the Qiyuan continent, would remember to avenge them once he had sufficient power. This is the Qiyuan continent. The exit of the reincarnation passage resembled a black hole spitting Yang Wu out. When he turned around, the black hole had vanished without a trace. Though he knew it was there, he could not sense its exact location. Stepping onto the Qiyuan continent, Yang Wu's first impression was its solidity. Both the land and sky were immensely firm. Ordinary earth and stone felt like forged fine iron, giving him the sensation of being on a primordial star. Even teleportation was impossible. Yang Wu realized that to teleport on the Qiyuan continent as he had in the primal universe and the cosmic sea, he would need to reach at least the eternal true god level. Secondly, the heavenly source of the entire Qiyuan continent was exceptionally clear, reminding Yang Wu of his first visit to the chaotic city in the initial universe. This was one reason why martial cultivation flourished so vigorously on the Qiyuan continent with a multitude of powerful beings. Haha, our luck is really good. We've been guarding this reincarnation passage for less than 10 years, and here comes one. Just as Yang Wu was curiously examining his surroundings and sensing the uniqueness of the Qiyuan continent, a voice of ecstatic laughter suddenly rang out. In the sky 200 million kilometers ahead of Yang Wu, a figure with 2 heads and 4 arms, its entire body pitch black, suddenly materialized. The figure stood as if supporting the heavens and earth, filling the distant horizon. An overwhelming aura swept toward Yang Wu. Eternal True God. No, not quite. Void True God, peak half-step Eternal True God. Yang Wu warily assessed the aura of this suddenly appearing powerhouse. While he was gauging the cultivator's rank and strength, on the other 3 sides of Yang Wu, 2 figures of different appearances emerged on each side. Yang Wu could clearly sense that the auras of these 6 powerful beings were the same as his own. They had just entered the Void True God level. May I ask what you all intend? Yang Wu remained on guard. These 7 blocking his path clearly had ulterior motives. At this moment, there was no trace of his teacher, Giant Axe Founder, who had promised to come and welcome him. Haha. Genius from the 3,000 dimensional worlds, you're unlucky to have arrived at this moment. Come with us and don't think of resisting. Maybe we'll leave you a shred of consciousness. The half-step Eternal True God sneered again, looking at the somewhat tense Yang Wu. Young one, this is the Qiyuan continent. Not your primal universe. In your original world, you might be the strongest. But here on the Qiyuan continent, you're nothing but an ant. I advise you not to resist or you'll only suffer. Another Void True God spoke coldly. Leave a shred of consciousness. Yang Wu did not need to ask. He knew it was no good thing. His sharp gaze swept over the 7 surrounding him. Let me, Yang Wu, see how the powerhouses of the Qiyuan continent differ. With a cold snort, a streak of sharp light paved the way. Yang Wu's body traced the path of a falling star, and without hesitation, he attacked the most powerful half-step Eternal True God directly ahead. The solid void of the Qiyuan continent was split open by his heaven-shaking mace, revealing a pitch-black rift. A divine king weapon. In front of Yang Wu. The half-step Eternal True God paid little attention to Yang Wu's attack. His feet moved in a seemingly simple yet elegant step, effortlessly evading the powerful strike. Instead, his eyes fixed on the bright jade mace in Yang Wu's hand, filled with surprise and greed. Unexpected. A genius from the 3,000 dimensional worlds with such fortune. You even possess a divine king weapon. The half-step Eternal True God and the other 6 Void True Gods all revealed greedy expressions. I've encountered some geniuses from the 3,000 dimensional worlds before. At most they had 1 or 2 ordinary True God weapons, or at best Void True God weapons. Some didn't even have weapons reaching the True God level. But this time we've hit a jackpot. The half-step Eternal True God exclaimed in delight. Meanwhile, Yang Wu clenched the bright jade mace, frowning inwardly. With that strike, Yang Wu clearly felt a sense of power being restrained. He could only unleash less than half of his full strength. Let me try again. Yang Wu thought to himself. Is that so? You want my divine king weapon? Let's see if you have the ability. With a cold laugh, Yang Wu burned his divine power and swung the bright jade mace once more, striking first to press forward again. Still struggling. Your strength is decent. If you had a few thousand years to familiarize yourself with the laws of the Qiyuan continent with that divine king weapon in hand, I might indeed be unable to do anything to you. But now you're not worthy. The half-step Eternal True God snorted. Wearing treasure gloves, he swung his 4 fists in rapid succession, his fists and fingers tracing mysterious patterns. While blocking Yang Wu's attack, each of his punches released an invisible force that generated a faint binding energy on Yang Wu. Once that faint binding force appeared on Yang Wu, it was as if a dam had burst. Immediately waves of binding energy surged in like a flood. It was as if a great net had been woven enveloping Yang Wu. How do you like my newly created secret technique? Haha, to fall under my new technique you've at least made a journey worth taking to the Qiyuan continent. Watching Yang Wu's movements grow increasingly sluggish, the half-step Eternal True God grew even more smug. I've long heard that the captain created a new secret technique at the Eternal True God level, Heavenly Restriction. I've never seen it before. This is truly a feast for the eyes. They say even Lord Lianji at the Chaos Sovereign level praised it highly. Indeed, unless one's willpower reaches or surpasses the captain's, there's no escaping the bindings of Heavenly Restriction. I've said it before. With the captain around, we don't even have a chance to act. While the Void True Gods were watching Yang Wu's struggle and discussing among themselves, a sudden boom rang out. In an instant, the 6 who had been chatting excitedly were dumbfounded. All they saw was utter weirdness. Yang Wu was still struggling within the invisible heavenly restraint, but behind their captain another identical Yang Wu eerily appeared, wielding the Mingyu Jian and swinging it downward at their captain. Moreover, judging from the aura, it was not a divine power clone. This Yang Wu, aside from the fact that the jade scepter in his hand was not a god king weapon in terms of aura, was identical in every other way to the Yang Wu trapped under the heavenly restraint. Almost at the same moment, the restraining power on the Yang Wu, who had been nearly immobilized in his heavenly restraint secret technique, shattered, completely nearly in sync with the source water clone attacking the half-step Eternal True God from the other side. Boom! Hurriedly raising his arms to meet the attack among the half-step Eternal True God captain's 4 arms, 2 were shattered into pieces by the attack of Yang Wu's True Body's God King weapon, the Mingyu Jian, and the other 2 were also broken into several sections under the powerful force. Meanwhile, Yang Wu and his clone were propelled backward billions of kilometers by the powerful recoil force, and 6 panicked Void True Gods swiftly attacked the retreating Yang Wu. Ah! The half-step Eternal True God captain roared in fury. Having been wounded by a Void True God who had just entered the origin continent, and had not yet adapted to its laws, he instantly became furious and wished to tear Yang Wu into pieces. In his roar, divine power surged, and 4 new arms slowly formed. Boom! His 2 completely shattered arms had not yet fully formed when a massive axe, light dark yet gleaming with cold radiance, appeared out of nowhere and struck down. The 2 arms that had not yet fully formed along with the 2 newly formed arms were once again shattered into fragments by this axe light. 4 gauntlets were flung into the air, and then a figure with disheveled hair exuding a rough and barbaric aura abruptly emerged from the void. He grabbed the 4 gauntlets in one swift motion and stored them into his world ring. At the same time, 2 other figures also appeared. "You go help Yang Wu, leave this to me," the wild giant man said loudly. At the same time, he turned his head to look at the half-step Eternal True God captain. "How dare you capture my disciple Giant Axe? These 4 gauntlets are the price. Take another axe from me." Giant Axe founder glared at the half-step Eternal True God captain, who was reforming his arms, and shouted coldly, "Who are you? How dare you interfere in the affairs of my Yong kingdom? And know you are also from the 3,000 dimensional worlds." The half-step Eternal True God captain felt a bit uneasy. Although the suddenly appearing wild giant was only at the late stage of Void True God, a level lower than his own cultivation. However, from the power of the wild giant's axe strike just now, it was evident that although his cultivation was inferior, his strength was not lower than his own. Moreover, among the wild giant's other 2 companions, one was also at the late stage of Void True God, while the other was at the same half-step Eternal True God level as himself. In overall strength, they were not inferior to his own side. Yong kingdom. Giant Axe founder sneered. 19th Axe. With a furious roar from Giant Axe founder, there came a sound like thousands of horses galloping or wolves howling. An irresistible force surged forth, causing the arms that had just recovered. The body of the half-step Eternal True God captain, who had lost his gauntlet weapons, was once again flung billions of kilometers away. "Dongdi Luabu Yang Wu go!" Giant Axe founder turned his head and shouted to Yang Wu and the others, who were already gaining the upper hand, although their strength was not inferior to the enemy's. However, it was almost impossible to slay them. The group immediately blasted away their opponents, and led by Giant Axe founder sped forward. "It's enough, stop here. 80 million light-years ahead is the territory of Kai Kingdom. Here the forces of Yong Kingdom and Ju Kingdom are relatively weak." After flying away from the area of the reincarnation passage, it took 500 years to completely leave the region. At the shout of one of the people who came to rescue with Giant Axe, their flying treasures stopped in a valley. Yang Wu and the others each put away their flying treasures and stopped in the valley. Giant Axe founder immediately activated his secret technique, and an ancient palace emerged from the ground somewhat similar to his original Giant Axe temple. Then Giant Axe founder took Yang Wu's hand and led him inside. With a wave of his hand, fine wine and delicious food appeared on the table of this temporary palace. "Disciple, let me first give you a simple welcome feast. This is a specialty wine from the origin continent, which you have never tasted. Let me introduce you. This is the oldest powerhouse in the cosmic sea of our dimensional world Dongdi. Back then he was the object of admiration for all our universe's strongest beings, and even universe masters. Giant Axe founder first poured the wine for Yongwu, then smiled and introduced him. There was no powerhouse from Yongwu's dimensional world who did not know the name of Dongdi, the most ancient ancestor, but they had never seen his true face. Unexpectedly, he encountered him just after entering the origin continent. Indeed, martial ancestor, meeting you is better than hearing about you. Even if we had not come today, I believe you would have found a way to escape. Dongdi ancestor said with a smile. Come Yongwu, this is Luobu. He is also from the 3,000 dimensional worlds but not from our world. He and Dongdi have given me a lot of help since I arrived at the origin continent. Giant Axe founder continued to introduce to Yongwu. Haha, Giant Axe flatters me. Martial ancestor, indeed, when I first arrived at the origin continent my strength was far inferior to yours. Your teacher often mentioned you in our conversations. Luobu also said with a smile. By the way, teacher Dongdi Luobu, who were those who ambushed me earlier? Why would they ambush a mere void true god like me? Amid the clinking of glasses and the exchange of drinks, Yang, who also asked about the origin and reason of the forces that had ambushed him. Through the explanations of Giant Axe founder and the other two, Yongwu roughly understood the reason, which was unexpectedly closely related to Shur Kingdom, the enemy of Zuoshank. Shur Kingdom was one of the countries closest to the reincarnation passage of Yongwu's dimensional world. Most of the powerhouses from Yongwu's dimensional world, who had passed through reincarnation and reached the origin continent, had joined some factions within Shur Kingdom, including Dongdi. After Giant Axe founder entered the origin continent, he also joined Tianyu Pavilion, a medium-level faction in Shur Kingdom, where Dongdi and Luobu belonged under Dongdi's recommendation. However, starting from 20 million epochs ago, the neighboring countries of Shur Kingdom, Yong Kingdom, which had 2 god kings, and Ju Kingdom, which had only 1 god king, jointly attacked Shur Kingdom. Originally, because Shur Kingdom had 3 god kings guarding it, the situation had been evenly matched. Until 1,000 epochs ago, alchemists in Yong Kingdom developed an evil potion called the Fate Martial Potion, which broke the stalemate and caused Shur Kingdom to retreat step by step. Factions like Tianyu Pavilion disbanded, and most local powerhouses joined the war to protect Shur Kingdom. However, those like Giant Axe founder, who had no sense of belonging to Shur Kingdom, fled from it. The carrier of this evil potion, the Fate Martial Potion, had to be a void true god from the 3,000 dimensional worlds, especially those who had just arrived at the origin continent, for whom the effect was most pronounced. Local powerhouses injected with this potion would only explode and die. Void true gods injected with the Fate Martial Potion had their original memories almost completely erased, while the memories of their cultivation techniques and secret arts remained intact. Furthermore, their strength skyrocketed, reaching at least the eternal true god level. They were fearless in death, with divine bodies as tough as top-tier void true god level treasures, and easily destroying them required at least the chaos sovereign level. To quickly conquer Shur Kingdom, Yong Kingdom, and Ju Kingdom secretly dispatched powerhouses. Apart from searching for powerhouses from the 3,000 dimensional worlds in various countries, their main task was to guard the exit of the reincarnation passage and capture void true gods like Yongwu, who had just entered the origin continent. Giant Axe founder, who had originally arranged to meet and welcome Yongwu, was also delayed, because he was avoiding the search by powerhouses from Yong and Ju kingdoms. What puzzled Yongwu the most was that, according to the information given by Giant Axe founder and the others, the 3 rulers of Shur Kingdom were not as cruel and brutal as Zuoshank had described, but rather loved the people like their own children and were universally supported. The information about Shurgwa learned from the Giant Axe founder and others was completely different from what Zuoshanku had described. Whether the 3 monarchs of Shurgwa changed their nature after establishing the state or Zuoshanku lied, Yongwu could only gradually delve deeper into understanding all of this in the future. Besides learning about the wars between Shurgwa Yonggwa and Jugwa through the Giant Axe founder Dongdi and others, Yongwu also gained a certain understanding of the power divisions of the entire Qiyuan continent. Compared to the introduction by Zuoshanku and the Qiyuan continent as perceived in Yongwu's inherited memories of Yuan, the Qiyuan continent at this time had some differences. The original Qiyuan continent, indeed, as described by Zuoshanku or in the inherited memories of Yuan, had numerous sect forces, various hidden inheritances, tribes or a city as a power, or a vast mountain range as a power, as well as various secret organizations. At the same time, there were also the strongest, powerful kingdoms and formidable forces established by the god kings. And there were countless conflicts with battles between organizations developed from different dimensional universes and fights between these organizations and the indigenous inhabitants of the Qiyuan continent being particularly brutal. Even the kingdoms established by god kings faced the crisis of annihilation. It was not until several billions of epochs ago, due to the rise of a super major sect, the Yuan sect, which was immensely powerful with dozens of god king level experts alone. As soon as the Yuan sect was established, it swept through over a dozen top powers of the entire Qiyuan continent with its formidable might. Under the awe of the Yuan sect's powerful force, the chaotic situation of the Qiyuan continent began to improve. However, the ultimate goal of the Yuan sect was to unify the entire Qiyuan continent. After intimidating the major powers of the Qiyuan continent, they divided the entire continent into 5 regions: the eastern, southern, western, northern divisions, and the Qiyuan Andi. Because this division of large regions did not have any substantial impact on the powers of the Qiyuan continent, it gradually became accepted and recognized by people. Although later the Yuan sect did not achieve its wish to unify the entire Qiyuan continent, this division persisted. The Eastern Qiyuan continent. It consists of several countries of varying sizes and vassal states. Among them there are 5 top-tier great powers Chengua, Huagua, and Qiangua, Jigua and Shigua. Each of these countries, besides having the largest area resources and military combat strength in the entire eastern region, must also have at least 3 or more guardian god kings or monarchs. The medium-sized countries slightly weaker than these 5 include Haimu, Guiyong, Guiju, Guakaigua, and others totaling 9. These countries each have at least 1 guardian god king. Below these medium-sized countries, there are tens of thousands of lower-ranked countries. They have no guardian god kings and are basically vassal states of the top-tier or medium-sized countries, surviving under the protection of these suzerain states. Of course, if someone in a lower-ranked country breaks through to the god king level, once their comprehensive strength becomes formidable, they can annex other lower-ranked countries, develop into a medium-sized country, or directly wage war on a certain medium-sized country and replace it. Similarly, a medium-sized country under the condition of sufficient strength can take the place of a certain top-tier country. The joint invasion of Shigua by Yonggua and Jugua was precisely an attempt to replace Shigua and become a top-tier country. Of course, if the replacement succeeds, it would surely be dominated by the stronger Yonggua or further merge with Jugua. The western region is mostly primeval, dangerous lands. Its area accounts for about 10% of the entire Qiyuan continent, and was originally the main settlement of the indigenous inhabitants of the Qiyuan continent. When the Yuan sect forcefully divided the powers of the Qiyuan continent, it also designated the western region as the living area for the indigenous inhabitants of the Qiyuan continent, forbidding other forces from invading. This also gradually calmed the wars between the indigenous forces and the forces composed of geniuses from countless reincarnation eras of the 3,000-dimensional universes that had flooded in over the years. The southern region is the most barren area of the entire Qiyuan continent. The primordial source of heaven and earth is chaotic and cultivation conditions are harsh. In those days, adhering to the principle of leaving a thread of life for all things, the Yuan sect provided a living environment for the forces of the Qiyuan continent that were unwilling to accept integration and were defeated rather than exterminating them entirely. They were exiled there to fend for themselves. The Yuan sect gathered dozens of god king experts, and with their powerful might laid down a formidable barrier around the periphery of this barren southern region of Qiyuan. Entering was easy, but leaving was extremely difficult. Even god king experts once inside found it hard to escape. As the Yuan sect's power declined, and its control over the entire Qiyuan continent weakened, the living area originally established for the defeated became a refuge for wanted criminals from various countries and major powers, heinous villains, or those hunted by enemies with no way out. The Qiyuan continent is vast with countless conflicts. There are innumerable organizations developed from different dimensional universes, and naturally the battles are exceptionally fierce. Almost every day various killings occur. Similarly, almost every day desperate experts of various reasons flee into the southern region, where they form forces of varying sizes, making it the most chaotic area of the entire Qiyuan continent. It is called the Land of Chaos or the Land of Exile, also known as the Land of Refuge. The northern region of the Qiyuan continent can be considered the most favored by the supreme laws. Its area is the most vast, occupying almost half of the entire Qiyuan continent. Whether in terms of resources or the treasures nurtured, it has the greatest quantity. The forces in the northern region are mainly sects with hundreds of millions of sect forces of various sizes. Moreover, 60% of the God King experts of the entire Qiyuan continent are concentrated in the north, among which the largest force is the Yuan sect. The Yuan sect is said to be a sect founded by the descendants of Yuan, the strongest being of the Qiyuan continent in those days, and it was the force that integrated the entire Qiyuan continent into several major regions. However, as time passed, the Yuan sect internally split into the ancient Yuan sect, the North Yuan sect, and several medium-sized northern forces. Its power became scattered and declined, and its dominance and voice over the entire Qiyuan continent greatly diminished. This caused the Qiyuan continent, which had been peaceful for tens of thousands of epochs with much reduced bloodshed, to gradually become engulfed in flames of war, almost restoring the chaos that existed before the establishment of the Yuan sect. Across the sea from the east, at the junction of the south and west, there is a region that occupies about 1/1000th of the entire Qiyuan continent, shrouded in mist all year round. This region is called the Qiyuan Andi. It contains countless dangerous places, and even god kings face the risk of falling if they enter. Yet it nurtures various powerful treasures, many of which are extremely coveted even by god kings, attracting the saints and god king experts of the Qiyuan continent to explore and train there year-round. The Qiyuan Andi is essentially a place where those whose cultivation has not reached the Chaos Sovereign level do not even have the qualification to enter. It is also called the Cosmic Sea of the Qiyuan continent by experts from the 3,000-dimensional worlds. Alright, we've arrived at Qiqing of Kai State, temporarily safe. Looking at the city walls of Qiqing, which were tens of thousands of light years high, the giant axe founder and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before welcoming Yangwu, the giant axe founder, East Emperor, and Luobu had already planned, because a powerful eternal true god from the same dimension world as Luobu resided in Qiqing of Kai State. The three had long planned to take refuge with this eternal true god after receiving Yangwu, and only leave Qiqing to venture out after the war between Shi State, Yong State, and Ju State ended. Although Kai State, like Yong State and Ju State, was a medium-sized country, and even weaker than them because a prince of Kai state became a disciple of the Gu Yuan sect. The deterrence of Gu Yuan sect prevented the forces of Yong state and Ju state from openly acting recklessly in Kai state. Although the Gu Yuan sect had lost much of its strength, due to the secession of most of its forces from the Yuan sect, it was still not comparable to eastern medium-sized countries like Yong state and Ju state. During this time, under the guidance of the giant axe founder, and the other two, Yangwu quickly adapted to the different law source powers of the origin continent compared to before and fully recovered his strength. Yangwu was confident that if he now encountered those Yong state experts who had ambushed him at the exit of the reincarnation passage, he would not have such a hard fight. Such advanced defenses. Looking at the defensive measures on the city wall, and listening to the giant axe founder's explanation, Yangwu couldn't help but marvel. The defensive measures and equipment on the entire city wall, tens of thousands of light years high, might seem ordinary to other origin continent experts who were accustomed to them, but in the eyes of Yangwu, who was entering an origin continent city for the first time, they were all extremely advanced high-tech. The entire city wall was densely lined with various energy cannons emitting a grim aura. Even an eternal true god would be in danger of falling if attacked by these dense energy cannons. Although the cannons were densely arranged, they were fully automated mechanical controls. Basically no one could be seen on the wall. This is just an ordinary city like Qiqing. If you saw the wall defenses of Dashixing, the capital of Shi state, you would be even more astonished. Even a chaos dominator would suffer if careless. Seeing Yangwu's surprise, the giant axe founder said from the side, "It's a pity that the original ancestor teacher is suppressed by the original universe, otherwise he would definitely be able to successfully traverse the reincarnation. Once he arrives here, his virtual universe technology would quickly spread across the origin continent. It's really uncomfortable, suddenly having no virtual universe here." "Don't worry, teacher, the original ancestor will definitely be released. It won't be long," Yangwu said firmly. Your will." The giant axe founder looked at Yangwu in shock. After entering the origin continent and joining the Tianyu pavilion of Shi state, the giant axe had also learned about will sanctification. Then some information about seizing the original universe. However, even the East Emperor, who was considered the oldest expert in the original world, had not yet broken through to the eternal true god level after so many epochs, and his will was still hovering between the void true god and eternal true god levels. The hope of achieving will sanctification and seizing the original universe was incredibly slim. And in their view, to save the original ancestor, the only way was to seize the original universe. "Yes, teacher. Although my cultivation is only at the void true god level. However, my will has already reached the limit of eternal true god. Once I achieve will sanctification, I can seize the original universe and release the original ancestor." The true emergence of the realm beast was still early. At this time, Luo Feng had not yet truly risen in the universe sea to become the strongest expert. To save the original ancestor by exterminating the realm beast would take a long time. Yangwu believed that by seizing the original universe, he would not have to wait until the day the realm beast was extinct. "Good." The giant axe founder opened his mouth wide, but after a long time he only uttered the word, "Good." And in the giant axe founder's eyes, Yangwu saw endless excitement. "Stop. Our Qiqing system does not have information for the three of you." The four walked toward the city gate. When they were less than 100 meters away, suddenly a mechanical voice sounded, and then hundreds of energy cannons extended from above the gate, locking onto Yangwu, the giant axe founder, and the East Emperor. "We are going to visit Zhu He's residence in Qiqing," Luo Bu said hurriedly. "Zhu He, eternal true god, permanent resident of Qiqing. You, Luo Bu, visited Zhu He 50 million epochs ago. Your record is in the system and has been verified." Before Luo Bu could finish, the cold mechanical voice from the system sounded again. "The three of them need to register in the system. A 10-year monitoring period. If they do not violate Qiqing's laws within 10 years, the system can permanently save their information. If they violate Qiqing's laws, the penalty ranges from expulsion to soul destruction. The three of you, are you willing to accept Qiqing's system monitoring?" "Good. No problem. Willing." The three nodded. A beam of white light swept over the three, instantly recording their information into the system. At the same time, several articles of Qiqing's laws and a map of Qiqing automatically appeared in the three sea of consciousness. "All right, you may enter the city. I emphasize again, please abide by Qiqing's laws. If Qiqing is attacked by external forces, you three must fight alongside other Qiqing residents to protect the city." After the mechanical voice finished, the energy cannons that had locked onto the three also disappeared along with the sound. Inside Qiqing, on both sides of the street, which was hundreds of millions of kilometers wide, stood various buildings. Almost every building had a different architectural style, obviously built by experts from different dimension worlds according to the architectural styles of their own dimension world and hometown race. Since Qiqing, like all cities on the origin continent, forbade flying within the city, countless immortals, venerables, universe masters, true gods, void true gods, and eternal true gods came and went on the wide streets. In various shops one could see immortals, venerables, and even universe-level servers and salespersons loudly hawking and peddling the goods in the stores to passers-by. On the origin continent, only those who reached the true god level had some status. "This is Zhu He's residence." The four walked through one wide street after another, arriving in front of a group of oddly shaped buildings. Luo Bu pointed at the buildings and said, 50 million epochs ago, when I first entered the origin continent Ju, he received me. At that time he had not yet broken through to eternal true God. This residence was not as luxurious as it is now. Who are you? Knocking on the gate of the residence, a true God guard looked warily at Yang Wu and the four and asked coldly, please inform Lord Ju he my name is Luo Bu. Looking for our Lord Ju he. The guard's eyes swept over the four. When his gaze met Yang Wu's eyes, he instantly felt as if electrocuted, his whole body trembling. Having long cultivated the Lai Yuan technique, Yang Wu's will was powerful, and the natural aura of his consciousness pressure made this true God guard feel an irresistible force. If Yang Wu wanted to enslave him, that glance alone would have been enough to make him a soul slave. Please wait a moment. The guard shivered and said hurriedly, then turned and strode quickly into the residence. Haha Luo Bu, welcome. It's been 50 million epochs since we last met. In just a few minutes a hearty laugh was heard, followed by a sturdy three-eyed bear clan powerhouse rushing out from the inner courtyard, patting Luo Bu on the shoulder warmly. Yes Lord Juha, 50 million epochs, and you have already reached the eternal true God level. How enviable. Luo Bu naturally felt a bit restrained facing Juha, who was a major realm above him. Hey, no need for formalities. I simply stepped into the eternal true God realm a step ahead of you. You'll get there too. Come, won't you introduce me to your companions? Juha warmly ushered Luo Bu, Yang Wu, and the others into the mansion's hall while speaking to Luo Bu. Oh right. Come Lord Juha, let me introduce you. This is Dongdi, this is Jufu Chuangshiz, and this is Wuzu. They are all from the same dimensional world and are friends of Luo Bu. Luo Bu introduced each of Yang Wu and the others to Juha. Haha, friends of Luo Bu are naturally friends of mine Juha. Welcome. Juha said heartily to the three of them. Originally we were cultivating in the Tianyu Pavilion of the Sure Kingdom. I'm sure you know Lord Juha about the current battles between the Sure Kingdom, the Yong Kingdom, and the Ju Kingdom. The situation is tense. Especially in the last 1,000 epochs, void true gods from the 3,000 dimensional worlds like us have been repeatedly captured by the strong of the Yong and Ju kingdoms, refined into medicine slaves. A fate worse than soul enslavement. We were forced to flee the Sure Kingdom and seek refuge with you Lord Juha, hoping to impose on you for a while. Hey, here at my place. There's no imposition at all. Just settle down and stay. Originally I was worried about Luo Bu. We too come from the same dimensional world, and now seeing you arrive safely I'm relieved. By the way, there is a courtyard behind my mansion that I just acquired not long ago. Originally I planned to use it to expand the mansion later, but now it's both connected to my mansion and independent as a separate courtyard. You can cultivate there without worry. No one will disturb you. At the welcome banquet, Juha once again made Yang Wu and the others feel his warmth and generosity. After the banquet, Yang Wu and the others were led into the courtyard Juha had mentioned. This courtyard was 1/3 the size of Juha's mansion. It was originally purchased by Juha for expanding his mansion, but now it was temporarily given to Yang Wu and the other three to stay in. Inside the courtyard, although the decoration and furnishings were not as grand as Juha's mansion, all cultivation facilities were well-equipped, suitable for Yang Wu and the others to practice. It was indeed suitable. I never thought Jufu would end up living under someone else's roof. Jufu Chuangshiz surveyed everything in the courtyard, shaking his head and muttering to himself. Haha Jufu, you've been here this long and still haven't adapted. The Chiyuan continent is not our original dimensional world. With our current strength we can't even make a name here. Dongdi said calmly. Fortunately Lord Juha allows us to cultivate peacefully for now. To escape the captures of the Yong and Ju kingdoms, we must all work hard on our cultivation. Step past the void true god level and enter eternal true god. Their life weapon potion is ineffective against eternal true gods, so they won't capture us anymore. Luo Bu also said with a smile. Yang Wu nodded as well but remained silent. He casually found a spot and sat down cross-legged. Seeing this, the other three also fell silent and each sat down. The whole courtyard instantly returned to calm. What's going on? How could I feel dizzy? 15 days later, Jufu Chuangshiz suddenly opened his eyes and shook his head. Since reaching the immortal level over hundreds of millions of epochs, this was the first time Jufu had felt such physical discomfort. I'm feeling a bit dizzy too. Luo Bu also patted his head. Not good, it's spirit confusion potion. Dongdi suddenly shouted loudly. Haha, that's right my dear friends. In the banquet 15 days ago, I added a bit of spirit confusion potion to your wine. For 10 years your cultivation will be completely gone, your body weak, and you won't be able to drive your divine power. Unless you have my unique antidote. A familiar laugh rang out and then Juha teleported into the courtyard where Yang Wu and the others were. You, Lord Juha. Why? Luo Bu pointed at Juha in shock and anger. The spirit confusion potion was like the knockout drug in the mortal world of the 3,000 dimensional worlds. However, the spirit confusion potion was mainly effective against true gods, void true gods, and eternal true gods. It was colorless and odorless. Once afflicted, though the divine body remained unharmed, one could not channel divine power for a short time. I've already become a second-rank royal priest of the Yong Kingdom. I was originally having trouble finding a chance to make merit, but I never expected you to deliver yourselves to me. Juha said coldly. For void true gods from the 3,000-dimensional worlds, one of whom just entered the Chiyuan continent. This is a great achievement. Boom! Suddenly a palace appeared above Juha's head and crashed down toward him. Eh! The sudden attack of the Divine King Weapon Inheritance Temple made Juha hurriedly dodge. It's you! How are you unharmed? Seeing Yangwu standing atop the Inheritance Temple, Juha was inwardly shocked. Humph! A mere spirit confusion potion. What can it do to me? Yangwu said coldly, while the bright jade mace also appeared in his hand. Yangwu, leave quickly. Don't worry about us. You're no match for him. Jufu Chuangshiz shouted loudly. Although they didn't know why the spirit confusion potion was ineffective on Yangwu, it was still an unexpected good news. That's right, Wuzu, leave quickly. With your talent, entering the Eternal True God realm or even the Chaos Sovereign level is not a big problem. Just remember to avenge us. Dongdi also shouted loudly. After all, Yangwu was merely a void true god at the early stage facing Juha, an eternal true god at the early stage. A gap of a whole major realm. There was no way Yangwu could be a match for Juha. Defeating an opponent across realms was basically impossible beyond the void true god level. If I can't even capture a mere void true god, how can I still make my way in the Chiyuan continent? Juha said coldly. 2 divine king weapons. This is a huge surprise. Even the reward for handing over the 4 of you void true gods wouldn't match the value of these 2 divine king weapons. Juha laughed wildly and threw a punch toward the inheritance temple beneath Yangwu in the void. Suppress! Yangwu also let out a cold shout, and the inheritance temple transformed to the size of a planet, almost filling the entire courtyard space meeting Juha's fist. At the same time, the bright jade mace in his hand turned into a dense array of sharp mace shadows attacking Juha. A remarkable secret art, a formidable offensive technique, but unfortunately your cultivation level is too low. If we were both at the eternal true god level, I would certainly not be your match. However, for now this attack of yours is useless against me. Juhi's expression turned grave as he watched Yangwu's assault, flinging several punches in succession before speaking coldly. Just as Juhi had said, with 2 punches from his left hand, he sent the descending heritage temple flying backward, and with 2 punches from his right hand, he shattered all the dense afterimages of the rod into fragments that dissipated in the air. Under the tremendous impact of the 2 divine king weapons, he also retreated dozens of steps. Kill! Yangwu roared again, his divine power burning fiercely as it surged into the heritage temple and the bright jade scepter. The power of the heritage temple instantly became several times stronger than the previous attack, once again smashing toward Juhi. At the same time, the bright jade scepter traced out enormous Tai Chi vortexes striking at Juhi. Within the Tai Chi vortexes, the power of laws operated, sweeping toward Juhi. Boom! 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 Under Yangwu's control, the heritage temple and the bright jade scepter attacked like 2 living beings, perfectly coordinated. In the vast courtyard space, violent spatial storms erupted. If the courtyard had not been built with special durable materials, it would have been shattered into pieces by the battle between the 2. The heritage temple charged straight forward like a planet impact, extremely fierce. The Tai Chi vortexes, however, combined hardness with softness, soft yet firm. The 2 different combat styles made he feel an indescribable oddness. At the same time, the Supreme Domain Treasure was also deployed, amplifying Yangwu's attacks. One powerful secret art after another was continuously evolved in Yangwu's hands. What a formidable aura! Although poisoned by the spirit-confusing potion, and unable to mobilize divine power, the giant axe founder, the East Emperor, and Luobu still retained their insight. They watched as Yangwu fought evenly with Juhi. Though it was only by relying on the 2 divine king weapons that he could briefly hold his ground, this was already enough to shock the 3. The astonishment in their eyes grew increasingly intense. A void true god crossing major realms to battle an eternal true god was not like a domain lord fighting a realm lord fighting an undying, or an undying fighting a venerable, where a talented individual could possibly win or even kill the opponent. The higher the realm, the more difficult it became to challenge across levels. In the origin continent, those who could fight across major realms at the void true god level without being at a disadvantage like Yangwu were few. Throughout history there had been only a handful. Haha, such impressive skills. Good, the stronger you are, the greater your value, and the more merits and rewards I will obtain. Although forced into a stalemate by Yangwu, he was not angered but delighted. The stronger Yangwu, a newly arrived void true god in the origin continent, was, the more his power would multiply after being infused with the Destiny Martial Elixir, and refined, possibly even allowing him to defeat a Chaos Sovereign. Thinking of such wonderful prospects, how could he not be pleased? Is that so? Amid the relentless bombardment of the 2 divine king weapons, Yangwu's icy voice suddenly rang out. Hum! Between his brows a vertical eye appeared. A powerful will attack suddenly emerged, striking toward his sea of consciousness. In an instant, an invisible river seemed to form between their brows. Yangwu was at the upstream while he was at the downstream. The water surged like a flood rushing toward Juhi. Ah! A will attack! How is it possible? How can your will be so much stronger than mine? You are only a void true god. As soon as the will attack appeared, he felt a splitting headache. His attacks could no longer be unleashed. He let out a painful roar, his whole body trembling uncontrollably, but he struggled to keep himself from falling to his knees. Hum. Under the manipulation of the Liuan art, Yangwu's will at the peak of eternal true god level, the power of the god-slaying eye far exceeded the peak supreme treasure level. Wave after wave of will attacks mercilessly invaded Zhu, his sea of consciousness stirring up a storm of will impact within. Finally unable to hold on Zhu, he gasped for breath and fell to his knees. Almost there. Seeing this, Yangwu said to himself, hum. Instantly the secret art changed. Zhu, his painful gasping gradually slowed, and his expression shifted from pain to struggle. However, this struggle disappeared within a minute. Master! After a long moment, Zhu, he slowly stood up and immediately knelt respectfully to Yangwu. This plot twist is too. The giant axe founder, the East Emperor, and Luo Bu stared wide-eyed, feeling as if they were in a dream, utterly incredulous. A void true god enslaving an eternal true god. This was even more shocking than a void true god defeating an eternal true god. Hand over the antidote for the spirit-confusing potion. Yangwu commanded. Yes, master. Without any resistance, Zhu, he quickly took out the antidote from his world ring, and then under Yangwu's command directly handed over his world ring to Yangwu. Humph, serves me right. I Luo Bu was blind and trusted the wrong person, nearly harming my friends. After taking the antidote and recovering his strength, Luo Bu glared at the enslaved Zhu. He yet spoke with guilt. Forget it, Luo Bu, don't blame yourself. It's not your fault. Now that martial Ancestor has enslaved Zhu, his residence is completely under our control. Let's stay here without worry. The East Emperor quickly said. By the way, disciple, why didn't you fall victim to the spirit-confusing potion? The giant axe founder asked Yangwu with a smile. This question had also puzzled the East Emperor and Luo Bu. Hearing the giant axe founder ask, they also turned to Yangwu. If Yangwu had not been immune to the poison, they could imagine their fate. Far worse than being enslaved. He who said I wasn't poisoned. I was also affected by the spirit-confusing potion. Yangwu said calmly with a faint smile. At the same time, a body identical to Yangwu appeared beside him, but its expression was listless, clearly showing symptoms of the poison. Then the enslaved Zhu, he quickly took the antidote and gave it to the listless Yangwu. Is this a clone? The two Yangwus were indistinguishable, even their auras were identical. After breaking through to the void true god due to the short time, Yangwu had not mentioned his source water clone to the giant axe founder's clone in the cosmic sea. Just now Yangwu had also been poisoned by the spirit-confusing potion like the others, but he quickly switched to his source water clone, using it to fight and ultimately enslaving Zhu. Head disciple just had a bit of good fortune. When breaking through to true god and returning to the origin, I unexpectedly retained a clone. Yangwu said lightly. What a stroke of luck, to have a true clone after reaching true god. Although they knew it was Yangwu's secret and did not ask further, they were still extremely envious. Having enslaved Zhu with everything arranged and managed by him, Yangwu and the other three settled down peacefully in Zhu's mansion and cultivated calmly. 100,000 years passed quietly amidst the cultivation of the four. Zhu, tell me about any special events in the eastern part of the origin continent over the past 1,000 years, and the current war situation between Shigua Yonggua and Zhugua. Still in the courtyard behind Zhu's mansion, Zhu, now a soul slave as usual, respectfully bowed his head and reported to the divine power avatars of Yangwu and the other three about the events in the eastern origin continent over the past 1,000 years, especially the situation of Shigua Yonggua and Zhugua, along with some useful information. This was the order given by Yangwu to Zhu. In normal times, Zhu, he cultivated and lived as usual, even maintaining contact with Yonggua. Meanwhile, Yangwu and the other three continued to cultivate in the rear courtyard, only needing to report to them once every 1,000 years about major events in the eastern origin continent. Report to master and esteemed adults. Over the past 1,000 years, the war between Shigua Yonggua and Zhugua remains deadlocked. Because Yonggua and Zhugua previously captured void true gods from the 3,000-dimensional worlds on a large scale to refine medicine men, which aroused public anger, even the several major sects to the north intervened to forbid it, forcing them to restrain themselves. Although they still secretly capture void true gods from the 3,000-dimensional worlds, their actions have become much more covert, greatly reducing the crisis for Shigua. Furthermore, because the three monarchs of Shigua have always loved the people as their own children, and made friends everywhere, the entire country is united, and there is continuous support from all sides. Since the medicine men no longer appear in large numbers on the battlefield for now, they have also removed the danger of annihilation. Zhu reported respectfully. Besides the war between Shigua Yonggua and Zhugua, there is another major event in the east. Oh, what major event! Especially Yangwu and the great axe founder. They had not been in the origin continent for long, and their life had been quite uneventful, far from their experiences in the original dimensional world. Hearing that there was another major event, they immediately became interested. Although this is a major event, I feel that it might not be very relevant to you, master, and the esteemed adults. Zhu answered with a flattering smile. Speak, don't beat around the bush. Yangwu said coldly. Yes, master, it's like this. Zhu hurriedly wiped his forehead and said. It turned out that 500 years ago, Kaigwa, Xiagua, Chenmugua, and Pugua, 4 neighboring medium-sized kingdoms, perhaps due to the threat from Yonggua and Zhuge formed an alliance to jointly respond to possible crises. Because the research of the life weapon elixir by Yonggua and Zhuge made the 4 kingdoms feel a crisis, they decided to gather the power of the 4 royal families, based on the original Xinyao Tower of Xiagua and Kaigua, and add the excellent alchemy talents of the 4 royal families. Investing a large amount of financial and material resources, they established the Xinyao Pavilion for researching and refining elixirs. At the same time as establishing the Xinyao Pavilion to increase the combat power of the 4 kingdoms, they also invested a large amount of financial material and human resources based on the original Tianbao Tower of Qianmugua, and the Baoqi sect of Kaigua, along with the artifact refining masters and other artifact refining members of the 4 royal families. They established the Xinshi Pavilion, which focused on artifact refining and cultivating artifact refining talents for the 4 kingdoms. In the structure of the Xinyao Pavilion and the Xinshi Pavilion, besides the disciples of the original Xinyao Tower, Tianbao Tower, and Baoqi sect, as well as members of the 4 royal families, they also decided to select outstanding alchemists from outside. Artifact refining talents for training. Therefore, the Lianyao Pavilion and the Lianbao Pavilion both decided to hold the alchemy competition and the artifact refining competition in 13,000 years respectively in Xiagua, where the Xinyao Pavilion is located, and Pugua, where the Xinshi Pavilion is located, to select outstanding talents to enter the Lianyao Pavilion and the Lianbao Pavilion for training. The top 10 of the 2 competitions, besides being able to enter the 2 pavilions as disciples and receive training, will also receive generous rewards. Of course, although they are sects focused on alchemy and artifact refining as sects, the Xinyao Pavilion and the Xinshi Pavilion, besides focusing on alchemy and artifact refining, also recruit some pure martial artists for training to serve as the sect's guardians and as the royal family's reserve combatants in wartime. Obviously, whether one participates in these 2 competitions, passes the selection, and enters the Xinyao Pavilion or Xinshi Pavilion, or directly enters as a pure martial artist, it is considered to be branded with the mark of the 4 kingdoms. Originally he had no idea that Yangwu was also skilled in artifact refining. If one wanted to join a sect as a martial artist, the Xinyao Pavilion and Xinshi Pavilion were not the best choices. Whether in medium-sized or high-ranking kingdoms, there are many sects that purely cultivate martial artists, so he thought that Yangwu and the other 3 would not be interested in these 2 competitions. Artifact refining competition. After dismissing Yangwu fell into deep thought. Disciple, you can try the artifact refining competition of the Xinshi Pavilion. I believe that with your artifact refining skills you will surely stand out. The Great Axe founder said with a smile. Although I have not been in the origin continent for long, I have learned that the importance placed on artifact refining and alchemy here far exceeds that in our original dimensional world. As in our original dimensional world, as long as one can refine treasures of the Cosmos Lord level, one can be called an artifact refining master. Those who can refine treasures of the eternal true God level can be called an artifact refining grandmaster. As in our original dimensional world, because the origin continent has more powerful beings, although resources are abundant, high-level treasures are still extremely precious. Most experts use treasures of a level lower than their own cultivation. For example, eternal true gods mostly still use treasures of the void true god level. Therefore, whether an artifact refining master or grandmaster, they hold a noble status. Even if their strength is somewhat lower, they are still respected, and even a chaos sovereign would not easily offend an artifact refining master. Yes, martial ancestor, I have also heard in the cosmic sea that your talent in artifact refining is no less than your talent in martial arts. You must try it. The Eastern Emperor also chimed in. Don't think that just because we are all void true gods and usually interact with experts above the true god level that the origin continent is mostly composed of beings above the true god level. In fact, the main residents of the origin continent are the native inhabitants and the descendants of the powerful beings from the 3,000 dimensional worlds. When they are born, they are only at the immortal level. It is only because the origin continent has a superior cultivation environment that a third of them can break through to the Cosmos Lord level or even higher. Therefore, even treasures of the Cosmos Lord level, which are what we use to call peak treasures, and the most ordinary supreme treasures are equally precious. Even ordinary treasures have a huge market and are highly sought after by immortals and venerables. As long as you stand out in the artifact refining competition, you will naturally hold a respected status, and medium-sized kingdoms like Yonggua and Zhuge would not dare to provoke you. Yes, martial ancestor, if you become an artifact refining grandmaster capable of refining eternal true god level treasures, even the sects in the north, including the Gyuan sect and the Beiyuan sect, might come to recruit you. At that time, if you want to leave, even the 4 kingdoms would not dare to stop you. So there is no need to worry about the problem of the 4 kingdoms. Luo Bu, learning for the first time that Yangwu possessed such high talent in artifact refining, immediately became interested and remarked from the side. Yangwu nodded. To establish a foothold on the origin continent, given his current strength, he still needed to attach himself to a faction. When his strength was still relatively low and could not be rapidly improved in a short time, using artifact refining as a springboard was also a good choice. After all, merely residing in this small chi city would not be of much help to his strength enhancement. Especially since the Divine Treasure Pavilion was not a powerful faction. If he wanted to leave in the future, it would presumably not impose much constraint on Yangwu. But Master and Dong Di Luo Bu, what about you? If I asked you all to join the Divine Treasure Pavilion as well, having the Giant Axe founder Dong Di and Luo Bu join a not-so-powerful sect that was not even focused on martial cultivation, presumably they would be unwilling. Haha, my disciple, don't worry about us. After you participate in the artifact refining competition and enter the Divine Treasure Pavilion, the three of us will go out for training. It just so happens that now the Yong Kingdom and Ju Kingdom dare not openly hunt the void true gods from the 3,000 dimensions. As long as we don't actively provoke powerful beings, it won't be a big problem. The giant axe said with a loud laugh. Yes, Martial Ancestor, you don't need to worry about us. How about this? During these 13,000 years you just prepare well. Now that the origin continent has no constraints from the supreme law, your artifact refining level should be able to take another step forward before the competition. We still have some materials here. While you practice, you can also refine a treasure for each of us. A large pile of precious artifact refining materials suddenly appeared before Luo Bu. I have some here too. They are not of much use to us anyway, so I'll give them all to you. Dong Di and the giant axe founder also took out the artifact refining materials they had collected over the years and gave them to Yang Wu. From that day on, Yang Wu's main body completely entered the rhythm of artifact refining cultivation. He only let his source water avatar cultivate alone. As time passed day by day in the backyard courtyard of Ju, his residence inside a space specially used for Yang Wu's artifact refining, the artifact flame star floated in the air with blazing flames burning fiercely on it. Yang Wu sat upright on the artifact flame star. One by one artifact refining materials were thrown from his hands and then refined into treasures, ordinary ones, even supreme treasures, or failures that turned into piles of useless waste. Ju he these treasures. Same routine, take them and sell them, exchange for artifact refining materials. In 6,000 years Yang Wu had already altered the time flow ratio on the artifact flame star, so 60 billion years had passed. He had already refined countless ordinary universe master level treasures, and 20 billion years ago, he had successfully managed to refine true god level treasures. From time to time Yang Wu would give these refined treasures to Ju. He let him sell them and then exchange for more artifact refining materials to continue refining. With Ju he as his sole slave, except for the first time when Yang Wu accompanied him to sell treasures, and by materials subsequent times were all done by Ju he alone. This Ju he, just a local eternal true god, actually managed to befriend an artifact refiner. Look at the records. Over the past 6,000 years this is already the 5th time he has brought a large number of treasures to sell at our firm, and then purchased a large amount of artifact refining materials, and each time the quantity is larger. Inside the Heaven's Treasure Firm, the largest firm in Shi City Ju, he once again sold a large number of treasures, then left with a large amount of artifact refining materials and origin crystals. But he didn't notice that behind him a pair of eyes glinting with greed were fiercely staring at Ju he's back. In the VIP reception room of the Heaven's Treasure Firm, at the seat where Ju he had just been sitting, a figure suddenly appeared, raised a hand and swiftly took away the teacup that Ju he had just drunk from, a cold smile flickering at the corner of his mouth, then vanished from the VIP room. Not good, something happened to Ju he. Both Yang Wu's source water avatar in cultivation and his main body in artifact refining suddenly widened their eyes. As Ju he was Yang Wu's sole slave, Yang Wu could clearly perceive every move he made. But just now Yang Wu suddenly felt that the soul connection with Ju he had disappeared. In such a situation there was only one possibility: Ju he had fallen. Ju he at the eternal true god level had suddenly fallen in Chi City. Yang Wu raised an eyebrow, and his source water avatar moved, teleporting away from the courtyard. This is where Ju he fell. Yang Wu sensed the lingering aura of Ju he here, investigated for a while, then suddenly looked up, his gaze emitting cold killing intent, as he stared in the direction of the Heaven's Treasure Firm. If it were Yang Wu's main body, it would not be able to detect the location of Ju he's fall so clearly. However, the source water avatar, as a special material avatar mainly composed of the water origin, had an unparalleled precise perception of auras. Especially after arriving on the origin continent, this perception became even more pronounced. Through the last traces of aura left by Ju he, Yang Wu's source water avatar could clearly sense that the person who caused Ju he's fall was inside the Heaven's Treasure Firm ahead. "Sir, please come in. May I know what you need?" More than 10 minutes later, Yang Wu, with a calm expression, slowly entered the Heaven's Treasure Firm. A universe master level manager immediately came up to greet him, all smiles. "Just looking around." Yang Wu glanced at the smiling manager and said casually, "Buzz." The universe master level manager, upon being glanced at by Yang Wu, instantly felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Then his eyes became vacant but immediately returned to normal. No one noticed that this manager had been instantly enslaved by Yang Wu. With Yang Wu's current soul will cultivation, enslaving a mere universe master was extremely easy. By examining the memories of this enslaved universe master through his soul, Yang Wu quickly gained a general understanding of the situation of the Heaven's Treasure Firm. Although it was just a small universe master level manager who could not know much in detail, Yang Wu already had a grasp of the useful information. More than half an hour ago, Ju he had indeed sold several treasures at the Heaven's Treasure Firm, bought many artifact refining materials, and then left. Shortly after Ju he left, the newly appointed general manager of the Heaven's Treasure Firm also left for a while, but quickly returned to the firm. General manager, eternal true god level. Yang Wu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Take me to the general manager's office." Yang Wu commanded the manager in his mind. The general manager of the Heaven's Treasure Firm, Yu, who was in a great mood, Originally sent by his family to this small chi city in a medium kingdom for training, he was very dissatisfied. But unexpectedly here with his eternal true god strength, he was doing well, and no one was restraining him. Indeed, in less than a year of being here, he had easily dealt with an unsuspecting fool, and obtained a large amount of money and artifact refining materials. The value of these goods, even in the headquarters of the Upper Kingdom, would be considered a considerable gain. General Manager. While he was excitedly lying on a rocking chair, humming a tune, there was a knock on the door from the lobby. Come in. As the office door opened, the manager enslaved by Yongwu led Yongwu into the office, and casually closed the door behind them. Who are you? What do you want? Lu Kuyu, useless trash, what are you doing? How can you bring anyone in here? When he looked up at Yongwu and saw that his cultivation was only at the void true god level, he immediately became angry, raised his head arrogantly, and glared at the manager who brought Yongwu in, scolding him. Humph, just a mere eternal true god attained through medicine, yet you dare to kill my man and seize my property. Yongwu gave a cold snort, condensed a powerful will force into an invisible needle, and in an instant it pierced into the other's sea of consciousness. Ah! The general manager, who had been acting arrogantly, immediately flipped off the rocking chair and started rolling on the ground. Hysterical howls mixed with heavy gasps roared from his mouth. However, the office, which had been completely sealed off by Yongwu's divine power, did not let a single sound escape. Milord, spare me. Please stop. Spare me. The president of the Heaven's Treasure Firm headquarters in G Kingdom is my uncle. Spare me, and I am willing to compensate. The general manager begged intermittently. Compensation? Humph, you killed my slave, so you will pay with yourself. With a cold snort, Yongwu effortlessly enslaved the soul of this incompetent general manager. Compared to Ju He, who was also at the eternal true god level, this general manager's will was much weaker. Junior, you dare to enslave the general manager of my Tianbao trading company. You deserve to die. Just after successfully enslaving the incompetent manager, who a voice resounded that was not loud in itself, but caused the entire space to explode within that sound, and the entire Tianbao trading company to tremble. Damn, a powerhouse. Yongwu cursed inwardly. Without looking back, he attempted to teleport away. Buzz. Several consecutive teleportation attempts failed. The space seemed to have turned into invisible walls blocking Yongwu's path. Realizing that the space had been sealed by a mysterious powerhouse who had not yet appeared, he immediately ceased attempting to teleport, and without hesitation moved his body, crashed through the window, and fell from the second floor into the street. Then he suddenly swung the Mingyu mace forward. A dazzling white light flashed, but his body turned and sprinted in the opposite direction. The entire process was without any pause. Although Chi City had flight restrictions preventing flying, his running speed was no less than that of flight. From the moment the mysterious and powerful voice sounded to Yongwu's attempt to teleport, then breaking out of the window, locating the opponent's position, launching an attack, and then escaping from the other side. All actions were completed in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Yongwu's body had already flashed a distance of tens of millions of kilometers. Oh! You have some strength to actually discover my location. However, with such little ability, you think you can escape from my grasp. How naive! An old man with a wisp of gray-white beard, 2 short horns on his head, and a forehead full of wrinkles appearing decrepit appeared in front. The old man held a staff in one hand. The other hand seemed to rise weakly, and his withered palm gently pinched in the air, easily crushing Yongwu's mace light. Then with a light cough his body vanished instantly, and when he reappeared he was already blocking Yongwu's escape path. He looked at Yongwu, who was gripping the Mingyu mace, with a cold sneer. You enslaved the general manager of my Tianbao trading company, and think you can just leave like that? The old man had an arrogant expression, looking down on Yongwu with cold eyes. Eternal true god late stage peak. Looking at the old man, Yongwu was slightly stunned but inwardly groaned. This opponent. Even if he used his will attack, he could not defeat him. Your Tianbao trading company's incompetent manager poisoned my friend, murdered for money and goods. Since I've enslaved him, so be it. If you don't get out of my way, I will kill him immediately. Yongwu's expression remained unchanged, and he said coldly, since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight to the death. Meanwhile, Yongwu's true self, who had remained at Juha Courtyard, was already teleporting rapidly towards the Tianbao trading company, changing his appearance, hiding in the shadows, ready to strike at any moment. The true self could rebirth from a drop of blood, but the source water clone did not have that ability. If it perished, this clone would be lost. Accompanying Yongwu's true self were also Dong Di, giant axe creator, and Luo Bu. He. Since he has been enslaved by you, keeping him is useless. Kill him and I'll just capture you, the culprit, to report back. The old man chuckled disdainfully. At the same time, with a wave of his hand, he blasted the cowering and incompetent manager who had just arrived from behind, into pieces. Then let's fight. Yongwu glanced at his soul slave, who had existed for the shortest time, raised his eyebrows slightly, and without hesitation poured his divine power into his Mingyu mace. His body suddenly leaped up and he casually used secret techniques, attacking without hesitation. Since he couldn't escape, he would fight to the death. Rather be a shattered vessel of jade than an unbroken tile. Surrendering was not Yongwu's style. As long as he held on until his true self and giant axe creator and the others arrived, he might not lose this battle. Boom, 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 boom. Countless attacks were unleashed and mushroom clouds rose above the Tianbao Trading Company, making the entire Qi City seem to tremble. The old man stood at the center of Yang Wu's attacks, swinging his staff up and down with apparent difficulty, his movements extremely clumsy. Yet each swing of the staff accurately caught Yang Wu's attacks. Apart from his robe rustling loudly, his aged body suffered no damage. Pity your cultivation level is too low, or otherwise this old man might not have been able to stop you. You've attacked me so many times, now try to take one of my moves. The old man coldly looked at Yang Wu and shook his head. Then he casually raised his staff locked onto Yang Wu and struck down from afar. Instantly Yang Wu felt his hair stand on end. The strike from the old man gave him a feeling of complete invincibility. Boom! It was as if he had collided with the power of countless sanctuary universes. The Mingyu mace in his hand was thrown away without hesitation, and his entire arm turned to dust. His body flew backward for hundreds of millions of kilometers, consuming over 40% of his divine body. Whoosh! As the old man's staff was just withdrawn, suddenly a chill appeared behind him. A sharp attack descended from behind, swift as lightning. The old man had no time to swing his staff to counter or in haste. He slightly swayed his body, raised his left hand, and managed to strike back. At the same time, a pitch-black axe, light a cyan vine, and a blood-red spear attacked the old man fiercely from 3 other directions. Boom, 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 boom. Several attacks almost simultaneously all landed on the old man. His body flew backward without any obstruction. Kill, kill, kill. Seizing the upper hand, Yang Wu and the other two quickly moved, almost clinging to the retreating old man attacking him. The Mingyu mace in Yang Wu's hand, the pitch-black giant axe in Giant Axe Creator's hand, the cyan vine treasure in Dongdi's hand, and the blood-red spear in Luo Bu's hand all turned into a storm. The attacks were relentless, each strike more vicious and fierce than the last. Having lost the initiative, the old man instantly transformed from a proud victor into a drowned dog, subjected to the violent storm of attacks from Yang Wu's true self and the giant axe trio. Ah! Damn it, damn you, you little brat! After being struck several times in a row, he was disheveled and no longer had any of his previous arrogance. Stop! Suddenly a dignified voice came from the sky. A stern-looking ape-man wearing a cyan battle robe appeared in the air. It's the city lord. The onlookers watching from afar exclaimed in surprise. Only the city lord was unaffected by the flight restrictions, and only the city lord could end this great battle, preventing them from further losses. The recent battle between Yang Wu and the others and the powerful old man had left even the sturdy buildings of Qi City in a mess. How dare you fight in my Qiqing? The city lord said coldly, looking down at the elder and Yang Wu's group below. What Kadomi do you think you can put on airs before me just because you've become a mere city lord of Qiqing? The elder looked up and said coldly. Back when Qiqing City Lord Kadomi was still at the true god level, this elder was already at the early eternal true god stage. He had once humiliated Kadomi, who was not yet the city lord of Qiqing, over a trivial matter. Unexpectedly, the minor true god whom he had completely disregarded back then now matched him in cultivation. Apart from his own background, there was nothing left to suppress the other. Oh, it's Elder Wu of the Jigua Tianbao Trading Company. Forgive me, I failed to recognize you. The city lord of Qiqing pretended to have just identified him, putting on a look of sudden realization and chuckling. But I wonder how Elder Wu suddenly appeared in my humble Qiqing. As a peak late-stage eternal true god, why are you locked in a fierce battle with a few juniors? Oh, and it seems you've even suffered a bit of loss. The city lord of Qiqing slowly descended from the sky step by step. Though both were at the peak late-stage eternal true god in terms of combat strength, the city lord of Qiqing, unrestricted by the no-fly zone within Qiqing, would have the upper hand over Elder Wu. Yet Elder Wu's formidable background made the city lord of Qiqing slightly wary. Humph, City Lord Kadomi, you seem to have been negligent in governing Qiqing. The nephew of the president of our Jigua Tianbao Trading Company headquarters has just been appointed as the general manager of your Qiqing branch for a year, and now he has been enslaved in soul by a petty thief from your Qiqing, who attempted to control the Qiqing branch of our Tianbao Trading Company. Shouldn't you, City Lord Kadomi, give an explanation to our Jigua Tianbao Trading Company? Elder Wu, knowing that the city lord was mocking him for being unable to handle a few void true gods, snorted coldly. Oh, is that so? City Lord Kadomi frowned, then turned to Yang Wu and the others, demanding, speak. Who are you? Is what Elder Wu just said true? Though he was inwardly delighted to see Elder Wu in such a disheveled state, the matter concerned the reputation and order of Qiqing, so he had no choice but to intervene. Reporting to the city lord, my name is Wu. These are my teachers and friends. We are guests of Ju, he a resident of Qiqing, and arrived here 6,000 years ago. I am an artifact refiner. I have been in seclusion at Lord Ju, his mansion, to refine artifacts, preparing for the artifact refining competition in 7,000 years. Yang Wu said with a bow. Oh, you are an artifact refiner. What level of artifacts can you currently refine? Before Yang Wu could finish, City Lord Kadomi raised an eyebrow, his eyes brightening as he asked eagerly. An artifact refiner. Elder Wu frowned silently, lost in thought. Yes, City Lord, I am indeed an artifact refiner. I can now refine artifacts at the true god level. Yang Wu nodded. I have previously entrusted Lord Zhu He to sell the artifacts I refined at the Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company on 4 occasions. Then I exchanged them for materials to continue my refining and cultivation. The previous 4 transactions went smoothly. The Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company offered fair prices for both purchasing artifacts and selling materials, and they had ample stock which satisfied me. But today I again entrusted Lord Zhu He to go to the Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company to sell my recently refined artifacts and purchase refining materials. I intended to use these materials to attempt refining artifacts at the Void True God level. To my surprise, the new general manager of the Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company, Yu, who was driven by greed. He poisoned Lord Zhu He, which led me to enslave you, who in anger, to avenge our friend Lord Zhu He. What? How dare your Tianbao Trading Company commit such an act in my Kai Kingdom, and against a master artifact refiner? The city lord of Qiqing roared in anger, but inwardly he was overjoyed. I never expected that my Qiqing was home to an artifact refiner capable of attempting Void True God-level artifacts. After participating in the artifact refining competition, he will surely be selected by the Divine Artifact Pavilion, and my Qiqing will not lack rewards. If Yang Wu achieves top rankings in the competition, the rewards will be even greater. Perhaps with these rewards I might even break through to the Chaos Dominator level. The city lord of Qiqing's mind was already racing, thinking only of how to satisfy the master artifact refiner Yang Wu. Ever since the regulations for the 4 Kingdoms artifact refining competition and alchemy competition were established, major cities across the 4 kingdoms had received orders to seek out and win over masters of artifact refining and alchemy within their territories. If an artifact refiner or alchemist from a certain city excelled in the competition, the city would naturally receive generous rewards. After all, although the Divine Artifact Pavilion and Divine Alchemy Pavilion were jointly run by the 4 kingdoms, if the top talents selected were mostly from one's own kingdom, it would naturally benefit the development of that kingdom. Master Wu, rest assured. Since the Tianbao Trading Company has committed such an act, I, as City Lord, will investigate thoroughly and give you a satisfactory explanation. The City Lord of Qiqing said to Yang Wu with a smile. Nonsense. The new general manager of the Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company is the nephew of the president of our Jigua Tianbao Trading Company headquarters. He is of noble status. How could he be driven by greed for your mere possessions? Utter nonsense. City Lord Kadomi, are you going to shield this brat just because he is an artifact refiner? The wrath of our Jigua Tianbao Trading Company is not something a mere city lord of Qiqing can bear. Elder Wu sneered coldly, inwardly relieved that he had already struck and killed you, who the useless man enslaved by Yang Wu. Otherwise the fool would have spilled everything. You, who was indeed a useless playboy disliked by everyone at the headquarters. The head of the headquarters had sent him to this remote branch town to fend for himself, out of sight, out of mind, because he was his nephew. He silently cursed you, who, for his audacity. Knowing that the person selling artifacts and buying materials clearly had a master artifact refiner backing them, you, who had still dared to scheme against them. Artifact refiners, even if not yet reaching the level of master, would be courted by all sides as long as they showed any potential for development. Unexpectedly, not only had they missed the opportunity to win over a promising master artifact refiner, but they had also deeply offended him. Is that so, Elder Wu? Elder Wu, do you think you can erase the evidence just by killing that waste? Yang Wu said coldly. Oh, Master Wu, do you have proof to support your claims? The city lord of Qiqing, who had been unsure how to handle the matter, brightened and asked eagerly. City lord, everyone, I have some knowledge of the soul arts. When I enslaved that general manager, I used a secret technique to extract some memories from his mind. Please take a look. Yang Wu smiled slightly, producing a memory stone. He infused his spiritual power into it, and a 3-dimensional projection appeared in the sky. It showed the entire process, you who poisoning the tea of Lord Zhu He in the VIP room of the Qiqing Tianbao Trading Company, following him, slaying him after the poison took effect, taking his world ring, and then returning to the trading company to happily count the loot. This secret technique of copying memories was derived from the Yuan inheritance. Even on the origin continent such techniques were quite rare. So Elder Wu, is the person in this projection you who? After the projection faded, Yang Wu asked coldly. Elder Wu, is this how your Tianbao Trading Company operates in my Qiqing? I demand that your Tianbao Trading Company give an explanation to my Qiqing and to Master Wu. Otherwise I, as City Lord, will report this matter to the royal family, to the 4 Kingdoms Alliance, and even send word to the princes cultivating at the Guan sect demanding justice from your Jigua royal family. The City Lord of Qiqing said coldly. You. Elder Wu's aged figure seemed even more hunched as he pointed at Yang Wu, unable to speak, only his wispy gray beard trembling slightly. He never imagined that this mere void true god youth was a master artifact refiner. Nor did he expect that the other party possessed such a miraculous secret technique to copy memories from a soul slave. Moreover, the time between Elder Wu discovering Yu Hu's enslavement and initiating the battle was very short. He could not fathom how Yang Wu had managed to copy that memory in such a brief span. It was impossible without a high level of soul cultivation. Who would have thought that the general manager of the prestigious Tianbao Trading Company would stoop to such heinous acts of murder and robbery? We'll never dare to trade with them again. Indeed. I heard that Tianbao Trading Company is a major merchant house from a superior nation, yet they commit such vile deeds and refuse to admit it. We've truly misjudged them. Tianbao Trading Company, get out of Qiqing. How dare they harm our city's treasure refining master? They deserve to die. As Yang Wu played the copied fragments of you, whose memories it immediately drew waves of angry shouts and denunciations, the voices grew louder, forcing the employees of Tianbao Trading Company to hastily shut the main doors. Meanwhile, Elder Wu's face turned a deeper shade of livid with each passing accusation. Before this, how could he have imagined that Yang Wu was a master of artifact refining, possessed such formidable soul-based abilities, and wielded a bizarre secret technique for copying memories? I have never heard of such a thing as copying memory fragments. Naturally, I cannot confirm whether this trick of yours is genuine. I will of course report this matter to the headquarters of our Ji Kingdom's Tianbao Trading Company. The rights and wrongs will be judged by the high-ranking officials of our company. Although he knew full well that you, who that incompetent and useless fool, was the one behind the sordid affair, he had to maintain a stubborn front to salvage the company's reputation in the eyes of the Qiqing City Lord, whom he had never considered worth noticing, and the gathered onlookers. Oh, is that so? But from today onward, the Qiqing branch of Tianbao Trading Company will be temporarily sealed. Once your headquarters provides a satisfactory explanation and compensation to the people of Qiqing and Master Wu, we will decide whether to allow your company to reopen. The Qiqing City Lord said coldly. Many thanks for your hospitality, City Lord. If you hadn't arrived in time today, the final outcome would have been hard to predict. After resolving the matter with Elder Wu and Tianbao Trading Company, Yang Wu and his three companions were immediately invited into the City Lord's mansion, where they were warmly entertained. The City Lord's words were laced with obvious flattery and an eagerness to win their favor. Haha, Master, will you flatter me? To be honest, today's incident was a failure on my part. A lapse in my duty as City Lord. The Qiqing City Lord quickly waved his hand. If Master Wu and your friends are not opposed, how about staying in my mansion for the next few millennia to cultivate until the treasure refining grand competition begins? The Qiqing City Lord added, in the coming millennia, I will spare no effort to create the optimal environment for Master Wu's artifact refining and cultivation. Allow Master Wu to focus entirely on refining. All necessary materials will be handled by my mansion. Master Wu need only devote yourself to refining these millennia, striving to break through as soon as possible and achieve outstanding results in the competition. This? Yang Wu pondered briefly, then glanced at the Axe Founder and the others. I appreciate the City Lord's kind offer, but although our friend Ju, he was harmed because of me. His residents and servants are still there. We have grown accustomed to living there these millennia. We will continue to cultivate in Ju He's mansion. If we need anything, I will not hesitate to ask the City Lord. Yang Wu shook his head. That's fine too. Ju, he had no children or family. I will have his residence transferred to your name. Master Wu, you can cultivate there in peace. Leave the matters of acquiring refining materials and selling your refined treasures to me. Additionally, if you have any needs regarding your cultivation, feel free to bring them to me. As long as I, as City Lord, can fulfill them, I will do my utmost. The Qiqing City Lord then turned to the Axe Founder and the others. In the blink of an eye, another 5,000 years passed swiftly. With time acceleration, 50 billion years elapsed. Only 2,000 years remained before the treasure refining grand competition. During these 50 billion years, Yang Wu's main body and his water source clone each performed their duties. The main body focused on refining, while the clone primarily cultivated in martial arts. Through the diligent cultivation of his water source clone, Yang Wu's cultivation base soared all the way to the late stage of Void True God, greatly enhancing his strength. In terms of treasure refining, with the City Lord's support, he successfully crafted treasures at the Void True God level, and was only one step away from becoming a treasure refining grandmaster. In the origin continent, without the constraints of the original universes, will, as long as one's refining skill reached the required level, even if one's cultivation was only at the True God level, one could refine treasures of the eternal True God level. Impressive, Master Wu. I never expected that in just 5,000 years your refining skill would take another great leap forward, leaving you merely a small step away from being a grandmaster. In this competition, Master Wu is sure to stand out and claim the top spot. In the City Lord's mansion, City Lord Kadomi had witnessed the various types of true God-level treasures that Yang Wu had refined multiple times over the 5 millennia. Each time he could perceive Yang Wu's progress and knew that it was only a matter of time before Yang Wu broke through to refine void true God-level treasures. Moreover, given enough time, there was no doubt that Yang Wu would become a treasure-refining grandmaster capable of crafting eternal true God-level treasures. Haha, I am grateful for your auspicious words, City Lord. I also thank you for your help over these years, handling the treasures I refined and tirelessly searching for rare refining materials on my behalf. It is precisely because of your assistance, City Lord, that I was able to make another breakthrough in refining within such a short span of millennia. I will forever remember your kindness, Yang Wu said with gratitude. Regardless of the city lord's original intentions in helping Yang Wu in the 5,000 years following the Tianbao Trading Company incident, it was precisely due to the city lord's wholehearted support that Yang Wu could focus without distraction and have ample materials to enhance his refining prowess. At the same time, the number of origin crystals in Yang Wu's pouch grew increasingly abundant, fully befitting his status as a master refiner. Of course, the treasures that Yang Wu entrusted to the city lord for sale were ones he deemed mediocre. He kept the high-quality treasures for himself, intending to reserve them for his human kin and friends from the original universe in the future. Haha, Master Wu, you flatter me. You are the only treasure-refining master in Qiqing. Over these 10,000 years, most of the treasures you refined have been absorbed by the martial artists of Qiqing, greatly boosting our city's strength. Moreover, Master Wu emerged from Qiqing. In the future, no matter who speaks of you, they will think of our city, and Qiqing's renown will likewise be greatly enhanced. The Qiqing city lord laughed. Heh. Yang Wu chuckled softly. City lord, with less than 2,000 years left until the treasure refining grand competition, I along with my teacher and friends plan to depart from Qiqing. As Yang Wu spoke, a top-tier void true god-level treasure materialized before him. He controlled it, floating it toward the city lord. City lord, thank you for your care during these days. It is thanks to you that I was able to elevate my refining skill to a higher level in such a short time. This treasure is among the finest of the void true god-level artifacts I have refined since my breakthrough. I offer it to you, city lord. Haha, excellent. Then I won't stand on ceremony. The Qiqing city lord laughed heartily and promptly stored the treasure away. Even though the city lord's cultivation was at the late-stage eternal true god level, he was still very fond of this peak void true god level treasure refined by Yang Wu. It's a pity that Qiqing is too small to have a void gate directly to Pu Kingdom. We'll have to waste time flying there. The Qiqing city lord shook his head regretfully. The treasure refining grand competition is a grand event of our 4 kingdoms. I will accompany you to Pu Kingdom to cheer for Master Wu. With the city lord of Qi City accompanying them, who served both as a guide and a formidable protector, Yang Wu and his party encountered no unexpected incidents throughout their journey. Riding the void true god-level flying treasure crafted by Yang Wu, they safely reached Pu City, the capital of Pu State, and the venue of the treasure refining competition in merely 1,200 years. I have visited Pu City several times before, but it has never been as bustling as it is now. The allure of the treasure refining competition is indeed astonishing. As they entered Pu City, the city lord of Qi City explained to Yang Wu and the others, Pu City, as the royal capital of Pu State, surpassed Qi City in scale, population, and the number of formidable beings. The vendors in the street-side shops were at least universe masters. Among the beings coming and going most were true gods, and void true gods and eternal true gods were also common. Although there were still nearly 800 years before the treasure refining competition, many powerful figures from various states had already arrived in Pu City, preparing to participate in or observe the event. As time draws nearer, more and more experts from different states will continue to arrive. However, do not be fooled by the multitude of beings pouring into Pu City. Among them, less than 1 in 10 billion are actually treasure refiners registered for the competition. The city lord of Qi City observed the flowing crowds and said to Yang Wu, among these beings, some like me are here to watch the excitement, some seek to befriend treasure refiners, request the crafting of treasures, recruit refiners for their factions, or find masters. People come to Pu City with all sorts of purposes. Here is the Pu State Grand Hotel, the accommodation provided by Pu City for treasure refiners participating in the competition. Under the guidance of the city lord of Qi City, they proceeded. Speaking as they walked, they finally arrived before an exceptionally luxurious hotel. The hotel alone occupied a diameter of 5 billion light-years, far surpassing the size of many void true god, or even eternal true god's miniature universes. Upon entering the city, Yang Wu and his party had already learned. To ensure that participating treasure refiners could focus on the competition, Pu State designated the Pu State Grand Hotel, the most luxurious inn in the city, as their residence during the event, and the 5,000 years before and after. Distinguished guests during the treasure refining competition, our Pu State Grand Hotel only accommodates refiners registered for the event and their companions. Just as they reached the hotel entrance, a team led by a peak eternal true god, accompanied by 4 ordinary eternal true gods, and 5 void true gods, approached them. They inquired politely. Currently, every suite in the Pu State Grand Hotel has been specially adjusted to suit treasure refiners. Each room features a refining chamber, a cultivation room, a living area, a reception room, an entertainment room, and other functional zones, with the refining chamber as the core, allowing every participating refiner to prepare for the competition with peace of mind. Perhaps due to frequent encounters with guests like Yang Wu, this peak eternal true god introduced the Pu State Grand Hotel with remarkable fluency. After speaking, he looked at Yang Wu and the others with an inquiring gaze. Indeed, we are here to participate in the treasure refining competition. This is our master refiner and we are his companions, said the city lord of Qi City. Oh, a master refiner! The peak eternal true god's eyes lit up. Welcome, master refiner. Welcome, distinguished guests. Let me introduce myself. I am one of the heads of the welcoming team at the Pu State Grand Hotel during the competition. You may call me Manager O. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. First, allow me to explain our hotel's accommodation rules. Our rooms are divided into 4 tiers, based on the refining level of the refiner in each participating team. Refiners staying at our hotel must provide a treasure they have personally crafted. Of course, the hotel will first purchase this treasure at market price. Before the competition, we hold an auction primarily for these treasures. If the auction price exceeds the market price, we deduct a commission and compensate the refiner for the difference. If the selling price is lower than the purchase price, the refiner need not pay the difference. Moreover, if the treasure provided is at the eternal true god level or above, it proves you are a refining grandmaster, and you may stay in our top-tier rooms with the highest level of service. Master-level refiners who craft void true god level treasures may stay in first-class rooms. Those who craft treasures below the void true god level may stay in second-class rooms. Ordinary refiners are assigned to third-class rooms. Furthermore, any refiner who stays at our hotel is considered successfully registered and recognized by the organizers and need only wait for the competition. However, anyone who falsely claims to be a refiner or uses treasures crafted by others to fraudulently obtain residence rights during the competition will be jointly wanted by the powerful states of Puxia, Chenmu, and Kai. Oh fine, this system is good. Here is a treasure I crafted. Yang Wu nodded and a void true god level battle blade appeared in his hand, floating toward Manager O. Let me have a look. Just as Yang Wu was about to hand over the void true god level battle blade, a sudden suction force snatched the blade from midair, and a cool voice rang out from afar. A woman with a complexion even colder than her voice, pale green skin, and dressed in noble attire walked out from the hotel. In her hand she held the battle blade Yang Wu had crafted, examining it closely as she approached. Behind her followed a group of guards in gleaming armor, composed of eternal true gods and void true gods. Greetings, Princess Qingyue. Manager O and his team immediately bowed reverently to the arriving woman. No need for formalities. Princess Qingyue nodded slightly and spoke in a detached tone, then turned her gaze to Yang Wu. Did you forge this? Who is your master? Princess Qingyue's voice remained cool as she asked. Everyone, this is Princess Qingyue of the Pu State Royal Family, a refining grandmaster, one of the heads of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, and also a judge of this competition. The peak eternal true god quickly introduced. I forged it, and what of it? Does participating in the competition require an investigation of one's lineage? Yang Wu, somewhat displeased by her discourteous seizure of his blade, replied coldly. Oh, I apologize for my rudeness. Princess Qingyue paused briefly, then immediately apologized to Yang Wu, her tone softening slightly as she returned the blade to his hand. Ah! Princess Qingyue's behavior surprised Yang Wu and the others. They had expected some reaction to Yang Wu's blunt words, but never anticipated such a swift apology. I sensed from afar that the technique used in forging this treasure was quite extraordinary and unique. My curiosity got the better of me, hence the question. If it is inconvenient to answer, that is fine. Please do not take offense. Welcome to the competition, and I wish you excellent results. Princess Qingyue's expression remained unchanged, her voice still cool. Manager O arranged their stay in the hotel's top-tier suite. With that, Princess Qingyue turned and walked out of the hotel without a backward glance, paying no heed to the looks on Yang Wu and the others' faces. The most luxurious suite? Princess Qingyue had already disappeared from sight, but Manager O remained in a state of astonishment. The other artifact refiners who had already checked in and were watching from the surroundings also found it unbelievable. Gaze filled with envy, jealousy, and hostility were cast toward Yang Wu. What? Top-tier suite? Grandmaster treatment? On what grounds? Exactly. I was just one step away from forging a Grandmaster-level treasure. Why can I only stay in a first-class suite? Immediately, other lodged artifact refiners began to roar in dissatisfaction. As artifact refiners, even those who had not yet reached the level of a master were proud and arrogant. Unless one's skill absolutely surpassed their own, like Princess Qingyue's level of artifact refinement, they would never submit to anyone. Princess Qingyue, as one of the most supreme artifact refining grandmasters of the Pu Kingdom, and also a princess of noble status, had always been impartial and upright. Today, however, for the first time, she made an unfair decision by allowing Yang Wu's group, who were not grandmasters, to stay in the top-tier suites, reserved for grandmasters, and enjoy grandmaster treatment. How could they accept this? They immediately voiced their discontent. Haha, what are you waiting for? Manager O, please take us to the top-tier suite quickly. Don't doubt Princess Qingyue's judgment. She must have seen that our Master Wu will soon make another breakthrough and become a grandmaster. Princess Qingyue did this to save you the trouble of changing our room later. The city lord of Qiqing, seeing this, had a sudden idea and immediately laughed heartily, saying, Oh, right. It must be as you said. With Princess Qingyue's grandmaster-level vision, she must have seen Master Wu's potential from the void true god-level treasure he just forged. How wise Princess Qingyue is. How could we doubt her judgment? Let's go. I'll take you to the top-tier suite. First, let me wish Master Wu an early breakthrough in artifact refinement and outstanding results in the artifact refinement competition. Manager O, being astute, rolled his eyes and immediately nodded with a smile. Although there were still many dissatisfied artifact masters, they dared not cause trouble in the Pu Kingdom Grand Hotel. They could only watch resentfully as Yang Wu's group led by Manager O headed to the top-tier suite. Led by Manager O, they passed through a short-range void teleportation gate, and in an instant Yang Wu's group appeared in an extremely elegant place. Here the sky was bathed in warm, tranquil sunlight. A gentle breeze brushed softly, blue skies and white clouds drifted leisurely. On the ground various flowers, grasses, and trees thrived, swaying gently in the breeze. Thin rosy mist floated throughout the space tens of thousands of kilometers above the ground. 12 peaks floated in the air, each peak were surrounded by clouds and mist, magnificent and splendid. On each peak stood a luxurious manor. Master Wu, this is the top-tier suite of our Pu Kingdom Grand Hotel. There are only 12 suites in total. Each suite is an independent peak and an independent manor. Each manor is equipped with a guard squad of 5,000 void true gods, and a captain at the eternal true god level stationed here to protect you and your friends. Manager O explained. How? Is it unsafe here? Upon hearing about the 5,000-strong guard, Yang Wu quickly asked. Haha, the guard is only to highlight your status, master. There is no need to worry about safety. During the 10,000 years before and after the artifact refinement competition, the security of our Pu Kingdom Grand Hotel even surpasses that of the royal palace. Rest assured, master. Even if a god king attacks, unless 2 or more god kings attack simultaneously, there is no safety issue at all. However, let alone god kings, even chaos overlords generally do not lightly provoke the 4 royal families. Manager O quickly explained. Here, in addition to the guard squad of 10,000 void true gods, there is also a servant squad of 1,000 true gods specially responsible for your daily cultivation and life, Master Wu. If you have any needs, Master Wu, or require any materials during artifact forging, you can have them search for you. Both the guards and servants come from the 4 royal families and have received specialized training. Rest assured, master. If you rank among the top 10 in the artifact refinement competition, and become a core disciple of the Divine Artifact Pavilion, these guard and servant squads will follow you into the pavilion, taking care of your daily life cultivation and safety. As he spoke, Manager O led Yang Wu and the others to a peak. As soon as they landed, all the guards and servants who had already been notified came forward to greet them. Greetings, Master Wu. Everyone bowed respectfully. Master Wu, this is the guard Captain Cook, whom I introduced to you, and this is Jenning, who is in charge of the servant squad. Now let them arrange all your daily life and cultivation from now on. When the competition begins, they will naturally take you to the venue. Manager O introduced Yang Wu to the 2 leaders of the guard and servant squads. Master Wu, let's go. Let Jenning and me show you and your friends around your residence during the artifact refinement competition, Captain Cook said respectfully. Whether it was the artifact refinement competition or the alchemy competition, many royal guards vied to serve as the escorts of these masters, especially grandmasters. Building a good relationship with these artifact and alchemy masters and grandmasters might lead them to casually toss out a forged treasure or potion in a good mood, instantly boosting one's strength by a large margin. If the alchemist or artifact refiner they were responsible for stood out, then they would naturally benefit as well due to their close protection and care. Good, thank you for your hard work. Yang Wu nodded. Indeed, the top-tier suite of the Pu Kingdom Grand Hotel was luxuriously decorated. Whether it was the artifact forging room, secret technique cultivation room, martial skill cultivation room, willpower cultivation room, reception room, entertainment room, etc. Even someone like Yang Wu or Zhu Fu, who were originally leaders of the human race in the primordial universe, and had witnessed various grand spectacles, were astonished by the luxury and completeness of the manor. Especially the artifact forging room and several different cultivation rooms, which also had the effect of altering the flow of time. The maximum time flow ratio reached 50 million to 1, completely eliminating the need for Yang Wu to manipulate the time flow himself. In the final nearly 1,000 years, with a time flow ratio of 50 million to 1, it was equivalent to giving Yang Wu hundreds of billions of years, allowing him the opportunity to elevate his artifact refinement skills by a large margin in the remaining less than 1,000 years. While Yang Wu settled into the top-tier suite of Pugua Grand Hotel, on the other side Princess Qingyue, who had just left the hotel, appeared at the artifact pavilion. Seated alone in her palace, she held a void true god-level battle blade acquired by her subordinates. Examining it closely, the very blade Yang Wu had submitted to the hotel to secure his residence. In Princess Qingyue's eyes lay deep puzzlement. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, along with axe creator Dong Di Luobu, and the city lord of Qiqing, had familiarized themselves with the grand mansion-like top-tier suite, and soon commenced a new round of cultivation. Free from the constraints of refining materials, Yang Wu's true body, amidst a time flow 5,000 times faster, once again immersed himself in the cultivation of artifact refinement. On a neighboring peak to Yang Wu's, half a year after his arrival, the gates of the estate slowly opened, and a 3-headed, 6-legged beast, Crimson as Flame, emerged. Behind him followed a retinue of 5,000 guards. Is this the insignificant human junior who hasn't even reached master level? The flame beast asked, coldly gazing at Yang Wu's peak. Yes, Grandmaster Yen Song. His guard captain answered hastily. The 3-headed flame beast addressed as Yen Song let out a long muffled snort from each nasal cavity, thick plumes of fire spurting from the nostrils of all 3 heads. He paused for a few seconds, snorted coldly, then turned and flew toward another peak. Grandmaster Babu, Yen Song pays a visit. Yen Song called out, halting in the air outside the peak. Without permission from the estate's resident within, no one was allowed to intrude. Otherwise the resident had the right to kill the trespasser. So it's Grandmaster Yen Song, please enter. A faint voice echoed from within the peak, and a 10-man squad flew out ushering Yen Song and his guard captain inside, while the remaining 5,000 guards waited outside the peak. Grandmaster Babu, have you heard? In this top-tier guest area, thanks to Princess Qingyue's favor, a mere Grandmaster-level brat has taken residence. After brief pleasantries, Yen Song shifted the topic. Hey, I've heard a little. That Grandmaster must be exceptionally gifted, capable of reaching master level in a short time to have caught the eye of Princess Qingyue, a Grandmaster herself. Grandmaster Babu, a three-eyed man with pale green skin like Princess Qingyue, smiled faintly, and spoke softly upon hearing Yen Song's words. But Grandmaster Babu, as a distinguished artifact refining Grandmaster, are you willing to be placed on equal footing with a mere artifact refining master? Wouldn't that diminish our status as artifact refining Grandmasters? Flames seemed to flicker around Yen Song. Hey Grandmaster Yen Song, you think too much. He's not taking my estate. Does it affect my cultivation? Where he lives has nothing to do with me. What if he disrupts my training? We are all merely temporary guests in the Pugua Grand Hotel. Even if other peaks housed ordinary artificers not even reaching master level, it's none of my concern. Could it be that Grandmaster Babu is worried about losing to that junior at the competition? Grandmaster Babu remained unruffled. Impossible. Yen Song started but was interrupted. Enough. If Grandmaster Yen Song has no other business, I must bid you farewell. I need to continue studying the intricacies of artifact refinement in preparation for the grand competition. Babu raised his fruit wine glass lightly. Fine. Farewell. Yen Song stormed away from Babu's estate. Hey, that foolish beast trying to incite me and use me as a pawn. In this competition, aside from those two, the third place is mine for the taking. A mere master-level brat, insignificant. Even if favored by Princess Qingyue, could he steal my third place? Why should I risk leaving a bad impression on Princess Qingyue over this? After Yen Song, the flame beast left the peak, Babu's previously calm expression turned cold and fierce as he muttered to himself. A stupid beast barely reaching artifact refining Grandmaster thanks to his special innate talent as a flame being. Pity those two will attend the competition, or first place would be mine for sure. Babu's coldness contorted into bitterness and resentment. Tell your temporary master that Grandmaster Yen Song has come and demand he come out to greet me. Having been rebuffed by Babu, the frustrated Yen Song flew to Yongwu's peak and bellowed loudly outside. And you are? A divine power avatar manifested by Yongwu, led by the guard captain, arrived at the peak's edge. He looked at Yen Song, his eyes narrowing slightly. A special flame being naturally gifted in artifact refinement. Yongwu had only encountered records of such special beings in Yuan's inherited memories. Moreover, in those memories, a secret technique for refining avatars after reaching the true god level used special materials of the 5 elements: metal, wood, water, fire, earth. And among them the flame being was a fire-type special life form. If he killed this flame being, and used its body with other special materials, the resulting fire avatar would be of superior quality, surpassing even his source water avatar in overall strength. Fortunately, Yuan's original avatar refining secret technique had not spread across the origin continent, or otherwise special beings like Yen Song would have been slain by powerful experts for avatar crafting long ago. Yet Yongwu only entertained the thought. Appearing here, Yen Song was undoubtedly an artifact refining grandmaster. Even with 10,000 times the courage, Yongwu dared not make a move here. What? He dares to greet me with nothing but a divine power avatar. Boom! Seeing Yongwu's avatar, the already seething Yen Song exploded. His body transformed into a pure flame giant, the temperature of the entire space rising sharply. What's going on? Who is this? Yongwu paid no heed to the other, instead asking his guard captain Cook. Inwardly he was delighted by the other's rage. His source water avatar inside the estate was already prepared to strike. He only hoped the other would impulsively charge into his peak, giving him a legitimate reason to kill him alongside the guards and claim his body. Yen Song was merely a void true god, and with Yongwu's strength and the guards, killing him would be effortless. Be careful, Master Wu. This is Grandmaster Yen Song from the neighboring suite, who took residence 2,000 years before you. Guard Captain Cook hurriedly explained. Oh, Grandmaster Yen Song. Yongwu nodded slowly, then shouted. All guards, hear me. If this flame beast sets one foot on my peak, immediately kill him without hesitation. Yes. A unified voice rang out across the peak. What? You want to kill me? The somewhat calmed Yen Song, urged by his own guards, flew into a fury again. This man not only disregarded his status as an artifact refining grandmaster, but also intended to kill him, and even called him Flame Beast, despite knowing his name. Utterly intolerable. Come on, rush at me. Yongwu thought inwardly as he watched the enraged Yen Song. Cease. Just as Yongwu was delightedly watching Yen Song about to charge, and his source water avatar and guards were ready to act, a furious shout that deeply disappointed Yongwu rang out. Stop! With the reprimanding voice, Supervisor O appeared before Yen Song, blocking his path toward the mountain peak, where Yongwu was located. With Supervisor O's intervention, the outcome was self-evident. Naturally, the fight could not proceed. What a pity! What a shame. Gazing at the now tranquil expanse of the top-tier guest quarters, both Yangwu's divine power clone and the source water clone that had returned to the cultivation chamber shook their heads in regret. The materials for the fire element clone had slipped right through his fingers. Otherwise, Yangwu believed that by refining the fire element clone, his own treasure refining skills would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level influenced by the Xian beast's innate talent. As time passed ever since entering the treasure refining chamber, within the manor Yangwu's true self had never left. Even the materials needed for refinement were requisitioned by the divine power clone from the chief servant. No one knew to what extent Yangwu's treasure refining skills had reached. It was not until a month before the refinement competition began that he finally left the chamber. After a quiet month of rest, neither the Axe Founder nor the City Lord of Qi City ever took the initiative to ask whether Yangwu had attained the Grandmaster level. A month later, the treasure refinement grand competition officially commenced. Under the azure sky, cloudless and warm without scorching heat, luxurious ships emblazoned with the emblem of the Shunbao Pavilion ferried treasure refiners. Arrogant in demeanor yet unable to conceal the tension and excitement in their eyes, to the venue of the competition. Although it was merely a competition hosted by 4 medium-sized nations, its influence had already spread across the entire eastern region, and even sects from the north had taken notice. To stand out in such a competition was a promise of a brilliant future. The venue of the treasure refinement competition was located directly above the Grand Hotel of Pu Kingdom, on a plane spanning tens of millions of light-years, in the high heavens with a radius of millions of light-years. This plane for the treasure refinement competition was itself a Chaos Dominator-level artifact. Apart from the guards and staff maintaining order, only the participating refiners, the judges, the royal families of the 4 nations, the strong of the Shinbao Pavilion, and some guests from other superior nations or northern great sects could ascend to this plane and witness the competition up close. Other beings could only watch from outside the permitted range of the refinement plane, aboard their ships, or through the projection screens set up throughout the city. Of course, most beings preferred to watch from a relatively close distance outside the refinement plane. After all, treasure refiners were a noble profession rarely seen or approached in daily life. Much like the celebrity worship on Earth in Yangwu's past life, where people longed to get close to the stars in their hearts. Thus, within the permitted airspace above the refinement plane, ships of all models had already filled the area before Yangwu and the other refiners even arrived. Ships of every grade, just like starstruck fans on Earth. When the ship carrying their favorite refiner appeared, thousands of shouts erupted in excitement and frenzy. But once the ship entered a certain range of the refinement plane, all noise and clamor instantly fell silent. Whether at the edge of the refinement plane or within the city of Pu, countless guards in gleaming armor maintained order. This grand assembly gathered countless powerful beings from all directions and races. If a riot broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Several mighty experts with overwhelmingly vast auras hovered in the sky above Pu City. Ignoring the city's flight restrictions based on the pressure of their auras compared to that of eternal true gods, people could easily judge that these experts had reached the level of chaos true gods, the pinnacle of power. They could have concealed their auras entirely, and no one would have detected them, but to serve as a deterrent, they deliberately released their presence. At the center of the refinement plane, an immensely powerful aura, almost enough to drive one to despair, occasionally emanated, warning everyone that a divine king was seated on this plane. Humph! Holding the participation token issued by the Grand Hotel of Pu Kingdom, which marked him as a competitor in the treasure refinement competition, Yangwu had just arrived at his designated spot, when an angry snort reached his ears. Turning his head, he saw 30 million light-years to his left Yen Song, the Xian beast, with whom he had clashed a few years ago. At this moment, Yen Song, the Xian beast, stared at Yangwu with undisguised hostility, as if Yangwu had committed the gravest of offenses. Murder of his father or theft of his wife. Yangwu had long understood that Xian beasts were inherently narrow-minded and hot-tempered special lifeforms. Suddenly Yen Song, who was glaring at Yangwu, felt an inexplicable tremor in his heart. Whether it was an illusion or not, he had just seen in Yangwu's eyes no trace of provocation, hatred, or contempt. The very things he had expected. He saw greed. Yes, greed. Though it was only a fleeting glimpse, it was unmistakably caught by Yen Song. It was like a drunkard spotting fine wine, a gourmand encountering delicious food, or a playboy laying eyes on a seductive beauty. Meanwhile, to Yangwu's right, the green-skinned, middle-aged man Babu glanced coldly at Yen Song and let out a disdainful sneer. It's Grandmaster Otto and Grandmaster Oma. Grandmaster Otto and Grandmaster Oma are here. Suddenly, not only did the beings outside the refinement plane erupt in great commotion, but even the thousands of refiners already inside ready for the competition to begin grew visibly excited. 2 luxurious ships flew in from outside and 2 humanoid beings descended. Identical in appearance, each with a single eye, a single horn, 4 arms, and a brownish-red skin. So they are the famous twin Grandmasters Otto and Oma. Yangwu mused to himself. During the final month, through the information provided by Captain Cook, Yangwu had gained some understanding of the participants in the treasure refinement competition. Among them, the ones he, and indeed all participants, the royal families and the Shinbao Pavilion, regarded most highly were the twin brothers Otto and Oma. Otto and Oma were originally shop assistants in a medium-sized trading company in Pu Kingdom selling artifacts. Tens of millions of years ago they suddenly disappeared during an outing and did not return until tens of thousands of years ago. It was said that the brothers had stumbled upon the inheritance site of a great grandmaster of treasure refinement and received the legacy. Their treasure refining skills immediately attracted the attention of the Pu Kingdom's royal family, and later the Shinbao Pavilion. The eternal true god-level artifacts they refined left many veteran grandmasters in awe. Originally the Shinbao Pavilion intended to recruit the brothers directly and make them instructors. However, the brothers wished to enter the Shinbao Pavilion as disciples after securing first and second place in the treasure refinement competition starting from the bottom. In everyone's eyes, the top 2 spots of this competition had long been claimed by the brothers. The other participants could only vie for 3rd place onward. As the formidable figures on the VIP seats, guest seats, and the judging panel, including the grandmasters of treasure refinement, beheld the arrival of the Otto and Oma brothers, their expressions turned intrigued. Some whispered among themselves, exchanging murmured opinions. No one could doubt the prowess of the Otto and Oma brothers. Even the proud Yen Song of the Flame Beast clan, having witnessed their masterpieces, dared not harbor illusions about securing the 1st or 2nd place. Unless the brothers committed a catastrophic error during the competition, a possibility almost non-existent. Yang Wu himself dared not aim too high, recognizing that his current skill level could not surpass that of the twin brothers. Although during the final secluded period of treasure refinement, he had successfully forged an eternal true god-level artifact, thus stepping into the ranks of Grandmaster. However, he could only produce the lowest grade offensive eternal true god-level treasures. Other more complex items such as eternal true god-level armor domains or palaces remained beyond his ability. As time steadily passed, shortly after the arrival of the twin grandmasters, the treasure refining competition finally began under the gaze of countless onlookers. A clear bell tolled from the heart of the treasure refining dimension, echoing in the ears of every participant observer and every living being in Puching. Though the sound was immensely resonant, it brought no discomfort. Instead, it left one feeling refreshed and invigorated. The clamor that had risen to the heavens instantly fell into a hushed silence. I am Chajali, Chief Master of the Divine Treasure Pavilion. On behalf of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, the Kai Kingdom, the Xia Kingdom, the Chenmu Kingdom, and the royal family of Pu Kingdom, I hereby declare. The first four-nation treasure refining competition begins. A resonant voice rang out from the main seat. Instantly, boom! Outside the treasure refining dimension, the entire city of Puching erupted into a frenzy of cheers that shook the heavens. Yet within the dimension an absolute stillness prevailed. Every treasure refiner participating in the competition suddenly felt an illusion. The entire dimension had become a solitary realm with no other competitors in sight. There was no possibility of mutual interference among the refiners. In the air before Yang Wu and every other participant, a vast projection of golden text appeared. Competition time. Each round lasts 10,000 years. Time flow can be adjusted according to each refiner's request up to a maximum of 10,000 times. This treasure refining competition adopts a semi-naming system, consists of 3 rounds. The points from the 3 rounds are cumulative and rankings are determined by the total points obtained. First round, refined treasures of the Law Lord level and below. According to the quality of the treasures, they are divided into 10 tiers corresponding to 1 to 10 points. Refined True God treasures. According to quality, 10 tiers corresponding to 11 to 20 points. Refined Void True God treasures. According to quality, 10 tiers corresponding to 21 to 30 points. Refine Eternal True God treasures. According to quality, 10 tiers corresponding to 31 to 40 points. Second round, the point values for all refined treasures are doubled from the first round's scoring system. That is, the points for each level of treasure based on quality follow a double progression. For example, Refine Law Lord and below treasures 10 tiers according to quality corresponding to 2 to 20 points. Refine True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 22 to 40 points. Refine Void True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 42 to 60 points. Refine Eternal True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 62 to 80 points. Third round, the point values for all refined treasures are doubled again from the second round's scoring system. For example, Refine Law Lord and below treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 4 to 40 points. Refine True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 44 to 80 points. Refine Void True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 84 to 120 points. Refine Eternal True God treasures 10 tiers corresponding to 124 to 160 points. Those who fail to refine in any round will have their competition terminated with their current points as final. For each round, the Divine Treasure Pavilion provides materials according to the participant's request. 3 times the amount needed for the artifact. If all 3 sets of materials are wasted, the round is considered a failure. The time taken, materials used, and number of failures for each participant will serve as reference for scoring each round. Participants may not bring their own materials. Successfully refined treasures will be purchased by the Divine Treasure Pavilion and the 4 kingdoms at market prices. The text projection was divided into 2 parts. The first part was the competition rules. The second part detailed the reward system, though most of it was already known to Yang Wu and the others. such as the top 10 disciples entering the Divine Treasure Pavilion as core disciples and receiving fiefdoms from the Four Kingdoms. The lengthy list stirred excitement in every participant. An hour later, the golden text projection shifted to reveal the first round's challenge. Within 10,000 years, refine an offensive treasure. After the simple challenge came a vast list of materials available from the Divine Treasure Pavilion. Upon selecting the materials and the required quantities 3 times, the amount would be automatically delivered through a miniature void teleportation array in each participant's area. It was evident that the 3 rounds were arranged in increasing difficulty, the first round for offensive treasures, the second for defensive treasures, and the third for the most challenging special-type treasures. Most participants began selecting their materials and starting the refinement process as soon as the challenge was announced. Only a few, Yangwu the Otto and Oma brothers Yensong Babu and a handful of others, stood before the golden text projection carefully studying the available materials. After long deliberation, they began their meticulous selections. Boom! From the vent of the instrument flame star reduced to a mere few hundred kilometers in diameter, a burst of flame erupted. After selecting the materials and the artifact he intended to refine, Yangwu quickly entered a state of deep concentration. Each refiner remained unable to see the refinement process of their neighbors. However, to the eyes of the spectators, even those outside the treasure refining dimension, the scene of every participant at work was clearly visible. Besides the Otto and Oma brothers, there are several promising talents. On the judging panel, Chief Master Chajali of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, along with Pavilion Master Qingyue, silently observed each participant's refinement process. Some whispered among themselves while others watched in quiet contemplation. Unlike the profound silence enveloping each participant, within the treasure refining plane, the realm beyond it had been resounding with clamor and overwhelming momentum for millennia. Though fully aware that the contestants could not hear the commotion outside, countless beings still could not help but shout encouragement for the treasure refiners they supported. Time flowed slowly, and over the course of millennia the sound of failed refinements, explosive bursts, could often be heard from various refining stations outside the treasure refining plane. Many participants, after 3 consecutive failures, were forced to withdraw from the competition, becoming leisurely spectators. Outside the treasure refining plane, the party of the Giant Axe Founder also traveled in a flying treasure vessel anchored near the plane. The Giant Axe Founder, along with the Lord of Qi City, the Eastern Emperor, and Luobu, had been closely observing Yangwu's refining process. "I wonder what level of treasure Wu Zhu will be able to refine," the Lord of Qi City muttered to himself. "Haha, the first round, refining offensive treasures, is the easiest of the 3. My disciple will surely be able to craft a treasure at the eternal true god level." The Giant Axe Founder downed the fine wine in his cup in one gulp, speaking with confidence. After Yangwu emerged from his seclusion, although the Giant Axe Founder had not asked, seeing Yangwu's ever-confident expression filled him with an inexplicable faith in his disciple. "Indeed, Lord of Qi City Luo Bu, you may not know yet. Let me tell you. This Wu Zhu is an unparalleled legendary figure in our original dimensional universe." While watching Yangwu's refining competition, the Eastern Emperor recounted Yangwu's remarkable legendary feats from the era of the Prime Universe. Each tale of legend left Luobu and the Lord of Qi City utterly astounded. "Look, Aoma has succeeded. In the year 3050, the first treasure was finally successfully refined. Contestant Aoma has successfully refined a treasure of the eternal true god level. Perhaps to test each participant's psychological resilience and ability to handle unexpected situations, during refining, the Shunbao Pavilion suddenly transmitted the news of successful refinement directly into the ears of every contestant. Boom! 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 As expected, several contestants' treasures under refinement instantly exploded in a roar, ruined. Truly a treasure refining master recognized by all. Yangwu sighed softly, his hands unaffected by the disturbance, as the nascent form of the Juing battle blade, the weapon he knew best, took shape in his hands. The battle blade was one of the weapons Yangwu was most familiar with. When he first embarked on the warrior's path, the weapon he used was a battle blade. When he first began learning treasure refining, the first ordinary weapon he crafted was a battle blade. The first heavy treasure he successfully refined was a battle blade, the first ultimate treasure was also a battle blade, and the first supreme ultimate treasure was likewise a battle blade. In the year 3213, Ao Tuo succeeded in refining, also producing a treasure of the eternal true god level. As expected, the crowd was not surprised that the brothers Ao Ma and Ao Tuo finished first and second. Rather, they eagerly awaited the third successful refiner, the one they truly wanted to see. The third successful refinement was an ordinary treasure, causing no ripples among the multitude. The fourth successful treasure was also merely an ordinary law master level artifact. Gradually, as time passed, more and more participants succeeded. Regrettably, the highest level achieved was only true god level treasures. Not even a void true god level treasure had appeared yet, making the countless beings even more anticipatory of the third eternal true god level treasure. Mine, the third successful refiner, will definitely be me. Almost there. Master Babu's face twisted with ferocity, yet his hands moved tirelessly, weaving mystic patterns that appeared out of thin air and sank into the long spear hovering before him. A massive square cauldron beneath the spear continuously spewed raging flames. The crimson fire illuminated Babu's originally pale green skin, turning it a uniform red. On the other side, the Shi-Yen beast Yen Song, while refining a heavy sword before him, muttered incessantly from all three of his heads. If one listened closely, one could hear what he was grumbling. That detestable brat, how dare he show disrespect to this master. Contestant Wu Zhu has successfully refined a treasure of the eternal true god level. Upon hearing this, the Shi-Yen beast Yen Song initially wore the same expression as when he heard about ordinary refiners succeeding with common treasures. But then all three mouths on his three heads gaped open, forgetting to close. How is that possible? Wu Zhu, that brat, he's just a master. The movement of his hands, inscribing mystic patterns, faltered slightly. Fortunately, he was a master-level refiner and quickly stabilized, preventing a complete failure of his current refinement, though it left a minor flaw in the treasure. Damn it! Damn it! Third place is mine. You detestable brat, how could it be you? However, time doesn't mean everything. The duration of refining is only one part of the assessment. On the other side, Babu's face grew even more savage. He simply could not believe that a mere refining master, whom he had internally despised, had beaten him to it, and had even produced an eternal true god-level treasure. Haha! I told you my disciple is formidable. The giant axe founder's hearty laughter echoed through the flying treasure vessel, the moment Yang Wu succeeded lingering endlessly. The fine wine stored in the flying vessel was consumed by more than half within a very short time after Yang Wu's success. The 10,000-year period has ended. The first round of refining is over. Finally, a resonant voice announced the conclusion of the first round of the treasure refining competition. Soon the results of the first round were announced. First place, Ao Ma 40 points. Second place, Ao Tua 39 points. Third place, Wu Zhu 38 points. Fourth place, Babu 33 points. Fifth place, Sa Chi 32 points. Sixth place, Yen Song 30 points. Seventh place. Both the participating refiners and the audience were intently watching the results of this first round. Wu Zhu's sudden emergence astonished the crowd. Gazing at the human figure of Yang Wu in the arena, everyone seemed intent on etching his image into their minds. From the scores, it was clear that this Wu Zhu, along with the brothers Ao Tua and Ao Ma, were roughly equal in refining ability, separated only by a single point due to time differences. In fact, when the 5 judges scored each treasure, the Lord of Qingyue Pavilion even awarded Yang Wu's artifact the highest score of 40 points, on par with the brothers Ao Tua and Ao Ma. As Yang Wu had anticipated, the second round indeed required the refinement of a defensive treasure, with the directive explicitly mandating armor to prevent any refiner from exploiting loopholes by crafting a shield, a type whose difficulty barely differs from offensive treasures. In the first round, thanks to his recent breakthrough in seclusion and the inheritance of the most renowned treasure refining sect from the origin continent, Yang Wu had no trouble crafting the eternal true god-tier battle blade, a treasure he knew intimately. From the second round onward, forging an eternal true god-tier armor presented a genuine trial for Yang Wu, marking the true beginning of his challenge. Although his seclusion in the time-slowing treasure refining chamber of the top-tier suite at the Pugua Grand Hotel had elevated him from a master refiner to a grandmaster refiner, the duration was too brief. Even if he had successfully crafted an eternal true god-tier armor, both its success rate and quality remained mediocre. Yet to contend for a top 10 placement in the treasure refining competition, his performance in the second round was pivotal. After all, for the third round, the most challenging category of special treasures, Yang Wu had no confidence, as he had never attempted such a refinement during his previous seclusion. As Yang Wu had foreseen, despite an exceptional effort and one failure, he barely managed to forge an eternal true god-tier armor, earning the lowest score of 62 points within that tier. The Aoma Otto brothers still led with 80 and 78 points, while Babu achieved an extraordinary performance of 72 points, securing third place, and Yen Song followed with 70 points, ranking fourth in the second round. After outperforming Yang Wu in the second round, Babu's face regained its former calm and arrogance. Through this round, he had clearly discerned that although Yang Wu had reached the grandmaster level, his recent breakthrough meant his skills were still nascent, rendering him incapable of competing for third place. Yen Song too surpassed Yang Wu in the second round, tying in total score. Convinced that surpassing Yang Wu in the third round was inevitable, joy bloomed upon his face. What a pity for this young one. On the judges' and guests' seats, Yang Wu's brilliance in the first round had brightened their eyes. Yet his performance in the second round stunned them. He even failed once, barely managing to produce an eternal true god-tier treasure. However, within the eternal true god tier, its quality was the lowest. Time. This one called Wu Zhu lacks not talent but time. He arrived in Puqing only 800 years before the competition, and was not yet a grandmaster then. Princess Qingyue's calm words tempered their disappointment over Yang Wu's second-round performance. Ascending from master to grandmaster in mere hundreds of millions of years was no ordinary feat for a treasure refiner, and that alone commanded their renewed respect. Indeed, the battle blade he forged in the first round reveals exceptional talent and brilliance, rivaling even the Aoma Otto brothers. With proper guidance, he will surely become a great grandmaster in the future. Another judge nodded in agreement. Yes, a disciple like this, even if he fails to enter the top 10, deserves to be admitted as a core member. Yet another judge spoke. The third round began. Without surprise, the directive was to refine a special type treasure including domain type, soul type, or a palace type treasure. Standing before the directive and the list of materials, Yang Wu's brow furrowed slightly. Domain type and palace type. I have no advantage. I might fail all 3 attempts. Either I play it safe crafting a top-tier void true god level treasure to secure 124 points in that tier. Or I take a gamble refining a soul type treasure. Since the materials for soul type treasures are available here and my willpower has already reached the peak of the eternal true god level, I have a certain edge. Even if I fail, I should be able to downgrade it to the void true god level rather than losing entirely. But if I fail at the eternal true god level and fall back to the void true god level, the final quality of the treasure becomes uncontrollable and I may not achieve the perfect score for that tier. Yang Wu stared at the list of materials torn inside. I'll risk it. After a long moment, he finally resolved to forge an eternal true god tier soul treasure, even if failure meant paying any price. The god-slaying eye, the soul treasure Yang Wu knew best, was also the object of his current refinement. Oh, this young one chose to refine a soul-type treasure. Among special treasures, this is the most difficult, the only type tied to the refiner's soul and will. Without a willpower, reaching the eternal true god level, forging an eternal true god tier soul treasure is utterly impossible. This young one is only at the void true god cultivation level. Is he giving up on the eternal true god tier and aiming for a void true god tier treasure? On the judges' panel, those who had been closely watching the top-ranked refiners speculated silently. Go my disciple, go Wuzu. Since Yang Wu's stumble in the second round, Jufu Chuangshi's, and the others had been cheering him on in their hearts, their anxiety palpable. Time flowed slowly, the final round 10,000 years. For the Grandmaster refiners forging eternal true god tier treasures, this was far from sufficient. Almost all of them adjusted the time flow ratio from the start, save for Yang Wu, who continued at the normal pace. After all, he had long mastered the structure and refining methods of the soul treasure god-slaying eye and had even crafted it multiple times. Though this was his first attempt at an eternal true god tier god-slaying eye, 10,000 years were enough for Yang Wu. The key to success or failure did not lie in time. This young one has indeed given up on the eternal true god tier. He hasn't even changed the time flow. A voice came from the judges' panel. Given up? Not necessarily. This young one is quite interesting. Chief Pavilion Master Chajali smiled, faintly musing to himself. 500 years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. 7,000 years, 8,000 years. As the treasure refining competition blazed on, time slipped away until only the final 2,000 years remained. Many master refiners and those crafting ordinary tier treasures had already completed their work, turning into spectators who, leveraging their advantageous positions, watched the Grandmaster refiners from up close. By this time, the god-slaying eye in Yang Wu's hands had taken its initial shape, and he was intensely engaged in the most critical step of soul-type treasure refinement. Will engraving. Unlike other treasures where mystic patterns are engraved by divine power channeling law forces, soul-type treasures require the refiner's will alone to carve the law patterns. The nascent god-slaying eye trembled slightly, and so did Yang Wu's body. Beads of crystalline sweat dripped from his pale forehead. Within his sea of consciousness, his soul power was nearly depleted, and the searing agony threatened to make him groan aloud. Careless. Yang Wu gritted his teeth against the pain, a bitter smile crossing his mind. He had never forged an eternal true god-tier soul treasure, assuming that meeting the willpower requirement would suffice. Yet he had not anticipated that his own refining skills were still insufficient, and that soul-type treasures demanded the utmost precision and structure. Far more than any other type. Even the slightest deviation would compound the difficulty of the subsequent will engraving. Moreover, he had originally believed that failure could be contained within the void true god level. Now he realized that if he failed at this point, he had no confidence in controlling the result to the void true god tier. Seeing Yang Wu's state, someone immediately shook his head. Without reducing the time flow ratio, this young one is utterly defeated this time. Lack of experience. Has he failed? Observing Yang Wu, who had reached his limit and was teetering on the verge of collapse, the crowd broke into a cacophony of murmurs and discussions. Yang Wu's face twisted in a ferocious grimace, veins bulging as blood seeped from his 7 orifices. His complexion gradually shifted from pale to ashen gray, and his entire sea of consciousness throbbed with excruciating pain, as if on the verge of exploding. He's going to fail. On the guest seats, the judging panel, and among the audience, almost everyone could see Yang Wu's dire state. Even the god-slaying eye he was refining trembled violently, as if slipping out of control and on the verge of collapse at any moment. No, hold on, I can't fail. I absolutely must not fail. Yang Wu roared in his mind, frantically activating the array origin art. Within his sea of consciousness, the power of soul will had run dry like an ocean transformed into a desert. Yet Yang Wu continued to squeeze and wring out every last drop, as if trying to extract hidden water molecules from the deepest depths of the desert to sustain the inscription of the secret patterns in the god-slaying eye before him. Persist, 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 squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Yang Wu's entire divine body had lost its original luster due to the massive overdraft of willpower, turning the same ashen gray as his face. From the pores of his body crystalline beads of blood slowly oozed out, and he seemed on the verge of collapsing at any moment. Disciple, give up. You have done your best. The Grand Axe founder had unconsciously crushed the wine glass in his hand, silently murmuring to himself, Martial Ancestor, give up. Give up. Emperor Dong and the others were also tense, muttering inwardly. Is this kid courting death by pushing himself so hard? What should be done? He has persisted for 800 years. If this continues, not only will the treasure fail to be refined, but his willpower might suffer irreparable damage. On the judging panel someone spoke. Princess Qing Yu's eyes also showed tension, but she remained silent. Chief Pavilion Master, if this continues, this young man will surely suffer severe harm. Should we interrupt his match? Someone asked the Chief Pavilion Master. No, the rules of the competition cannot be broken. Unless he fails in his refinement and voluntarily withdraws, we cannot interfere. The Chief Pavilion Master casually shook his head without hesitation. Let this serve as a lesson for the lad. At this moment Yang Wu was barely maintaining his refining process through instinct, almost unconsciously. For over 800 consecutive years Yang Wu had struggled to keep his sea of consciousness from collapsing. Though he had been frantically operating the array origin art, he could not prevent the gradual dissipation of the pitiful remnants of willpower, hidden deep within the desert of his sea of consciousness. 950 years. Within Yang Wu's sea of consciousness, even the faintest trace of willpower buried deepest was completely drained. The entire sea of consciousness resembled an abandoned structure in the desert devoid of any vitality. Yet before him, the trembling god-slaying eye still had its secret patterns unfinished. So I'm going to fail after all. Though filled with immense reluctance, Yang Wu had no choice but to give up. After all, with no willpower left, even if he wanted to persist, he could no longer continue the competition. Humph, this brat dares to contend with me, Babu, for third place. With this failure, he won't even make the top 10. How laughable. Babu, who had just completed his refinement and successfully forged a treasure of the eternal true god level, saw Yang Wu's state and was ecstatic. Seeing Yang Wu fail seemed to bring him even more joy than his own success. It was as if he was happier about Yang Wu's failure than his own success. Haha, this insolent fool. I thought he was formidable, but it turns out he's just a flash in the pan with his 3 tricks exhausted in the first round. After the competition ends, I'll teach him a proper lesson. Yen Song, who had just succeeded in his refinement, saw Yang Wu's depleted state on the verge of failure, and all 3 of his heads broke into expressions of wild joy. In the first round, Yang Wu had suppressed them both and secured third place, stunning the entire audience. For them, especially for Babu, this was utterly unforgivable. As if sensing Yang Wu's intense reluctance at the very moment he was about to give up, a low hum resonated. The array origin art, which had been operating at a painfully slow pace, suddenly burst into frenzied motion like a wild horse unleashed. Within the completely drained sea of consciousness, a tiny droplet of willpower suddenly emerged from the deepest recesses, converging together. A single spark can start a prairie fire. Instantly starting from this minuscule droplet of soul power, more and more soul power appeared, forming soul storms within Yang Wu's sea of consciousness. Similarly, within his refining space, a massive will storm erupted. Yang Wu, who had immediately sensed the change in his willpower, saw a glimmer of light in his previously vacant eyes. A breakthrough. Willpower elevated to the saint level. Joy surged in Yang Wu's heart. No breakthrough, no growth. The willpower that had never been able to advance had unexpectedly broken through at this moment. In the dimensional world, the cosmic sea within Yang Wu's sage universe, his divine power incarnation's divine body suddenly emitted waves of powerful willpower. Around the entire martial ancestor palace in the sage universe, torrents of mighty willpower surged. Willpower has reached the saint level. The divine power incarnation's face also lit up with joy. Back in the refining space, Yang Wu controlled the violent power of his sudden willpower breakthrough. Gazing at the semi-finished god-slaying eye before him, he was filled with confidence. Abundant willpower surged forth, transforming into sharp carving knives that swiftly etched layer upon layer of secret patterns into the god-slaying eye. Previously, due to the depletion of willpower, the knives formed from will had been rusted and dull, carving with great difficulty. Now the willpower carving knives, having advanced with the breakthrough, had become the sharpest tools in the world, carving through the god-slaying eye with effortless fluidity. How is this possible? Willpower elevated to saint level. Whether on the judging panel, the guest seats, or among the vast audience, everyone had been lamenting Yang Wu's impending failure. Yet in the blink of an eye, the situation took a dramatic turn. The faltering Yang Wu suddenly seemed to be resurrected with full vitality, carving the secret patterns with a smooth, flowing grace. Interesting. From the central seat of the judging panel, Chief Pavilion Master casually paused for a moment before nodding in satisfaction. Among the 5 judges on the panel, only he had achieved willpower at the saint level. In other words, the remaining 4 judges, though all masters, even grand masters capable of forging saint-level treasures, had never been able to elevate their willpower to the saint level, and thus could not forge soul-type treasures of the eternal true god level with unfettered fluency and effortless grace. Such was Yang Wu's state when he forged his contest piece, the Lucian Eye, after his will attained sanctification. Even most of the judges on the panel looked upon Yang Wu's entirely transformed demeanor during the forging of the soul-type treasure Luo Feng after his will's sanctification with undisguised envy. The sanctification of will had always been the aspiration they themselves pursued. The secret patterns which had remained incompletely carved for over 1,000 years were now effortlessly etched within mere decades under the surging and formidable power of his will. Moreover, every subtle flaw left behind during earlier forging stages, due to insufficient strength, was perfectly remedied during the engraving process. Yang Wu had a distinct feeling that given enough time his treasure refining skills could surge upward, without any bottlenecks allowing him to craft saint-level treasures. The perfect soul-type eternal true god treasure Luo Feng was finally successfully forged with 900 years remaining before the third round concluded. Ba Bu and Yen Song, who had secretly gloated over Yang Wu's anticipated failure, had long since turned their glee into bitter jealousy, once his will achieved sanctification. Especially Ba Bu, whose eyes beneath the glare of envy concealed layers of murderous intent. With his will sanctified, even if Yang Wu's final total score fell short of Ba Bu's, his potential in treasure forging far surpassed the latter's. He would undoubtedly receive the high regard and nurturing of the Divine Treasure Pavilion's upper echelons. In fact, solely by virtue of his will's sanctification, he could be compared to the Omoto brothers, or even surpass them by a notch. After all, soul-type treasures are the most difficult to forge among all treasures. The third round is over. A resonant voice echoed across the entire treasure refining plain, and the skies above all Pu cities. Instantly within the many forging spaces of the plain, joy and sorrow intermingled. Although time flow could be adjusted, the requirements of the third round were far too demanding. Many refiners had never successfully crafted a special type treasure, and even after exerting every ounce of effort, they still failed to finish within the final moments. Even for ordinary special type treasures, the number of refiners who ultimately succeeded in the third round, including those who crafted ordinary tier treasures, was less than 10,000. On the treasure refining plane, the previously isolated sounds and sights were now fully released. Though sounds from outside the plane remained imperceptible, the contestants could now see one another, especially the final evaluation proceedings on the judges' panel. Immediately, all participants turned their attention to the evaluation work of the judges and honored guests. Though separated by vast distances, the refiners here with combat power, at least at the Universe Master level, could clearly hear the judges' discussions. I believe the finest work in this round is Ancestor Wu's soul-type treasure, the Luo Feng. I agree as well. A full score of 160, but his forging speed was slightly slower. I still support the Omoto brothers. The Omoto brothers performed steadily once again, producing 2 flawless works. Ba Bu's domain-type treasure is also quite good. I also think Ba Bu's work is impressive. Over 3 rounds his strength has been balanced, his development comprehensive, and his foundation solid. With the sound restrictions lifted, the judges and several guests argued heatedly over the evaluation of a few eternal true god-level treasures. Yet at this moment the jealousy and murderous intent in Ba Bu's eyes grew ever stronger. It was precisely the brilliance of Yang Wu's Luo Feng that overshadowed the glory that should have been his. A month later, the third round scores, and the total scores of all 3 rounds, were finally announced under the gaze of the multitudes. The results of the third round, like the previous 2, were projected before every refiner and spectator. First place, Oma 160 points, Odo 160 points, Ancestor Wu 160 points. The 3 tied for first. Second place, Ba Bu 154 points. Third place. After a month of debate, the Omoto brothers and Yang Wu were ultimately declared joint first. Yang Wu's perseverance over hundreds of years, and his indomitable spirit, had long earned the admiration of countless spectators, especially after his relentless persistence finally led to a breakthrough, the sanctification of his will. He succeeded in forging the treasure. It was a living example of inspiration. In their hearts, his current first place was well-deserved. Even if the treasure he forged were slightly inferior, it was still the finest in their eyes. Everyone cheered for Yang Wu's first place. Everyone except Ba Bu. The moment the third round results were announced, Ba Bu's face instantly turned ashen. When the total scores of all 3 rounds were summed, Ba Bu fell short of Yang Wu by exactly 1 point. Without waiting for the final ranking, he already knew that by a single point he had missed the third place. A single point made all the difference. Kill, kill, kill. Ba Bu's livid face twisted into a ferocious grimace, his eyes bloodshot, murderous intent surging within his heart. If the murderous intent in his heart could cross time and space to slay Yang Wu would have been torn to pieces long ago. First place in this treasure refining grand competition, Oma 280 points. Second place, Odo 277 points. Third place, Ancestor Wu 260 points. Fourth place, Ba Bu 259 points. After the projection of the third round scores, vanished a resonant voice announced the rankings of all participants. Haha, third place, quick, quick, bring out your wine. Hurry, my disciple took third place. We must celebrate grandly. When Yang Wu's will attain sanctification, the giant axe creator had already drained all the fine wine stored in his world ring and flying treasure, and had begun to scrounge the wine brought by the other 3. A total of 183795 refiners participated in this grand competition. Of these, 7321 successfully completed all 3 rounds, including 8 who reached the Grandmaster Refiner level and 52 who reached the Master Refiner level. The top 10 of this competition are admitted as core disciples of the Divine Treasure Pavilion. After a 5 million year probation period, if they pass the pavilion's assessment and remain loyal, they may be promoted to Pavilion Elder or Pavilion Master Candidate. The top 3, in addition to the rewards previously promised by the pavilion, may select a territory of 1 billion square kilometers from among the 4 nations, Kaixia, Chenmu and Pu, excluding the 4 national strongholds, to establish a subordinate vassal state. Apart from the 10 core disciples, the remaining 50 master refiners are admitted as inner disciples of the pavilion. Once their refining skill breaks through to the Grandmaster level, they may pass an assessment and be promoted to core disciples. The rest of the refiners who successfully completed all 3 rounds may be admitted as outer disciples. Outer disciples, upon reaching the master level through their refining prowess, may take an assessment to become inner disciples. All other refiners who participated in the grand competition may, if they wish, apply to become apprentices, serving the core disciples. Through training and improvement, they too may have the opportunity to become outer disciples, inner disciples, or even core disciples. What? His will has been sanctified. Damn it. Hateful. Despicable. While Yang Wu, unexpectedly having his will sanctified, continued to refine his competition piece, the God-slaying eye, with effortless grace. Besides Master Babu, who was seething with killing intent, there was another person in the audience whose hatred and murderous intent toward Yang Wu even far exceeded Babu's. Amidst the thunderous applause from the crowd, no one noticed that from the edge of the refining treasure plane among the numerous spacecraft a furious and frantic roar rang out, only to be quickly drowned out by the clamor of the masses. If Yang Wu or the Great Axe Founder or the East Emperor were here, they would recognize that the one frantically cursing inside the spacecraft was none other than the Ziyue Ancestor. After arriving in the origin continent, Yang Wu had once asked the East Emperor and the Great Axe Founder about the Ziyue Ancestor, but even the East Emperor, who was older than the Ziyue Ancestor, had only seen him once in the first tens of thousands of years after the Ziyue Ancestor broke through reincarnation and entered the origin continent. Since then, there had been no news of the Ziyue Ancestor. Since the two of them were not particularly close, the East Emperor did not inquire further. The original universe is mine. No one can take it. Whoever dares to seize my original universe, I will kill them. The martial ancestor has top-tier inheritance. He must know the secret of possessing the original universe. With his will sanctified, he will surely have his divine power avatar left in the sacred universe, seize the original universe. I must kill this martial ancestor before he possesses the original universe to eliminate the root of future trouble. But now he is still participating in the refining treasure grand competition. Presumably, he has no spare energy to focus on possessing the original universe. His avatar will surely attempt to possess the original universe only after the competition. Moreover, his will has just been sanctified. He will likely need to consolidate and prepare thoroughly before attempting the possession. There is still time. At least a few thousand years. Inside the spacecraft, the Ziyue Ancestor's brows shot up and a boundless killing intent surged from his body. The martial ancestor will surely enter the Shinbao Pavilion. Although the Shinbao Pavilion appears on the surface to be jointly established by 4 medium-sized eastern kingdoms, it actually has a profound background behind it. Even my sect dares not provoke it lightly. The Ziyue Ancestor shook his head. Now I can only pretend to join the Shinbao Pavilion first, then find an opportunity to get close and kill the martial ancestor. A cold, faint smile curled at the corner of the Ziyue Ancestor's mouth, as his body slowly transformed, soon taking on a completely different appearance. Alright, I declare that this refining treasure grand competition has concluded successfully. The disciples who join my Shinbao Pavilion need 1 year to bid farewell to family and friends, settle their affairs, and return to the refining treasure plane within a year to proceed to the Shinbao Pavilion. Once you enter the Shinbao Pavilion, you may only leave after 5 million years. The chief pavilion master casually stood on the highest point raised, within the refining treasure plane, surveying the surroundings. He announced loudly, at the same time my Shinbao Pavilion will also recruit several guardian disciples within this year, primarily trained in the martial path, to become the protective force of the Shinbao Pavilion and safeguard it. The requirement is cultivation at the true god level or above. True gods, void true gods, and others who are willing to join my Shinbao Pavilion can come here to register within 1 year. Those who pass the review and are qualified true gods or above will also, after 1 year, travel together to the Shinbao Pavilion. Similarly, guardian disciples entering my Shinbao Pavilion also need to wait 5 million years before they can apply to leave. Master you all. 1 year later, the Great Axe Founder, the East Emperor Luo Bu, and the City Lord of Qi City escorted Yang Wu to the foot of the refining treasure plane. Yang Wu looked at the Great Axe Founder and the others, hesitating to speak. Haha, my disciple, go with peace of mind. Your territory, the Wu Kingdom, we will guard well. Now that we have your territory, we can also cultivate there peacefully without having to travel far and wide. With the assistance of City Lord Kadomi, who is experienced in management, we will surely run your territory well, making it the future stronghold of our human race. The Great Axe Founder interrupted Yang Wu with a laugh. After the refining treasure grand competition ended, Yang Wu chose a territory at the border of the Kai Kingdom, and the Pu Kingdom as his fiefdom reward. In accordance with regulations, he named the territory the Wu Kingdom and the central city the Wuzhu City. Although Yang Wu was the legitimate ruler of the Wu Kingdom, since he was to go to the Shenbao Pavilion, the actual management of the Wu Kingdom was entrusted to the great axe founder. The former city lord of Qi City Kidomi, also persuaded by Yang Wu and others, gave up his position as city lord of Qi City and stayed in Yang Wu's territory, becoming the city lord of Wuzhu City to assist the great axe founder in managing the Wu Kingdom. Of course, the East Emperor and Luo Bu also stayed behind. Indeed, martial ancestor, rest assured and cultivate in the Shenbao Pavilion. When you return after the 5 million year probation period, I will surely show you a completely different Wu Kingdom and a different Wuzhu City. Kidomi said with a smile. The Wu Kingdom was a vassal state of the Kai Kingdom, under the protection of the Kai Kingdom and the other 3 kingdoms. The great axe founder and the others could cultivate there in peace. Then thank you for your trouble, city Lord Kidomi. East Emperor Luo Bu, take care as well. See you in 5 million years. Yang Wu nodded to everyone and took out 3 treasures at the Eternal True God level, giving them to Kidomi, the East Emperor, and Luo Bu. These 3 Eternal True God level treasures were refined by me before participating in the Refining Treasure Grand Competition. They are not masterpieces, but now I have no time to refine higher quality ones for you. When I return in 5 million years, I will give you better treasures. After saying this, Yang Wu took out a storage ring and handed it to the great axe founder, transmitting his voice to him. Master, inside this ring are treasures I prepared for you, as well as various level treasures I refined and left behind, and some origin crystals. You can plan and use them for the development of my Wu Kingdom. Don't worry, the Wu Kingdom will surely become the future base of our human race on the origin continent. The great axe founder accepted the storage ring without ceremony and transmitted his voice to Yang Wu. The Shenbao Pavilion is located in an independent space within the Pu Kingdom. To go to the Shenbao Pavilion, one must pass through an independent void teleportation gate. Before heading to the Shenbao Pavilion, I will first arrange the recruited apprentice disciples and guardian disciples. On the refining treasure plane, a pavilion master of the Shenbao Pavilion looked at Yang Wu and the other refining master disciples, as well as the later recruited guardian disciples, and said, "This time, besides the core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples we recruited, there are also 120,000 apprentice disciples who did not complete the competition but voluntarily entered my Shenbao Pavilion. These 120,000 apprentice disciples, based on their aptitude and performance in the competition, will be partly assigned under the existing pavilion masters, elders, instructors, patrons, and disciples of our Shenbao Pavilion, and the rest will be allocated under the core and inner disciples who have entered my Shenbao Pavilion this time. Similarly, the guardian disciples recruited this time will be arranged in the same way. Greetings, martial ancestor master." In front of Yang Wu, 15,000 apprentice disciples, 5,000 void true god warriors, and 20,000 true god level warriors respectfully bowed to Yang Wu. "Rise, no need for such formalities." Yang Wu gently raised his hand and said, "Martial ancestor master, I am Yu Zi, the commander of the 25,000 guardian disciples under your jurisdiction. If you have any tasks for us guardian disciples, you may directly command me." A peak void true god with a red beard and 3 eyes, standing at the forefront of the 2,500 guardian disciples, bowed respectfully. Good. You may first lead the guardian disciples to withdraw. I will make arrangements when we arrive at the Shenbao Pavilion." Yang Wu looked at this peak void true god who called himself Yu Zi and nodded slightly. Similarly, in front of the 15,000 apprentice disciples, another apprentice disciple carefully bowed to Yang Wu. "Greetings, martial ancestor master. I am Boku, the general steward of the 15,000 apprentice disciples assigned under your command by the Shenbao Pavilion. Please give your instructions." The apprentice disciple leader and the 15,000 apprentice disciples appeared even more anxious compared to the 25,000 guardian disciples. They had chosen to join the Shenbao Pavilion as the lowest level apprentice disciples, hoping to learn and improve their refining skills within the pavilion. They were assigned under Yang Wu's command. Whether they could get the improvement they desired depended entirely on Yang Wu. Only if their performance satisfied Yang Wu and he could spare time to instruct them would they have the chance to improve. The location of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, though seemingly in some part of the Pu Kingdom, was in reality merely the site of a void teleportation gate leading to the pavilion's true realm. This is the true location of our Divine Treasure Pavilion. An independent dimensional space that has not broken away from the origin continent, with all its celestial laws fully synchronized with the outside world. Such independent spaces, both large and small, number in the dozens across the origin continent. They are inner worlds left behind by ancient and mighty divine kings, after their fall, most of which are held by the major sects of the north. The independent space we now occupy is vast, spanning over 1 billion light years in diameter. Within it, besides our Divine Treasure Pavilion, there are also the Divine Medicine Pavilion and the Divine Revelation Tower, one of the most ancient sects in the north. Of course, aside from our Divine Treasure Pavilion, the Divine Medicine Pavilion, and the mighty Divine Revelation Tower, this space also harbors many indigenous inhabitants, and like the outside world, it is filled with countless mysterious ruins and perilous lands. Passing through the teleportation gate into the true location of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, one of the pavilion masters began to explain to Yang Wu and the others. "I wonder how this place differs from the Jin world." Yang Wu sensed the inner world of this divine king and pondered inwardly. In his original dimensional world, Yang Wu had never entered the Jin world. His understanding of it came only from novels in his past life and from the accounts of Luo Feng and others in this life. The inner world of this divine king where Yang Wu now resided might also belong to a divine king skilled in artifact refinement. The entire world appeared quite exquisite. Moreover, Yang Wu and the others gleaned from the pavilion master's words that behind the divine treasure pavilion and the divine medicine pavilion beyond the four kingdoms stood a more formidable northern sect, the divine revelation tower. The divine treasure pavilion was situated in the southwestern part of this divine king's inner world, within a range of winding mountains occupying an extraordinarily vast territory. Core disciples like Yang Wu enjoyed exceptionally lavish treatment within the divine treasure pavilion, each possessing an independent peak. Every disciple, whether engaged in artifact refinement or serving as a guardian though unable to leave this inner world for 5 million years, faced no significant restrictions within this space. No, I cannot allow the martial ancestor to settle down. I must deny him peace. Otherwise he will surely begin to seize the primordial universe. Watching Yang Wu enter his private cultivation chamber, the Ziyue patriarch who had adopted the alias Yuezi could no longer remain calm. Although seizing the primordial universe was not something that could be accomplished in an instant, the longer this matter dragged on the more urgent, the Ziyue patriarch who had long plotted for the primordial universe felt. First I will go to Babu and think of a plan. The Ziyue patriarch narrowed his eyes, stared at the door of Yang Wu's cultivation chamber for a long while, then turned and left. Before entering the divine king's inner world, where the divine treasure pavilion was located, the Ziyue patriarch had used certain means to successfully be assigned under Yang Wu, becoming the commander of the 25,000 guardian disciples under Yang Wu's command. Afterward, under the deliberate guidance of the Ziyue patriarch Babu, who bore a deep grudge against Yang Wu, secretly bribed the Ziyue patriarch through various means. The Ziyue patriarch, who had originally intended to slay Yang Wu, simply went along with the current, obtained a great deal of resources from Babu, and then pretended to have been bought off. Now that Yang Wu had an opportunity to seize the primordial universe, the Ziyue patriarch alone, and no match for Yang Wu, naturally turned his thoughts toward Babu. You mean the martial ancestor comes from a certain dimensional world, and now that his will has attained sagehood, he might seize the primordial universe of that dimensional world. In Babu's peak, upon hearing the Ziyue patriarch's report, Babu was deeply shaken, and his hatred intensified. Ever since Yang Wu appeared, everything seemed to have changed, with Babu constantly being suppressed by Yang Wu, who had always been so proud and spirited before. Although Babu was not from the 3,000 dimensional worlds, he was still aware of the secret information regarding the seizure of the primordial universe. If Yang Wu succeeded in seizing the primordial universe, he could comprehend all the mysteries within it, achieve sagehood with ease, and even have hope of reaching the divine king level. By then, slaying Yang Wu would be utterly impossible. No, I cannot allow him to seize the primordial universe. I must kill him before he does. Babu's eyes flickered with murderous intent as he gazed at the Ziyue patriarch, who kept his head bowed in silence. Well said, Yuezi. This news is of utmost importance. These 2 eternal true god-level treasures are my reward to you. Babu produced a suit of armor and a longsword-type attack treasure, which floated toward the Ziyue patriarch. Thank you, Master Babu. Thank you, Master Babu. The Ziyue patriarch spoke with utmost reverence, thanking him while receiving the 2 treasures. In his heart, however, he was cursing the other as a fool. To bribe this commander of Yang Wu's guardian disciples, Babu had already invested 5 eternal true god-level treasures in the Ziyue patriarch. 5 eternal true god-level treasures were an immense fortune, even in the origin continent, one that only an artifact refining master like Babu or core disciples of powerful factions could afford to part with generously. Ordinary powerhouses could not easily produce so many treasures. Yet he did not know that the Ziyue patriarch's desire to kill Yang Wu was 100 or 1,000 times more intense than Babu's. Artifact refining masters are truly wealthy. After killing the martial ancestor, I'll find a chance to slay this fool of a master as well and seize his world ring. The Ziyue patriarch mused inwardly. Watching the elated Ziyue patriarch, Babu felt quite satisfied. He could almost see the scene of Yang Wu's fall, aided by this guardian commander he had bought off. This foolish guardian commander, I'll leave these treasures with you for now. After killing the martial ancestor, I'll kill you too. A sharp gleam flashed in Babu's eyes. However, Commander Yuezi, I still need you to do one more thing. If this succeeds, you will certainly be rewarded. It is time to attempt the seizure of the primordial universe. By seizing the primordial universe and leveraging its mysteries, one could easily enter the eternal true god level, and the subsequent speed of cultivation and power enhancement would increase several-fold. On the martial ancestor peak, the independent peak of Yang Wu within the divine treasure pavilion, he finally had time to calmly consider attempting the seizure of the primordial universe. Seizing the primordial universe was no trivial matter. After his will attained sagehood, he had never had a chance to settle down quietly. Master Martial Ancestor Yuezi requests an audience. Just as Yang Wu was about to enter seclusion, the voice of the commander of the 25,000 guardian disciples Yuezi suddenly came from outside his cultivation chamber. Yang Wu frowned slightly at the call of Ziyue Ancestor, and the door of the cultivation room opened automatically. What is it? Yang Wu asked coldly. Forgive me, Grandmaster. I was presumptuous. Years ago I chanced upon a strange object and could not discern what it was. Today I suddenly remembered it and have specially brought it here for you to identify, and then present it to you, Grandmaster. The Yuezi commander held a square object about 10 kilometers in length, width and height, and handed it to Yang Wu. The square object seemed to be made of glass crystal clear, emitting a faint 7-colored light that slowly moved across its surface, giving a mysterious and peculiar feeling, as if the square metal had life and could come alive at any moment. Moreover, Yang Wu vaguely sensed some danger emanating from this square object. Yang Wu, as a master of artifact refinement, had never seen such a strange object before, and was immediately captivated. Could this be a peculiar metal from the indigenous tribes of the origin continent? Yang Wu's attention was instantly drawn to the so-called wonder from the origin continent. In the original dimensional world, such wonders were strictly forbidden from being brought into the primordial universe. Although he had been in the origin continent for quite some time, this was his first time seeing such legendary wonders. Shwa! Just as Yang Wu reached out to take the strange metal from Ziyue Ancestor's hand, a white light shot out from the metal, instantly piercing through Yang Wu's body. With a series of heavy thuds, the immense force sent Yang Wu stumbling backward uncontrollably as his body was pierced. At the same time, Yang Wu, who was normally quick-witted, became incredibly sluggish, as if stunned by Ziyue Ancestor's sudden attack. Ziyue Ancestor immediately produced a long-handled broadsword resembling the Guandao from Earth. The Guandao was wielded gracefully by Ziyue Ancestor, transforming into streaks of terrifying blade light, slashing repeatedly onto Yang Wu's defenseless body as he continued to retreat. Haha! Martial Ancestor, die! Almost simultaneously with Ziyue Ancestor's attack, a furious shout rang out, and a figure quickly emerged from Ziyue Ancestor's world ring, wielding a green staff that sent out streaks of green light, striking fiercely at Yang Wu. It was none other than Master Babu, who had been hiding in Ziyue Ancestor's world ring. The two void true gods moved with cruel and swift motions, attacking Yang Wu continuously. The close-range attack came without any warning. Fierce and rapid, countless sharp attacks rained down. Before Yang Wu could react, he was already shattered into pieces. Haha, Martial Ancestor, do you still dare to contend for my third place? Babu's long-cherished wish to kill Yang Wu over the years was finally fulfilled, and he laughed wildly with immense joy. Shwa! Suddenly a blade light flashed, striking Babu without any warning. Countless sinister blade lights. Babu, who was not skilled in combat, and had lost the initiative, fell tragically under Ziyue Ancestor's sneak attack in less than a few minutes. I am not reconciled. I was destined to become a grandmaster of artifact refinement, and forge a divine king's weapon. I was renowned throughout the origin continent. How could I fall like this? I hate it so much. Until the moment of his fall, he still could not believe that he had died like this, his eyes wide open in death. Confuse me. Do you think I Ziyue am someone, a mere useless artifact refining master like you can use? Ziyue Ancestor raised his hand and collected Babu's world ring, saying coldly, what a pity the strange metal from the native world that I worked so hard to obtain is now ruined. But it was worth it. Given the strength of this human clan's martial ancestor, if it weren't for the strike of this strange metal that briefly imprisoned Yang Wu's divine power, we would never have been able to kill him so easily. We might even have been killed by him instead. Ziyue Ancestor looked at the square object in his hand, which had turned into a piece of ordinary earth and stone, muttered to himself, and casually tossed it aside. Oh really? Ziyue, long time no see. TSK. This wonder of yours is quite extraordinary, able to imprison divine power and almost cause my fall. At that moment a cold voice rang out, and then the entire cultivation room seemed to turn into the rainy season, with water molecules in the space increasing and slowly gathering, forming the figure of a person. Who else could it be but Yang Wu? Martial Ancestor. How is that possible? You were clearly. How can you? Source water clone. I've long heard you had a source water clone, but when you broke through to true God, it should have returned to the origin. Ziyue Ancestor's mind was in utter chaos, and soon chaos turned into terror. Yang Wu was not dead. With Yang Wu's strength that had long shaken the cosmic sea, coupled with his now sanctified will, Ziyue Ancestor despaired. He knew he was no match for Yang Wu. At this moment another identical figure appeared behind him. Who else could it be but Yang Wu's human main body? Ziyue Ancestor, I have been searching for you so hard. In fact, when you transformed into Yuezi and became the commander of my guard, I felt something was off about you, but I never expected it was you. What a stroke of luck. Martial Ancestor, I only want to ask you one thing, can you let me go for the sake of coming from the same dimensional world? After a brief moment of terror, Ziyue Ancestor instead calmed down and asked calmly. No. Yang Wu stood with his hands behind his back, looking coldly at Ziyue Ancestor, and calmly uttered two words that brought despair to Ziyue Ancestor. Although their cultivation levels were the same at this moment, Ziyue Ancestor felt that Yang Wu had become enormously tall, looking down on him. The 3,000 dimensional worlds, the cosmic sea, the Martial Ancestor's sacred universe. Yang Wu's divine power clone was drinking freely with Hong and Lei Shen, the two brothers. Suddenly the clone put down his wine cup, a hint of a smile appearing on his face. Big brother, second brother, stop drinking for now. Hurry to the outside of the ZU, sacred universe. There's good news. Yang Wu's divine power clone said with a smile. The ZU Sacred Universe. That bastard ZU Ancestor's Sacred Universe, what good news could there be? I wish I could destroy him. Lei Shen rubbed his bald head, not yet understanding what Yang Wu meant, and cursed angrily. However, Hong immediately understood. Haha, I understand, third brother, you've done it. ZU's sacred land, your doom has finally arrived. Hong laughed loudly. Don't worry, third brother second, and I will go now. We guarantee that not even a single precious material of ZU's sacred land will be left behind. We'll bring everything back intact for you. The fourth brother was just telling me in the virtual universe a few days ago that the last component of his wings is in the ZU sacred land. Now his wings will be complete. With Yang Wu's strength, killing ZU Ancestor was effortless. Moreover, with his main body and source water clone, he had double the combat power. ZU Ancestor fell. The ZU sacred universe collapsed. The third-ranked core disciple was assassinated on his own peak, and one of the assassins was the captain of the guard personally selected by the Divine Treasure Pavilion for Yang Wu, while the other was the fourth-ranked core disciple. Such a major incident could not be concealed, and immediately alarmed the entire Divine Treasure Pavilion, even the royal families of the four kingdoms. However, after some initial necessary inquiries and condolences from the Divine Treasure Pavilion, the subsequent matters had nothing to do with Yang Wu. He quickly put the assassination behind him and began to enter seclusion. This time of seclusion was still the same as before. His true self focused on cultivation, while the source water doppelganger guarded the outer hall of the meditation chamber. Because this time Yang Wu was about to undertake an extremely momentous task to possess the primordial universe. Although the possession of the primordial universe was to be carried out by the divine power doppelganger left in his own sacred land universe, such a significant matter still required the true self to control the doppelganger with utmost care, not daring to relax in the slightest. This battle of wills was extremely perilous. The slightest misstep could result in severe injury. Although it was the doppelganger attempting the possession, once defeated it would directly affect the true self. Moreover, such a major undertaking as possessing the primordial universe could not be accomplished overnight. If interrupted, the consequences would be unimaginable. Within the 3,000-dimensional worlds inside Yang Wu's sacred land universe, his divine power doppelganger suddenly opened his eyes, a dazzling light gleaming in his pupils, and shot a fierce gaze toward the direction of the primordial universe. Primordial universe, become my special doppelganger. The affairs of heaven and earth were thus strange. After becoming a true god, no matter how many doppelgangers one had, they all had to return to the origin. Under normal circumstances, apart from divine power doppelgangers, it was impossible to have any other doppelgangers. Of course, Yang Wu's source water doppelganger was an exception. However, once one's will had attained sainthood, one could attempt to possess the primordial universe through the method of divine power doppelganger possession. If successful, one would obtain a special doppelganger. With Yang Wu's words, a massive force of will surged out of the sacred land universe. Like an invisible yet sharp arrow of slaughter, it shot toward the location of the primordial universe's origin. Yang Wu's will-formed arrow struck the core of the primordial universe's origin. Under the powerful will of the primordial universe, no one could approach its origin, except those whose will had attained sainthood. However, before Yang Wu's will arrow even reached the primordial universe's origin, it immediately sensed the fury of the primordial universe's will. Within that fury were also strong warnings and threats. The sharp will arrow, however, paid no heed to the various emotions of the primordial universe, and directly struck the defense of the primordial universe's origin, will as if hitting a solid shield. The force of arrow and shield. They became locked in a stalemate, their powers evenly matched, deadlocked at a distance of hundreds of millions of light years from the universe's origin. Not good. Who has angered the great primordial universe's origin will. At the very moment Yang Wu's attack collided with the defense of the primordial universe's origin, will the three ancestral gods of the ancestral god religion immediately sensed the ancestral god's anger. The three ancestral gods all showed expressions of shock. As the spokespersons of the primordial universe's origin, will such intense anger from the primordial universe's origin will had only occurred once before, billions of eons ago. However, that time the anger emitted by the primordial universe's origin will was much weaker compared to this time. The result of that anger directly led to the permanent suppression of the human race leader of the primordial universe, the then strongest in the cosmic sea ancestral origin, by the primordial universe's origin will. And this time, which reckless fool had angered the primordial universe's origin will again. Although shocked, the three ancestral gods could only gaze from afar in the direction of the primordial universe, waiting for the final outcome of this event. Without having attained sainthood in will, even as spokespersons of the primordial universe's origin, will they lacked the qualification and strength to help. In their hearts they secretly lamented. With the imminent birth of the realm beast, with disaster approaching, who would go and anger the primordial universe's origin will. Hopefully the result would not be too terrible. After all, one who could provoke the primordial universe's origin will must be a remarkable powerhouse. If not suppressed by the primordial universe's origin will, it would certainly be a great help in fighting the realm beast. Apart from the three ancestral gods who were spokespersons of the primordial universe's origin, will only the giant axe ancestor of the giant axe sacred land universe, and the East Emperor ancestor of the East Emperor sacred land universe knew of the change in the primordial universe's origin will. And the mountain-sitting guest who, although his cultivation had not broken through to the void true god level, was originally a god-king level being. The moment the primordial universe stirred, they already understood what had happened. My disciple has finally begun to possess the primordial universe. Haha, Master Ancestral Origin, as long as Yang Wu succeeds you will be released. I believe we will soon reunite in the origin continent. The giant axe Ancestor gazed into the distance toward the core of the primordial universe's origin, murmuring to himself, his eyes filled with boundless excitement. Martial Ancestor has begun to possess the primordial universe. Sigh. Within the East Emperor Sacred Land universe, the East Emperor Ancestor also looked toward the direction of the primordial universe's origin, his tone full of deep reluctance and helplessness. As the oldest existing void true god powerhouse in this dimensional world, and the earliest ancestor to have traversed the cycle of reincarnation, he naturally knew the many benefits of possessing the primordial universe. He had always yearned for the day when he could attain sainthood of will and possess the primordial universe. However, as the oldest void true god powerhouse, his will and strength, like most void true god and eternal true god powerhouses of the origin continent, had never been able to break through. Although he had a good relationship with Yang Wu, becoming close friends after Yang Wu arrived in the origin continent. But now, seeing Yang Wu, a rising star, had already reached this stage and the primordial universe he had long coveted was being taken by Yang Wu ahead of him, he felt more than just jealousy. At least a deep unwillingness in his heart. But what could he do about his unwillingness? After all, his strength had never improved. Thinking this, the East Emperor let out a self-deprecating sigh and shook his head slightly. Haha, it's finally begun. Good. Nephew, you must succeed. Your uncle will be here soon. The mountain-sitting guest sat lazily cross-legged on a Saiyan peak, floating in the void, gazing toward the core of the primordial universe's origin, excitement flickering in his eyes. Threatening me? I am not ancestral origin. My true self is in the origin continent. What can you do to me? You might as well obediently become my doppelganger. Sensing the resistance of the universe's origin, Yang Wu let out a cold snort. Instantly, tens of thousands of will arrows shot once more toward the core of the universe's origin will. The primordial universe's origin will also emitted even greater fury. Its will-formed shield became infinitely large, blocking all of Yang Wu's will arrows outside, no less formidable than Yang Wu's attacks. Whether Yang Wu's will took the form of arrows, blades, spears, or any of the 18 weapons, his attacks were fierce. However, all of his attacks were still completely blocked by the primordial universe's origin will. Kill. On the origin continent, at the martial ancestor peak of the divine treasure pavilion, Yang Wu, sitting cross-legged in the meditation chamber, had veins bulging on his forehead. Beads of sweat fell onto the floor of the training room, denting the originally extremely solid ground. Blocking me? Haha. Just you. My will has attained sainthood. Our wills are on the same level. However, my will is in an ascending phase. While possessing you, it is also a tempering and enhancement of my will. But you cannot. Your will improves slowly and can only block me for a time. Once my willpower is enhanced through tempering, your fate will still be to become my doppelganger. No one can stop me. Yang Wu's face twisted ferociously as he growled in a low voice. As time slowly passed, 2,800,000 years elapsed. Within the unique world of Yang Wu's Holy Land universe, countless powerful beings had entered the Jinji world for training, and the cosmic sea had grown much calmer in comparison. Due to the looming threat of the world beasts, the tranquil cosmic sea merely resembled the serenity before a tempest. Amidst the stillness, aside from a handful of formidable experts, no one knew that the primeval universe had reached a critical juncture of life and death. Yang Wu's attempt to seize the primeval universe had been relentless ever since it began 2,800,000 years ago. Although at the beginning of those 2,800,000 years, Yang Wu, who had just attained sage-level will, was merely evenly matched against the primeval universe's primordial will, making a successful takeover impossible. Yet, during the process of seizing, the constant clash of willpower with the primeval universe's primordial will was fraught with peril. For Yang Wu, this served as a powerful crucible for honing his will, the most effective means to elevate his willpower. In fact, such tempering far surpassed the effects of the black pattern stone pillar in sharpening the will. Especially in comprehending the Lai Yuan art, under the immense strain of willpower operating for tens of thousands of years, his progress was almost meteoric. Over the course of 2,800,000 years, bolstered by Yang Wu's unyielding perseverance and the amplification of the Lai Yuan art, the scales of victory began to tip slowly in his favor. In the struggle against the primeval universe's primordial will, Yang Wu's willpower gradually increased. The 18 weapons, blades, spears, swords, halberds, and others, manifested by his will, advanced inch by inch, eroding toward the core of the primeval universe's origin. Curse it! How hateful! Yuan managed to deceive the supreme rules and my primordial will. He left his legacy within my primeval universe. Otherwise, how could I ever be threatened? How could you have made such progress and nurtured such a menace? A heritage of that magnitude. It should never have appeared in my primeval universe. As Yang Wu drew closer to the core of the primeval universe's origin, he could more clearly sense the fury and remorse emanating from the primordial will. At 350,000 years, the clash between Yang Wu's will and the primeval universe's primordial will had reached a peak of intensity and danger locked in a death struggle. Due to the enhancement of his willpower, Yangwu's will had gradually approached the membrane outside the core of the primeval universe's origin. Only one step remained to breach the final defense line of the origin core. The primeval universe's primordial will, burning all its power in a desperate counterattack, suddenly reversed the tide. The original pattern of offense and defense transformed into a mutual assault. The situation was exceedingly perilous. The slightest misstep could lead to backlash from the primeval universe's primordial will. In such a relentless life or death struggle, if Yangwu suffered backlash, the least consequence would be a deviation from the Tao and a severe drop in cultivation. The worst outcome would be the dissipation of his will and death. Conversely, if Yangwu emerged victorious, he would seize the primeval universe without further hindrance. In an instant across the entire primeval universe, all beings felt the upheaval caused by the contest between the primordial will and Yangwu. The formidable willpower radiating from beyond the origin core struck fear into the hearts of every living creature in the primeval universe. As for Yangwu's Holy Land universe, he had already relocated all living beings from it long before he began preparing for the seizure. Now the entire Holy Land universe was engulfed in a great calamity. Mountains crumbled, the earth split. Under the overwhelming pressure of willpower, the whole universe trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse. Inside the martial ancestor peak of the Divine Treasure Pavilion, on the origin continent, Yangwu's main body sat, in the depths of the cultivation hall. Though still seated, his hands, originally resting on his thighs, had clenched tightly around his head. His eyes were bloodshot, and even blood trickled from the corners of his eyes. A low, agonized groan escaped his lips. His silver teeth had been ground to powder under such torment. Hold on. I will not lose. Cut. Yangwu spat out a mouthful of blood and roared in fury. Amid his roar, the will that had only recently attained sage level made a breakthrough, surging all the way to the peak of the middle sage stage. Kill. With the breakthrough, his willpower multiplied several-fold. The spear formed by his will shattered all the attacks of the primeval universe's primordial will. With a single strike, he gained the upper hand. Yangwu pressed his advantage, and the dawn of victory finally arrived after 4 million years. The attacks and defenses of the primeval universe's primordial will were all shattered and vanished into the void. Submit to my seizure. The spear of Yangwu's will smashed through the membrane outside the primeval universe's primordial will, then drove straight into the very core of the origin will. Success! On the origin continent, Yangwu's main body trembled violently, then his face lit up with joy. The entire primeval universe was now under his control, just as within his own Holy Land universe. In the primeval universe, Yangwu was the sovereign. Countless unfathomable mysteries and insights into various primal laws flowed into his mind like a stream. Instantly, both his cultivation and willpower began to rise without hindrance. A powerful aura surged from his body. Breakthrough to the eternal sovereign level. His willpower advanced again, reaching the peak of the late sage stage, just one step away from the divine king level. In the cosmic sea, the martial ancestor Holy Land universe began to transform as well. After the previous breakthrough to the void, true god, it underwent a second metamorphosis. At this moment, Yangwu's will was entirely focused on his new incarnation, the primeval universe incarnation. So that's how it is. Now he saw the suppressed original ancestor, the primeval star controlled by the primeval universe, the Qi divine temple, and even some ancient sites yet to be unearthed. He also understood the reason for the rise of the human race because of him. It all stemmed from Yuan's immense power, which even the supreme rules had to treat with caution. The legacy of Yuan left within the primeval universe was so hidden that even the primordial will of the primeval universe could not detect it. Until Yangwu inherited it and brought it to light. Such a powerful heritage was fundamentally disallowed by the primeval universe's primordial will, and an inheritor like Yangwu would have been erased by it. However, at the moment Yangwu was acknowledged by the inheritance, the primordial will of the primeval universe was suddenly intimidated by a formidable consciousness. The deterrent power of this consciousness surpassed the world beasts and could effortlessly annihilate the primordial will itself. Forced to compromise, the primordial will of the primeval universe allowed Yangwu's rapid growth and the swift expansion of the human race's power. All of this was due to the mighty Yuan. At the same time, Yangwu learned a crucial piece of information. Although he had seized the primeval universe, if the world beasts destroyed it, and a new primeval universe was born from the ruins, it would slip from his control. Moreover, having already seized once, he could never do so again. Thus, to permanently retain the primeval universe incarnation, he must defeat the world beasts. What? Welcome the return of Yuan Zhu. After successfully taking over the primal universe, Yangwu's first task was naturally to release Yuan Zhu, who had been suppressed by the primal universe. Moreover, strangely, in the message Yangwu sent, the location for them to welcome Yuan Zhu's return was not at the Zushan sect but directly set at Earth in the human territory of the Milky Way. Although they did not know why this was the case, they believed that Wu Zhu Yangwu would not be joking with them about this matter. On Earth in Huaxia, the Wu Zhu mansion was originally the Qingfeng subdistrict of the Ladian Martial Hall, which contained the villa where Yangwu once lived. Now the entire Qingfeng subdistrict and a large area of surrounding buildings had been incorporated and transformed into a Wuzhou Memorial Hall with a strong huaxia flavor. Whether they were human high-level officials within the primal universe or universe masters training in the cosmic sea, except for those human strongmen temporarily unable to leave the gene world, all others swiftly rushed toward the Milky Way and Earth. When Chaos City Lord of Darkness and other human strongmen arrived, Hong Leishen and Luo Feng's Mo Sha clan clone were already waiting there. Everyone please wait. The will of the primal universe is releasing Yuan Zhu. The three of them ushered the human strongmen into the Wuzhou mansion as Luo Feng said. Indeed. The confirmation from Luo Feng that Yuan Zhu was being released made Chaos City Lord and the others even more excited in their hearts. Although they did not know what game the primal universe's will was playing with Yuan Zhu's return, whatever deeper meaning the primal universe's will had, they no longer cared about it. Especially for the dozen or so universe masters and universe strongest before Yang Wu's rise in their hearts, neither Jufu ancestor Wu Zhu nor the Galaxy Lord could actually replace Yuan Zhu's position. There is another good news to tell everyone. After the crowd's excitement had calmed a little, Luo Feng continued, from now on humanity will replace the Zushin sect and become the spokesperson of the primal universe's will, and I Hong and Lei Shin are the designated executors of that spokesperson role. Since the primal universe had become one of Yang Wu's avatars, it naturally handed over the lucrative position of the primal universe's will spokesperson to humanity. What? The spokesperson of the primal universe's will? The release of Yuan Zhu and his return was already an enormous piece of good news for them. Now suddenly replacing the Zushin sect and becoming the spokesperson of the primal universes will further solidify humanity's unshakable position in the primal universe. This? Luo Feng, do you know why the primal universes will has suddenly become so fond of our humanity? After the excitement, Chaos City Lord asked Luo Feng and the other two. It should be noted that in the impression of veteran human strongmen like Chaos City Lord, ever since Yuan Zhu angered the primal universe's will and was suppressed by the primal universe, humanity's development had always been suppressed by the primal universe's will. They had never been able to surpass peak races like the demon race, the insect race, and the mechanical race until Yang Wu's powerful rise changed the situation. Now the primal universe's will's two abrupt actions appeared particularly strange in their eyes. This? What exactly is the primal universe's will up to? We don't know either. Perhaps it's for the impending Jia Beast calamity. The will simply told us to strive to improve, to prepare fully for the upcoming Jia Beasts. The heavy responsibility of overcoming the Jia Beast calamity will fall on humanity's shoulders. Luo Feng rubbed his forehead and said, the primal universes will had suddenly made such a strange move. They also did not know why. The matter of Yang Wu taking over the primal universe was not known to Luo Feng and the others unless they could transcend reincarnation. After speaking, Luo Feng and the other two also fell silent, waiting for Yuan Zhu's return. Although universe masters like Luo Feng, who rose later, had not received guidance from Yuan Zhu's influence on the human race was immense. As the guide of humanity's rise, Yuan Zhu still commanded the respect of all human strongmen. Moreover, with Jufu founder and Wu Zhu, two super powerhouses, having transcended reincarnation, and the Jia Beast calamity approaching, Yuan Zhu's return meant that humanity had gained another powerhouse with absolute strength to confront the Jia Beasts. Everyone stood in the air above the Wu Zhu mansion, gazing at the sky, quietly waiting as time slowly passed. All of this, including the gathering of many human strongmen, could not be detected by any person or any detection equipment on Earth. People passing by the Wu Zhu mansion still wore respectful expressions, cautiously and quickly walking along the road outside the mansion, with no one able to detect anything unusual about the Wu Zhu mansion. Suddenly a powerful energy fluctuation appeared in the sky. The sky above them twisted and a spatial wormhole faintly emerged. A blurry figure instantly passed through the wormhole and appeared before everyone's eyes. This scene made everyone immensely excited, especially Chaos City Lord, whose body uncontrollably trembled. The blurry figure gradually became clear. It was a man in white robes. Wherever he went, it seemed that even time and space were influenced by him, and everything became peaceful and serene. Master! Chaos City Lord took the lead, teleporting in front of the white-robed man, and immediately kneeling, tears streaming down his face. Yuan Zhu! Yuan Zhu! Yuan Zhu! Yuan Zhu! And the others also stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Rise, all of you. No need for such formalities. Yuan Zhu said with a smile as he helped Chaos City Lord up. Don't act like a child. You're already at the same level of power as me. That child Jufu has already transcended reincarnation, a step ahead of me. Yuan Zhu smiled, his gaze filled with immense relief as he swept over Chaos City Lord and the others. Not bad. The development of humanity over these years and your contributions. I have seen them all. Well done. Yuan Zhu nodded. Luo Feng, not bad. This is your hometown, isn't it? Truly amazing. Such a remote planet has actually nurtured strongmen like Yang Wu, Luo Feng, Hong Leishen, and others. It's truly remarkable. Yuan Zhu's gaze fell on Luo Feng and the others, sighing with emotion. After speaking, he looked up at the sky into the depths of the clouds, and a trace of doubt unconsciously flashed in his eyes. Is it Jufu or Wu Zhu? Yuan Zhu murmured in a voice only he could hear. Not long ago, Yuanzhu, suppressed by the primal universe's will, had clearly sensed the primal universe's will's anger, warning, fear, despair. Various different emotions. This made Yuanzhu understand that someone must be taking over the primal universe. After being suppressed by the primal universe's will for billions of eras, he was suddenly released. Yuanzhu was even more certain of his guess, and he could affirm that the one who successfully took over the primal universe must be a human strongman, specifically either Jufu founder or Wuzhu. However, in his heart there were still some doubts. He had to enter either the Jufu Holy Universe or the Wuzhu Holy Universe, meet these two and confirm before he could fully understand. Within the fiefdom of Yangwu, the kingdom of Wu. In the blink of an eye, more than 6 million years had passed since Yangwu successfully seized the primordial universe. The 5 million year probation period of the Shinbao Pavilion had elapsed. During this time, Yangwu had adhered strictly to the rules, completing his artifact forging tasks and assessments on schedule, earning full recognition from the pavilion. He was now free to come and go as he pleased. Moreover, within his own fiefdom, the royal palace of the kingdom of Wu, he had constructed a small void teleportation gate connecting to the Shinbao Pavilion, allowing him to travel there at will. In the art of artifact forging, thanks to the sanctification of his will and the elevation of his cultivation to the eternal true God level, his skills had been honed over centuries. With the Shinbao Pavilion's abundant supply of materials and his access to various forging techniques and legacies, his vision and expertise had broadened considerably. He had long since mastered the creation of various treasures at the eternal true God level. Among the core disciples of the Shinbao Pavilion, his forging prowess had surpassed even the brothers Oma and Otto, making him the foremost core disciple. With the small void teleportation gate allowing him to freely travel between his fiefdom and the Shinbao Pavilion, Yangwu had more opportunities to return to his territory, reunite with his master giant axe founder, and others, exchange insights on cultivation, and greatly enhance his own strength. The territory of the kingdom of Wu, managed by the giant axe founder Lord Kidomi Emperor Dong, and others over millions of years, had flourished, awaiting the transcendence and reincarnation of the human race's strongmen from the dimensional world. Return to the Shinbao Pavilion immediately. One day, just as Yangwu had returned to his palace in the fiefdom to cultivate, he received an urgent summons from the Shinbao Pavilion ordering him to return at once. Although the brief message did not specify the reason for the urgent recall, such an urgent summons clearly indicated a major event, and he dared not delay. Leaving a divine power clone in the palace, he hurriedly stepped into the void teleportation gate and returned to the Shinbao Pavilion. In the Shinbao Great Hall, nearly all the pavilion's guardian disciples, several core disciples, and inner disciples had already gathered, whispering in small groups. After Yangwu appeared, more disciples continued to arrive, including the brothers Oma and Otto. As before, Oma and Otto remained aloof and silent, as if no one in the hall was worthy of their attention. Only when they saw Yangwu did a glint of sharp light flash in their eyes, quickly suppressed. The brothers stood silently in a corner of the hall, saying nothing. About half an hour later, the chief pavilion master of the Shinbao Pavilion, along with several pavilion masters and senior officials, appeared in the hall, their expressions extremely solemn. Everyone, disciples of the Shinbao Pavilion, this urgent summons. The chief pavilion master scanned the tens of thousands of disciples in the square, nodded slightly, and began to speak. It turned out that the war between the kingdom of Food, the kingdom of Yong, and the kingdom of Ju had taken a new turn. What had initially been a conflict among these three kingdoms had escalated as each paid different prices and employed different tactics, forming alliances and counter-alliances. The flames of war, which had begun with these three kingdoms, now spread across most of the eastern region, affecting many nations. The conflict among the three kingdoms became a spark that ignited the surrounding nations, whether superior, medium, or inferior vassal states. All were forced to join the war, and more nations continued to enter the fray. What had started as a battle between two medium kingdoms and one superior kingdom gradually evolved into a regional war. This multi-nation conflict would inevitably lead to a major reshuffling of the Eastern Order. And the four kingdoms where the Shinbao Pavilion and the Xinyao Pavilion were located were also drawn into the conflagration. Coincidentally, the kingdoms of Kaixia-Qianmu and Pu sided with the kingdom of Food, becoming its allies. The kingdom of Food, the epicenter of the regional war, had sent distress signals to its allies. In response, the kingdoms of Kaixia-Qianmu and Pu dispatched senior members of the Shinbao Pavilion and the Xinyao Pavilion, along with elite disciples and guardian disciples, to support the kingdom of Food. Yangwu was among those summoned. The following day, under the leadership of the Xinyao Pavilion's high-ranking members, they would depart for the kingdom of Food. Of course, disciples who supported the kingdom of Food would be rewarded with contribution points based on their merits after returning. Additionally, the four kingdoms would offer their own rewards according to individual contributions. However, the primary task of the Shinbao Pavilion disciples was to repair weapons and fortifications, while direct confrontations with the enemy were mainly left to the guardian disciples. Support the kingdom of Food. Yangwu couldn't help but silently shake his head. Having been indoctrinated by Zhuoshanku with deep hatred for the kingdom of Food, he had always regarded it as an enemy. Yet now he found himself tasked with rescuing that very foe. Martial Ancestor. When Yangwu left the Shinbao Great Hall and returned to his Martial Ancestor Peak awaiting the next day's departure, Martial Ancestor Peak received an unexpected visitor. One of the pavilion masters of the Shinbao Pavilion, Qingyue Princess. Greetings Pavilion Master Qingyue. Although Yang Wu had met Qingyue Princess briefly before the artifact forging competition, and it was under her arrangement that he had been granted the top-tier guest room which allowed him to use the time-accelerated forging chamber and elevate his skills to the Grandmaster level, winning the competition. However, since entering the Shinbao Pavilion, Qingyue Princess had rarely appeared in public. In fact, Yang Wu had not seen her even once in millions of years. Among all the Pavilion Masters, she was the most mysterious and aloof. No need for formalities. I've come only to remind you, be careful on this trip to the Kingdom of Food. Remember, trust no one easily. Neither Shinbao Pavilion disciples nor its high-ranking officials. If you have the chance, find a way to leave the group and act alone. This war is not simple. Qingyue Princess remained expressionless, speaking coldly. Yang Wu was startled. What do you mean, Pavilion Master Qingyue? You are a talent in artifact forging with a gift surpassing any Grandmaster I have ever seen. I believe one day you will be able to forge Divine King weapons. Therefore, I do not wish to see you fall. Qingyue Pavilion Master gazed at Yang Wu for a long moment before speaking. At the same time, several artifacts appeared before her. All treasures Yang Wu had forged and submitted over the years to fulfill his core disciple tasks. Although I do not know who your master is and your forging techniques differ from mine, your methods and the artifacts you create always evoke a deep, inexplicable familiarity within me. Until I uncover the truth, I do not wish to see you fall. After speaking, Qingyue Pavilion Master withdrew the artifacts, and with a flicker she vanished from Yang Wu's core disciple palace. Due to the war, all void teleportation gates within the domain of Shigua were disrupted and rendered unusable. Whether reinforcements from Shigua Yonggua or Jugua, nearly every void teleportation gate had become inoperable. The Shinbao Pavilion's reinforcements from Shigua had no choice but to divide into 10 squads boarding 10 peak-level Eternal True God flying vessel treasures and set sail toward the land of Shigua. The vessel sped swiftly toward Shigua. Within it, almost every disciple of the Shinbao Pavilion retreated to their own cabins. Some quietly cultivated, hoping to enhance their strength before reaching Shigua. Even though they were artifact refiners, their chances of facing enemies directly were slim, yet the tides of war shifted unpredictably, and no one could guarantee their absolute safety. Some disciples who had rarely experienced the crucible of battle paced nervously in their cabins, unable to calm themselves. Ever since Yang Wu received the summons from the Shinbao Pavilion, and returned to learn of the mission to support Shigua, a foreboding sense had lingered in his heart. He had a strong premonition that this journey to aid Shigua was far from as simple as it appeared. Especially after the visit of Princess Qingyue, this feeling grew even more intense. Boom, boom, boom. Half a year passed. After the initial panic, tension, and unease, everyone aboard the vessel gradually settled into a state of quiet cultivation. One day, the smoothly cruising vessel suddenly shuddered violently, jolting Yang Wu and the others from their cultivation. Deafening roars erupted from beyond the vessel. Though it was a peak-level Eternal True God treasure, it still tossed and lurched violently in the upheaval. All the disciples of the Shinbao Pavilion were startled awake by the violent tremors, and panic instantly engulfed the entire vessel. Haha, another bunch of fools trying to aid Shigua. Stay here and perish. Waves of suffocatingly powerful auras instantly enveloped all 10 vessels. Although they were within the saint-level vessel, nearly every disciple of the Shinbao Pavilion felt a sense of impending annihilation. Chaos Sovereign. Saint-level powerhouse. Having sanctified his will, Yang Wu immediately discerned the cultivation levels of the owners of these formidable pressure auras. A saint-level powerhouse. 5 saint-level powerhouses. The entire escort for the Shinbao Pavilion disciples to Shigua consisted of only 3 saint-level experts. How could this battle be fought? 5 enemy saint-level powerhouses clearly intended to annihilate all the Shinbao Pavilion disciples aboard these 10 vessels. Unlike the other disciples who were lost in confusion and panic, Yang Wu, who had instantly gauged the enemy's strength, calmly contemplated possible escape routes. Various plans flashed through his mind, only to be dismissed one by one. Against saint-level powerhouses, aside from his willpower, which could offer some resistance, he had no other recourse. Beyond, the vessel battle erupted instantly. The clash between saint-level powerhouses was a scene of world-shattering, cosmos-obliterating devastation with every gesture. Disciples, in 30 seconds I will open the vessels for you to flee. Disciples of vessels 1 and 2 head east. Vessels 3 and 4 head south. An urgent voice reached every disciple, including Yang Wu. Why open the vessels? This is a peak-level Eternal True God treasure vessel. Even a Chaos Sovereign might not be able to breach it. Hearing this transmission from the saint-level powerhouse on their side, some panicked disciples grew even more flustered. Idiots! Even if they can't breach it now, they can seal the vessel. Eventually they'll break through its defenses and will either die or be enslaved. Rather than that end, it's better to take a gamble. Perhaps with our saint-level powerhouses holding them back, we might still have a chance to escape. After all, only 2 saint-level powerhouses among the enemy have the opportunity to pursue us. A high-ranking Eternal True God from the Shinbao Pavilion roared, enough talk. Once the vessels open, follow me and flee south. We'll rendezvous at a point 500 billion light-years to the south. Our 3 saint-level powerhouses will hold off 3 of theirs. That leaves only 2 enemy saint-level experts. If we're lucky, and they don't pursue us first, we have a good chance of survival. A high-ranking eternal true god from the Shinbao Pavilion roared, "Enough talk. Once the vessels open, follow me and flee south. We'll rendezvous at a point 500 billion light-years to the south. Our 3 saint-level powerhouses will hold off 3 of theirs. That leaves only 2 enemy saint-level experts. If we're lucky, and they don't pursue us first, we have a good chance of survival." Aboard each vessel, besides the artifact-refining disciples and guardian disciples, there were also many high-ranking eternal true god cultivators. Though he too was terrified, the high-ranking eternal true god still shouted harshly. Under his bellowing, the previously panicked disciples calmed down a little. 5 saint-level powerhouses, 3 engaging our 3. May the remaining 2 not pursue the direction our vessel flees. Only then is there a sliver of hope for survival. Yang Wu gently shook his head, gazing at the scene of darkness and chaos caused by the battle of saint-level powerhouses, and silently calculated in his heart. Many disciples harbored similar thoughts, praying silently. 3, 2, 1, flee. A thunderous roar sounded in Yang Wu's ears, and then the walls of the 10 vessels simultaneously vanished. Shwa! 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 Each vessel held over 10,000 disciples who surged out and sped toward their pre-planned directions. Heading south, Yang Wu transformed into a bolt of lightning racing toward the southern horizon. "Haha, trying to escape. Stay here." Amid a burst of wild laughter, Yang Wu felt as if a massive dark cloud was descending from behind, slowing his frantic speed. "Damn it, with so many directions, why did you have to pick ours?" Yang Wu didn't look back, sensing the dark cloud closing in overhead, and cursed inwardly. Behind him, screams erupted from time to time. A powerful sense of crisis surged continuously, spurring Yang Wu to fly ever faster. "Little human, not slow." After an unknown time, a mocking voice sounded in Yang Wu's ear. Behind Yang Wu, all the disciples of the Shinbao Pavilion from that vessel, whether artifact refiners or guardians, had lost all signs of life, having perished at the hands of this saint-level powerhouse. Only Yang Wu remained. Perhaps impressed by Yang Wu's speed, the saint-level powerhouse didn't immediately attack upon catching up. Instead, like a cat toying with a mouse, he flew almost parallel to Yang Wu, looking at him with a mocking grin. "Little human, you have decent strength. Surrender to the Jew Kingdom's royal family, refine treasures for us, and I will spare your life." The voice of the saint-level powerhouse continued to echo in Yang Wu's ears. "I have recognized you. You are the 3rd-place winner of the Divine Treasure Pavilion's alchemy competition, the human named Wu Zhu. Your will has achieved sanctity, no small feat. Why throw away your life for a mere Divine Treasure Pavilion? The Sure Kingdom is now on its last legs. It will fall before long. Once it does, the next target will be your allied nations that stand with the Sure Kingdom. The insignificant Divine Treasure Pavilion cannot escape its doom. Only by defecting to my Jew Kingdom can you tread the path of brilliance. Is that so?" As Yang Wu's icy voice rang out, what greeted the saint-level powerhouse was a streak of dazzling light. The dazzling light exploded, and within it, a miniature universe rapidly coalesced. Faint yin-yang taiji patterns flowed within as immense power surged forth. This was the miniature universe conceived by Yang Wu's will. As soon as the miniature universe took shape, the full force of an entire universe swiftly pressed down upon the opponent, overwhelming and crushing him. After breaking through to eternal true god, Yang Wu had gleaned some secrets of the universe's origin from the yin-yang Dao he had comprehended earlier, allowing him to conjure a miniature universe with a single thought. Facing a saint-level powerhouse with no escape left, he resolved to fight with all his might. This would also let him experience the gap between the Chaos Dominion who wields chaos and his own eternal true god level. After all, Yang Wu had long left a drop of blood hidden in a secret place within his fiefdom, the Wu Kingdom. Even if he died, he could use that blood to revive through a secret technique. As for the Inheritance Temple, the bright jade mace, and other important treasures, he had already entrusted them to his source water clone during the escape. The source water clone dissipated into water mist, drifting through the air, difficult for even a saint-level powerhouse to detect without careful scrutiny. Although Yang Wu had no particular sense of belonging to the Divine Treasure Pavilion, or the Four Kingdoms, his own Wu Kingdom was now subordinate to the Four Kingdoms. As a stronghold he had established on the origin continent in advance for the human race of the primal universe, the Wu Kingdom shared a symbiotic relationship with the Four Kingdoms. Yang Wu had no intention of abandoning it lightly, and certainly would not surrender to the Jew Kingdom. Seeing Yang Wu instantly conjure a miniature universe and attack the saint-level powerhouse's face, still bore a contemptuous smirk. But in the next moment his expression shifted slightly. Eternal true gods had already comprehended some of the profound mysteries of the universe's origin. With a single thought they could form a miniature universe, by grasping the source of water and fire, time and space, light and darkness. Any such source would suffice. That was the path to becoming an eternal true god. Even this saint-level powerhouse, before reaching the saint level, had comprehended the source of light and darkness to achieve eternal true god status. Yet from the miniature universe Yang Wu had conjured with a thought, he faintly perceived the presence of numerous profound mysteries of the universe's origin. Moreover, these mysteries were ingeniously and perfectly integrated into a unified whole. A formidable power emanated from within several times stronger than the miniature universe's most eternal true gods could conjure with a single thought. What kind of source power is this? So mighty. Even he, a chaos dominion of the saint level who wielded control over chaos, felt a hint of threat from this miniature universe. Such profound mysteries of the universe's origin. The saint-level powerhouse sighed inwardly, but a trace of jealousy surged instantly in his heart. Humph! A universe born from a single thought. A mere eternal true god dares to show off before me a chaos dominion. With the saint-level powerhouse's cold voice, a powerful aura erupted instantly. In that moment Yang Wu's miniature universe seemed to be completely shrouded by a celestial canopy. All laws originate from chaos. The saint-level powerhouse, having mastered chaos, transformed his true god heart into a chaotic space. The chaotic force generated by the chaotic space pressed in mercilessly. Even though Yang Wu had comprehended the Yin-Yang Dao and fused many laws into a powerful Yin-Yang source miniature universe, it could not withstand the overwhelming power of the opponent's chaotic space. The entire miniature universe, under the encroachment of the chaotic space, gradually contracted toward its center. Within the miniature universe void, shattered mountains crumbled, earth split. A cataclysm of destruction. Hold on. Standing at the center of the miniature universe, Yang Wu himself felt the immense pressure from the assault on his conjured universe. The crushing force nearly suffocated him. Under the opponent's chaotic force, even dispelling the miniature universe was impossible. Doing so would leave him directly exposed to the chaotic space's pressure. His face twisted in a grimace, veins bulging. He poured every ounce of his divine power, recklessly, into the miniature universe, propping it up to prevent collapse under the onslaught. Haha, little humans, stop your futile resistance. Perish. Initially he had considered persuading Yang Wu to surrender and bring him into the Zhu Kingdom's royal family. But after witnessing Yang Wu's formidable talent, the saint-level powerhouse felt envy and hatred. He no longer had any desire to recruit him, only wanting to annihilate him. The miniature universe, under the crushing pressure of the chaotic space, had already shrunk by 2/3. Yang Wu's divine power had burned through more than half, yet he still struggled on. Seeing Yang Wu's precarious state, the saint-level powerhouse, confident of victory, grew even more mocking and contemptuous. Yet he failed to notice a subtle change in Yang Wu's contorted features. Ah! Die! Liuan art, kill! At the brink of death, Yang Wu roared in his heart. A vertical eye manifested between his brows. To effectively attack a saint-level powerhouse who had also sanctified his will, he had to strike when the opponent was off guard. Even with the Liuan art, arguably the foremost soul secret technique on the origin continent, Yang Wu dared not be careless. Buzz! An invisible arrow formed between Yang Wu's brows, instantly piercing through space and shooting into the opponent's forehead. In that moment Yang Wu felt the pressure on his miniature universe ease significantly. Kill! 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 Without waiting for the opponent's reaction, Yang Wu let out consecutive low growls, unleashing his willpower without reserve. Several more will arrows formed from soul will struck the opponent's sea of consciousness. Ah! Only after Yang Wu's second wave of attacks did the opponent's screams erupt. Shoo! The chaotic space force enveloping Yang Wu's miniature universe dissipated instantly. The opponent threw back his head, emitting a roar of fury and agony. With Yang Wu's sanctified will powering the Liuan art, the sneak attack succeeded, while the opponent was caught off guard. Dozens of powerful will attacks ravaged the opponent's sea of consciousness, but the immense drain left Yang Wu's face deathly pale. Had the opponent not also been a saint-level powerhouse with a sanctified will, his sea of consciousness would have collapsed, and he would have perished from Yang Wu's Liuan art, combined with the soul-slaying eye attack. Swish! Just as the opponent, caught off guard by Yang Wu's attack combining the Liuan technique and the Lucian eye, suffered a severe blow to his soul, a spaceship treasure of the eternal true god level suddenly appeared before Yang Wu. He flashed into the spaceship, which traced an arc across the sky and vanished at the horizon in an instant. The opponent was a saint-level expert at the Chaos Dominator rank. Even though Yang Wu's willpower assault had temporarily gravely wounded his soul, he was not someone that Yang Wu, who had just entered the eternal true god realm, could easily slay. After the spaceship had flown billions of light years, the saint-level expert, whose soul had been severely wounded by Yang Wu, gradually recovered. He looked in the direction Yang Wu had fled, his pale face covered with frost, but in the end he had no choice but to turn and leave helplessly. Even though he was a saint-level expert, faced with Yang Wu, who had fled billions of light years away, he was powerless. After fleeing for billions of light years, Yang Wu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, at the agreed meeting point to the south, apart from Yang Wu, not a single disciple of the Shinbao Pavilion appeared. The entire spaceship, full of Shinbao Pavilion disciples and high-ranking members, except for Yang Wu, had all fallen at the hands of the saint-level expert who had been pursuing Yang Wu. This showed the formidable power of a saint-level expert. To the east lies the direction of the Sure Kingdom. However, aiding the Sure Kingdom was not my wish. Moreover, Princess Qingyue had warned me to act alone and even leave this vortex of war. This is just the opportunity to temporarily escape this place of conflict. After muttering to himself, Yang Wu turned the spaceship decisively and flew west. Boom! 10 days later, Yang Wu, now far from the war zone, sat leisurely in the spaceship drinking the fine wine of the Qiyuan continent contentedly when suddenly, the flying spaceship was violently struck, causing the entire vessel to shake incessantly. Yang Wu had no choice but to quickly retract the spaceship and appear in midair. Although a spaceship treasure of the eternal true god level was difficult even for a saint-level expert to breach, however, could be easily sealed. Therefore, generally when encountering enemies inside a palace or flying treasure, if escape is impossible, it is best to leave the treasure immediately. In the void billions of kilometers ahead of Yang Wu stood a burly middle-aged man with black skin and a single golden horn on his head. This burly man was also at the eternal true god level. In his hand he held a dark golden iron staff billions of kilometers long, entwined with profound mysteries. Seeing the man's appearance and his weapon, Yang Wu immediately associated him with a legendary figure from the primordial universe, the founder of the Yanxinbing Shilua duo. Not only the man's appearance but also his weapon matched perfectly the image of Shilua duo, recorded in various texts of the primordial universe. However, this man's cultivation level was like a drop of water compared to the ocean of Shilua duo, who had only been at the universe dominator level back then. Even the treasure in his hand, suspected to be the Yanxinbing, was an eternal true god level artifact far beyond the original Yanxinbing. Moreover, the Shilua duo of the primordial universe had long since perished, not even reaching the universe master level before his death, let alone transcending reincarnation. Who are you and why did you attack my spaceship? Yang Wu suppressed his doubts and demanded coldly. I am the 9th guard captain of the Tianbao trading company in the Ji Kingdom. The young Master Yu whom you killed back then once showed me kindness. Since you killed Master Yu, who I must kill you to avenge him. As for my name, remember the one who kills you is Shilua duo. The burly man swung his iron staff and roared. Shilua duo. You are Shilua duo. Yang Wu dodged to the side and shouted, stop. I have questions for you. Do you have any last words? The burly man halted his attack and demanded harshly. Where do you come from? Did you transcend reincarnation from the 3,000 dimension worlds? What is the name of the weapon in your hand? Yang Wu's eyes showed a hint of excitement. Although he did not follow the gold space path and, unlike Luo Feng, did not initially use the Yanxinbing as his weapon nor practice Shilua duo's secret arts, Shilua duo had already become an idol for every human disciple below the immortal level in the primordial universe. What 3,000 dimension worlds? I am a native of the western region of the Qiyuan continent. By chance I left the west and drifted to the Ji Kingdom, where I was saved by Master Yu, who and introduced to the Tianbao trading company. Under their training I was able to break through to the eternal true god level, and achieved success in artifact refinement, creating my own weapon, the Yanxinbing. Shilua duo raised his iron staff and said proudly, what is going on? Yang Wu felt his thoughts in disarray. How could the Shilua duo of the primordial universe, the creator of the Yanxinbing, become a native of the Qiyuan continent and then create the Yanxinbing anew? Could it be? A possibility suddenly occurred to Yang Wu. In the dimension worlds, the martial ancestor sacred universe, Yang Wu's divine power avatar hurriedly found Zhuoshan in the virtual universe. Martial uncle. In the virtual universe, Yang Wu said to Zhuoshan, martial uncle, I encountered a strange matter in the Qiyuan continent, and wish to ask you for clarification. What is it? Zhuoshan asked. Martial uncle, I saw Shilua duo in the Qiyuan continent. However, this Shilua duo is not the one from our primordial universe. He was born as a native of the Qiyuan continent. Yet his appearance is almost identical to the descriptions of Shilua duo in many texts of the primordial universe. At the same time, the weapon he created is still called the Yanxinbing, and its design is almost identical to the original Yanxinbing, except that it is now a eternal true god level treasure. Yang Wu looked at Zhuoshan and said, that is why I came to ask you, martial uncle. When I was undergoing the reincarnation trial, you once told me that if a life born in the primordial universe becomes a void true god, they can pass through the reincarnation passage and reach the Qiyuan continent. If they do not become a void true god, once they die their souls will go directly through the reincarnation passage to the Qiyuan continent. However, in the passage weak souls will be annihilated. Only strong souls will arrive at the Qiyuan continent. However, these souls will lose their past life memories and be reincarnated in the Qiyuan continent. So you suspect that the Shilua duo you saw is the reincarnation of the primordial universe's Shilua duo in the Qiyuan continent. Zhuoshan smiled and interjected, you guessed correctly. Although this Shilua duo had a low cultivation level before his fall, his soul was still fairly strong. He must have passed through the reincarnation passage, without his soul being annihilated, thus managing to be reincarnated in the Qiyuan continent. However, the memories of his past life have completely vanished, but his martial talent remains, and in the Qiyuan continent, it should have been further enhanced. Indeed, Yang Wu thought to himself. At the same time, his heart leaped as another figure suddenly appeared in his mind, and an even bolder prediction surged within him. Senior uncle, in a case like Shilua duo, is there any possibility of recovering the lost memories of a past life after reincarnation? Yang Wu suppressed the speculations in his heart and asked. No, at least as far as I know, no soul that has reincarnated through the cycle of reincarnation into the origin continent has ever been able to be reborn unless that being had reached the saint level or above in their past life and then reincarnated in a dimensional world. For instance, if I were to fall in the primordial universe and reincarnate on the origin continent, there would be only a faint possibility of awakening the memories of my past life. Zuoshanku said slowly, of course, if one uses the reincarnation secret art on the origin continent, it is different. That is a secret art that can completely retain the memories of the past life. However, if you could reach the level of Yuan unbound by the supreme rules, and even create new supreme rules of your own, perhaps you could enable a being like Shilua Duo to recover their past life's memories. Boom! Just as Yongwu was focused on conversing with Zuoshanku through his avatar in the virtual universe, the Yenshin Bing in Shilua Duo's hand had already transformed into a heaven-shaking staff-shattering layers of void as it swept toward Yongwu. It seemed brutal, yet various profound mysteries evolved within his attack. Ripples of the mysteries of the fundamental laws surrounded his colossal staff, causing the very heavens and earth to change color. Yongwu thrust out the Mingyu Jian in his hand, a pure white light stretching hundreds of millions of kilometers, striking the tip of the Yenshin Bing that Shilua Duo had attacked with. The dark golden Yenshin Bing clashed with Yongwu's Mingyu Jian. In that instant it seemed as if nothing else existed in the world. Enormous mushroom clouds erupted across the sky. Everything became invisible. Haha, worthy of Shilua Duo such formidable staff technique. But you cannot keep me here. Farewell, we shall fight another day. Amidst his laughter, Yongwu had already used the force to fly tens of thousands of light years away, then slipped into his spaceship and vanished into the void's horizon. Facing Shilua Duo, who was already at the eternal true god level, even if he could fight him it would be a fierce battle. Moreover, Yongwu was unwilling to engage in a death struggle with Shilua Duo, who was bent on avenging that worthless young master. It was better to simply leave. Faced with Yongwu's determined escape, Shilua Duo, though furious in his heart, could do nothing. From then on, Yongwu traveled, cultivated, and gained insights throughout the eastern regions of the origin continent. 80 million years passed in the blink of an eye. These 80 million years were the first time Yongwu truly understood the origin continent since his arrival. Strictly speaking, the first time he truly understood it. He came to know the eastern regions of the origin continent. The vastness of the origin continent was such that even with Yongwu's strength after 80 million years, he remained confined to the eastern region of the entire continent. Amidst a stretch of winding lofty mountains, Yongwu sat cross-legged at the foot of a high peak, his entire being seemingly merging with the entire mountain range. Within his true god heart, streaks of mysterious runes continuously evolved and emerged, growing ever more profound. Suddenly Yongwu's brow furrowed slightly. Though his body made no movement, his divine sense had already spread out, covering a mountain range tens of thousands of light years in radius. In an instant it was completely enveloped by his divine sense. At the edge of the winding mountain range, a red-skinned, three-armed man with a feeble aura, nearly unconscious, lay on the ground. Though nearly unconscious, his body still involuntarily emitted a pressure that even Yongwu found oppressive. At the moment Yongwu's divine sense enveloped him, the three-armed man immediately sensed it and rose to his feet. His murky eyes instantly turned sharp and fierce, two beams of cold light shooting from his pupils toward Yongwu's direction. Though tens of thousands of light years away, and obstructed by towering mountains, Yongwu still felt the man's gaze like an incredibly sharp blade, piercing him with pain all over. However, the state of the three-armed man lasted less than a second before he quickly wilted again, as if all his strength had been drained. His eyes became murky and lifeless once more, and he leaned against the mountain slope, his chest heaving violently. So powerful! Is this the might of a god king? Yongwu was stunned. He had once faced a chaos sovereign and even fought against one. Yet facing this dying three-armed man, even though he was at death's door, Yongwu could not muster the thought of opposing him. So powerful, what else could he be if not a god king? Who are you? After standing silently for a few seconds, Yongwu took a step toward the dying god king. In an instant he appeared hundreds of millions of kilometers away from the three-armed man. Before he could speak, the other man coldly demanded. Though his voice was weak and feeble, it still radiated boundless authority. He seemed utterly powerless and on the verge of death, yet Yongwu remained cautious. Approaching this dying god king closely, Yongwu could feel his power even more keenly. Had Yongwu not sanctified his will, and through the battle of seizing the primordial universe elevated his will directly to the peak of the saint level, even the casual pressure emanating from this dying being would have been unbearable for him. From the faintly authoritative demand, Yongwu could sense the other's wariness. If Yongwu's reply were the slightest bit off, the man might erupt at any moment and deliver a fatal blow. Even though Yongwu was already at the eternal true god level, he had no chance of surviving an attack from this being. I am a martial artist from the medium state of Kai, traveling here. Yongwu replied cautiously, also maintaining his guard. May I ask how to address you, God King? Is there anything I can do to help you? Kai state. The three-armed God King murmured the words, falling silent for a long while. However, Yongwu could clearly sense that the other's intense wariness seemed to have eased considerably, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. Since you know I am a God King, how could a mere eternal true God like you possibly help me? The dying God King still radiated the dignity and pride of a God King, speaking indifferently. I have some potions here that replenish divine power. I hope they might be of some help to you, God King. Ignoring the other's pride, Yongwu took out several vials and guided them toward the three-armed God King. Back when Yang Wu had not yet grown strong, he had long been instructed and influenced by Lord Yao. The weak must prioritize survival and safety above all else, always keeping a backup plan and being prepared to save their lives. He always kept various life-saving potions and treasures ready. After arriving on the origin continent, he once again started from the position of a weakling, and he had thoroughly prepared everything that could save his life in critical moments. Thus, he was able to produce several expensive potions. The three-armed Divine King stared at the elixir floating toward him, slightly stunned. He then took it, consumed it, glanced at Yang Wu, and without another word sat cross-legged on the spot and began to recover. Even with a precious elixir to restore divine power, the severely wounded and dying Divine King could not heal his injuries in a short time. Watching the Divine King begin to cultivate and heal, Yang Wu pondered briefly, then casually found a spot tens of thousands of kilometers away, sat down, and started cultivating on his own. Cultivation knew no days or months. Between the blooming and withering of flowers, 2 million years passed in an instant. Although he had been focusing on his own cultivation, Yang Wu, who had been keeping a part of his attention on the three-armed Divine King's recovery, suddenly opened his eyes and looked in the Divine King's direction. At the spot where the once critically injured three-armed Divine King had been cultivating, there was no longer any trace of him. The three-armed Divine King, who had been sitting cross-legged in cultivation, had somehow stopped and silently appeared just a few thousand meters in front of Yang Wu. Although Yang Wu had been distracted and watching, he still failed to notice the Divine King's sudden approach. After 2 million years of recuperation aided by the elixir Yang Wu had given him, the three-armed Divine King now appeared much restored, no longer in the dying state he was before. A faint aura of a powerful and superior being emanated from him. "Thank you, young friend," the three-armed Divine King said, with a smile. Seeing Yang Wu startled awake, he restrained his aura, gratitude evident in his eyes. Were it not for Yang Wu's help, even if he could have saved his life, he would never have recovered to this extent in merely 2 million years. "You flatter me, your majesty." Yang Wu rose to his feet, bowed slightly, and said calmly, "May I ask if your injuries have fully recovered?" Haha, a Divine King's injuries are not something that can be healed in a mere 2 million years. However, thanks to your elixir, young friend, I have now recovered half of my strength. Even if I face a Divine King of the same rank again, I have the means to protect myself. The remaining injuries will require slow recuperation over time, and even precious elixirs will have little effect. The three-armed Divine King smiled faintly, seemingly unconcerned about his injuries. "I am one of the 3 rulers of the Sure Kingdom. Yongju Divine King. 2 million years ago I was ambushed by 3 enemy Divine Kings and nearly perished. If not for your help, the consequences would have been unimaginable." As he spoke, a cold, fierce, murderous intent flashed across the three-armed Divine King's face. "If not for the 3 enemy Divine Kings who enslaved my loyal subordinate souls, lured me alone outside the city, and ambushed me when I was isolated, how could I have been so severely wounded and reduced to such a state, nearly perishing? Fortunately, I had cultivated a powerful escape technique and extraordinary means of fleeing, allowing me to break free from the pursuit of the 3 enemy Divine Kings. If it had been any other Divine King lacking such a powerful escape technique, facing the simultaneous siege of 3 Divine Kings, they might have long since fallen. I see that you, young friend, have extraordinary talent. Although you are only at the eternal true god level now, it seems it won't take many epochs for you to reach the Chaos Sovereign level. Kai Kingdom is also an ally of my Sure Kingdom. May I know your name? Which faction of Kai Kingdom do you belong to?" asked the three-armed Divine King Yongju. "So you are Lord Yongju, Divine King of the Sure Kingdom. I am Wu Zhu, a core disciple of the Divine Treasure Pavilion. Tens of thousands of years ago I was originally with tens of thousands of fellow disciples, heading to support your Sure Kingdom, when we were ambushed by a Chaos Sovereign from Ju Kingdom on the way. All my companions perished, and I was fortunate to escape and arrive here where I encountered your majesty." Yang Wu's eyes involuntarily flashed with a sharp glint, but he immediately concealed it and replied after a moment's deliberation. "So you are a core disciple of the Divine Treasure Pavilion. I have also heard of the incident where your pavilion's aid to my Sure Kingdom was attacked by enemy forces. Ju Kingdom, Yong Kingdom. Despicable." Yongju Divine King involuntarily emitted waves of powerful aura that made Yang Wu's heart tremble with undisguised murderous intent on his face. What a pity for so many excellent disciples of the Divine Treasure Pavilion. Not only your pavilion but also the Divine Medicine Pavilion and several other allied forces that were sending support to my Sure Kingdom were also attacked by the enemy at the same time. All the support teams suffered heavy casualties. Of your Divine Treasure Pavilion, less than 3/10 of the disciples ultimately reached my Sure Kingdom. The same happened to the other forces. Yongju Divine King's face showed both murderous intent and regret. "I, Yongju, will settle this score with those bastards sooner or later. Here are some insights I gained when I broke through from Eternal True God to Chaos Sovereign, and from Chaos Sovereign to Divine King level. I see that you have already begun to try to grasp chaos. Although you may have your own inheritance, the insights for breaking through to Chaos Sovereign or Divine King vary from person to person. I hope these experiences of mine can be of some help to your breakthrough. I wish you a swift breakthrough to the Chaos Sovereign level. I believe we will meet again someday. The current war in the East, sparked by our Sure Kingdom, has long gone beyond the nature of a simple conflict between three kingdoms. It is not something you as an eternal true god can contend with. To participate in the current battles, one must at least be at the Chaos Sovereign level. You young friend Wu Zhu need not get involved any further. Focus on your cultivation. I must now hurry back to the Sure Kingdom. I Yongju will surely repay your kindness generously in the future. The three-armed Divine King took out 2 pitch-black inheritance stones from his hand, and floated them toward Yang Wu. Then, without any visible movement, he suddenly vanished from Yang Wu's sight. He turned out to be one of the 3 Divine King rulers of the Sure Kingdom, and one of the 3 enemies of Zhuoshan Ku. I actually saved an enemy of senior uncle Zhuoshan Ku. He is also an enemy of teacher Xian, and thus my enemy isn't he. Watching the disappearing 3-armed Yongju Divine King Yang, Wu couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile, reaching out to collect the inheritance stones left behind. I wonder what kind of situation would arise if Zhuoshan Ku one day finds out that he had saved one of his own enemies. I have been here for nearly 10 million years. It's time to leave. But where should I go? Looking in the direction Yongju Divine King had departed, a trace of confusion suddenly appeared in Yang Wu's eyes. Since Yang Wu had left a divine power avatar in his Wu Kingdom Palace, although he had been cultivating in seclusion for nearly 10 million years, he was still well informed about the events in the eastern part of the origin continent. For millions of years the war in the east had remained fierce. At this moment Yang Wu was effectively avoiding the conflict and could not possibly return to his own Wu Kingdom. Just as he was about to continue his journey and training, he found himself overcome by a sense of bewilderment, not knowing where to go in this vast origin continent. Since parting with the Yongju Divine King, Yang Wu had entered a state of wandering. Concealing his cultivation level and disguising himself, he traveled through the eastern kingdoms, experiencing the diverse local customs, while diligently enhancing his strength, hoping to reach the chaos dominance level as soon as possible. Meanwhile, due to the incessant warfare in the east, he also witnessed the brutality of wars on the origin continent. Compared to the battles between races in the dimensional world, those conflicts here were like children's scuffles. During his travels, he learned that the Sure Kingdom at the Storm Center had seen the Yongju Divine King return in secret, launching a surprise attack. By aggravating his own injuries and activating a secret technique, he caused the Divine King of the Yong Kingdom to fall unexpectedly. Of course, the Yongju Divine King nearly lost all the benefits gained from 2 million years of healing and cultivation, as well as the expensive potions Yang Wu had given him. The first Divine King fall in the Eastern War changed the battle's direction almost instantly. The 2 medium-sized kingdoms Yong and Ju were no longer the core of the conflict. The entire Eastern War gradually shifted from revolving around the Sure Yong and Ju kingdoms to involving the Sure Qianshan and Ji kingdoms. Among the 5 upper kingdoms in the east, only the Hui kingdom, located at the southernmost part bordering the barren southern lands, managed to stay out of the chaos, due to its geographical position becoming the only one of the 5 not yet embroiled in the melee. Over the course of 10 million years, Yang Wu's footprints had covered almost the entire eastern part of the origin continent. On this day, his figure appeared in a great city at the westernmost edge of the eastern region. Bianqing. Bianqing, a common and ordinary name. Yet it was a vast city at the westernmost part of eastern origin continent, its scale and area almost surpassing the entire original universe Yang Wu had possessed in the dimensional world. Although called Bianqing, it could actually be considered the central region of the origin continent. It connected the 4 cardinal directions of the continent as well as the origin darklands in the southwest. It was simply because it lay at the edge of each of the 4 regions that it was named Bianqing. Due to its geographical characteristics and advantages, no power could monopolize this place, not even the Yuan sect at its peak. Bianqing boasted the most abundant resources of the origin continent. Resources and specialties from almost every region could be found here. Several palace treasures stood directly within Bianqing, almost merging with the city's buildings. Clearly these palace treasures had been stationed here for countless years. It also had the most void teleportation passages in the origin continent. Any place reachable via a void teleportation gate had a corresponding passage here. Here numerous forces from the entire origin continent, especially merchant guilds, had set up branches. For instance, the Tianbao merchant guild with which Yang Wu had previously clashed had a branch here whose scale rivaled its headquarters. Bianqing's unique location also determined its mixed nature. Of course, many powerful figures from the origin continent dwelled here in seclusion. Perhaps one day while walking on a street in Bianqing you might brush past a being who was actually a super secluded divine king hidden here. Bianqing belonged to no power or region. However, in the vast Bianqing, the major powers, in order to protect their own interests, had an unwritten rule. Although there was no specific order maintaining force, no one dared to use force or cause trouble within the city. The streets seemed ordinary, but once a battle broke out, countless experts might suddenly rush out from street stalls, top-tier restaurants, and other places. They would leave beings who violated the rules with unforgettable, even fatal consequences. Even a divine king, if they dared to act recklessly in Bianqing, would surely be besieged by several divine kings and face their wrath. There had been precedent where 2 divine kings, due to a disagreement, started fighting in Bianqing, and were simultaneously killed by multiple divine kings. The fall of 2 consecutive divine kings made the order in Bianqing far better than in many eastern great cities or northern sect-occupied cities. No one dared to fight in Bianqing. However, once outside the city there instantly existed a hellish realm akin to a Vichy. Outside each of the 4 gates of Bianqing, within less than 10,000 kilometers, there was a red region spanning hundreds of billions of square kilometers. The ground soil, lakes and clouds were all blood red, known as the blood domain, because all the red was stained by the blood of fallen beings. Here even broken bones and weapons could be found. No one dared to act in Bianqing, but once outside for the powerful 10,000 kilometers was just half a step away. Beyond Bianqing there were no restrictions. Half a step outside the city was the realm of life and death. Whether it was vendetta, robbery or ambush, all the violent emotions accumulated in Bianqing were released here. Countless strong and weak beings lost their lives here. The bloodshed and slaughter in these 4 areas starkly contrasted with the peace and order of Bianqing. The blood of the fallen dyed the heavens and earth here. The bones of the fallen almost paved the entire ground. Murderous intent perpetually lingered outside the 4 gates of Bianqing. The bloody slaughter in the blood domain had once affected the caravans of various forces traveling to and from Bianqing. Unless they used void teleportation passages, no one dared to come and go directly for a time, which severely impacted the interests of the major powers in Bianqing. The major powers in Bianqing jointly issued a statement: no being was allowed to rob or kill beings leaving Bianqing at night, nor those heading to Bianqing during the day. Although for most beings on the origin continent night and day were merely methods of distinguishing time. But this was Bianqing, and Yang Wu happened to arrive outside Bianqing at night. Countless killings began inexplicably for him. When the sky turned from dark to light and the slaughter abruptly ceased, nearly half the night had passed. The number of beings that had fallen under Yang Wu's Mingyu Jian had reached several hundred. Blood stained his robe and the Mingyu Jian, adding another layer of crimson to the red ground. When Yang Wu entered the city gate of Bianqing, the bloody aura on him completely vanished, leaving no trace. The city gate of the border town, though called a gate, was merely an archway with no gate to close and no guards. Stepping into the border town, a wave of bustling energy surged forth. Within the town, where the aura of powerful beings permeated the air, the wide streets were filled almost entirely with eternal true gods, and those of even higher realms. Even if an occasional true god level being passed by, they would tread cautiously, surrounded by several eternal true god, or even chaos dominator level protectors. Within the vast border town, most of the buildings lining the wide streets were actually palace-type treasures. At the same time, many vacant plots remained evidently left behind, when the powerful beings who had once resided there departed, taking their palace treasures with them. Living here required no cumbersome procedures. Anyone could build a residence or place their palace treasure on any unoccupied land, using it as a home or a business outpost. As long as one did not obstruct the streets, disrupt the normal flow of traffic, or disturb others, almost no one would interfere. Choosing a vacant lot, Yang Wu took out a palace treasure he had refined, enlarged it, set it on the ground, and stepped inside. For millions of years Yang Wu settled temporarily in the border town. The tranquility of the border town allowed Yang Wu to cultivate peacefully. At the same time, the blood domain outside the town, though perilous, served as an invaluable training ground for him. After all, within the blood domain, though dangerous for others, most of the raiders were of similar strength to Yang Wu, mostly at the eternal true god level, with the highest being only chaos dominators. No god king would stoop to being a raider. Facing enemies at most at the chaos dominator level, even if he could not defeat them, he could escape safely. To Yang Wu, chaos dominators were merely sparring partners to enhance his strength. After several battles with chaos dominators in the 4 so-called blood domains, his power had greatly increased over tens of thousands of years. Moreover, through repeated combat at the chaos dominator level, Yang Wu deepened his understanding and mastery of chaos. This also gave him a clear picture of the situation within the entire border town. While cultivating martial arts thanks to the source water clone, Yang Wu did not neglect his training in treasure refinement. Because the border town connected several major regions, natives from the eastern domain, northern domain, and even the western domain appeared. In terms of cultivation, they were at least at the void true god or eternal true god level. Since the Yuan sect divided the origin continent into the 4 major regions, the native inhabitants, though confined to their corners, had lived relatively peacefully. Although they were not skilled in treasure refinement or alchemy, they possessed abundant resources for both. They frequently came to the border town to trade their materials for treasures or potions. Shops had even been established in the border town, specializing in exchanging raw materials for finished treasures, weapons, and potions. Among them, one shop called Kanu was the most famous. Kanu in the native tongue of the origin continent meant abundance. And indeed, the treasure refining materials in the Kanu shop were as abundant as its name implied. Many native materials were ones Yang Wu had never seen before. Moreover, the items traded in the Kanu native shop, like those in other native shops, were very cheap compared to finished treasures. Yang Wu visited the Kanu shop most frequently, exchanging treasures, or purchasing refining materials in considerable quantities. Gradually, he became a regular and honored guest of the shop. This time, as Yang Wu entered the Kanu shop, he unexpectedly encountered 2 old acquaintances he had thought long dead. The champions of the past treasure refining competition, the brothers Oma and Otto. During the journey to aid the food kingdom, they had been ambushed by a chaos dominator. Oma and Otto had been on the same spaceship as Yang Wu. He had thought all other members had perished, but here he found the two brothers. The moment they saw Yang Wu, Oma and Otto were also stunned, as if witnessing an impossible sight. Like Yang Wu, they had believed that only they two had survived the ambush with all others lost. Perhaps because they all came from the Divine Treasure Pavilion, making them fellow townsmen, and because they had all narrowly escaped death and were all masters of treasure refinement. Though Yang Wu had little interaction with them before, this unexpected encounter quickly brought them together. The brothers Oma and Otto seemed eager to befriend him, even moving their palace treasure next to Yang Wu's, often seeking him out to exchange refining techniques and cultivation insights. Wu Zhu, the day before yesterday we obtained a map from a native. It marks the location of a Guanghua in the central part of the western native region. We came to invite you to join us. Thousands of years after meeting the brothers, they came to Yang Wu's palace one day, holding an ancient beast hide, and spoke to him. Guanghua. Yang Wu was startled. Guanghua was an extremely miraculous flame of heaven and earth, considered a bizarre anomaly in the primordial universe. But for treasure refiners of the origin continent, it was an exceptionally precious source of fire capable of enhancing the quality and success rate of refining. No treasure refiner could resist the temptation of Guanghua. However, even in the origin continent, Guanghua had only been recorded. Even the legendary treasure refining god king Zhuoshanku had never obtained such a wonder. Yang Wu's knowledge of Guanghua came mainly from the Yuan inheritance in his memory. Besides its amplifying effect on treasure refinement, for Yang Wu, Guanghua had an even more important purpose, refining a fire attribute Guanghua clone. In Yang Wu's memory, the Yuan of old had once refined a Guanghua clone. Though Yuan was not skilled in treasure refinement, the Guanghua clone greatly boosted his strength. Moreover, Yuan had obtained his Guanghua in the western native region. Compared to the water-attributed source, water Guanghua was superior in quality. Staring at the simple markings on the beast-hide map in the brothers' hands, Yang Wu's heart burned with fervor. Why seek me out? Yang Wu calmed the surging heat in his heart and asked. After all, the Guanghua, a treasure that no treasure refining master could resist, was something anyone would rather keep secret than share with others if they learned of its whereabouts. Such a rare celestial wonder as the Guanghua was certainly not abundant. It was not like ordinary volcanic fire, inexhaustible. Although Yang Wu's relationship with the two brothers had seemed quite harmonious during this time, he could still sense that they appeared to be currying favor with him. He had become somewhat wary but confident in his superior strength. He regarded any schemes as mere clouds and never paid them much attention. Upon learning of the Guanghua, Yang Wu resolved to venture into the western indigenous region. Regardless of any schemes, the Aoma and Aotuo brothers might have to obtain the Guanghua. For Yang Wu, the Guanghua was not merely an enhancement for treasure refining. It was primarily for forging a powerful Guanghua avatar. The Guanghua is no ordinary flame. In the location marked on your map, I doubt there will be 3 portions of Guanghua, right? Yang Wu said indifferently. In the past, the Yuanshui he had obtained was also a seemingly vast lake, but the true essence of Yuanshui was only a single cluster. Because the Aoma and Aotuo brothers were taken aback, exchanging a glance. Then Aoma replied, the western indigenous region has always been forbidden to non-native beings from outside the origin continent. Any non-native who enters the western region will be relentlessly hunted by the indigenous inhabitants. Although the overall strength of the indigenous inhabitants cannot compare to that of the non-native powerhouses outside the western region, it is still not something our meager strength can contend with. When it comes to treasure refining, we brothers have some ability. But when it comes to real combat, even though we are now at the eternal true god level, our actual battle prowess might not even match that of many void true gods. Especially the area indicated by this map, which lies at the core of the western indigenous region. The danger is considerable. We also know, martial ancestor, that your martial strength is no less than your treasure refining ability. In this border town, you are the only one we brothers can trust. Moreover, with your strength combined with ours, the chance and safety of sneaking into the western region to find the location of the Guanghua will greatly increase. Furthermore, you are also a treasure refining master martial ancestor, so you must be as desperate for the Guanghua as we are. Perhaps you may not know the peculiar nature of the Guanghua. If placed in a suitable environment, it will slowly grow and expand. We brothers have studied this map. The map has existed for at least tens of millions of epochs. If the Guanghua still remains, and has not been taken, then after tens of millions of epochs of accumulation and growth, it should be able to provide enough for each of the 3 of us to refine treasures. After finishing, the Aoma and Aotuo brothers looked at Yang Wu with a hint of expectation. Of course, if you martial ancestor are unwilling to risk going to the western region, we brothers will still venture there, even if it means greater danger. But danger often accompanies opportunity. If we can obtain the Guanghua, no risk is too great. However, we hope you martial ancestor will not leak this information. Aotuo also said, I want to know if I agree to go with you to find the Guanghua after we find it. If there is not enough for 3 people, how should we handle it? Yang Wu asked after a brief silence. If the Guanghua is enough for 3, we will share it equally. But if not enough for 3, we brothers will share it with you, martial ancestor. Aotuo nodded affirmatively. Then what if there is only 1 portion which cannot even be divided into 2? Yang Wu pressed further. This The Aoma and Aotuwa brothers pondered for a long moment. If we are so unlucky that we find only one portion, we can offer you property worth half the value of that Guanghua martial ancestor as compensation for us taking it. Or if you martial ancestor are willing to give us property worth half its value, you can take it. We can negotiate these details later, but I don't think our luck will be that bad. A Guanghua that has grown for tens of millions of epochs should be worth more than 2 portions. Aoma nodded without hesitation. Let me think it over. I'll give you my answer in a year. I need to investigate the current situation in the Western Core region, and assess the risk of entering the indigenous core. If the danger is too great and beyond my ability to evade, I'm not willing to throw my life away there. Yang Wu said calmly, though he had already made up his mind to go to the Western region and obtain the Guanghua at all costs. However, he knew well that the Aoma and Aotuwa brothers certainly harbored no good intentions toward him. Even though he had decided to accept their invitation, he would not agree immediately. All right, we'll wait for your news. The Aoma and Aotuwa brothers exchanged a glance and said no more. I've decided. I'll go with you to the Western Core region to find the Guanghua. A year later, Yang Wu met with the Aoma and Aotuwa brothers again. This time he gave them a positive answer. But I need to make more preparations and learn more about the Western indigenous region. I don't want to barge in headlong and get chased by the natives before I even figure out the direction of the Guanghua. That's necessary. We brothers also need to prepare. Sneaking into the indigenous region is no joke. We don't want to lose our lives there before finding the Guanghua. Seeing that Yang Wu agreed to go to the Western indigenous core region, the Aoma and Aotuwa brothers' eyes flashed with joy and they nodded. Then Yang Wu and the brothers agreed to head to the Western region, 1,000 years later, to find the Guanghua. Guanghua? After the brothers left, Yang Wu murmured softly, and a determined gleam appeared in his eyes. During the 1,000 years, Yang Wu and the 2 brothers each made their own preparations. They met briefly a few times to exchange updates on their progress. The 1,000 years passed in a flash. On this day, at the border of the Western indigenous region, 3 figures dressed as native inhabitants appeared. The Western indigenous world left Yang Wu with only one word to describe his first impression: primitive. Completely different from the Eastern world and other regions of the origin continent, he had traversed, as well as the dimensional worlds before transcending reincarnation. All the buildings, roads, and even trees were imbued with a thick primitive aura devoid of any trace of artificial refinement. Although they had disguised themselves as indigenous residents and over the past 1,000 years, had done thorough research, gaining deep understanding of the indigenous world, confident that their indigenous attire was flawless, Yang Wu and his 2 companions remained extremely cautious. 50 years after entering the indigenous world, the 3 of them had been careful and remained safe, proceeding along the planned route, having covered about 1/5 of the distance to the core indigenous region. Yet in Yang Wu's heart, a troubling feeling grew stronger and stronger. This is a gulu tree, excellent material for refining treasures. Outside, even a single branch would be priceless. I never expected to see one so large here. Yang Wu, Aoma, and Aotuwa stopped before a towering tree with branches like white bones. Aoma couldn't help exclaiming, his eyes sparkling with delight. Over the 50 years of their journey, Yang Wu and his companions had encountered many precious refining materials that were rare in the outside world, and they had quietly collected quite a number of them. Previously, when they saw such valuable materials, even their exclamations were made through silent telepathy. But this time Aoma couldn't help blurting out loud. He completely overlooked the presence of several indigenous residents around the gulu tree, who were picking the white gulu leaves. Who are you? Outsiders? As soon as Aoma's words fell, Yang Wu's heart sank. Sure enough, the indigenous residents around the tree immediately surrounded them, glaring at Yang Wu and his companions with hostile expressions. No, we are traveling merchants. Aoma and Aotuwa quickly explained. Yes, traveling merchants. Yang Wu echoed, not having time to blame Aoma, and swiftly produced several treasures. So-called traveling merchants were indigenous residents who left the indigenous region and traded various external goods at the border towns. Only such traveling merchants could produce so many treasures from the outside world. Show us your traveling merchants permit. After Aoma, Aotuwa, and Yang Wu explained, and after Yang Wu displayed several treasures from the outside world. The indigenous residents' expressions eased slightly. Yang Wu and his companions had just breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they had bluffed their way through, when one of the indigenous residents spoke. The traveling merchant's permit was a document uniformly signed by the 36 tribes of the indigenous region. Only indigenous residents holding such a document could transport materials from the indigenous region to the border towns and trade with the outside world. No matter how thorough Yang Wu's preparations had been, the permit signed by the 36 tribes was something they could not obtain. They had never even seen what such a document looked like. Split up. Meet at the next node. Yang Wu urgently transmitted to Aoma and Aotuwa. Without hesitation, he moved his body and vanished instantly from the spot. At the same moment, Aoma and Aotuwa also broke through the encirclement and fled. The indigenous residents had just relaxed their tense nerves, thinking Aoma and Aotuwa were indeed reaching for the traveling merchants' permit, believing them to be genuine merchants. When they saw the 3 suddenly flee, now they understood clearly that these 3 were indeed outsiders. Instantly the area erupted like a boiling pot. Nearly all the indigenous residents of the tribes in that region mobilized, searching everywhere for Yang Wu and his companions. Around the gulu tree only one indigenous resident remained, gathering the leaves that had fallen to the ground during the earlier picking. The others had presumably left to search for Yangwu and the others. Beneath the gulu tree all was silent. The only indigenous resident, while gathering the remaining gulu leaves, muttered curses under his breath against Yangwu and his companions. Suddenly a faint ripple in the air appeared, and a figure materialized behind the indigenous resident. It was Yangwu who had fled earlier. The indigenous resident sensed Yangwu's presence, his eyes widening in shock. He tried to speak but found his body frozen and unable to move. Then he saw the outsider press a finger against his forehead. Instantly the indigenous resident felt his consciousness slowly blur. After a long moment Yangwu withdrew his finger from the resident's forehead. With a wave of his hand as if brushing away dust, the indigenous resident, who was only at the true god realm, turned to ashes and slowly dissipated into the void. Gazing at the silent space around him, Yangwu's face twisted into a cold sneer. He shook his body and instantly transformed into the exact image of the indigenous resident he had just eliminated. With the source water clone, the transformed appearance was indistinguishable in both looks and aura. "Kashaluo, aren't you done yet?" Soon after he had transformed into the indigenous resident, he heard a shout from afar. "Coming." Yangwu replied, gathered the gulu leaves on the ground and ran over. "Muluo, have the outsiders been caught?" Yangwu asked the one who had called him. Through the soul search of the indigenous resident, he had impersonated Yangwu, learned that the man's name was Kashaluo, and the one calling him was Kashaluo's good friend Muluo. No, these three outsiders are really cunning. They have those high-level flying treasures from the outside. The chieftain himself made a move, but still couldn't catch them. So far we've only spotted two of them. The third one's whereabouts are unknown. The indigenous resident named Muluo said indignantly. But no matter how they run, they won't escape. The chieftain has already sent word to the neighboring Gaoji tribe and Huangshui tribe to join the search for these audacious outsiders. The Gaoji tribe has 2 sovereigns plus our chieftain and the chieftain of the Huangshui tribe. That makes 4 sovereigns. I don't believe these 3 wretched outsiders can get away. Hey, Yangwu echoed Muluo's words as they soon arrived at their tribe's settlement. The moment he stepped through the tribe's gate, a figure appeared before him, and Yangwu froze on the spot. The figure before Yangwu was none other than Princess Qingyue, dressed in indigenous attire. Yangwu was utterly bewildered by the sight of the woman dressed in the crude attire of the natives, her demeanor entirely different from the Princess Qingyue he had encountered before. Had it not been for the identical aura emanating from the very same Princess Qingyue before him, Yangwu would have doubted whether this was an entirely different person. By delving into Kashaluo's memories, Yangwu became even more certain that this Princess Qingyue was the very same person as the alchemy treasure grandmaster he had once known. In Kashaluo's recollection, this Princess Qingyue was known among the natives as Xiao, holding a merchant's license, and spent most of her time traveling abroad, only rarely returning to the native territories. Each time bringing back a wealth of treasures and weapons from the outside world. How could a native be a princess of the Pu kingdom? This was the riddle that perplexed Yangwu beyond measure. In Yangwu's perception, this Princess Qingyue furrowed her brow from time to time, apparently lost in thought over the sudden news of 3 intruders from the outside world. She did not even seem to notice the arrival of Yangwu and his companion, her attention elsewhere. Yet this was of little concern to Yangwu. After a single glance at the princess, he shifted his gaze and together with Mu Luo headed toward the residence assigned to him. At that moment the entire Huetua tribe, and indeed the 2 neighboring tribes, were stirred by the sudden appearance of the 3 outsiders, and Yangwu, now disguised as Kashaluo, had no choice but to remain in this native settlement. A multitude of powerful natives roamed every major and minor path, searching and pursuing the 3 fugitives, forcing Yangwu to temporarily live among the tribe under the identity of Kashaluo. For now, the only option was to lie low and wait for the storm to pass before making a decision. 3 months slipped by. Even Yangwu had to admire the relentless determination of the natives in their hunt for the 3 intruders. Their persistence was unyielding. Even after 3 months, they had not relaxed the search for the outsiders. Especially with the occasional news of the Aoma and Aotua brothers, Yangwu could not help but worry for them. Unlike Yangwu, whose Yuanshui clone could perfectly mimic the appearance and aura of his target, the 2 brothers did not possess such an ability, making it far from easy for them to evade the natives' relentless pursuit. As expected, Yangwu's concern did not last long before he received news that one of the 3 intruders had been captured by the neighboring Gaoji tribe. One day, 4 months after their exposure, Yangwu had transformed into the native Kashaluo. Living peacefully in the native region, his 4 months of interactions with the local inhabitants had allowed him to blend even deeper into their way of life. By now, even without changing into another native, Yangwu could pass as one of them among the unsuspecting locals. The news that one of the 3 intruders had been captured by the Gaoji tribe immediately stirred excitement throughout Yangwu's tribe. One of the 3 outsiders had been caught. In their eyes, it was only a matter of time before the remaining 2 were also captured. One of the 3 intruders was captured and would be subjected to the Kufan execution in 3 months. The Gaoji tribe invited neighboring tribes to witness the Kufan execution. As soon as the news spread, many members of Yangwu's tribe were thrilled. They set off together toward the Gaoji tribe, eager to take part in the execution of this outsider. Among the excited natives heading to Gaoji Yongwu was naturally present. Whether the captured one was Aoma or Aotuo, if any chance arose, Yongwu intended to attempt a rescue, although he still wondered about the true intentions of the brothers in inviting him to join the search for the Guanghua. Before the conspiracy was revealed, the brothers were still on the same side as Yongwu. But if the situation proved too dangerous, he would not put himself in harm's way. What Yongwu found eerie was that Princess Qingyue was also in the group heading to the Gaoji tribe, and from his covert observation, he noticed that she kept furrowing her brow. Her face was heavy with worry. The Gaoji tribe compared to the Huetuo tribe where Yongwu, disguised as Kashaluo, resided was about a third larger in both scale and population. This was likely why the Gaoji tribe was the only one among the neighboring tribes to possess two chaos sovereigns. In the broad square of the Gaoji tribe, Yongwu immediately spotted Aoma tightly bound to a scaffold made of Heian wood. Aoma's cultivation had clearly been sealed by a secret technique, his divine body greatly depleted, reduced to a mere tens of thousands of meters in height, hanging limply on the scaffold, utterly listless. Beneath the scaffold lay a massive pile of wood soaked in the native region's unique jihua fat. Jihua fat was a highly flammable oil native to the region, and once ignited it would reach temperatures of hundreds of millions of degrees. Moreover, its most peculiar property was its affinity for divine power and the soul. Once contaminated, it would burn the divine power and soul first. In the primordial universe where Yongwu had once lived, this miraculous jihua fat was also considered a forbidden substance rejected by the will of the universe. Not to mention Aoma, whose cultivation was sealed and divine power nearly exhausted. Even Yongwu himself, if trapped in the flames of such wood soaked in jihua fat, would face the danger of falling if he could not escape. Aoma had clearly given up hope, his head drooping in despair, eyes closed, suspended from the scaffold. In such circumstances, his brother Aotuo was obviously unable to come to his rescue. And Aoma did not wish for Aotuo to risk himself by attempting a rescue. Glancing at Aoma on the scaffold, Yongwu joined the other natives in shouting angry slogans like, "Burn him," and "Burn the outsider," while secretly observing the surroundings. In his perception, a powerful aura was hidden not far from the scaffold. Without a second thought, Yongwu knew that the owner of this aura was one of the two chaos sovereigns of the Gaoji tribe. It was said that Aoma's capture was due to the intervention of a chaos sovereign from the Gaoji tribe. After all, as an alchemy treasure grandmaster, though his combat strength was not strong, he possessed many high-grade life-saving treasures, and ordinary native experts would not have been able to capture him. Now a chaos sovereign was hiding nearby, the obvious intention being to wait for the other two intruders to attempt a rescue, and then capture them all in one net. Rescue or not. Transformed into a native, Yongwu walked with the native crowd, shouting various angry slogans, alongside the other native residents, while circling the torture rack where Aoma was bound. He observed the surroundings yet hesitated in his heart, whether to risk the danger of being intercepted by the Chaos Dominator to rescue Aoma. Although he had long experienced battles against Chaos Dominators, Yongwu now felt no fear when facing a single Chaos Dominator, and even possessed the capability to fight one. However, this Gaoji tribe was not home to only one Chaos Dominator, and moreover Yongwu could not be certain whether other Chaos Dominators from native tribes were present. If multiple Chaos Dominators appeared, he might well find himself in peril. Oto. Just as Yongwu was hesitating, he suddenly detected a familiar aura emanating from not far away. Upon closer inspection, Yongwu realized that Oto, disguised as a native, had somehow appeared in the center of the square. He was stealthily approaching the torture rack where Aoma was held, nervously glancing around, his anxiety fully exposed. This fool. Yongwu couldn't help but shake his head. With so many native powerhouses present, especially a hidden Chaos Dominator lurking nearby, Oto's attempt to rescue Aoma with his combat prowess was practically courting death. Oto. Meanwhile, just as Oto was gradually nearing the base of the torture rack poised to act, Yongwu's voice suddenly reached his ears. When Oto finally stopped lingering beneath the rack and prepared to risk rescuing Aoma, Yongwu made his decision. Rescue Aoma. In his view, even if he faced more than one Chaos Dominator, and even if he could not defeat them, he had the confidence to escape with his various powerful treasures. After all, the brothers Aoma and Oto hailed from the same place as himself. They shared the same goal upon coming to the native region, and regardless of whether the rescue succeeded, he had to try. Moreover, Yongwu secretly hoped that the pressure from fighting the Chaos Dominator would bring him an opportunity for breakthrough. I am Wu Zhu. Don't act rashly. Meet me at the eastern intersection. Leave the rescue of Aoma to me. Yongwu's voice ceased abruptly. He paid no heed to Oto, who upon hearing Yongwu's voice looked around excitedly. After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot Yongwu, Oto hesitated briefly, then turned and headed toward the eastern rendezvous point Yongwu had mentioned. No one noticed that as Oto turned, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Burn him. Burn the outsider. The furious shouts of the native residents grew louder. The bound Aoma remained listless. Aoma, I am Wu Zhu. When I free you from the rack and remove your restraints, flee immediately toward the eastern intersection. I will carve a path for you to the east, and Oto will meet you there. Suddenly a familiar voice sounded in Aoma's ears. Boom! Before Aoma could react amid the clamor, a figure shot into the air. A flash of cold light swept past and the rack holding Aoma shattered with a loud crack. An invisible force surged into Aoma's divine body, instantly dispelling the restraints that bound him. How dare you! Outsider, die! Several attacks were launched simultaneously, as Yongwu saved Aoma, striking at him from all directions. Boom! 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 Countless fierce clashes erupted in the air, throwing the spacious square of Gaoji tribe into chaos. The sudden battle between Yongwu and the native powerhouses caused collateral damage, claiming several lives. Some weaker native residents perished in the shockwaves of the unexpected conflict. Stand in my way and die! At this moment, Yongwu, wielding the divine king weapon Mingyu Jian, roared like an invincible war god. With each fierce strike he carved a path toward the east. Though most of the native powerhouses who besieged him were at the eternal true god level, their weapons and treasures were far inferior to Yongwu's divine king weapon Mingyu Jian. Coupled with Yongwu's extraordinary combat prowess, nearly a match for a Chaos Dominator. None could withstand even a single blow from him before the Chaos Dominator intervened. One by one native figures were sent flying in all directions under Yongwu's merciless attacks. Behind Yongwu, a listless figure followed closely step by step toward the eastern escape route. It was Aoma, whom Yongwu had rescued. How dare you, outsider! Stay right here! Just as Yongwu, leading Aoma, was carving a bloody path to the east, an angry roar erupted behind them, and a powerful aura instantly enveloped them. Damn, it's a Chaos Dominator! Aoma, who had just relaxed after breaking through, suddenly turned pale and lamented. Go ahead, join Odo. Don't worry about me. Yongwu pushed Aoma forward, then turned alone, raising his mace to face the pursuing Chaos Dominator of the Gaoji tribe. With only one Chaos Dominator charging at him, Yongwu felt no fear. In fact, his blood surged with excitement. He needed such a battle. A fierce, exhilarating fight. To seek an opportunity for his own breakthrough. After all, at the peak of the eternal true god realm, Yongwu was invincible against opponents of the same level. Only by facing a Chaos Dominator a full major realm above him could he experience the pressure necessary for a breakthrough. Presumptuous outsider! Surrender now and cease your futile struggle. The native Chaos Dominator who had pursued him wielded a primitive ancient staff. Seeing Yongwu dare to turn and face him alone, he leveled the staff and growled coldly. Still using a crude native wooden weapon, Yongwu sneered inwardly as he glanced at the staff in the Chaos Dominator's hand. Though native curios were precious, they could not compare to his divine king weapon, which had been refined. Let's fight! Yongwu gazed at the Mingyu Jian in his hand, murmured softly, and then without hesitation leaped toward the Chaos Dominator, standing billions of kilometers away. The Mingyu Jian instantly transformed into a flurry of sharp beams, striking at his opponent. On a road within the native region, three disheveled figures fled in a blur. They were none other than Yongwu and the Oma Odo brothers. After an intense battle with the Chaos Sovereign of the Gaoji tribe, Yongwu finally broke free from him, reuniting with the Odo Oma brothers and escaping. In the fierce clash with the Gaoji tribe's Chaos Sovereign, only that single sovereign engaged Yongwu, alleviating his earlier concerns. Facing one Chaos Sovereign, Yongwu fought with exhilarating abandon. Though Yongwu's cultivation level was a full major realm below his opponent, he relied on an array of extraordinary techniques to gain the upper hand, allowing him to emerge safely after the thrilling battle. As several Chaos Sovereigns from native tribes stirred in fury searching for Yongwu, he and his companions had already reached the location marked on the map where the Guanghua resided. A vast basin shrouded in dense mist above. Only upon arriving did Yongwu realize this was the forbidden zone of the native region. Dozens of native Chaos Sovereigns who had come in pursuit could only halt at the basin's edge, encircling it without daring to enter. Is this? At the basin's center, a statue that felt profoundly familiar to Yongwu came into view. Though not towering or imposing and carved from ordinary stone, the statue exuded an unattainable aura with subtle hidden energy emanating from it. To Yongwu it felt like a mere stone carving with no trace of life, yet its oppressive presence surpassed any Chaos Sovereign he had encountered. Yuan? In an instant Yongwu recognized the name of the figure the statue was modeled after. Yes, it was Yuan, discerned through the memories of Yuan's growth. This statue was of the greatest powerhouse of the origin continent, the master of the most powerful legacy Yongwu had inherited. A depiction of Yuan in his youth. Yet, in the memories of Yuan that Yongwu had received, there was no record of such a statue. He could not fathom why the statue of Yuan's younger self stood here in the native forbidden zone. But where was the Guanghua? As Yongwu pondered, a sudden burst of laughter rang out, and a man in a purple robe appeared before him out of thin air. The man's features were similar to those of Earth's humans, with eyes set at a 45-degree slant. Between his brows was a third eye, horizontal and as thin as a line. Above this third eye a curved horn, also purple-red, jutted upward. A sly, knowing smile played on the man's lips. He gazed at Yongwu with no movement, yet radiated an overwhelming sense of pressure. This aura brought an intense sense of crisis to Yongwu. Even though he could battle and even defeat Chaos Sovereigns facing this man in the purple robe, he could not muster the slightest urge to resist. A divine king powerhouse. Without a doubt this man was a divine king. Master. When the man appeared, The Oma Odo brothers immediately knelt in reverence, then ignored Yang Wu standing behind the purple-robed man with utmost deference. Master! Though Yang Wu felt powerless against this purple-robed divine king. Seeing the Oma Odo brothers' behavior, he realized that the so-called Guanghua was merely a ruse by this divine king to lure him here. Yet Yang Wu wondered what he possessed that would warrant scheming from a divine king. Junior brother Wu Zhu. Before Yang Wu could voice his confusion, the divine king uttered a title that stunned him. Junior brother. Hearing the address, Yang Wu was taken aback. In the other's slightly languid tone, there was a clear undercurrent of killing intent. Lord Divine King, how could I be worthy of such a connection? Although the other was a mighty divine king, Yang Wu showed no fear, speaking coldly. Ha, junior brother, when you received Teacher Yuan's legacy in your original dimension world, did you not receive the message that Teacher Yuan left another legacy on the origin continent? Facing Yang Wu's cold challenge, the purple-robed divine king furrowed his brow slightly, but did not grow angry. Instead, he let out a hearty laugh. A legacy on the origin continent. At that moment, Yang Wu recalled that during his reception of Yuan's legacy, there had indeed been another observer who watched Yuan's entire life journey alongside him. At the time, Yang Wu had sensed that this observer was immensely powerful, suffocating. It seems you remember. Seeing the dawning realization on Yang Wu's face, the purple-robed divine king said coldly, Yes, I remember. Wu Zhu greets senior brother. How should I address you, and what purpose do you have in having the Oma Odo brothers lead me here today? Yang Wu asked calmly. Not bad, it seems you're on the verge of a breakthrough. Good, these native fools have been somewhat useful. Under their pressure, you could enter the Chaos Sovereign realm at any moment. The purple-robed divine king did not directly answer Yang Wu's question, instead studying him with keen interest, as if trying to see through him completely. Since you are also a disciple of Teacher Yuan, you should know that before leaving the origin continent, he not only left legacies on the continent, and in your home dimension world, but also hid a treasury of rare treasures, artifacts, and elixirs he collected throughout his life somewhere on the origin continent. As he spoke, the divine king's tone grew more excited, his greed undisguised in his eyes. Moreover, the legacy for the step beyond divine king was not included in Yuan's previous teachings. It should be in that treasury on the origin continent. And this place, as you've likely guessed, is where Teacher Yuan's treasury lies. The divine king's voice grew increasingly fervent, especially when he mentioned that the treasury's contents might reveal the path to surpass divine king, reaching Yuan's level, his excitement turning into feverish zeal. Teacher Yuan's treasure vault. Yang Wu was stunned. In the legacy he had received from Yuan, there was indeed information about a treasury left on the origin continent. However, because his cultivation level had not yet reached that stage, the details of Yuan's treasury remained sealed. He had no idea that the treasury was here in the core region of the native area, the Forbidden Zone. Then, what is your purpose, senior brother? Yang Wu couldn't help but ask. The Yuan treasure stirred a flicker of desire within him, for it was the legacy left by the supreme being of the origin continent. Humph! Seeming to catch the longing in Yang Wu's eyes, the divine king in purple robes let out a low, cold snort. My purpose? The purple-robed divine king sneered. My purpose is naturally all the treasures within the vault. He glared coldly at Yang Wu as if facing a mere insignificant ant. Could it be that you, junior brother, still wish to claim a share for yourself? The purple-robed divine king's visage twisted into a mask of ferocity, his voice brimming with venom. I have waited countless cycles of reincarnation for your arrival, all for the Yuan treasure, for the experience and legacy of transcending the divine king realm that lies within. Yet hatefully you made me wait so long. To find you the other successor of Yuan, I even ventured deep into the universe sea. Perhaps you have heard of my name. I am called Zimu, known to all as Zimu Divine King. What? You are Zimu Divine King? Yang Wu was stunned into a momentary daze. Zimu Divine King had been mentioned in the novels of his past life, in the notes left by his master during the cycle of reincarnation, and in the tales of the mountain-seated guest. He was an invincible divine king, far more ancient than the mountain-seated guest himself, having witnessed the fall of his Tianmu kingdom. He had once ventured into the universe sea, successfully enslaved a beast of the void, and returned to the origin continent to annihilate his enemies. However, after several cycles of reincarnation, Zimu Divine King and his beast of the void gradually faded from the collective memory of the origin continent. Even when the Tianmu kingdom fell once more, he did not appear. Some legends even whispered that Zimu Divine King had followed in Yuan's footsteps, becoming the second being on the origin continent to reach Yuan's level, leaving the continent to explore another realm. But Yang Wu could never have imagined that the legendary Zimu Divine King still lingered on the origin continent, and had even become his nominal senior brother, the other successor of Yuan. Indeed, I am Zimu Divine King. Zimu Divine King nodded once more, his voice firm and resolute. Then, why have you been unheard of for so many years? Why did you not appear when your Tianmu kingdom was destroyed? And where is the beast of the void you once enslaved? If someone of Zimu Divine King's caliber were to hide in fear of anyone, Yang Wu found it impossible to believe. A being like Zimu Divine King, an almost invincible veteran Divine King coupled with a mature beast of the void under his enslavement would surely stride across the origin continent unchallenged. Even the mighty sects of the north could pose no threat to him. Humph! At Yang Wu's inquiry, Zimu Divine King's body erupted with boundless cold fury, as if intent on freezing the entire basin solid. Under such overwhelming pressure, Yang Wu felt as though he himself had been frozen, his very breath stolen away. As for the enslaved brothers Oma and Odo, sent by Zimu Divine King, they had already met their end, blood flowing from 7 orifices under the shockwave of the Divine King's unleashed wrath. For nearly half an hour, just as Yang Wu was on the verge of succumbing to the crushing pressure, Zimu Divine King finally withdrew his fury. Since you are so curious, I shall tell you everything. After all these years you should feel honored, as you are the first to whom I have confessed all this. Zimu Divine King stated, impassively, utterly indifferent to the shattered remains of the Odo and Oma brothers beside them. In his heart he added another sentence, after all. You will not leave this place alive. After Zimu Divine King recounted the key events following his acceptance of the Yuan inheritance, Yang Wu finally understood why the Divine King had vanished from the origin continent. Back then, Zimu Divine King, like all the mighty beings who traversed the cycle of reincarnation, possessed extraordinary talent. He had successfully crossed the cycle as a void true god and arrived at the origin continent. Shortly after his arrival, a heaven-defying fortune descended upon him, the inheritance left by Yuan on the origin continent. Having obtained Yuan's inheritance, Zimu Divine King's destiny was forever altered. He swiftly reached the Divine King realm and founded the Tianmu Kingdom. Once he attained the Divine King realm, Zimu Divine King's ambition swelled immensely. He yearned to reach the very realm of Yuan himself. However, the experiences and legacies for transcending the Divine King realm to a higher level were on the origin continent as elusive and arcane as the path from Dimension World to Void True God had been, veiled in mystery and rarity. In fact, the mystery surrounding the breakthrough beyond the Divine King realm far surpassed that of the original universe's supreme beings advancing to Void True God. The very notion of such a breakthrough was almost unheard of. Countless Divine King experts on the origin continent, save for Yuan himself, had failed to take that step. Yet Zimu Divine King knew through his inheritance that within Yuan's treasure vault lay the experiences and legacies left by Yuan to crown his journey. But to open Yuan's treasure vault required the combined efforts of 2 of Yuan's successors. Even Zimu Divine King at the pinnacle of the Divine King realm could not unlock it alone. The other half of Yuan's inheritance had been hidden by Yuan within one of the 360 dimension worlds, and no successor had emerged from it. In fact, relying on his immense power, Zimu Divine King had traversed almost every universe sea across the dimension worlds in search of the other inheritance, yet his quest remained unfulfilled. The legend of Zimu Divine King's kingdom being destroyed, his subsequent enslavement of a beast of the void in the universe sea, and his return to annihilate his enemies, though widely spread far and wide, was merely a byproduct of his search for Yuan's inheritance. After countless cycles of reincarnation, Zimu Divine King had become utterly indifferent to the mundane affairs of nations, powers, and all else. His sole focus was strength. Only the experience and legacy of the final breakthrough mattered. Yet to his astonishment, not long after he enslaved the beast of the void, annihilated his enemies, and restored his kingdom, he was struck by a devastating blow from the supreme laws. The beast of the Void King was too powerful, exceeding the strength allowed on the origin continent. The will of the supreme laws, which had never descended upon the continent before, manifested, mercilessly destroying the beast of the void and issuing a warning to Zimu Divine King, forbidding him from ever leaving the origin continent to travel to other dimension worlds. After that, Zimu Divine King vanished from public view, secluding himself in the core forbidden zone of the native region, where Yuan's inheritance was hidden, awaiting the arrival of Yuan's other successor. When Yang Wu received Yuan's inheritance, Zimu Divine King sensed it immediately. Overcome with ecstasy, he swiftly set his plans into motion. He secretly enslaved countless souls across the origin continent, tasking them with investigating the mighty beings who had traversed the cycle of reincarnation and arrived at the continent from various dimension worlds. He even enslaved the rulers of the Yong and Ju kingdoms, waging war and slowly plunging the origin continent into the chaos of countless epochs past. Moreover, he developed the sinister vitality, severing elixir, terrorizing the countless void true gods who had just crossed the cycle of reincarnation, giving his minions more opportunities to hunt for Yuan's successor. Before Yang Wu traversed the cycle and arrived at the origin continent, when the giant axe founder came to the origin continent, the Purplewood Divine King also secretly probed the giant axe founder's memories. Although he discovered that the giant axe founder was not the inheritor of Yuan, through examining the giant axe's memories, the Purplewood Divine King learned everything about Yang Wu and realized that Yang Wu was very likely another inheritor of Yuan. From then on, the Purplewood Divine King paid even more attention to the passage connecting the dimensional world. When Yang Wu arrived at the origin continent, the Purplewood Divine King further confirmed his identity as an inheritor through the refining treasure competition, and then ordered his 2 servants Otto and Oma to lure Yang Wu with the Guang fire. At the same time, Yang Wu also learned from the Purplewood Divine King that to open Yuan's treasure, both inheritors must at least reach the Chaos Dominator level, with their will reaching the Saint level, and they must have cultivated the Column Yuan technique and the Pu Yuan technique. Only then could they join forces to open the treasure, or otherwise even 100 Divine Kings would be unable to open it. Since you are now on the verge of breakthrough, and your will has already sanctified, let me, your senior brother, help you achieve a faster breakthrough to the Chaos Dominator level. The Purplewood Divine King sneered as he looked at Yang Wu, especially the words, senior brother. Yang Wu could clearly feel that every time the Purplewood Divine King uttered them, he deliberately emphasized them. Yuan's core inheritance cannot possibly be obtained by an insignificant ant like you. Back then Yuan left 2 inheritances seeking 2 successors, but in the end only one strongest will remain. Yuan's inheritance can only cultivate one ultimate powerhouse. If you dedicate yourself to breaking through, and then help me obtain the treasure. Your friends and even the dimensional world you belong to, I promise to protect them as best I can until I leave the origin continent. For that you will die a worthy death. Otherwise not only will you die but your friends on the origin continent and even the human race of your dimensional world will all perish because of you. Bastard, you deserve to die. When the Purplewood Divine King threatened Yang Wu with his family friends and the human race of the primal universe, Yang Wu was utterly enraged. Although he could barely move under the pressure of the Purplewood Divine King's aura, his face suddenly twisted into a terrifying visage and streaks of murderous intent swirled around him. The Purplewood Divine King sneered contemptuously at Yang Wu's expression. What, you want to kill me? He mocked. Unfortunately, in my eyes, you are nothing but an ant. If you want to protect your friends and your clan, just obediently follow my arrangements. Anger turned into helplessness in Yang Wu's heart. Compared to most living beings, his cultivation speed and strength were already impressive. Yet facing the overwhelmingly powerful Purplewood Divine King, he still had no power to resist. The Purplewood Divine King's words were not mere threats. Having already traveled to various dimensional worlds, in search of Yuan's inheritance, his cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the Divine King level. Even the will of his own primal universe avatar could not impose any restraint on him. He was the butcher and Yang Wu was the fish on the chopping block. Although he knew that once he broke through to the Chaos Dominator level, and helped the Purplewood Divine King open Yuan's treasure, his death would be imminent. Yang Wu had no choice but to nod in agreement. The lives of his teacher's friends and clan hung by a thread, and in the end his own life would still be forfeit. Even if he had left blood in the Wu Kingdom for blood rebirth, the Purplewood Divine King with his methods would certainly know of this trick. Clearly escaping death through blood rebirth was utterly impossible. Outside the vast Forbidden Basin, a thick mist shrouded everything, obscuring the view within. 5 years passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the Forbidden Basin, several native Chaos Dominator level experts were still waiting for Yang Wu to leave the forbidden area. But no one knew that within this forbidden land of the natives resided a Divine King of overwhelming power. Even if all the native Divine Kings joined forces, they might not be a match for the Purplewood Divine King within. At this moment, the Purplewood Divine King was using his unique and powerful methods to drive Yang Wu toward a fierce assault on the Chaos Dominator level. I never expected this boy to have such extraordinary talent, surpassing even myself. Fortunately, he was born countless cycles after me. Otherwise, Yuan's core inheritance would never have been mine. While guiding Yang Wu's assault on the barriers of the Chaos Dominator level, the Purplewood Divine King thoroughly perceived Yang Wu's talent, and could not help but marvel inwardly. Yang Wu, however, was unaware of the Purplewood Divine King's thoughts. At this moment all his focus was on breaking through. Even though he was reluctant to break through. Because once he reached the Chaos Dominator level and helped open Yuan's treasure, his death would follow. Under the Purplewood Divine King's guidance, he had no choice but to repeatedly assault the barriers of the Chaos Dominator level. Originally it would have taken Yang Wu tens of thousands of years or more to break through. However, under the Purplewood Divine King's immense power, in less than 4 years Yang Wu fully comprehended chaos, transformed his divine heart into a chaotic space, and then began his sprint toward the Chaos Dominator level. Boom! 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 With continuous assaults and charges, having already met the conditions for entering the Chaos Dominator level under the Purplewood Divine King's powerful guidance, the breakthrough to the Chaos Dominator level came naturally like water flowing into a channel. Now consolidate your foundation. In 6 months we will open the treasure. Don't try any tricks. A Chaos Dominator is still an ant in my eyes, no different from before. Once Yang Wu stepped into the Chaos Dominator level, the Purplewood Divine King immediately withdrew the force he had applied to Yang Wu and coldly warned him. Beneath his icy voice there was a hint of excitement and thrill. Is this the power of a saint-level expert? Though he knew what awaited him after the Purplewood Divine King left, Yang Wu still felt a surge of excitement as he experienced the power after his breakthrough. Last time I broke through, Yuan's phantom said it would appear in my mind again when I reached the Chaos Dominator level. Why hasn't it appeared now? After sensing the power of the Chaos Dominator level, Yang Wu spoke in confusion. Before the breakthrough, he had still harbored some hope in Yuan's phantom. Facing the overwhelmingly powerful Purplewood Divine King, only a being like Yuan might be able to turn this fatal crisis aside. But after the breakthrough, the promised phantom of Yuan did not appear, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in Yang Wu's heart. What should I do? Within the forbidden area, Yang Wu's true body and his divine power avatars left in the Wu Kingdom Palace and the ancestral universe of the dimensional universe's cosmic sea were all equally furrowing their brows. I refuse to accept this. I am already a saint-level expert, just one step away from the divine king level, yet what awaits me is death. Why? Yang Wu roared in his heart with unwillingness. Though Yang Wu was filled with immense reluctance under the threat of divine King Zimu, he had no choice but to channel the power of the Liuyuan art and the Puyuan art into the two eyes of the Yuan statue at the center of the forbidden ground alongside the divine king. Within less than half an hour, the eyes of the Yuan statue became as if brimming with life, emitting a radiant gleam, and then the entire statue seemed to transform into a living entity beginning to change. The statue swung its arms horizontally and took a natural step forward with its legs, yet every movement was filled with boundless profundity. Then a void portal appeared out of thin air before Yang Wu and divine King Zimu. Within the portal only chaos was visible, and even a powerhouse like divine King Zimu could not probe its interior. Haha, the secret treasury of Yuan, my secret treasury of Yuan. Originally Yang Wu had intended to seize the chance to escape while divine King Zimu was ecstatic over the treasury's opening, but the divine king laughed wildly, grabbed Yang Wu, and charged into the treasury, leaving Yang Wu no opportunity to resist. Haha, my good junior brother, since the Master Yuan's secret treasury has been opened by us, how can you not accompany your senior brother to appreciate it and share in my joy? Divine King Zimu cackled strangely, yet his body moved with incredible speed, dragging Yang Wu into the chaos of the void portal before them. Neither of them noticed that after they entered the void portal, the Yuan statue gradually turned from solid to ethereal, slowly vanishing from the center of the forbidden ground, leaving no trace behind, as if it had never existed. And the void portal that served as the entrance to the secret treasury of Yuan also slowly faded into the void along with the disappearance of the Yuan statue. The entire forbidden ground once again returned to silence. Within the void portal, Yang Wu, whose divine power had been easily restrained by divine King Zimu, felt himself being dragged through layers of time and space, across countless dimensions under the divine king's confinement. Suddenly divine King Zimu, who had been racing through the void, came to a halt. Before the eyes of both divine King Zimu and Yang Wu, an entirely different world unfolded. The secret treasury of Yuan. A flat plain spanning billions of light years, without a single undulation, bordered by a riot of colorful chaos at its edges. At the center of the plain stood display shelves stretching tens of thousands of light years, upon which were arranged treasures radiating powerful auras. Each treasure possessed an aura no weaker than Yang Wu's bright jade scepter, or the inheritance temple. Even without mentioning the rest, merely taking these treasures out would cause a considerable stir across the entire origin continent. What most captivated Yang Wu, however, were 5 seemingly ordinary items behind these display shelves. A dark gold irregular sphere the size of the moon exuded a sharp piercing aura, as if it could grind everything around it into dust. A section of wood billions of light years in height, pitch black with greenish hues resembling rotten timber, yet emanating a powerful life force. A hemisphere as if half a planet had been shattered, leaving the other half intact. It was entirely crystalline and translucent, radiating a chill with water-like ripples flowing within its irregular shape. A colorless flame the size of the sun. Though seemingly unremarkable, it evoked a sense of dread, leaving no doubt that if its energy leaked it would bring about cataclysmic destruction. A mass resembling an ordinary planet, the most plain among the 5 items, yet emanating a subtle aura of heaviness and all-embracing vastness not to be underestimated. Having broken through to the Chaos Sovereign level, Yang Wu's memory unlocked more of Yuan's inheritance. Within these memories, he found information about these 5 items. These 5 extraordinary objects were the top-tier 5 elements treasures of the entire origin continent: transient gold, tangled mystic, wood soaking condensed water, radiance fire, and pristine earth representing metal, wood, water, fire, and earth respectively. For Yang Wu, if considered separately, the primary use of these 5 supreme treasures was to condense 5 different elemental avatars through Yuan's exclusive technique. When all 5 avatars gathered, their main function was to facilitate the creation of chaos. All laws in the world originate from chaos, or mastering chaos means becoming a chaos sovereign. To take a step further and achieve the rank of divine king, one must attain an unimaginable understanding of the mysteries of the universe. Create chaos first, form a chaotic space within the body, then actively evolve a universe, opening up a miniature cosmos. With the 5 elemental avatars of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, one could exponentially increase their grasp of the universe's mysteries, dramatically shortening the time needed to advance from the chaos sovereign level to the divine king level. These 5 supreme treasures had originally been used by Yuan to condense his own avatars. However, after breaking through the divine king level and reaching a higher realm, Yuan underwent a deeper return to origin, rendering the 5 avatars useless. He used a secret technique to restore the 5 treasures to their original forms and stored them in the treasury he left behind. Thus, for a chaos sovereign like Yang Wu, these 5 supreme treasures were exactly what he needed most. What, junior brother, you want the 5 supreme treasures? Holding a seemingly ordinary stone in his hand, divine King Zimu's eyes were filled with ecstasy. He did not appear overly concerned with the other treasures in the treasury. The stone in his hand was precisely what divine King Zimu had yearned for throughout countless reincarnations. The inheritance of experience left by Yuan for the final step to transcend the divine king level and reach the supreme realm that Yuan once attained. Having obtained his most coveted prize, divine King Zimu restrained his ecstasy and looked at Yang Wu with a mocking expression. Unfortunately, you won't get to enjoy it, my good junior brother. Now let your elder brother send you on your way. Divine King Zimu's face gradually shifted from ecstasy to ferocity. Apart from ensuring the uniqueness of Yuan's inheritance, Yang Wu's ability to rise from an insignificant ant to the Chaos Sovereign level in such a short time demonstrated a talent that far surpassed Divine King Zimu's. This alone was enough to ignite fierce jealousy in the inherently arrogant heart of Divine King Zimu, and there was no way he would let Yang Wu live. Boom! Divine King Zimu's fist lashed out at Yang Wu without warning. Having just perused Yuan's inheritance of breakthrough experience, Divine King Zimu, with his abundant accumulation, had already gained a glimmer of insight, and his power nearly doubled in an instant. To Yang Wu, that seemingly ordinary punch felt as though it could shatter even the indestructible plane of the origin continent, leaving him utterly unable to muster any defense. Moreover, the power contained within this punch was not solely directed at the physical body. Within this overwhelming force was also a potent soul and will attack. Before the fist even touched Yang Wu's body, he felt his divine power rapidly dissipating and his consciousness began to blur. At the same time, both his divine avatar in the dimensional world at the martial Ancestor sacred ground and the one in the Wu Kingdom's palace also experienced an increasingly hazy consciousness. No! A surge of unwillingness and indignation flooded Yang Wu's heart. He struggled to lift his arms, driven by an unconscious yet powerful will to survive. But how could such feeble resistance withstand the immense power of Divine King Zimu, who had already reached the peak of the Divine King level, and was on the verge of taking that final step? Divine King Zimu's fist, like a meteor hurtling and screaming downward, drew closer and closer to Yang Wu. Yang Wu's consciousness grew increasingly dim, his divine power nearly drained. Even before the fist could make contact, he would silently perish. Zimu Divine King's lethal fist drew closer and closer to the immobilized Yang Wu, the aura of death emanating from his fist growing ever more intense, the divine power dissipating at an accelerating rate. In his hazy consciousness, Yang Wu felt a strong sensation of drowning and suffocation, to the point that he had even forgotten despair. When the fist was less than a meter away from Yang Wu's body, Yang Wu, under the erosion of the overwhelmingly dense death aura, had almost completely lost consciousness. Only when that fist landed on his body would he completely vanish from this world. In the Dimension World, the Wuzu Sacred Universe and the Wu Kingdom Palace on the origin continent, chaos had already erupted. Yang Wu's two divine power avatars, while their consciousness dissipated due to the fatal threat suffered by his original body, had also long since fainted on the ground, causing Chen Shui and other family and friends of Yang Wu in the Wuzu Sacred Universe, as well as the giant axe creator East Emperor and others in the Wu Kingdom Palace, to be panic-stricken and almost lose their composure. They could clearly perceive the current state of Yang Wu's divine power avatars, which plainly indicated that his original body had encountered a fatal crisis. Time at this moment came to a halt. Chi felt like 10,000 epochs, yet also like a single instant. A faint sound like a bubble bursting reached Yang Wu's ears, yet it resonated like a great bell in his sea of consciousness, possessing a magical power that instantly awakened Yang Wu, who had almost completely lost consciousness. At the same time, a mysterious force appeared, almost instantly replenishing all of Yang Wu's previous divine power depletion. When he opened his eyes, merely less than a meter away from his body, a fist tens of thousands of light years in size was rapidly dissipating, while a finger pale as porcelain was slowly withdrawing from the fist's phantom. And in the distance, the originally exultant Zimu Divine King still wore an expression of excitement mixed with ferocity, which had not yet had time to fade due to the dissolution of his fist. However, Yang Wu could clearly sense that all functions within Zimu Divine King's body had been completely sealed, unable to move a single bit despite possessing power that nearly surpassed the Divine King level. Yet he could not utilize it in the slightest. His entire body seemed to have turned into a statue missing a fist. If not for Yang Wu's clear perception that within Zimu Divine King's divine body thick streams of divine power were still flowing, he would have almost thought the opponent had perished. And at this moment, the five elemental wonders of the origin continent, Shunyan Jin Tangshan Mu Runing Shui Guanghua and Purang Tu, which were originally not far from Zimu Divine King, had somehow vanished. A figure deeply familiar to Yang Wu appeared in that spot, and the finger pale and delicate like porcelain which had timely saved Yang Wu was precisely sent by this person. At this moment, this person wore a faint smile, gazing at Yang Wu, who had just turned a full circle between life and death without saying a word. Yuan. Having just turned a full circle between life and death, before he could even marvel, when Yang Wu saw this person, he almost reflexively called out, "That's right!" The one who appeared at the critical moment, saved Yang Wu with a single finger and sealed Zimu Divine King, was none other than Yuan, the greatest, most powerful legendary existence of the entire origin continent. Hasn't Yuan already left the origin continent long ago? Why is he appearing here? And at the most critical moment he saved me. As he called out Yuan's name almost reflexively, Yang Wu's heart was filled with immense confusion. "My disciple, shouldn't you address me as master?" A hint of playfulness in Yuan's smile, his voice clear and resonant. "Disciple Yang Wu pays respects to master." Yang Wu hurriedly kowtowed respectfully. "Thank you, master, for saving my life." As Yang Wu spoke, he turned his head to look at Zimu Divine King, who was like a statue. "My disciple, I know your heart is filled with many doubts. Do not worry, listen to your master as I explain slowly." Yuan's piercing eyes seemed to see through the doubts in Yang Wu's heart. With a wave of his hand, a jade table and 2 jade stools appeared out of thin air on the ground. He first sat down on one stool, then pointed to the other stool for Yang Wu. After Yang Wu sat down, a wine flask and 2 cups materialized on the table. "Come, this is fine wine I sealed away here back when I left the origin continent." Yuan poured wine into both cups as he spoke. Facing the amiable and unassuming Yuan, Yang Wu quickly lost all his restraint. The master and disciple savored the aged wine that had been preserved for hundreds of millions of epochs as they questioned and answered. Apart from clarifying some confusions in martial arts, Yuan answered all of Yang Wu's doubts. Why he had suddenly appeared, why he had sealed Zimu Divine King, and why he had saved Yang Wu, leaving Yang Wu completely enlightened. It turned out that the Yuan who was drinking with Yang Wu before him was not Yuan's true body, but was condensed from the 5 supreme 5 elemental wonders of the origin continent: Shunyan Jin Tangxian Mu Runing Shui Guanghua and Purang Tu. Before leaving the origin continent, Yuan had left behind 2 inheritances, and also left a wisp of will in the origin continent and the primordial universe from which Yang Wu had created the cycle of reincarnation. After the 2 successors, Zimu Divine King and Yang Wu appeared one after another, these 2 wisps of will had been observing each successor separately. Because although Yuan had left 2 inheritances, his ultimate successor could only be one. As for why only one successor was needed in the end, Yuan did not yet explain to Yang Wu, only saying that when Yang Wu's cultivation reached the peak of Divine King level, he would naturally know the reason. Without asking, Yang Wu knew that the final answer must be sealed in his memory. Presumably this was also one of the reasons why Zimu Divine King was determined to kill Yang Wu. Although Zimu Divine King as a successor far surpassed Yang Wu in both cultivation and strength ever since he received Yuan's inheritance left on the origin continent, and became Yuan's successor, his conduct and nature had displeased Yuan, who had been observing him, and Yuan had long since rejected his status as a successor. And although Yang Wu's cultivation and strength were as far from Zimu Divine King's as a heavenly chasm, yet Yang Wu's talent, potential, character and virtue had more than satisfied Yuan, who had long confirmed Yang Wu as his sole successor. And when Zimu Divine King and Yang Wu entered Yuan's secret treasure, the 2 wisps of Yuan's will merged into one, finally manipulating Shunyan Jin Tangxian Mu Runing Shui Guanghua and Purang Tu through a secret technique to form Yuan's avatar, which appeared before Yang Wu and saved him. "Well, my disciple, I have told you all that I can reveal for now. This incarnation of mine cannot last much longer. When you break through to the Divine King realm, that is when we shall meet again. Do not let me wait too long." Yuan stood up speaking as he walked toward the immobilized Purplewood Divine King, who was frozen stiff. Although Yuan's body appeared unchanged, Yang Wu could sense that the mystical power flowing within Yuan was slowly dissipating at a faint rate. "Come here." Yuan smiled and gently beckoned to Yang Wu. "Besides these treasures I left behind during my rise in the origin continent, and the inheritances not yet engraved in your memory, I will lend you one final hand before I depart, to elevate your strength so you may step into the Divine King realm sooner." "No!" Though Yuan had not yet acted, the completely immobilized Purplewood Divine King seemed to grasp Yuan's intent. Unable to move, he struggled to flash a look of despair and supplication in his eyes. Yuan ignored Purplewood Divine King's desperate plea. A dazzling divine light shot from his eyes onto Purplewood's body. His translucent palms traced mysterious shadows in the air, merging with the light to form enigmatic runes. The evolution of the profound runes plunged Yang Wu's mind into deep absorption, yet he could not decipher their underlying mysteries. As Yuan's hands continued to weave, the runes multiplied and intertwined, forming a mysterious bridge between Yang Wu and Purplewood Divine King, connecting them. Spirit conduction. A low shout from Yuan snapped Yang Wu awake from his trance. At that very moment, a surge of immense power and insights far beyond his own flooded into his body. An overwhelming sensation of ecstasy, both physical and spiritual, made him nearly moan involuntarily. The moment the mysterious bridge formed, the immobilized Purplewood Divine King's body began to visibly shrink from its tens of thousands of light years in size. Meanwhile, Yang Wu in his bliss felt his divine body slowly expand. The power channeled through Purplewood seamlessly merged with Yang Wu's own divine energy, as if it were always his own. At the same time, Purplewood's imprisoned body gradually regained limited movement. "No, Yuan, Master, no, you cannot do this. I am your first disciple, my cultivation is higher, my strength greater. How could you choose him over me? You cannot use the spirit conduction technique on me. You cannot treat me like this." Purplewood Divine King screamed hysterically, his body jerking mechanically, his eyes filled with terror and entreaty. As he twisted the bridge Yuan had constructed between him and Yang Wu wobbled slightly. The output of power to Yang Wu slowed, causing Purplewood to struggle even more violently. "Silence!" Yuan coldly snorted, causing the entire space to tremble violently, yet he remained motionless. With that snort, Purplewood was completely immobilized again, as if his throat were clamped. His mouth opened and closed, but no sound emerged. The previously slowed power flow returned to normal, even accelerating slightly. "No!" Though no sound came from his mouth, the frantic opening and closing of his lips conveyed the desperate, soul-deep terror and refusal. The expression of terror on his face intensified several-fold, and an aura of utter despair emanated uncontrollably from his soul. No matter how Purplewood struggled inwardly, he could not stop all his power and accumulated experience from being transferred to Yang Wu. both divine energy and insights into the laws. Yang Wu gradually immersed himself in the power and insights from Purplewood, his body expanding, while comprehending the divine king-level wisdom, forgetting his surroundings, forgetting Purplewood, forgetting Yuan. Time flowed slowly, though the mystical bridge connected them, absorbing all of Purplewood's power was not a short process. Purplewood's divine body continued to shrink but still stood tall. After months of confinement by Yuan, his power drained relentlessly, and he was unable to resist. His expression shifted from initial terror and unwillingness to pleading to cursing and finally to utter lifelessness. No emotion left, only resignation as his body withered and power faded. Yuan's body had also begun to grow translucent at some point. The 5 wonders, Shunyan Gold Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth, flashed continuously on Yuan's body. The incarnation formed through these wonders, and the secret art seemed on the verge of collapse and dissipation. At this moment Yang Wu was completely absorbed in the insights from Purplewood. Dense, mysterious runes surrounded his body, encasing him entirely in a dazzling cocoon. Within the cocoon, both Yang Wu's divine body and soul were undergoing subtle, wondrous changes. Truly worthy of being my chosen disciple. Even better than I imagined. I will soon be able to pass the burden to this student of mine. Yuan looked at his flickering arm, then at Yang Wu, nodding with satisfaction. A glint of surprise shone in his eyes as he murmured barely audible words. Then his body slowly faded into the air. The 5 wonders, Shunyan Gold Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth, were fully revealed, as if Yuan's incarnation had never been there. Only the slowly shrinking, utterly immobilized, seemingly soulless Purplewood divine king and the rune-cocooned Yang Wu remained. In the blink of an eye, 50,000 years passed. Within the Yuan's secret treasure space, the rune cocoon encasing Yang Wu remained unchanged. However, it was evident that the nearby Purplewood divine king's body had shrunk to about 1/3 of its original size. Suddenly the 5 wonders, Shunyan Gold Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth, that had been floating around Yang Wu began to revolve around the rune cocoon in a regular pattern and speed, as if alive, breaking the stillness of the space. The 5 marvels, Shunyan Gold Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth, revolved around Yang Wu, who was shrouded within mystical patterns in a marvelously ordered and rhythmic path. Among them, the closest to Yang Wu within the mystic patterns was Shunyan Gold, followed by Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth in sequence. The speed of rotation among the 5 marvels also followed the same order, with Shunyan Gold spinning the fastest, followed by Tangxian, Wood Runing Water Guang Fire and Purang Earth. Upon closer observation, one could see that while the 5 marvels revolved around Yang Wu, they also slowly rotated on their own axes, akin to the self-rotation and revolution of celestial bodies. As they circled Yang Wu, gradually the great cocoon of mystic patterns enveloping him began to change. Profound runes detached from the cocoon, linking the 5 marvels together like 5 ethereal arms, formed of mystic inscriptions, guiding their rotation with ever-increasing speed. Simultaneously, a portion of the power channeled from the Purplewood divine king's body was transmitted through these mystic arms to the 5 marvels. It was as if a great tree had sprouted 5 branches. The 5 marvels, while revolving around Yang Wu, slowly began to undergo transformation. Time slipped away silently amidst the rotation of the marvels and the shimmering of mystic patterns. In the dimensional universe, the cosmic sea, due to Yang Wu's influence, the human race had grown manifold stronger than in the original storyline. Both Luo Feng and other human powerhouses, as well as the mighty beings of the cosmic sea, frequently ventured into the dim light region to hunt the beasts of the boundaries before their emergence. They sought to weaken the impending calamity of the beasts of the boundaries, yet none of this could ultimately prevent the beasts from emerging. While Yang Wu unknowingly cultivated in stillness through the lifelong cultivation base channeled from the Purplewood divine king, the emergence of the beasts of the boundaries, as described in the original storyline, occurred. The emergence of the beasts of the boundaries still brought waves of terror across the cosmic sea, yet, compared to the original story, due to Yang Wu's influence, along with the world of Jin and other realms, the quantity and quality of human powerhouses had greatly increased. In the original plot, the beasts of the boundaries, representing destruction, had terrified all beings of the cosmic sea. Although they still stirred waves of panic, it was not as harrowing as in the original tale. Under the leadership of the Galaxy Lord Luo Feng, Yuan the Chaos City Lord, and other supreme human experts of the cosmic sea, this emergence of the beasts of the boundaries seemed to differ from previous calamities. Millions of years passed slowly amidst the battles between the cosmic sea powerhouses and the beasts of the boundaries. At some unknown point in the origin continent's Yuan mystic treasure space, the mystic patterns that had originally encased Yang Wu, transforming him into a great cocoon, had become faint and indistinct. The dense cocoon transformed into a thin mist-like layer, through which Yang Wu's seated form could be clearly discerned. Within Yang Wu's body, an ineffable aura pulsed and radiated. His divine form unconsciously grew taller, gradually approaching the size of the original Purplewood divine king's body. At the same time, it became somewhat uncoordinated, giving an impression of bloated swelling. Yet Yang Wu himself seemed entirely unaffected by this physical change, remaining immersed in quiet cultivation and enlightenment. Across from Yang Wu, the Purplewood divine king, who had been bound and forced to offer his life's power, had long since dissipated without a trace. The mystic bridge created by Yuan connecting the two had also vanished. The 5 marvels, Shunyan Gold Tangxian would ruining water Guang fire and put on earth, that had once revolved and rotated around Yang Wu had eerily disappeared without a trace. Yet around Yang Wu 5 bodies appeared almost identical in appearance to him, seated around him, each radiating a similarly mysterious aura. Among these 5 avatars, which bore nearly the same countenance, as Yang Wu the mysterious auras and temperaments were entirely distinct. One emanated a razor-sharp indomitable and piercing aura. Another exuded boundless vitality filling the air around it with a dense life force. Another was violent and scorching as if to incinerate all things. Yet another was broad and encompassing, embracing heaven and earth. These 5 avatars were evidently the incarnations of Shunyan Gold Tangxian, would ruining water Guang fire and put on earth. At this moment in the silent cultivation, an invisible bridge seemed to connect the 5 avatars with Yang Wu's true body. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, the 5 fundamental laws of the 5 elements, were fully manifested through the avatars to Yang Wu. This understanding bore many differences from his previous insights into the 5 elements. Profound mysteries of the 5 elements entirely unimaginable to Yang Wu surged into his consciousness. Without the 5 most miraculous Marvel avatars, neither the original Yang Wu nor the lifelong insights he had received from the Purple Wood Divine King, a pinnacle Divine King, would have sufficed. Having previously believed he had fully comprehended the mysteries of the laws, the natural enlightenment of the 5 elements avatars condensed from the 5 marvels instantly made Yang Wu realize that the most basic elemental laws contained countless profundities beyond his previous imagination. So that's how it is. So it could be like this. With his eyes tightly shut, Yang Wu's expression shifted between ecstatic joy, sudden enlightenment, serene solemnity. Due to the novel insights from the 5 avatars, he gained a new direction for understanding all laws. Time, space, lightning, light, and darkness. As if the avatars had opened a wider door to law comprehension. At the same time, with the condensation of the 5 elemental avatars, the digestion of the lifelong law insights channeled from the Purple Wood Divine King accelerated greatly. Although Yuan had used the miraculous, soul-guiding art to channel all of the Purple Wood Divine King's lifelong power into Yang Wu's body over millions of years, it had merely used Yang Wu's body as a vessel storing the Purple Wood Divine King's divine power and insights within him, requiring Yang Wu to slowly digest and absorb them. How could the lifelong accumulation of a pinnacle Divine King be rapidly absorbed by Yang Wu, who was merely at the Chaos Dominator level? The successful condensation of the 5 elemental avatars, and the deepest insights into the 5 elements acted as a catalyst, exponentially speeding up Yang Wu's digestion and absorption of the law insights gained from the Purple Wood Divine King. On his body, more and more profound mystic patterns appeared faintly. His somewhat bloated body began to slowly recover. While Yang Wu's true body was absorbing and digesting the Purple Wood Divine King's insights and power, in the dimensional universe, both Yang Wu's sacred ancestor universe and the primordial universe which he had taken over through his avatar, emanated a mysterious yet inviolable pressure. This aura was imperceptible to ordinary beings of the universe. The stronger and more advanced the being, the more clearly they could sense it. Even the beasts of the boundaries felt a palpitation of fear from this aura. In the original storyline, the beasts devouring the primordial universe's source never occurred. Instead, they dared not even approach the primordial universe or Yang Wu's sacred ancestor universe. The calamity of the beasts of the boundaries in my homeland is nearing its end. Luo Feng and the others are coming. It is time for my breakthrough. The Divine King realm breakthrough. Suddenly Yang Wu, who had been sitting with closed eyes, opened them, a dazzling light flashing within. He murmured to himself, and at almost the same instant his body began to undergo a tremendous new transformation. Breaking through from the Chaos Lord level to the God King level is an immense hurdle requiring not only extraordinary talent and fortune, but also accumulation, insights, secret techniques, and more. None of which can be omitted. The breakthrough from Chaos Lord to God King is like an almost insurmountable chasm that blocks countless Chaos Lord powerhouses across the origin continent. Every fortunate individual who manages to ascend from Chaos Lord to God King has undergone tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of epochs of accumulation. Those lacking in any single aspect may be permanently barred from the gates of the God King level. Yang Wu was fortunate. The inheritance of Yuan had laid a profound foundation for him. Later, when breaking through from Eternal True God to Chaos Lord, he received the full assistance of Zimu God King. Although Zimu God King's motives were entirely impure, merely seeking to harness Yang Wu's power at the Chaos Lord level to jointly open the gates of Yuan's secret realm and obtain the legacy and treasures left by Yuan. Still, it was thanks to Zimu God King's aid that Yang Wu was able to swiftly advance from Eternal True God to Chaos Lord. Without Zimu God King's intervention, despite his prodigious talent, fortune, and inheritance, Yang Wu would have required tens of millions of years of accumulation to break through from Eternal True God to Chaos Lord. Yet, with the help of Zimu God King, that lengthy process was successfully compressed into a short span of time. And just as he entered the Chaos Lord level with Yuan's assistance using the miraculous secret technique of the spirit summoning art, he harnessed Zimu God King's peak-level life cultivation at the God King level combined with the catalysis of the 5 elements avatars. This directly propelled him into the God King realm, and this seemingly forced growth in cultivation bore no side effects whatsoever. Zimu God King, despite his intricate schemes, ultimately became the stepping stone for Yang Wu's ascension. This also made Yang Wu the fastest cultivator in the entire history of the Origin continent to advance from eternal true god to god king. No one could compare. Even Yuan, the ultimate being who once stood at the pinnacle of the Origin continent, did not achieve such a breakthrough speed. After all, Yuan did not have a peak god king like Zimu god king to dedicate his entire life's cultivation. Moreover, at that time Yuan had not yet created such an incredible secret technique as the spirit summoning art. Even in the future, it would be difficult for a scenario like Yang Wu's rapid advancement to occur. After all, this kind of advancement required not only the sacrifice of a peak god king, but also that the two cultivate almost the same system of secret techniques inheriting from the same powerhouse. From then on, an ancient peak god king quietly vanished from the Origin continent while a young god king powerhouse slowly underwent transformation. Ascending, Western Origin continent, the central forbidden zone of the native region, the secret realm of Yuan. Yang Wu's divine body and soul underwent earth-shattering changes, at the moment of breakthrough, far surpassing the transformations of previous major realm breakthroughs. During his breakthrough, aside from the metamorphosis of his divine body and soul, the greatest change took place within his body. The chaotic space inside him began to transform drastically from the moment of breakthrough, rapidly evolving toward a miniature universe. With Yuan's great legacy, and the successful absorption of Zimu God King's lifelong experience and insights, Yang Wu handled the opening and evolution of his internal miniature universe with ease, almost everything under his control. Although he had previously experienced the creation of a miniature universe when breaking through from Lawmaster to True God and Void True God in the Dimension World, the process of transforming his internal chaotic space into a miniature universe this time was incomparable to the earlier transition from Divine Kingdom to miniature universe. At this moment, Yang Wu became like a creator. Stars, sun, moon, mountains, rivers, water, fire, wind, thunder. All things gradually emerged from nothingness within his internal world, miraculous and natural. Everything happened silently. Even the primal universe and the martial ancestor's sacred universe, which once radiated majestic aura, became quiet from the moment of his breakthrough, yet exuded an even richer sense of profundity and authority. For powerhouses who grew up in the Origin continent bound by the supreme laws, when someone breaks through to become a god king and opens a miniature universe internally, they must incorporate the miniature universe they previously derived from their divine kingdom, placed in the cosmic space of the Origin continent, into their internal miniature universe, merging the two into one. This method not only facilitates a smoother opening of the internal miniature universe, making the breakthrough process more seamless, but also reduces the spatial resource pressure of the Origin continent. After all, over countless epochs, the numerous god-king powerhouses in the Origin continent see their miniature universes expand beyond comparison. If all existed in the cosmic space of the Origin continent, it would impose a significant burden. However, for powerhouses like Yang Wu, who hail from dimension worlds, when they break through to the god-king level and open an internal miniature universe due to the dual space-time relationship, the miniature universe in the original cosmic sea cannot be placed into the newly opened internal miniature universe. Thus, they possess two miniature universes, which is also permitted by the supreme laws. The inability to merge the external miniature universe into the internal one indirectly increases the difficulty of opening the internal miniature universe. Yet the advantages are equally pronounced. Having two miniature universes, one internal and one external, undoubtedly grants strength surpassing that of God-King powerhouses with only a single internal miniature universe. This is one of the reasons why God-King powerhouses who come from various dimension worlds and break through after growing up in the Origin continent generally surpass those who are entirely native to the Origin continent. On the Origin continent, Yang Wu's breakthrough to God King seemed to cause no commotion. Everything appeared calm. Tens of thousands of years passed quietly during Yang Wu's breakthrough. Over these tens of millennia, Yang Wu, as a master of artifact refinement, meticulously constructed his internal world, making it more and more complete and exquisite. This is my internal universe world. Now all that's missing are various creatures and life. Looking at the silent internal universe world, Yang Wu murmured to himself. Words become law here. Yang Wu is the sovereign. The moment his words fell, grass began to sprout and grow from the ground beneath his feet, and trees slowly emerged. Then low-level life appeared, gradually evolving toward higher organisms with the survival of the fittest. Everything was wondrous yet natural. Dimension World, Cosmic Sea, Qingfeng Peak. On this day, a star tower and two divine boat treasures were rapidly plunging deeper. Precisely the party of Luo Feng, Primal Ancestor, and Chaos City Lord, who had successfully broken through to Void True God after the tribulation of the world beasts, about to traverse the reincarnation passage into the Origin continent. Chaos Galaxy, do you feel the summons? Within the divine boat treasure, Primal Ancestor's voice carried a hint of surprise as he sent a telepathic message to the two. I feel it. Let's go. Martial Ancestor and Giant Axe should be waiting for us over there. Luo Feng immediately replied. Having just broken through to the Eternal True God level, hearing that Yang Wu had already stepped into the God King level made Luo Feng even more eager for the Origin continent. Yang Wu's rapid advancement stirred a sense of urgency in Luo Feng. At the same time, it also made him feel a rush of excitement. The Star Tower and the two divine boat treasures swiftly vanished into the reincarnation passage. At a certain perilous location on Qingfeng Peak in the Cosmic Sea, the burly figure of Mountain Seeker quietly revealed itself, gazing in the direction Luo Feng and the others had disappeared. They have all left. Yang Wu has broken through. I should leave as well. Devouring Nation, I hope you haven't perished yet. Mountain Seeker murmured to himself, a deep hatred seeping through his words. Then he vanished without a trace. Luo Feng, Yuanzhu, and Hundun Chengzhu arrived. Although Yang Wu's true body had not yet returned from the western native region, with the welcome of Yang Wu's divine power clone Jufu Chuangshis Dongdi, and others, they all engaged in a delightful conversation. Meanwhile, Yang Wu's true body remained within Yuan's secret treasure space, continuing his construction of the inner miniature universe, and his comprehension of the various great legacies left by Yuan. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, another 3 million years had passed since Luo Feng and the others arrived at the Qiyuan continent. During these 3 million years, due to the raging wars in the eastern continent, the three followed the advice of Yang Wu Jufu, and others cultivating quietly in Wu country, rarely venturing out. After all, with their cultivation levels at merely Void True God and Eternal True God, during the near climax of the chaotic battles in the east, Yuanzhu and Hundun Qingzhu at the Void True God level were nothing more than cannon fodder. Luo Feng at the Eternal True God level, even with the aid of the World Beast King, could only be considered slightly higher grade cannon fodder. Finally, after 3 million years, the intense chaotic warfare among the eastern nations suddenly took a turn. The chaotic battles in the east grew increasingly fierce, even resulting in the fall of several divine kings, including one from the Sure Kingdom. Moreover, the flames of war showed a tendency to spread to other regions of the Qiyuan continent, exerting a massive influence, and potentially affecting the entire situation of the Qiyuan continent. Eventually, several top-tier sects in the northern part of the Qiyuan continent, led by the ancient Yuan sect and the northern Yuan sect, had to intervene. Using powerful military deterrence, they forcefully extinguished the flames of war throughout the entire eastern region. The war ceased, but it left behind a scene of devastation. Especially the three nations that had been the initial triggers of the conflict, the Sure Kingdom, the Zhu Kingdom, and the Yong Kingdom. 2 divine king rulers of the Sure Kingdom had fallen, and 1 divine king ruler was severely wounded and difficult to heal, requiring at least tens of thousands of epochs to recover to his original combat strength. Yang Wu did not yet know that this severely wounded divine king was none other than the 3-armed Yongzhu divine king, whom he had helped in the past. As for the Zhu Kingdom and the Yong Kingdom, the 2 instigating nations, their outcomes were even more miserable. The sole divine king ruler of the Zhu Kingdom was dragged into mutual destruction by a divine king ruler of the Sure Kingdom. This directly led to the annihilation of the Zhu Kingdom. As for the Yong Kingdom, one of its 2 divine kings had fallen, and the other was severely wounded and half-crippled with almost no possibility of recovery. If not for the timely intervention of the northern sects, the Yong Kingdom would have been directly destroyed. However, without the protection of a powerful divine king, its destruction was merely a matter of time. The Qian Kingdom, Chan Kingdom, Ji Kingdom, and other major nations involved in the war also suffered immeasurable damage, with their national strength declining several-fold. Nations that had suffered less severe damage, or had been fortunate enough not to be drawn into the war, were now eyeing these war-ravaged countries covetously. If not for the ongoing deterrence of the northern sects, they would have already made their move. Finally, I have successfully completed the opening of my inner miniature universe. Now my inner miniature universe, whether in terms of its area or the delicacy of its details, has completely surpassed Uncle Washanka's Jin's world. Another tens of thousands of years passed. On this day, Yang Wu, who had been calmly cultivating his inner miniature universe, finally stood up. Feeling the power of the divine king level within his body, he said with satisfaction. At the same time, the 5 elemental wonder clones immediately merged into his inner miniature universe. On the Daelu mountain in the western native region, Yang Wu, having left the secret treasure space, was leisurely strolling. From time to time, he collected some treasure-refining materials that were not found outside the native region. Strangely, even in areas densely populated with native residents, no one could detect the presence of Yang Wu, who was slowly walking leisurely, as if on a sightseeing tour. Ascending directly from Eternal True God to the Divine King level, though it seemed a short time for other Divine King powerhouses, for Yang Wu it had been a very, very long time. After leaving Yuan's secret treasure space, he was not in a hurry to return to Wu country. Instead, he traveled slowly, enjoying a leisurely tour. After all, since traversing the cycle of reincarnation and arriving at the Qiyuan continent, he had never had the opportunity to tour the continent like this. Martial Ancestor, young friend. After decades of leaving Yuan's secret treasure space, one day, while Yang Wu was idly wandering in a bustling city, a slightly surprised voice suddenly reached his ears. The voice felt somewhat familiar to him. Who? Yang Wu was startled inwardly. All along while touring the Qiyuan continent, he had been in a state of invisibility. Powerhouses below the Divine King level could not possibly detect his presence. But on the Qiyuan continent there seemed to be no Divine King who was familiar with him. Yang Wu turned to look in the direction of the voice. It's you, Yongzhu Divine King. Within his sight, thousands of miles away, there was a man with 3 arms. Although tens of millions of years had passed, Yang Wu still recognized him at a glance. He was Yongzhu Divine King, one of the Divine King rulers of the Sure Kingdom, whom Yang Wu had once helped. He was also, aside from Zimu Divine King, almost the only Divine King powerhouse on the Qiyuan continent who had any connection with Yang Wu. What Yang Wu found strange was that although Yongzhu Divine King had been severely injured back then, after 200 years of recuperation at that time, his wounds had recovered by half. But now the injuries on Yongzhu Divine King seemed even worse than when they had parted ways back then. Moreover, Yongzhu Divine King's mental state was far inferior to before. He appeared haggard, exhausted, and listless, completely lacking the demeanor and characteristics befitting a divine king powerhouse. Martial Ancestor, young friend, congratulations. I never expected that in just a few years you would have stepped into the divine king level. Truly a prodigy. Yongju Divine King looked at Yongwu, especially when he saw that Yongwu's cultivation level had reached the divine king realm. His heart was filled with emotion, but his face showed more surprise. The previously listless mental state also suddenly lifted significantly. Haha, Yongju Divine King flatters me. I just had a bit of luck. May I ask why Yongju Divine King is here, and your body? Yongwu smiled, politely released a palace treasure, and invited Yongju Divine King to enter. He took out special fruits and fine wine collected from the native region, poured a cup for Yongju Divine King, and then asked with some confusion. Yongwu had already fully understood the war in the east through his divine power clone in Wu country. However, in Yongwu's mind at this time, Yongju Divine King, the sole remaining divine king ruler of the Sure Kingdom, should be in his own country dealing with the post-war mess. He should not be here, as this place was not far from the native region, separated from the Sure Kingdom by several other countries, an extremely long distance. Moreover, Yongju Divine King's current physical condition did not look good. Yongju Divine King sighed deeply. The Sure Kingdom currently does not need a half-crippled divine king ruler like me. What it needs is a powerhouse with true divine king strength. As he savored Yongwu's wine, Yongju Divine King slowly and in detail recounted the situation of the Sure Kingdom and the reason why he was here. In the end, looking at Yongju Divine King, whose face was full of desire, Yongwu frowned, because Yongju Divine King had already revealed his main purpose: to invite Yongwu to take charge of the Sure Kingdom and become its new ruler. The Sure Kingdom, because it only had Yongju Divine King, a half-crippled divine king, was temporarily safe from destruction due to the deterrence of the northern sects. However, without a true divine king to guard it, destruction was only a matter of time. Especially for a resource-rich middle-sized nation like the Sure Kingdom, it was extremely tempting to others. Yongwu's breakthrough to the divine king level was originally unknown to anyone except Jufu and a few others. However, Yongju Divine King happened to possess a unique talent that others lacked. If a powerful figure on the Qiyuan continent broke through to the divine king level, he could immediately sense it and discern the approximate location of the breakthrough. When the war ceased, the crisis for the Sure Kingdom was not yet resolved. Yongju Divine King suddenly thought of the aura of a divine king breakthrough he had sensed not long ago. Especially since the location of this aura was in the western region, which had no powerful nations or sects. Moreover, the native residents, after billions of epochs of oppression, had never produced a divine king powerhouse. Therefore, Yongju Divine King immediately conceived the idea of inviting this newly ascended divine king to guard the Sure Kingdom and lift the threat of its destruction. If the other party were a native divine king, Yongju Divine King would have even more confidence in persuading him to join the Sure Kingdom. After all, the native region could not compare to the Sure Kingdom in terms of resources, cultivation conditions, or secret techniques. He never expected that this newly ascended divine king powerhouse was martial ancestor Yongwu, whom he had met once tens of thousands of years ago. Yongwu's character, talent, and other qualities further solidified Yongju Divine King's determination to strongly invite Yongwu to take charge of the Sure Kingdom. As long as Yongwu nodded, he would immediately become the new ruler of the Sure Kingdom. After all, Yongwu and the other humans from the primordial universe had almost no foothold in the origin continent. The only settlement they had was the fiefdom of Wuzhu Kingdom, situated at the border of Kai and Pu Kingdoms, which Yongwu had won as a reward in the divine artifact refining competition. However, as a mere vassal state, it was utterly insufficient to meet the future developmental needs of the human race. Having already become a divine king and bearing the great inheritance of the origin, Yongwu firmly believed that as the humans of the primordial universe continued to grow stronger, more and more powerful human cultivators would endlessly traverse the cycle of reincarnation and arrive in the origin continent. What Yongwu needed to do now was to find a place in the origin continent where the humans of the primordial universe could settle and develop in peace. As a moderately powerful eastern nation, the Sure Kingdom, in terms of both its scale and geographical location, was an ideal base for the humans of the primordial universe to develop in the origin continent. Yongju Divine King earnestly invited Yongwu to take the helm of the Sure Kingdom, and deep down Yongwu was genuinely tempted. However, the Sure Kingdom harbored an irreconcilable blood feud with Zuoshank, and Zuoshank had close ties with Yongwu and Luo Feng, the two strongest humans. Not to mention Luo Feng's relationship with Zuoshank. Even Yongwu himself would not have achieved what he had today if he had not received the inheritance of Teacher Xian on Earth back then. And Teacher Xian happened to be the wife of Zuoshank and the queen of the Jin Kingdom, which had been destroyed by the Sure Kingdom. Given Yongwu's identity, what he should do was not to take the helm of the Sure Kingdom and defend it, but rather to slay the Yongju Divine King before him and avenge his teacher. Then, after annihilating the Sure Kingdom, restore the glory of the Jin Kingdom. Before I give you my answer on whether to accept your invitation and take the helm of your Sure Kingdom, I wish to understand the grievances between you and Zuoshank, the former ruler of the Jin Kingdom. I hope you will not conceal anything in this matter, for it will determine whether I accept your invitation. Yongwu held his wine glass. After a long silence, he looked up and asked. Yongju Divine King and the Sure Kingdom could be considered Yongwu's enemies, yet the Sure Kingdom played a crucial role in the development of the human race. It was a rare opportunity for humanity. Moreover, in the tens of thousands of years since Yangwu had arrived in the origin continent, he had learned much about the Sher Kingdom situation, and the three rulers of the Sher Kingdom based on the information he had gathered. And from his own interactions with Yongju Divine King, he sensed that the king was not as brutal and vicious as Zuoshank had described. On the contrary, he loved his people as his own children, was universally adored, and was a rare good ruler among the many nations of the eastern origin continent. This made Yangwu begin to doubt the old grudges he had learned from Zuoshank. Zuoshank, the ruler of the Jin Kingdom. Yongju Divine King was stunned. Yes, the kingdom that was destroyed by your Sher Kingdom, founded on the foundation of a divine artifact refining sect. Yangwu stared straight at Yongju Divine King. The Jin Kingdom. I do not know what relationship you have with the former Jin Kingdom or its ruler Zuoshank. However, I have nothing to hide regarding the destruction of the Jin Kingdom. In fact, one could say that the Jin Kingdom's fall was brought about by Zuoshank's own folly. Even if my Sher Kingdom had not destroyed it, some other force would have. Yongju Divine King slowly recalled the events of that time, and recounted the full story of the enmity between the Sher Kingdom and the Jin Kingdom, as well as the reasons for the Jin Kingdom's annihilation. In Yongju Divine King's account, Zuoshank was indeed, as he himself had claimed, not only supremely talented in the art of divine artifact refining, but also a rare genius in the martial path. He rose step by step within the most powerful divine artifact refining sect of the origin continent, becoming a great grandmaster in that field, then married the sect leader's daughter, and became the sect leader himself. Everything seemed perfect. But after he broke through to become a divine king, his ambition gradually surfaced. First, he used forceful means and various schemes to annex several smaller divine artifact refining sects, making his own sect even more powerful and unparalleled in prestige. Throughout the entire origin continent, there was hardly any sect focused on divine artifact refining that could rival his, and even the Yuan sect and other powerful sects sought to befriend him. Afterward, Zuoshank's ambitions swelled even further. Using the sect's formidable martial might, he destroyed Pu Kingdom, a medium-sized nation, neighboring the Sher Kingdom, renamed it Jin Kingdom, and became its rightful ruler. Zuoshank's extraordinary talent in divine artifact refining and martial arts was admirable. However, his governance of the nation was a complete disaster. Apart from tyrannical brutality and exorbitant taxes, there was nothing commendable. Instead, the subjects under his rule were filled with resentment. Not long after establishing the Jin Kingdom, the ambitious Zuoshank, ignoring the counsel and opposition of his wife, and other close ones, launched new campaigns to expand the Jin Kingdom, waging war against neighboring states. However, he first turned his attention to weaker nations with less military power rather than immediately targeting the powerful Sher Kingdom. Since the Jin Kingdom was backed by a sect and focused on divine artifact refining, it possessed more powerful cultivators and top-tier treasures than ordinary countries, and many strong warriors had pledged allegiance to it. Its formidable military strength and equipment allowed it to successively destroy several weaker nations, inflating Zuoshank's arrogance to its peak. He became utterly conceited and finally set his sights on conquering the Sher Kingdom. While the Jin Kingdom was launching aggressive wars against its neighbors, the Sher Kingdom had already begun preparing for the day when the Jin Kingdom would invade them. Moreover, during the tens of thousands of years of the Jin Kingdom's conquests, many eternal true gods and chaos sovereigns, whose nations had been destroyed, had fled to the Sher Kingdom, indirectly strengthening its combat power. At the same time, the Sher Kingdom had formed a secret alliance with several neighboring nations of comparable strength, ready to strike the Jin Kingdom a decisive blow at the critical moment. Since establishing the Jin Kingdom, Zuoshank had been extortionate, stubborn, and utterly indifferent to his subjects, causing widespread resentment. As the Jin Kingdom prepared to invade other nations, some of its powerful cultivators had already been bought off by the Sher Kingdom. The moment Zuoshank issued the order to invade the Sher Kingdom, the latter received the news and made full preparations. When the Jin Kingdom's army first set foot in the Sher Kingdom, it fell into an ambush laid by the well-prepared Sher forces. Then the Jin cultivators, who had been corrupted and turned traitor, suddenly rebelled, turning their weapons against their own comrades. In an instant, Zuoshank found himself abandoned by his followers, and the Jin Kingdom's army collapsed like a landslide. The armies of the Sher Kingdom and its allies, along with the scattered forces of the nations destroyed by the Jin Kingdom, surged into the Jin Kingdom. The people long suffering under Zuoshank's rule opened the city gates to welcome the punitive forces led by the Sher Kingdom. In no time, the iron-fisted regime that the Jin Kingdom had built through years of conquest crumbled and disintegrated. Not only was the Jin Kingdom destroyed, but Zuoshank's sect perished alongside it. Zuoshank was slain by the three divine king rulers of the Sher Kingdom, including Yongju Divine King, while trying to cover his wounded wife's escape. The Jin Kingdom, after a brief existence, was consigned to history. The current nation of Sher among the eastern states was like a coveted prize. As a resource-rich, medium-sized country, it lacked the protection of a powerful divine king, leaving many strong nations waiting for an opportunity to annex it. Unfortunately, on this day, an earth-shattering news emerged, striking the rulers of those covetous nations like a thunderbolt. Sher Nation was renamed Wu Nation, and its new sovereign was a mysterious divine king, Wu Zu. The former ruler Yong-ju, the divine king, announced his abdication and vanished without a trace. The divine king Wu Zu. Almost no one knew the origin of this divine king. Although in states like Kai where Yang Wu had participated in the alchemy competition, some knew that the third-place winner was named Wu Zhu. No one would ever associate him with the divine king ruler of Wu Nation. After all, who would believe that the eternal true god Wu Zhu could in such a short time achieve successive breakthroughs to become a divine king, and then swiftly take over Shi Nation to become its sovereign? The takeover of Shi Nation, and its renaming to Wu Nation, filled the hearts of the Axe founder, the Chaos City Lord, and the Origin Ancestor with joy. After all, the number of human powerhouses from the original universe had greatly increased. Figures like the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Ice Peak, and other veteran human powerhouses had all reached the pinnacle of true god, ready to break through again at any moment and then brave the cycle to arrive at the Origin continent. The human powerhouses from the original universe destined to come to the Origin continent would only grow more numerous. With Wu Nation, whose territory was several times larger than the human region of the original universe, its significance for the development of humanity in the Origin continent was immeasurable. Only Luo Feng, due to his master-disciple relationship with Zuoshan, felt a knot in his heart, but he soon let it go. After all, Shi Nation had been renamed Wu Nation. Yang Wu's takeover meant that Shi Nation had become history. Moreover, of the 3 divine king rulers of Shi Nation, 2 had fallen, and the remaining one was half-crippled. Furthermore, from Yang Wu's words, he learned that the destruction of Jin Nation back then was mainly attributable to Zuoshan himself. Even if Zuoshan were to be reborn in the future facing the now non-existent Shi Nation, the 2 fallen enemies, and the half-crippled one, surely the hatred should dissipate. With Yang Wu's presence, the new Wu Nation quickly returned to normal. Yang Wu himself, Luo Feng, the Axe founder, the Origin Ancestor, and the Chaos City Lord each entered their own cultivation rhythm. Some went out to train, others entered secluded meditation. In the blink of an eye, 12 cycles had passed. Luo Feng, who had braved the cycle, successfully broke through to the Chaos Dominator level, while the Axe founder, the Origin Ancestor, and the Chaos City Lord had entered the Eternal True God level. Similarly, from the original universe's human race, 5 more powerhouses, the Lord of Darkness, the Lord of Void Gold, the Lord of Ice Peak, and others, successfully broke through and braved the cycle to arrive at the Origin continent. Among these 5 human powerhouses who entered the Origin continent, one was particularly special to Yang Wu and Luo Feng Hong, the eldest of the 4 brothers from Earth. After cultivating for several epochs with the help of Yang Wu and Luo Feng, and given his own considerable talent, he finally reached the Void True God level and successfully braved the cycle. The 3 brothers reunited on the Origin continent. Now, of the original 4 brothers from Earth, only Lei Shin remained. Lei Shin, who had successfully taken over the body of the Suomi giant beast, one of the 12 supreme bloodlines of the Starry Sky beasts, had a bloodline talent no weaker than that of Hong and the others who had just braved the cycle. However, stimulated by Yang Wu and Luo Feng, Lei Shin chose a different path from Hong. While Hong followed the path of laws to become a true god, Lei Shin stubbornly persisted on the path of divine body breakthrough, so his advancement speed was much slower than Hong's. When Hong successfully broke through to the Void True God level and braved the cycle to enter the Origin continent, Lei Shin had just entered the True God level. He still had a long way to go before reaching the Void True God level. Just as the number of human powerhouses from the original universe entering the Origin continent had reached a peak, and Wu Nation was filled with joy on this day, Yang Wu and Luo Feng welcomed a special guest in Wu Nation, Zuoshan. Not long after Luo Feng and the others braved the cycle to enter the Origin continent, Zuoshan used reincarnation art to be reborn on the Origin continent. With memories and insights of laws from his past life and free from the suppression of the original universes, Zuoshan's cultivation skyrocketed. In just 12 cycles he had successfully reached the Divine King level. Master, Uncle Master. Welcoming Zuoshan into Wu Nation, Yang Wu and Luo Feng were extremely respectful. Haha, good, both of you are good. Especially you, Yang Wu, for being able to annex Shi Nation and establish Wu Nation. I, your Uncle Master, feel especially gratified. You truly live up to the disciple I saw potential in back then, and it wasn't in vain that I created your Earth lineage. Including the newly arrived Hong, 3 of your Earth lineage have now braved the cycle. Excellent. Entering Yang Wu's palace in Wu Nation, Zuoshan looked at Yang Wu and Luo Feng with satisfaction, his face full of approval. Shi Nation has finally reaped its retribution. Before this I had already learned of the invasion by Ju Nation and others, and the fall of 2 of their 3 divine king rulers. Instantly Zuoshan's expression turned from a smile to seriousness with a deep hatred emanating. But, Yang Wu, my nephew, although you have replaced Shi Nation and turned it into your Wu Nation, the 3 culprits who destroyed my Jin Nation and caused your master's ultimate fall, Yongju the divine king has not yet fallen. This I will never allow. Furthermore, the soldiers of Shi Nation who invaded Jin Nation back then, their hands are stained with the blood of my Jin Nation warriors. I hope you, Yang Wu, will hand them over to me, your Uncle Master, for punishment. I will use their blood to appease the spirits of your master, my sect's disciples, and the warriors of Jin Nation. Zuoshan said coldly. This? Yang Wu turned to look at Luo Feng, a bitter expression on his face. Apart from Yongju the divine king, who was still in seclusion healing his injuries, but had recovered little, the soldiers of Shi Nation that Zuoshan mentioned, who had invaded Jin Nation, were now many of Wu Nation's important ministers, crucial for the stability and various operations of Wu Nation. What's the problem? Have you forgotten your master's hatred? Without your master Xin, could you have achieved what you have today? Seeing Yang Wu's hesitation, Zuoshan demanded coldly. Uncle Master Luo Feng and I have long understood the full story of the grievances between your Jin Nation and Sure Nation. Now Sure Nation no longer exists. Of the 3 divine king rulers of Sure Nation 2 have fallen, and the remaining one already without the strength of a divine king is worse than dead. Moreover, the other soldiers acted under the orders of the 3 divine king rulers. These people are now important ministers of my Wu Nation. If I hand them all over to you, my uncle, the operation of Wu Nation will be paralyzed. What? Do you mean you are unwilling to avenge your master, unwilling to hand over these enemies, and even stand against me, your uncle master? Zhuoshan Ku stood up in fury, slamming the table heavily, and said hatefully, Luo Feng, which side are you on? This? Master, I believe third brother is right after all. Humph. Before Luo Feng could finish, Zhuoshan Ku let out a cold snort, teleported and vanished. The ones I want to kill, you 2 ungrateful wretches, cannot stop me. Zhuoshan Ku left, but his voice still echoed in the palace. What should we do? This is the 12th one. In the palace of Yangwu in the Wu Kingdom, all the powerhouses from the primal universe human race, including Yangwu, Luo Feng, Hong Yuanzhu, and Giant Axe Founder, gathered together with solemn expressions. Since the last time Zhuoshan Ku came to the Wu Kingdom and demanded that Yangwu hand over those strong individuals who had once attacked the Jin Kingdom and now served as important ministers of the Wu royal family, Yangwu refused, and they parted on bad terms. After that, Zhuoshan Ku quietly began to carry out bloody revenge against his enemies using his own methods. As a veteran divine king powerhouse, Zhuoshan Ku's cunning made it impossible for Yangwu to guard against him and the other human race powerhouses, and Wu Kingdom's important ministers were even less a match for Zhuoshan Ku. Over the course of decades, Zhuoshan Ku, like a ghost hidden in the darkness, successively killed 12 important ministers of the Wu royal family. Of course, these 12 important ministers were all Chaos Sovereign level powerhouses, who had made great contributions in the process of annihilating the Jin Kingdom under the leadership of the ruler of the Sure Kingdom. Although Yangwu had repeatedly discovered, obstructed, and thwarted Zhuoshan Ku's assassination attempts, and had made full preparations, he was still unable to prevent Zhuoshan Ku from succeeding in his assassinations time and time again. Facing Zhuoshan Ku's revenge, only Yangwu in the entire Wu Kingdom had the strength to stop him. However, he could only block him. He still harbored respect for Zhuoshan Ku and could not bring himself to truly attack him. Similarly, during one attempt to block Zhuoshan Ku, Luo Feng stepped in to stop him, but was mercilessly injured by Zhuoshan Ku. After that, Yangwu no longer dared to let Luo Feng and others confront Zhuoshan Ku. Zhuoshan Ku has been twisted by hatred. His heart is blinded. Wu Zhu, the next time he appears, I believe there is no need to hold back. Nearly half of the Wu Kingdom's important ministers were among those who invaded the Jin Kingdom back then. If we let him continue killing like this, the Wu Kingdom will be thrown into chaos. Yuanzhu said coldly. Although you and Luo Feng share a deep connection with Zhuoshan Ku, you must still prioritize the bigger picture. The Wu Kingdom is the foundation of our human race. Zhuoshan Ku's actions are indirectly shaking our very foundation. The human race powerhouses present all knew that Zhuoshan Ku had a close relationship with both Yangwu and Luo Feng. They could also see that during the several times Zhuoshan Ku infiltrated the Wu Kingdom and was detected by Yangwu, who then blocked his assassination attempts, Yangwu had not been putting forth his full effort. He had merely been foiling his attacks. Zhuoshan Ku's actions had already thrown the Wu Kingdom's royal ministers into a state of panic. After all, as a veteran divine king, Zhuoshan Ku had an endless array of tricks, and Yangwu might not be able to successfully thwart his assassination and revenge attempts every time. At the same time, these ministers could only place their hopes of survival on Yangwu. After all, with Yangwu's protection in the Wu Kingdom, their safety was more assured. In these short decades, among the coalition forces from various countries that had invaded and annihilated the Jin Kingdom, only the subjects of the Wu Kingdom suffered fewer casualties thanks to Yangwu's protection. However, the powerhouses from other countries who had once invaded the Jin Kingdom were being killed one after another by Zhuoshan Ku. Zhuoshan Ku's revenge could only be described as insane. In just a few decades, tens of thousands of powerhouses had fallen by his hand, including one who had broken through to become a divine king after the invasion of the Jin Kingdom. He too was slain by Zhuoshan Ku. Moreover, after the last time Zhuoshan Ku infiltrated the Wu Kingdom and was discovered and blocked by Yangwu, he viciously swore that he would not rest until he had completely slaughtered all the powerhouses in the Wu royal family who had once invaded the Jin Kingdom. Whenever he thought of this matter, Yangwu felt a headache. On one side was Zhuoshan Ku, who had shown great kindness to both him and Luo Feng. On the other side was the very foundation of the entire human race. Furthermore, back then, these so-called enemies of Zhuoshan Ku had invaded the Jin Kingdom because Zhuoshan Ku had first initiated the war. Their main reason was simply to protect their own territories. Not good, he's here again. As a group of human race powerhouses were advising Yangwu and Luo Feng on this matter, Yangwu suddenly furrowed his brows, let out a helpless sigh, and with a flicker of his body vanished from the spot. This Zhuoshan Ku, he's really a persistent ghost. I've never seen such a crazy and shameless divine king. The Lord of Darkness said coldly. The human race powerhouses knew that Yangwu had gone alone to block Zhuoshan Ku once again. Along with their anger, they also felt deep helplessness and unwillingness. If any of them were a divine king, Yangwu would not have to face his uncle Zhuoshan Ku. Uncle, stop this. Zhuoshan Ku, holding a long staff treasure, had just infiltrated the Wu Kingdom when Yangwu detected him and blocked him outside the palace. Get out of my way, you ungrateful wretch. Seeing that he had been blocked by Yang Wu once again, and knowing that his revenge would fail again, Zhuoshan cursed angrily. He swung his long staff on which white cold flames burnt and launched a merciless strike toward Yang Wu. Boom! Yang Wu did not use any treasure. He merely met Zhuoshan's staff attack with a punch. However, he was instantly blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away, barely landing on the wall of the Wu royal palace. Then he flipped his body and returned to his original position, just in time to block Zhuoshan's path. Yang Wu, you ungrateful wretch. I tell you, if you don't step aside this time, and continue to block my revenge, I will find a way to leave the origin continent, return to the dimensional world Cosmic Sea, and destroy your human race. Zhuoshan's face was twisted with rage. Seeing that Yang Wu, without using any treasure or weapon, had emerged unscathed from his full force strike, he roared madly. Don't doubt my ability to return to the dimensional world Cosmic Sea. You bunch of ingrates have angered me. I will not spare your primal universe human race, your family, or Luo Feng's family. They will all die. Zhuoshan's nearly insane voice echoed above the Wu kingdom, but it caused Yang Wu's expression to turn icy cold. Originally, it was only directed at himself and the ministers of the Wu royal family. Despite being cursed by Zhuoshan, Yang Wu still respected him, and even during each blocking, he primarily focused on defending against the attacks, never actively striking back. However, the primal universe human race and his family were what Yang Wu had always protected, his inviolable scales. Zhuoshan's threat ignited fury in Yang Wu's heart. Wu Zhu, capture him. Wu Zhu, kill him. Wu Zhu, don't hold back. The voices of Giant Axe founder Yuan Zhu and others rang in Yang Wu's ears, each filled with intense anger. After all, as a divine king, Zhuoshan would certainly find a way to return to the Cosmic Sea. In the past, divine king Zimu and others had such experiences of returning to the Cosmic Sea. This forced the human race powerhouses to treat the matter seriously. If a divine king went mad, even the will of the primal universe in the Cosmic Sea would be utterly unable to stop him. What's scared? Seeing the change in Yang Wu's expression, Zhuoshan sneered with satisfaction instead. Your Earth lineage was created by me. I will surely destroy it, so you know the consequences of opposing me. I'm sorry, uncle, but I will never allow anyone to threaten my primal universe human race. Therefore, please forgive this disciple's filial impiety. Today, I must detain you. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in Yang Wu's hand. A long whip like an incredibly agile snake shimmered with a faint glow and twisted its body as it bound towards Zhuoshan. At the same time, 5 clones that were nearly identical to Yang Wu suddenly appeared around Zhuoshan, except that the aura emanating from each clone was completely different. Each clone held at least one divine king weapon. Together with Yang Wu's true body, they firmly surrounded Zhuoshan in the center. The 5 extraordinary avatars emanated distinct auras of the 5 elements. Some as heavy as mountains, some as violent as fire, some as vast and profound as the ocean, and others as sharp as thousands of blades. They collaborated with Yang Wu's true body, tightly encircling Zhuoshan in the center. Although only Yang Wu's true body was currently attacking, the combined aura of the true body, and the 5 avatars equivalent to 6 divine kings filled Zhuoshan with immense astonishment. Avatars. 5 elements avatars. Haha, the legendary technique of Yuan truly exists. I never expected. Back then I asked you whether you had obtained this avatar technique from your inheritance, and you lied to me saying no. Haha, who would have thought that even in the Yuanshi universe you had already started deceiving me. I Zhuoshan am truly blind. Zhuoshan, while dodging Yang Wu's long whip attacks, roared and howled loudly, his face full of ferocity and resentment. Long ago, after Yang Wu obtained Yuan's legacy in the Yuanshi universe, Zhuoshan had inquired about the secret inheritance technique of the 5 elements avatars. Although Zhuoshan had never met Yuan himself, he had learned from the many legends about Yuan circulating in the origin continent that Yuan, though having reached the pinnacle of the entire origin continent, rarely left behind legacies. Or rather, the legacies he left were seldom found. Apart from leaving behind some secret techniques such as the soul attack method, Lai Yuan art, many powerful techniques had not been passed down, let alone a systematic and complete inheritance. However, no one would believe that Yuan had not left behind his complete legacy. Thus, whether it was the Guyuan sect, other powerful sects, or veteran peak divine kings, for countless epochs they had all been searching for Yuan's legacy. They tirelessly hoped to obtain from Yuan's legacy the means to break through the divine king realm. As for Zhuoshan, he was also extremely eager for these methods, though he knew that some inheritances confined within the Yuanshi universe could not be retrieved from Yang Wu's memories. It was not until after Yang Wu took over the Yuanshi universe that Zhuoshan at Yang Wu's Wuzhu Holy Land questioned Yang Wu's divine power avatar, specifically inquiring about the 5 elements avatars. Unfortunately, he received a negative answer from Yang Wu. Now seeing Yang Wu employ such a technique, he immediately and biasly believed that Yang Wu had deceived him about this matter back then. What he did not know was that Yuan's ultimate legacy had indeed been obtained later in the Yuan secret vault space. When Yang Wu completed his breakthrough from Chaos Dominator to the Divine King level, Zhuoshan had already begun preparing for his reincarnation in the origin continent via the reincarnation method, and had never asked Yang Wu about Yuan's final inheritance. Yuan's legacy. The moment Zhuoshan launched his attack on Yangwu just as before it attracted the attention of many Divine King powerhouses. The Divine Kings of the origin continent besides their daily cultivation were actually quite bored. They often split off a wisp of consciousness merging it into the void of the origin continent to chat and gossip with other Divine King peers. Whenever a Divine King level battle or conflict erupted somewhere, the consciousnesses of these bored Divine Kings would immediately rush over to watch the excitement. The previous several disputes between Zhuoshan and Yangwu had not caused much turmoil, leaving these Divine Kings feeling somewhat unsatisfied. However, each time Zhuoshan was thwarted by Yangwu, his anger grew more intense, gradually making these bored Divine Kings more and more interested in the conflict between the two. Every time the two began their dispute, they would immediately pay attention. In the previous conflicts before Yangwu had used the 5 elements avatars, they could not tell that Yangwu had obtained Yuan's legacy. This time Yangwu's 5 elements avatars appeared coupled with Zhuoshan's outcry that exposed the secret. Suddenly the news that Yangwu had obtained Yuan's legacy spread like wildfire. Although for now it was only being observed by the consciousnesses of many Divine Kings, and these consciousnesses came from all directions of the origin continent. Their true bodies were still in cultivation, or located far away, unable to arrive immediately. Nevertheless, these consciousnesses had already leaked their intense greed. Not good. Originally Yangwu had only intended to use the combined power of his avatars to imprison Zhuoshan and prevent him from harming the humans of the Yuanshi universe. He had not expected that the appearance of the 5 elements avatars along with Zhuoshan's shouting would immediately expose the secret of his acquisition of Yuan's legacy. Too late for regret. Although Yangwu was vexed by his own carelessness, he was helpless, and could only temporarily set aside the consequences of the exposure of Yuan's legacy. At this moment he had to first resolve the crisis that Zhuoshan posed to the human race. Too late for regret. Although Yangwu was vexed by his own carelessness, he was helpless, and could only temporarily set aside the consequences of the exposure of Yuan's legacy. At this moment he had to first resolve the crisis that Zhuoshan posed to the human race. Ha 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 ha. Sensing the greed emanating from the numerous Divine King consciousnesses around him, Zhuoshan was stunned for a moment, then immediately understood and burst into hearty laughter. Since Yangwu was obstructing his revenge, and his own strength alone could not contend with Yangwu nor kill the enemies of the Wu Kingdom, now that Yangwu had exposed the secret of his obtaining Yuan's legacy, he believed that with so many Divine King powerhouses coveting Yuan's legacy, Yangwu would have his hands full, let alone be able to stop him. Zhuoshan, while dodging Yangwu's attacks, attempted to flee. He only needed to lie low for a while. Once the news of Yangwu obtaining Yuan's legacy spread, and a large number of Divine King powerhouses arrived, he would come back for revenge. Then who could stop him? Stop! How could Yangwu not understand Zhuoshan's intentions? Already filled with chagrin, he was even more determined to capture Zhuoshan to eliminate any future worries before those Divine King powerhouses arrived. With a furious roar from Yangwu, the 5 avatars also began to move. The 5 avatars together with Yangwu's true body made 6 Divine King level powerhouses, each wielding 1 or 2 Divine King weapons. Within just a few exchanges, Zhuoshan's spirit had already withered and declined, all in the blink of an eye. This was even under the circumstances where Yangwu, intending to capture and imprison him, held back and did not deliver a killing blow. Haha, you want to capture and kill me? Don't you dare. Even if I die, I won't let you succeed. Since I can't take revenge, I might as well perish together with you. Seeing that escape was hopeless, Zhuoshan instead threw back his head and laughed while a destructive aura began to emanate from his body. No, not. Master, don't. Both Yangwu and Luo Feng, who was watching from afar, understood what Zhuoshan was about to do and immediately cried out in panic. While shouting, Yangwu quickly lashed his long whip around Zhuoshan's body, attempting to stop his self-destruction. However, Yangwu's whip binding only slowed down the intense burning of Zhuoshan's divine body. To stop his self-destruction, Zhuoshan would have to terminate it himself. But would Zhuoshan, whose mind was clouded by hatred, voluntarily stop? Obviously it was impossible. Seeing Zhuoshan's ferocious smile, Yangwu and Luo Feng were both utterly panicked, their hearts aching as if being cut by knives. Although they had to attack Zhuoshan in order to imprison him, in their hearts they still held immense respect for him, like a family member. Now watching helplessly as Zhuoshan was about to self-destruct before their eyes, how could they not be frantic? Ha ha! All of you die! Zhuoshan's wild laughter soared into the sky, causing the numerous Divine King wills around to flee far away in terror. Junior brother, stop! Just as the destructive aura on Zhuoshan grew increasingly intense and was about to explode, and Yangwu and Luo Feng were at a loss, a strange voice suddenly appeared. The voice was not very loud, but carried a hint of bitterness and sorrow. Moreover, this voice clearly did not contain the will of a Divine King. Its owner was obviously not a Divine King powerhouse. However, upon hearing this voice, the originally madly roaring Zhuoshan, who was about to self-destruct and shatter into pieces, immediately became like struck by lightning, and the destructive aura surging from his body instantly subsided. Sister, 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 is it you? Is it you? As the aura of imminent self-destruction on Zhuoshan's body just subsided, he ignored the whip-shaped Divine King weapon, still tightly coiled around his body, his face full of excitement and agitation, twisting his body vigorously, searching around for the voice he had just heard. Yang Wu, you bastard, untie me now. Hurry, hurry, hurry. After twisting a few times, he realized that he was bound and restrained by Yang Wu's whip and immediately shouted loudly. You bastard, quick, that voice just now, find it quickly, that's your teacher coming. Zhuoshan Ku shouted excitedly. Teacher? Yang Wu shuddered quickly, retracted the whip binding Zhuoshan Ku, and also looked around like Zhuoshan Ku. It didn't take long for them to wait before a slender figure slowly emerged from the depths of the distant Wu kingdom. Senior sister, it's really you. You're not dead, that's really great. As soon as she appeared, Zhuoshan Ku excitedly teleported in front of her, trembling with agitation, tears involuntarily streaming down his eyes, completely losing the demeanor befitting a divine king powerhouse, at a loss, not knowing what to say. Meanwhile, Yang Wu, not far away, was completely stunned. She is Teacher Xie. Isn't she the Princess Qingyue of the former Pu kingdom? Although Princess Qingyue now differed greatly from her former self in attire, cultivation, and temperament, as a divine king, Yang Wu could still discern at a glance that she was the same person as the Princess Qingyue of the past. She was the same person. Only now her temperament and attire were about 70 to 80% similar to the portrait of Teacher Xie that he had seen when he was guided by Master Yao to become her disciple on Earth. Princess Qingyue. No, now she should be called Xen or Lian Xen. She looked at the figure who had teleported in front of her. The excited Zhuoshan Ku, however, her expression was indifferent and cold, even frosty, as she looked at him without answering his words. Instead, she turned to look at Yang Wu, and her icy cheeks instantly warmed a bit. Teacher Xien. Yang Wu stepped forward, smiling and bowing slightly. Wuzu, you are very good, no need for formalities. Now that you are already a divine king, whether in martial cultivation or treasure refinement, you have far surpassed me. I wonder how that little fellow Yao is doing. Xien nodded, slightly paused, and then asked. At this time, Xian's cultivation had already broken through from the eternal true god level that Yang Wu saw during the treasure refinement contest to the Chaos Sovereign realm. This was also her cultivation realm at the time of the Jin Kingdom's fall. No, Teacher Xian. If I hadn't obtained your inheritance back then, I wouldn't have achieved what I have today. Teacher Xian's kindness I will never forget. Yang Wu quickly waved his hand. Yao, he is fine. It was with Master Yao's help that I obtained your inheritance. Throughout my growth, he also gave me a lot of help. Yao's cultivation has reached the true god level, and now he is beside the other disciple you sought, Kudi, whose strength has also reached the true god level. Perhaps they will both reach the void true god level, pass through the cycle, and come to the origin continent. Humph, easier said than done. In fact, you're nothing but an ingrate. Not only do you not let me take revenge, you even hinder me. Maybe that Kudi is the same. You humans of the primordial universe are all the same. Before Yang Wu could finish, Zhuoshan Ku, looking somewhat embarrassed, let out a cold snort. Shut up. If it weren't for your ambition, your refusal to listen to advice, and your tyrannical exactions back then, would it have brought about such a great disaster, causing the Jin Kingdom and our sect to be destroyed overnight? Hearing Zhuoshan Ku's sarcasm, Xian immediately became furious, glaring at him and shouting. All the disasters back then, whether the destruction of the sect, the fall of the Jin Kingdom, the deaths of our elders, fellow disciples, and sect members, or our own severe injuries and desperate flight. All because of you, Zhuoshan Ku, my good junior brother, my good husband, my father's good disciple, good son-in-law. All because of you alone. After all these years, you have not repented but continue to act obstinately. Back then I fled to the cosmic sea with severe injuries, but because my wounds were too heavy, I could no longer survive in the primordial universe. Although the reincarnation technique requires a divine king-level comprehension or strength to be performed, I had no choice but to risk using it. Although I succeeded by luck and was reborn in the origin continent lacking the strength or insight of a divine king, I lost my previous memories. It was only recently that I fortunately regained my memories and slowly recalled everything. Because of the treasure refinement contest back then, Wu Zu's refinement techniques made me suspicious. Especially after learning that he came from the dimension world, I became even more convinced that he had likely obtained the inheritance I left there. Although your Zhuoshan Ku refinement skills are far stronger than mine, based on my understanding of you, I know that if you were to find a disciple, there is at least an 80% chance that you would focus on cultivating them in martial arts. Therefore, I am very certain that he is my disciple. However, I still hoped that my guess was wrong, that Wu Zu was your disciple, which would mean you were not dead, and that you had abandoned your so-called hatred. After he settled in the Sure Kingdom and renamed it Wu Kingdom, I have been living in the Wu Kingdom, secretly observing, hoping to finally confirm. Until you came to meet Wu Zu for the first time, I saw your behavior twisted by hatred, and I felt angry and pained. I never expected that after all these years and 2 reincarnations you still have not repented in the slightest. You still haven't realized who was truly responsible for those disasters back then. If it weren't for seeing you about to forcibly self-destruct today, and my momentary soft-heartedness that stopped you, I would never have met you. An enemy? Ridiculous. If there really is an enemy, the greatest enemy is only you, Zhuoshan Ku. After Xian finished speaking coldly, almost in a tone of rage, she calmed her emotions and turned to Yang Wu. Wu Zu, come take me to your palace to sit for a while. Having said that, she walked ahead toward Yang Wu's palace. This? Yang Wu looked at Zhuoshan Ku, whose face was shifting between emotions, opened his mouth, as if to say something. Let's go, ignore him. At that moment Xian turned to look at Yang Wu again. At the same time she turned to Zhuoshan Ku and shouted, find a place to go into seclusion and think carefully for a few cycles. If you can figure it out and let go of the hatred in your heart, then come find me. If you still can't let go, then we will never see each other again for eternity. Remember, Wu Zu is my disciple, and you must not offend his homeland or his kingdom in any way. After Xian finished speaking, she ignored Zhuoshan Ku completely and walked forward. Third brother, I'll leave the master's wife to you. Yang Wu, while leading Xian to the palace, transmitted a message to the distant Luo Feng. Got it. Luo Feng nodded slightly in response. A thunderous boom echoed as a giant hand shrouded in dense black mist descended from the sky, blotting out the heavens and turning the entire world into darkness. Its immense power seemed as if it would shatter the entire Qiyuan continent before slamming fiercely down upon the martial Ancestor Palace of the Wu Kingdom. Instantly the entire majestic martial Ancestor Palace turned to ashes, with not a single object larger than 10 centimeters remaining. At the same time the dark hand slowly retracted, yet a terrifyingly powerful aura of pressure lingered, still spreading across the sky above the Wu Kingdom due to the appearance of this mysterious giant hand. Throughout the entire Wu Kingdom, all living beings, from the mighty Zhuoshan to the weak, those at the mere immortal level who had just begun their martial path, all felt an involuntary tremor in their hearts. What formidable might! Who is this? A mere divine hand of power can emanate such a powerful aura of pressure. Even the most seasoned peak divine kings of the Qiyuan continent, such as the Purplewood Divine King, who are well known to all, seem in our memory to lack such overwhelming might. The divine kings who had been lingering in the void around the Wu Kingdom were all astounded. This mysterious powerhouse must also be here for Yuan's inheritance. With the Yuan inheritance, it seems we have no hope. Who is this powerhouse? Who knows? Streams of divine king thoughts intertwined and transmitted in the void. Who? Amid shouts of rage, Zhuoshan forcibly resisted the overwhelming pressure and soared into the sky above the Wu Kingdom. His divine sense continuously searched the void, yet he could never locate the mysterious powerhouse who had condensed that giant hand and destroyed the entire martial Ancestor Palace. After Zhuoshan appeared, behind him were Xian, Luo Feng, and others. They too forcibly resisted the oppressive aura, as heavy as a mountain pressing down, and barely managed to reveal their forms. The consciousness of everyone, regardless of strength, searched the void. At the same time, the consciousness of the surrounding divine kings also sought traces of that mysterious powerhouse. Yet no one could find the slightest clue, even as their consciousness wove into a vast net that covered the entire sky above the Wu Kingdom. The powerful aura that had permeated the entire Wu Kingdom due to the appearance of the giant hand slowly dissipated, and the living beings of the Wu Kingdom gradually returned to normal. Except that where the majestic martial Ancestor Palace once stood, there was now only a heap of ashes. On that day when Zhuoshan was battling Yang Wu, Xian's sudden appearance timely stopped Zhuoshan's impulsive act of self-destruction. And with the persuasion of his disciple Luo Feng, as well as his deep and inseparable feelings for Xian, Zhuoshan finally lowered his proud head before Xian. Casting aside so-called hatred, he reconciled with Xian. Of course, he also accepted Luo Feng as his disciple and Yang Wu as his junior nephew once again, becoming the respected martial uncle and teacher they had known in the original universe. Zhuoshan's act of abandoning hatred and reconciling with teacher Xian greatly relieved Yang Wu and the others. However, because earlier, in order to stop Zhuoshan's almost insane revenge, Yang Wu inadvertently revealed through his 5 elements avatar that he had obtained Yuan's inheritance, plunging him into a deep crisis. While Zhuoshan abandoned hatred and reconciled with Xian and drank joyfully with Yang Wu, Luo Feng, and others, the entire Qiyuan continent was astir from all directions. Several peak divine kings hastily ended their seclusion and rushed toward the eastern Wu Kingdom region using various means. Deeply aware of the impending crisis, after a brief gathering with Zhuoshan and others, Yang Wu quickly and quietly left the Wu Kingdom, entrusting the responsibility of guarding the kingdom to Zhuoshan. The news that the martial ancestor obtained Yuan's inheritance was exposed because of you in the first place. Now that the martial ancestor needs to avoid danger, if we don't entrust the Wu Kingdom to you, who else can guard it? Anyway, I will live in the Wu Kingdom from now on, and won't go anywhere. Whether you are willing to guard it or not, you can decide for yourself. Zhuoshan originally wanted to decline, and was unwilling to take on the heavy responsibility of guarding the Wu Kingdom, but Xian's threatening words forced him to shoulder the burden. However, no sooner had Yang Wu quietly left than the previous scene unfolded, placing immense pressure on Zhuoshan, as well as other Wu Kingdom experts and human powerhouses. No one noticed that in the void above the Wu Kingdom, a majestic dark castle floated. Around the castle, countless twisted secret patterns made it seem as if it existed in another parallel dimension. Even if someone looked at it from close range with the naked eye, they could not see this majestic dark castle. Within the castle, dense waves of black mist surged, enveloping the entire castle, obscuring its outline in the mist, making it appear faint and mysterious. Fled. Damn it, he escaped so quickly. A voice indistinguishable as male or female, filled with deep fury, roared out hysterically, truly worthy of being the inheritor of Yuan's legacy. Haha Yuan, with the blood feud from years ago, the humiliation you brought me, I cannot take revenge on you, so I will take it out on your inheritor. Years ago you destroyed my sect, cut off my path to advancement, and kept me from taking that final step. How can I forget this hatred? I don't care about your inheritance. As for your inheritors, as soon as one appears, even if I have to search the entire Qiyuan continent and all 3,000 dimensional worlds, I will find and annihilate him. The mad, hate-filled voice echoed around the castle, causing the black mist to surge and ripple. Yet when the sound reached about 1,000 meters from the castle, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier preventing even a single sound wave from escaping. With a whoosh, after that roar, the castle, shrouded in black mist, suddenly vanished into the void, leaving not even a trace of spatial fluctuation or a wisp of black mist. As if that strange castle had never existed there. Humph! Looking at the martial Ancestor palace reduced to ashes, Exion turned and glared fiercely at the still bewildered Zuoshank. In Exion's eyes there was obvious resentment. If it weren't for you, how could the secret of the martial Ancestor being Yuan's inheritor have been exposed, attracting the covetousness of such a powerful being, bringing him such a great crisis? In fact, besides that mysterious powerhouse who had just attacked due to Yang Wu's identity as Yuan's inheritor, countless other peak divine kings also got wind of the news and were heading toward the Wu Kingdom. The Wu Kingdom, originally the Sure Kingdom, once again became the focus of the Qiyuan continent after the recent great chaos in the east. Among the powerhouses coveting Yang Wu's inheritance, those who valued Yuan's legacy the most were the experts from the ancient Yuan sect and the northern Yuan sect, which had split from the original Yuan sect in the north. After all, although they had split into the ancient Yuan sect and the northern Yuan sect, both sects still claimed to be the legitimate inheritors of Yuan's teachings. Unfortunately, both had only obtained a superficial understanding of Yuan's inheritance. Now that Yuan's true inheritance had emerged, if either side could seize it, they would be able to unify the two sects and restore the former glory of the original Yuan sect. Moreover, everyone knew that Yuan's inheritance must contain the method, legacy, or insights needed to take the final step. A large number of divine kings from both sects rapidly advanced eastward, each determined to seize Yang Wu's Yuan inheritance at all costs. However, after the mysterious powerhouse attacked the martial Ancestor palace and left empty-handed, many divine kings who had been watching the Wu Kingdom realized that Yang Wu had already left his whereabouts unknown. Immediately apart from those divine kings who had already given up the chase, many others shifted their attention from the Wu Kingdom to the entire Qiyuan continent, searching for traces of Yang Wu. Even if it meant competing with the mysterious powerhouse who had attacked the martial Ancestor palace, they could not resist their overwhelming desire for Yuan's inheritance. What terrifying power! Who is that? Good thing I escaped quickly. Somewhere hundreds of millions of light years away from the martial kingdom, Yang Wu, who had transformed into an ordinary saint-level powerhouse, felt his heart surging like a stormy sea. While being terrified, he couldn't help but feel secretly relieved. Before leaving the martial kingdom, Yang Wu had also left a divine power avatar in his palace. However, when that mysterious giant hand struck down, Yang Wu's divine power avatar had no chance to evade it all, and together with the entire martial Ancestor palace, it turned into ashes. This feeling of facing death with no ability to resist was far stronger than even when he faced the Purple-Wood Divine King back then. Nevertheless, at the moment his divine power avatar turned to ashes along with the entire palace, it completely transmitted the information about this mysterious expert to his true self, allowing Yang Wu to immediately know everything that had happened shortly after he left the martial kingdom. Fortunately, just as Master Sitting Mountain Guest said, Divine King experts generally do not attack martial artists below the Divine King level. No, it's still not safe. That mysterious expert is too powerful. I might be found if I'm not careful. Yang Wu transformed into an ordinary saint-level expert frowned slightly and muttered to himself, Source Water Avatar. He gritted his teeth and an avatar separated from his body, speeding off in another direction. This avatar was exactly the Source Water Avatar that Yang Wu had left behind using the Yuan secret art when he broke through to the true god level in the primordial universe, and all his avatars merged into one. Although he now had the 5 elements divine avatar, this low-level water element divine avatar was of little help to Yang Wu. However, it had been with him since he was weak and still held extraordinary significance. But now, for his own safety, Yang Wu had to reluctantly let the Source Water Avatar take a risky gamble. Moreover, if lucky, this Source Water Avatar might not necessarily perish. Perhaps it would even bring him some different experiences and insights. The Source Water Avatar, which shared the same cultivation level aura and appearance as him, would likely lead the mysterious expert in a different direction. This would allow Yang Wu to escape to a safer place. The Source Water Avatar made only a slight disguise and then kept teleporting southward on the origin continent. Meanwhile, the true self went in the opposite direction, heading north under careful disguise. The disguise was only slight, any divine king expert could discern him with a bit of observation. This was exactly the effect Yang Wu wanted. Only by doing this could he create the illusion that he was fleeing south. South of the origin continent. That was a forbidden zone for experts on the origin continent, known as the Land of Chaos or the Exile Land, also called the Refuge Land. Even a divine king expert once entering would find it difficult to leave. And Yang Wu's purpose was to make others mistakenly believe that he had fled into the southern forbidden zone. Under the misgivings of ordinary Divine King experts, they would not dare to pursue him into the Southern Forbidden Zone. As long as the Source Water Avatar could successfully enter the Southern Forbidden Zone, the danger to his true self would greatly diminish. Meanwhile, Yang Wu's true self under careful disguise headed north. North of the Origin Continent was the true cultivation paradise of the entire Origin Continent, the cradle of experts. It was also known as the cherished land of the supreme rules, with the vastest area occupying nearly half of the Origin Continent. Whether in resources or treasures nurtured, it had the greatest quantity. Across the entire Origin Continent, at least over 60% of Divine King experts gathered in the northern region. The remaining 40%, at least half of them, had experience cultivating and training in the northern region. On the Origin Continent, as a Divine King expert, if one lacked the experience of traveling, training, and cultivating in the north, they could not even be considered a qualified Divine King. In the past, Yuan, although not rising in the northern region of the Origin Continent, ultimately achieved sublimation and transcendence there. Although Yang Wu knew that the Divine King experts coveting his Yuan inheritance mostly came from the northern region of the Origin Continent, especially the northern region where there were super sects like Guiyuan sect and Beiyuan sect, which had some connection to Yuan and longed to use the Yuan inheritance to legitimize themselves as the authentic Yuan school, all coveting the Yuan inheritance in his hands. However, the northern region of the Origin Continent was the most vast, and the most dangerous place was the safest. Even for super sects like Guiyuan sect and Beiyuan sect, as long as he concealed himself properly and didn't expose himself easily, they probably wouldn't be able to find him. Moreover, as early as when he was still at the Eternal True God level, Yang Wu had thought of going to the northern region to train, but due to a series of incidents and the great distance of the northern region, his idea had never been put into action. Boom boom boom. In the northeastern part of the Origin Continent, Yang Wu's Source Water Avatar was fighting with two early-stage Divine Kings. Apart from the previous encounter with Sitting Mountain Guest, this was the first time Yang Wu had fought with a Divine King expert since breaking through to the Divine King level. Holding a Divine King level battle blade, Yang Wu's Source Water Avatar faced two Divine King experts of the same level without any fear, instead becoming more excited as he fought. Meanwhile, the two opponents appeared somewhat disheveled under Yang Wu's counterattacks. His state seemed as if he would not stop until he killed them. Damn, who is the one being hunted here? The two Divine King experts thought with some sorrow. The two early-stage Divine Kings who happened to live in the southeastern region of the Origin Continent encountered Yang Wu's fleeing Source Water Avatar, and were overjoyed, never expecting such great luck to fall upon them. But they never expected that even with their combined strength, they would be suppressed by their opponent. Another expert is coming. Yang Wu's Source Water Avatar, who was feeling exhilarated from the attack, suddenly raised his eyebrows. Haha, what a thrilling fight. This king is leaving. If you dare keep chasing me. Yang Wu feigned an attack, flipped backward, and teleported away to the south, disappearing from their sight. Phew! Finally gone. Both Divine King experts let out a long sigh. As expected of the inheritor of Yuan's legacy, he is not to be trifled with. Forget it, we should cultivate on our own. Yuan's inheritance is not something we can covet. Where is the martial ancestor? Where is the inheritor of Yuan? Just as the two Divine Kings were rejoicing over Yang Wu's departure, and had adjusted their mindsets, two more Divine Kings teleported in from afar, both of whom were mid-stage Divine Kings. What? Both of you couldn't stop him? Neither of you is a match for the martial ancestor. The two early-stage Divine Kings, facing two mid-stage Divine Kings much stronger than themselves, had to carefully recount their encounter with Yang Wu and the details of their battle. Haha, the Yuan inheritance is truly extraordinary. In contrast to the two early-stage Divine Kings' relief and adjusted mindset, the two mid-stage Divine Kings, upon learning of Yang Wu's strength, became even more greedy for the Yuan inheritance in his hands. Two mid-level Divine Kings, their hearts ablaze with insatiable greed, no longer paid heed to the two low-level Divine Kings, who had been intimidated by Yang Wu and swiftly pursued the direction in which Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone had fled. During the pursuit of Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone by the two mid-level Divine Kings, the news that Yang Wu had appeared in the eastern region heading south quickly spread. This immediately attracted an increasing number of Divine King powerhouses who headed toward the southern direction. Many Divine King powerhouses, through the escape route of Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone, discerned his intention to enter the southern exile land, and were eager to capture him before he could flee into the exile land. Otherwise, once he escaped into the exile land, the difficulty of seizing the Yuan's legacy from him would increase 100-fold, and for many slightly weaker Divine Kings it would become an impossible dream. Meanwhile, Yang Wu's true self had already arrived at Chunwang City, the capital of the upper-tier kingdom Chun, located in the northeastern part of the Origin Continent. As an upper-tier kingdom closest to the southern region, in the easternmost area, Chun Kingdom had not participated in the previous eastern conflict, due to geographical constraints, thus suffering no war losses. Unlike the former Shi Kingdom, now Wu Kingdom, where two of the original three Divine King rulers had fallen and one was half-crippled, directly downgrading the original upper-tier kingdom to a mid-tier kingdom. Had it not been for Yang Wu's timely takeover, barely preserving its mid-tier status, it might have already been partitioned and become annexed territory of other states. Chunwang City, as the capital of Chun Kingdom, was exceedingly prosperous. All streets and buildings were composed of various palace treasures crafted by artifact refiners. especially the royal palace and some renowned eastern commercial towers were all palace-class treasures of the divine king level. At a window on the second floor of a saint-level palace treasure, shaped like a tavern, a man with graying temples. A three-eyed man looking somewhat desolate, clad in a dark red robe typical of Chun Kingdom, was sipping the unique wine of Chun Wang City, while gazing at the living beings passing through the city. No one could discern that this three-eyed man was actually Yang Wu in disguise. Senior brother Bifu, do you know why the sect has summoned us back so urgently? We've only just begun our training. Could it be that the martial competition between the Northern Yuan sect and our ancient Yuan sect is being held ahead of schedule? On the way back, not only our ancient Yuan sect but we also saw disciples from other sects like Northern Yuan hurrying back. What on earth is happening? At the neighboring table to Yang Wu, several saint-level martial artists were communicating via telepathic voice transmission. Though it was a divine sense transmission, they were unaware that beside them sat a divine king powerhouse who could merge his consciousness into the void. From such a close distance, for a divine king like Yang Wu, it was effortless to eavesdrop on their conversation. Ancient Yuan sect, Northern Yuan sect. These people are disciples of ancient Yuan sect. Overhearing their talk inadvertently, Yang Wu grew interested and focused more intently on eavesdropping. Yes, senior brother Bifu, you are the captain of our training team, a top powerhouse on the saint ranking, and your master is the third elder of the sect. There must be something important in the sect's message to you. A green-skinned human woman's tone carried strong dissatisfaction. Otherwise you wouldn't have rushed us back so hurriedly. We had planned to train in the outer regions of the Origin Darklands, but before we even reached the southwestern border we had to rush back. Forget it. Actually, I don't want to end this training either, and we're almost to the northern region. I might as well tell you all. The tiger-headed man called Senior Brother Bifu shook his head and gave a helpless smile. Speaking of the reason for the sect's urgent summons, we must mention the origins of our sect. You all know that our sect and the Northern Yuan sect were originally one named Yuan sect. But do you know why it was called Yuan sect? Senior Brother Bifu asked. Everyone knows that. It was founded by the great Yuan. A red-bearded plant life answered. Wrong. Another four-armed man shook his head. Oh, Junior Brother Lan Yu knows. Then please enlighten us. Senior Brother Bifu smiled at the four-armed man. Actually, many people know this, especially at the Divine King level. I learned it from the elders of my family. Except for Senior Brother Bifu and me, all of you come from ordinary families, so you wouldn't know. Junior Brother Lan Yu raised his eyebrows proudly. Actually, when Yuan was still at the Chaos Dominator level, he met our founder during his training in the north. Our founder was also a Chaos Dominator at the time. After they met, they trained together in the north. It is said that our founder once saved Yuan's life, and they forged a certain friendship. When Yuan was creating some secret techniques during his growth, he discussed some with our founder. However, after Yuan broke through to the Divine King level earlier than our founder, they parted ways. When our founder became a Divine King, Yuan was already a peak Divine King renowned across the entire Origin continent. At that time, our founder sought out Yuan hoping to establish a sect together. Yuan, whose ambitions were not on the Origin continent, declined the founder's invitation. However, our founder insisted on establishing a sect. Whether with Yuan's consent or not, he named the sect Yuan Sect, and publicly declared Yuan as the Grand Elder, giving the sect considerable momentum from its inception. Yet there are rumors that our founder never obtained Yuan's permission. It was out of consideration for their past camaraderie that Yuan did not stop this behavior. Another rumor says that Yuan intended to go to Yuan's sect to put a stop to the founder's act of borrowing his prestige, but coincidentally Yuan broke through his realm at that time, and left the Origin continent unable to pursue the matter, thus allowing Yuan's sect to persist. In any case, various theories abound. After the split of Yuan's sect, there were increasingly diverse tales about its origins. Some even say that the founder's mysterious death was caused by Yuan's greatest enemy on the Origin continent, a great demon named Yen, who had seemingly taken a half step beyond. Originally, Yen intended to annihilate Yuan's sect, but after killing the founder and searching his soul, he discovered that Yuan's sect had little connection with Yuan, and thus spared the sect. I never knew that our ancient Yuan sect and Northern Yuan sect had such a past. I always thought it was founded by the great Yuan. That explains why our sect has so few of Yuan's great secret techniques. Junior Brother Lan Yu's account is mostly accurate. However, regardless of how our founder originally established the sect, at least now, even after the split into Ancient Yuan sect and Northern Yuan sect, it remains the most powerful sect in the north. All thanks to our founder. You must not spread these rumors. Senior Brother Bifu, how does this secret relate to the sect's summons? Although our two sects have always claimed to be the inheritors of Yuan's legacy, we have never produced any powerful secret techniques related to Yuan. Even the few techniques we have were created when Yuan was still. I never knew that our ancient Yuan sect and Northern Yuan sect had such a past. I always thought it was founded by the great Yuan. That explains why our sect has so few of Yuan's great secret techniques. Junior Brother Lan Yu's account is mostly accurate. However, regardless of how our founder originally established the sect, at least now, even after the split into Ancient Yuan sect and Northern Yuan sect, it remains the most powerful sect in the north. All thanks to our founder. You must not spread these rumors. Senior Brother Bifu, how does this secret relate to the sect's summons? Although our two sects have always claimed to be the inheritors of Yuan's legacy, We have never produced any powerful secret techniques related to Yuan. Even the few techniques we have were created when Yuan was still at the Chaos Dominator level and are not particularly remarkable. This time in the Eastern region, a Divine King powerhouse was discovered to possess Yuan's legacy, and it was conclusively This time in the Eastern region, a Divine King powerhouse was discovered to possess Yuan's legacy, and it was conclusively confirmed that this Divine King had obtained the complete legacy of Yuan. Consequently, almost all intermediate and above Divine Kings from our ancient Yuan sect and Northern Yuan sect immediately rushed to the east. Not only our sect but virtually all Divine King powerhouses across the origin continent were shaken. Even those ancient relics who had been in seclusion for tens of millions of epochs emerged to pursue this Divine King, who carries Yuan's legacy. Therefore, to prevent our sect from being vulnerable after the mass departure of our powerhouses, we were urgently summoned back to guard against any potential opportunistic attacks. I presume Northern Yuan sect and other sects have the same idea as our ancient Yuan sect. I never expected that Yuan Zong and teacher Yuan had such a relationship. Ridiculous. Yang Wu sneered inwardly as he overheard the conversation among the saint-level disciples of the Gu Yuan sect. A large number of powerhouses from the northern region gathered toward the southeast, each with their own ulterior motives, all seeking to seize the Yuan inheritance from Yang Wu's hands. Yet who would have known that the very target of their pursuit and plunder was at that moment quietly heading toward their headquarters, the northern part of the origin continent. Taking advantage of the departure of many northern powerhouses from the northern region, it was much safer for Yang Wu, who had just entered the north. The disciples of the Gu Yuan sect left the tavern one after another, yet Yang Wu remained leisurely sipping his wine, utterly unhurried. Within his internal miniature universe, inside a palace treasure of the Divine King level, the 5 elements avatars were gathered around a massive floating map, the detailed map of the northern part of the origin continent. On this map were detailed routes and brief introductions to the various sects, clans, towns, and dangerous regions in the northern area. At this moment, the 5 avatars were using the map to select the route Yang Wu would take after stepping into the northern region, as well as the action plan after entering. Suddenly Yang Wu, who was slowly sipping his wine, paused slightly in his hand movement. After more than 70 years of life and death escape, I've been caught up again. It seems escaping this time will be quite difficult. My water source avatar. Yang Wu's eyes unconsciously flashed a killing intent. Yang Wu's water source avatar, after over 70 years of continuous fleeing, fighting, and relentless battles, had finally arrived at the southern border of the origin continent, about to step into the land of chaos. During these 70-plus years, as more and more powerhouses joined the pursuit, every escape of Yang Wu's water source avatar became increasingly difficult, and several times, he barely managed to get away. Unexpectedly this time, outside the border of the land of chaos, aside from the dozens of Divine King powerhouses pursuing from behind. On the only path the water source avatar had to take to enter the land of chaos, nearly 20 Divine King powerhouses were already lying in wait, completely blocking his way into the land of chaos. At this moment, the dozens of Divine King powerhouses behind him also closed in. These dozens of Divine King powerhouses had already simultaneously locked onto the void, cutting off any possibility of the water source avatar teleporting away. After decades of pursuit, Yang Wu had almost grown accustomed to such spatial locks during his escapes. Each time, he could only flee by flying. At this moment, there were nearly 80 Divine King powerhouses in total. Besides a dozen or so initial stage Divine Kings, there were over 30 mid-stage Divine Kings and more than 20 high-stage and peak-stage Divine Kings. With such a lavish lineup, Yang Wu's water source avatar, merely an initial stage Divine King, truly could not find any possibility of escaping again. Martial Ancestor, leave the Yuan inheritance, and we will let you enter the land of chaos. Ahead, a high-stage Divine King Plant Life, blocking the path, waved countless arms and shouted loudly. That's right, Martial Ancestor. With so many Divine Kings surrounding you, you have still managed to escape time and again. I respect you as a formidable figure. If you hand over the Yuan inheritance, we guarantee to spare your life, and only exile you permanently to this land of chaos. Another peak-stage Divine King declared loudly, sparing Yang Wu's life but exiling him forever in the land of chaos. Given the harsh cultivation environment there, even if Yang Wu held the Yuan inheritance, it would be difficult for him to grow. After all, although Yang Wu was only an initial stage Divine King during the past few years of pursuit, he had fully demonstrated his formidable combat power, escape capabilities, and tenacity to the other Divine King powerhouses. If they pushed him too hard and drove him to self-detonation, they would gain nothing. Haha, you all want the Yuan inheritance, but this inheritance is a bit special. It can only be given to one person. To whom should I give it? Yang Wu sneered, looking around, his icy eyes sweeping over the greedy faces of every Divine King, encircling him, committing the appearance of each pursuer to memory. Instantly, Yang Wu's true body, far away at the border of the northern region, firmly memorized the facial features of these dozens of Divine King powerhouses. You've surrounded me. Just wait for my revenge. Yang Wu's true body, while piloting a treasure-flying ship toward the northern region, uttered a cold remark from his mouth, and instantly the ship was filled with killing intent. As soon as the water source avatar's words were spoken, some of the Divine King powerhouses showed slight changes in their expressions. Indeed, if only one person could obtain the inheritance, what about the others? Especially the lower-level initial stage and mid-stage Divine Kings. Just as Yang Wu was secretly pleased that his provocative words had some effect, a sharp grating sound came from a peak-stage divine king, with a rat head who stroked his long whiskers and sneered, "Martial Ancestor, you truly are a fellow who has been pursued by us for over 70 years, still trying to sow discord among us and make us fight among ourselves. Unfortunately, you underestimate us. Though I dare not compare my research on the soul path to that of the Yuan of old, extracting the memory of your inheritance from a mere initial-stage divine king like you is no trouble at all. So don't entertain such naive schemes of sowing discord. If you obediently hand over the inheritance after we confirm it, we will not trouble you. But if you continue these divisive tricks, we will have to detain you by force and extract your memory. As a bearer of the Yuan inheritance, you should know the consequences of forced memory extraction." "That's right, little martial ancestor. This is the Danhun Divine King of the Devour Soul sect from our northern region. In the entire origin continent, no one surpasses him in the study of the soul path. Hand over the inheritance quickly. As for how we divide it, that's no longer your concern." A divine king of metal life with only one eye on his face, and a body entirely made of silver metal also spoke. "Haha, is that so? Then come on. Let me have one last fierce battle before I fall. If I can drag 1 or 2 divine kings to the grave with me, I'll be thoroughly satisfied. A bunch of rabble like you want me to hand over the Yuan inheritance? No way." Yang Wu's water source avatar let out a loud laugh, a sharp long blade of a divine king weapon appearing in his hand, and suddenly 2 wings as sharp as blades sprouted from his back. This pair of divine king weapon wings, thin as cicada wings yet sharp as knives, were both powerful flying treasures and deadly combat tools. One of several top-tier divine king weapons from the Yuan treasury. During the past 70 years, his ability to repeatedly escape despite spatial locks that prevented teleportation was largely due to the indelible contribution of these wings on his back. With a flap of his wings, Yang Wu's body instantly became ethereal, and the blade light in his hand turned into a chilling gleam spanning billions of kilometers, sweeping toward a divine king ahead. The slaughter erupted instantly. Facing the assault of dozens of divine king experts, nearly every one of them surpassed Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone in cultivation. Moreover, the Yuanshui clone, in order to deceive its opponents, did not dare to employ the special abilities inherent to the Yuanshui clone as a unique artifact. Confronted by the siege of dozens of divine king experts, no matter how desperately, he fought, it was impossible to hold out against so many. Although in his life-risking struggle, he managed to severely wound 3 of the enemy divine kings, rendering them combat ineffective. His divine power was rapidly depleting in the battle, and the situation became perilous. "Martial Ancestor, you are spent and exhausted. Do you still wish to fight?" A divine king expert who had sealed the space outside the battlefield and blocked Yang Wu's escape route shouted loudly, "Haha, spent and exhausted. Even if I am spent, I will drag a few along with me to fall." Yang Wu roared, and the remaining divine power in his divine body suddenly blazed up fiercely. At the same time, he shook his wings and charged toward the densest concentration of enemy divine kings. "Not good. He's going to self-destruct. Damn it, stop him." A peak divine king expert was the first to notice the change in Yang Wu's situation. His face instantly turned pale as he shouted loudly. If Yang Wu succeeded in self-destructing, decades of pursuit by the group of divine kings would all be in vain. However, once a divine king began self-destruction, it was nearly impossible to stop it with external force. Moreover, with the enhancement of his divine king-level flying treasure, and the support of his rapidly burning divine power, Yang Wu could perform short-range flight evasions, making it difficult for the others to catch him in a short time. This was not impossible, and he simply did not give them any chance to stop his self-destruction. Furthermore, at this moment, these divine kings also had to be wary that if Yang Wu charged close to them, he might complete his self-destruction before they could block it, dragging them down to fall with him. Damn it, bastard. He would rather destroy everything than leave the inheritance behind. At this moment, the 80-plus divine kings were all furious but helpless. Although some divine kings vaguely sensed something amiss in the chaos, they had no time to think carefully. My Yuanshui clone has finally been destroyed. Far away in the northern region, Yang Wu's true body, though he had transformed into another appearance, had a face ashen with fury. A murderous intent so thick it was almost tangible spread not only for several li around his body, but also within his inner small universe, causing the beings inside to tremble in fear. 80-plus divine kings. Good, good, good. Yang Wu will collect this blood debt from you with interest. The words of hatred were forced out from Yang Wu's mouth. Wang. Just as Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone's divine power was swelling and burning to its extreme, on the verge of reaching the limit of self-destruction, suddenly in the sky above, a huge black hand wrapped in dense black mist appeared. As soon as the huge black hand appeared, space and time ceased to move. The 80-plus divine kings were instantly frozen in the air, unable to move. And Yang Wu's Yuanshui clone was also completely immobilized. Even the divine power that had already burned to its limit immediately stopped burning. At the same time, time began to flow backward. The Yuanshui clone, which had burned to its extreme with almost no divine power left in its divine body, and its body shrunk to a minimal size, clearly felt time reversing. The burned divine power gradually returned and recovered. Although unable to move, their senses were not sealed. Both the 80-plus Divine Kings and Yang Wu's Yuan Shui clone were fully aware of what was happening. Faced with this unknown powerhouse, or rather the immense power displayed after the appearance of this unknown powerhouse's giant hand. Even the peak Divine King monarchs felt terrified and trembled in their hearts. The formidable strength exhibited by this huge black hand was such that even peak Divine Kings could not rival it. It could annihilate them as easily as stepping on ants. If most of the Divine Kings present had not associated this giant hand with the mysterious hand that had once shattered Yang Wu's martial ancestor palace in the Wu Kingdom, they might have thought that Yuan had come. In their understanding, only a powerhouse like Yuan who had transcended the Divine King level could possess such formidable strength. To be able to freeze space and time with a single palm, immobilizing over 80 Divine Kings, and to casually reverse time for them. What immense power this required. However, the owner of this giant hand was clearly not Yuan. Neither from the combat style of Yuan they knew, nor from the fact that Yang Wu was Yuan's inheritor could they match this. Wang? Suddenly the 80-plus Divine Kings who had been completely immobilized and filled with terror felt their ability to move restored. Their bodies were unharmed and time and space instantly returned to normal. However, when they looked toward where Yang Wu had been, he was nowhere to be seen. Of course, the terrifying giant hand had also vanished. This martial ancestor has been rescued by that mysterious expert. Though unwilling in their hearts, the group of Divine Kings could only sigh inwardly. Wrong, not rescued, kidnapped. That mysterious expert attacked and destroyed the martial ancestor's palace in the Wu Kingdom 70 years ago. Clearly he is capturing Yang Wu, not helping him. Once martial ancestor falls into that mysterious expert's hands, even death would be difficult. That expert. With such strength, he still wants to seize Yuan's inheritance. Then, Yuan's power. Someone shook his head and replied with regret. I remember. The shape of this giant hand is almost identical to the combat style of Yuan's mortal enemy Yen, as recorded in historical texts. The historical records of our Guyuan sect contain this account, and I happen to have read it. A peak Divine King of the Guyuan sect suddenly shouted loudly. But as soon as he shouted, he immediately stopped, as if his throat had been seized by something mysterious. A look of terror appeared on his face, and without hesitation he moved his body and teleported away from the spot. Yen. Among the remaining 80-plus Divine Kings, a dozen peak Divine Kings and several high-level Divine Kings also exclaimed in shock, but they immediately fell silent, said nothing, and quickly teleported away. The remaining 50-plus Divine Kings, however, had no idea who or what Yen was. But seeing the panicked teleportation of the dozen peak Divine Kings, they dared not stay any longer and immediately teleported away as well. Their doubts about Yen would have to wait until they had the chance to investigate slowly later. Humph. This master has not walked among the world for tens of thousands of reincarnation eras, yet someone still remembers me. My prestige still exists, ha ha ha. High above the spot where Yang Wu and the 80-plus Divine Kings had fought, there was a pitch-black palace with black mist swirling outside. Although it was not far from the battlefield, these Divine Kings had never sensed the existence of this palace. Inside the palace, everything was made of pitch-black material, be it the floor, the walls, or the ceiling. At the center of the palace was a lake tens of thousands of light years in circumference. The lake water was as black as ink, and it seemed to be boiling at high temperatures, continuously emitting black mist that swirled throughout the palace space. A figure clad in pitch-black robes with 3 heads and 6 arms. Apart from his hair, which was a dark crimson, the rest of his body was also completely black. Under the swirling black mist, even though Yang Wu had reached the Divine King level, he had to strain his eyes to make out the figure's detailed appearance. The 3-headed, 6-armed, pitch-black figure stood on the surface of the lake, ignoring the captured Yang Wu. One head was laughing loudly, another had its eyes closed and remained silent, while the front head stared fiercely at Yang Wu's side. The hatred in his eyes was self-evident. His pitch-black pupils slowly turned crimson under the influence of that hatred. A statue of Teacher Yuan. Following the pitch-black figure's hateful gaze, a statue came into Yang Wu's view. Though the statue was damaged and incomplete, Yang Wu immediately recognized that its prototype was none other than Yuan. A statue of Yuan had been ravaged by the protracted hatred of this 3-headed, 6-armed, mysterious powerhouse. Now it appeared mostly destroyed. If not for the mysterious expert's apparent intention to preserve Yuan's face from complete destruction, or perhaps to destroy it last, Yang Wu would not have so easily recognized that this statue was indeed Yuan. What a deep, bone-deep hatred it must take to reach such a degree. Formidable streams of air pulsating with intense destructive aura shot forth from the mysterious powerhouse's eyes, transforming into sharp blades that continuously slashed at the already half-destroyed statue of Yuan. Immediately large amounts of debris fell from the statue of Yuan, leaving it looking even more battered and broken. With the strength of this mysterious powerhouse, it would be effortless to completely destroy the statue. However, he clearly intended to destroy it bit by bit, slowly venting the hatred in his heart, deliberately controlling his strength. Looking around the statue, there were many fragments of destroyed statues. Meanwhile, in a distant corner, several intact statues of Yuan were casually piled up. Obviously, even though he deliberately controlled the intensity of his destructive power, he would still completely destroy a statue every so often. And after he destroyed one statue, he would place another intact one to vent his rage. Just as Yang Wu was inwardly shocked while looking at these statues. Little one, what is your relationship with Yuan? Tell me, where is your true body? The three-headed, six-armed powerhouse's head, which had been keeping its eyes closed, suddenly opened its eyes and looked at Yang Wu. Within those pitch-black eyes, it seemed as if two chaotic worlds existed within them, worlds with mystical powers that drew in Yang Wu's mind, causing him to involuntarily sink into them. His voice also seemed to possess infinite magic, leaving Yang Wu's soul in a daze. Even Yang Wu's true body far away in the northern border of the origin continent felt dizzy, as if on the verge of losing consciousness too. I and Yuan. In his dazed state, Yang Wu involuntarily began to answer, no, not good. Wake up. Yang Wu's true body, along with the formless clone and the primordial water clone, within the miniature universe of his true body, simultaneously roared in his mind. Waves of tenacious power immediately surged like tsunamis. They forcefully struck the soul of Yang Wu's primordial water clone, dispersing the bewitching force that had been acting on his soul, causing the previously dazed primordial water clone's head to shake and snap awake. That was closed, the primordial water clone inwardly thought with relief. He had been confident in his willpower, but he never expected to almost fall for this mysterious powerhouse's trick. Although when separating from the true body, in order to prevent unforeseen circumstances, he had used a secret technique to erase all information about Yuan's inheritance from his memory. Even if the primordial water clone were captured, and a powerful expert skilled in soul techniques conducted a soul search, they would find not a trace of information about the inheritance. At the same time, the location of Yang Wu's true body had long been severed by the secret technique. The true body could know everything happening to the primordial water clone, while the primordial water clone no longer knew the true body's location. Just as Yang Wu was about to answer his question, he saw that Yang Wu had suddenly broken free from his dazed state. Worthy of being that bastard's inheritor. This willpower is indeed impressive, managing to wake from my chaos realm so quickly. The head that had used the soul technique on Yang Wu was slightly surprised to see him suddenly awake, then remarked with a sigh. Third brother, I told you long ago that you can't compare to that bastard Yuan in soul techniques. Even if you've specialized in soul secret arts for many reincarnation eras, you can't even handle his inheritor. Just let me smash this measly clone of an inheritor with one palm. Anyone related to that damned Yuan gets a palm strike. The head that had been laughing maniacally suddenly stopped, then shook its head and looked at Yang Wu, speaking with hatred flashing in its eyes. Violent second brother, you're the most violent. Enough, all of you, shut up. The head that had been trying to control Yang Wu with soul techniques had just started speaking when the head that had been staring at the statue of Yuan with bloodshot eyes without moving let out a cold shout. The other two heads immediately fell silent. The true body of Yuan's inheritor, you must know everything that is happening now. Regardless of your relationship with Yuan, remember to tell Yuan my name. I am called Yen. You, this inheritor of Yuan, are as cunning as Yuan was back then, but your strength is far inferior to Yuan's. If you were any other ant, I wouldn't bother to kill you. But you are Yuan's inheritor, closely related to Yuan, so I must kill you. Not only this annoying clone of yours, I will also find your true body and kill it. The head spoke with a calm tone, but Yang Wu could clearly detect a hatred born from the marrow of his bones in those indifferent words. It was unknown what deep grudge this being held against Yuan. Whether in the memories of Yuan's inheritance obtained years ago, or when he later met Yuan in the secret realm, Yuan had never mentioned the existence of this terrifying being called Yen. Yang Wu felt that this mysterious powerhouse's strength far exceeded the peak divine king level. Perhaps he had even reached Yuan's level. He wondered why such a being would appear in the origin continent. The head had just finished speaking indifferently, slightly turned to look at Yang Wu, and in less than half a breath before Yang Wu's primordial water clone could speak, it suddenly raised its hand and struck down with a palm towards the primordial water clone. Sensing that pitch-black giant palm up close, Yang Wu's true body, through the primordial water clone, personally experienced the terrifying power of this mysterious expert. That destructive force, even just striking the primordial water clone's body, caused his true body to feel dizzy and his aura to weaken. Under the strike of that giant palm, the primordial water clone was reduced to nothing, not even a trace remaining, completely turned into dust and mist that scattered throughout the space of the dark castle. The primordial water clone instantly perished. So strong. What is the origin of this terrifying being called Yen? Is he one person or three? After a moment, the awakened Yang Wu true body shook his head in confusion and muttered to himself, Pity I can't contact Master Yuan now. I must be careful not to be found by him. Yang Wu said softly, then moved his body and vanished from the spot. The emergence of Yuan's inheritance vanished without a trace after Yang Wu was captured by a mysterious powerhouse like a fleeting bloom that quickly faded away. The upheaval stirred by Yuan's inheritance gradually subsided as Yang Wu, the sole inheritor, disappeared from the scene. Aside from Luo Feng and a few other human powerhouses from the primordial universe who knew that Yang Wu had not perished, the rest of the origin continent's strongholds naturally assumed he had fallen. As time passed, only occasionally, when someone mentioned the great Yuan, would they inadvertently recall the once ephemeral martial ancestor, the inheritor of Yuan. In a secluded corner of the northern origin continent, within a small sect, a disciple at the void god level arrived at a tranquil place deep within the sect. He bowed reverently and handed a stone-like object containing recorded information to a god-king man with a stoic expression. The disciple kept his head bowed respectfully, his face flushed, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. "Well, I reward you with this treasure. You have worked hard. You may go. If I need anything, I will send word to your sect master." The man nodded slightly and beckoned, causing the communication stone in the disciple's hand to float toward him. At the same time, a treasure of the eternal true God level appeared before the man and floated toward the bowing disciple. He gestured lightly to the messenger and then vanished without a trace before the disciple's eyes. Thank you, Grand Elder. Thank you, Grand Elder." Ecstasy and elation surged within him. After a long moment he grasped the treasure, which was invaluable to him, with trembling hands clutching it tightly, as if letting go would cause it to disappear. A treasure of the eternal true God level. Even their sect master possessed only a few. Yet the Grand Elder casually bestowed it upon him. How could he not be thrilled? He was merely at the void god level. A treasure of the eternal true God level was something he had only ever dreamed of. Little did he know that such a treasure was the lowest grade item in the Grand Elder's possession. By the time he thought to express his gratitude, the Grand Elder had already vanished. Though the Elder was no longer before him, the disciple's face still radiated euphoria, excitement, and reverence. After at least half an hour, he carefully tucked away the treasure and quietly turned to leave. Less than 100 miles ahead of the disciple, within a sealed space created by spatial secret arts, 5 men, with nearly identical features, and faintly colored auras surrounding their bodies were seated. They were gathered around another man of almost identical appearance, sitting cross-legged. It was Yang Wu, who had vanished from the origin continent for years along with his 5 elements avatars. Tens of thousands of years ago. Because the secret of Yuan's inheritance was exposed, Yang Wu was hunted by mysterious powerhouses and numerous origin continent experts. He was forced to sacrifice his water origin avatar, disguise himself, and go into hiding in the northern region to train incognito. By a stroke of luck, he intervened in a conflict between 2 sects, saving the precarious Qinghua sect, a small northern sect on the brink of annihilation. The entire Qinghua sect, whose master was only an initial stage god king, was overwhelmed with gratitude toward Yang Wu for saving them. They revered him as a deity and fervently invited him, a wandering cultivator, to join the sect. Having nowhere else to go, Yang Wu went along with the flow, and became the Grand Elder of the small Qinghua sect. With his help, the sect was saved from multiple existential crises. At the same time, he eliminated several nearby small sects that harbored ambitions of annexing Qinghua, gradually solidifying the sect's position and influence in the region. Yang Wu's formidable combat prowess displayed in battles that saved the sect increasingly earned him the admiration of all disciples, making him the idol of the entire sect. Moreover, the mysterious and powerful Grand Elder was generous, often casually bestowing precious treasures on disciples and offering guidance in cultivation. The disciples' adoration and reverence for Yang Wu surpassed even that for the sect master. In their hearts, Grand Elder Yang Wu was a god. Millions of years ago, sensing that his cultivation was about to break through to the mid-stage god king level, Yang Wu chose to go into seclusion deep in the sect's back mountain, instructing that he not be disturbed unless a major event occurred. He also instructed the sect to collect information on all significant events across the origin continent and deliver it to him once every 10,000 years at the back mountain. From then on, the task of delivering information to Yang Wu every 10,000 years became a coveted opportunity among all disciples. Every disciple yearned to have close contact with the legendary elder. Even without receiving a reward, merely seeing their idol or exchanging a single word with him would fill them with excitement for half a year. Within the independent space created by spatial secret arts, a divine power avatar silently appeared. The communication stone in its hand, as if weightless, floated into the hand of Yang Wu's true self. At the same moment, the avatar swiftly merged into his main body. Heavenly Mansion. The Heavenly Mansion is about to emerge. Yang Wu's true self held the communication stone, sending a wisp of soul into it, quickly comprehending all the major events of the past 10,000 years. A look of astonishment appeared on his face, and he murmured those 2 words involuntarily. Then Yang Wu fell into recollection, motionless. Within his sea of consciousness, he slowly searched through the information imprinted in his memory from the time he received Yuan's inheritance. After a long moment, he exhaled, a trace of disappointment flickering across his face. Yang Wu had long seen some information about the Heavenly Mansion in Yuan's inherited memories. It seemed that during Yuan's era, this mysterious place called the Heavenly Mansion had appeared, and Yuan had obtained an immense opportunity there which propelled his rise. However, in Yuan's inherited memories, there was little detailed description of the Heavenly Mansion. Aside from noting that Yuan gained a tremendous fortune there, and soared to greatness, there was only a vague record the Heavenly Mansion was fraught with danger, also known as Hell. According to historical records of major sects like the ancient Yuan sect, the Heavenly Mansion required a true god with a perfect gene level to break through, then grow to at least the mid-stage god king level to enter. The Heavenly Mansion opened for 3 reincarnation eras. Once inside, one could not leave until the 3 eras ended. Within the Heavenly Mansion, dangers abounded. Even peak god king powerhouses faced a 50% chance of perishing. However, any powerhouse who entered the heavenly mansion and successfully returned would gain tremendous benefits, the most supreme secret arts, the rarest materials, weapons, or tamed beasts. According to historical records and Yang Wu's inherited memories, the one who benefited the most from the heavenly mansion was none other than Yuan. When Yuan entered the heavenly mansion, he was at the mid-stage God King level. After the 3 reincarnation eras ended, he returned successfully and soon soared to unprecedented heights. Strangely, both Yuan and other powerhouses who had entered the heavenly mansion and returned successfully remained tight-lipped about their experiences, never revealing a single word, leaving only endless speculation. After Yuan's time, the heavenly mansion had not appeared for many reincarnation eras. Despite its dangers and high mortality rate, God King powerhouses had always yearned for its reappearance, hoping to obtain opportunities and the key to cross the threshold, becoming beings like Yuan. Unfortunately, after Yuan, the heavenly mansion never emerged again. Now, just as Yang Wu had broken through to the mid-stage God King level, it arrived. 8 million years later, the heavenly mansion would officially open. I thought that breaking through to become a true god from a perfect gene-level divine body and reaching the mid-level divine king realm would allow me to enter the heavenly palace when it opens 8 million years later, but I never expected that I would still need to compete for a heavenly palace token. On this day, an old man dressed somewhat slovenly sat leisurely atop a tavern in a bustling city in the northern region, savoring fine wine while extending his divine sense to eavesdrop on the conversations around him. The old man was none other than Yang Wu, who had left the Qinghua sect in disguise. Upon learning of the imminent emergence of the mysterious heavenly palace, Yang Wu, who had already broken through to the mid-level divine king realm, abandoned his plans for further secluded cultivation. After all, the Qinghua sect was too small and too remote. With its limited strength, it could not necessarily gather many important pieces of information. Within less than a decade of learning about the heavenly palace, Yang Wu left the Qinghua sect alone, changed his appearance, and traveled through several major cities in the north, gathering more critical intelligence about the heavenly palace. After repeated inquiries and confirmations in several major cities belonging to top northern sects like the Guiyuan sect and the Beiyuan sect, Yang Wu became more certain that to enter the legendary heavenly palace, in addition to the hard requirement of breaking through to a true god from a perfect gene-level divine body and reaching the mid-level divine king realm, one must also obtain a heavenly palace token that the heavenly palace sporadically casts out across the origin continent. Only divine kings who had met the 2 basic conditions, breaking through from a perfect gene-level divine body to become a true god and reaching the mid-level divine king realm, and who held a heavenly palace token, could enter the heavenly palace. The heavenly palace tokens were far too few to satisfy the needs of the countless divine king powerhouses across the origin continent who met the conditions and aspired to enter the heavenly palace. To contend for these scarce tokens, the entire origin continent during the tens of thousands of years leading up to the appearance of the heavenly palace would inevitably witness countless battles. Numerous divine king powerhouses would fall because of this. 500 years ago, 10 heavenly palace tokens first appeared. Among them, the Guiyuan sect in the northern region obtained 3, the Beiyuan sect obtained 2, the Haiyan Tower obtained 1, and the Chun Kingdom royal family in the east obtained 1. Only these 7 tokens had clear owners for the time being. After all, these owners, whether the 2 Yuan sects or the Haiyan Tower, were all top-tier powers in the north, virtually untouchable. The Chun Kingdom in the east, originally the largest upper-rank kingdom, had barely been affected by the war that had spread from the Shi Kingdom. On the contrary, it had grown even stronger through the shifting balance of power. It could barely be considered a quasi-top-tier power in the origin continent, and no one was willing to provoke it easily over a heavenly palace token. Though they coveted the heavenly palace tokens, they also knew that these powers were not to be trifled with. The remaining 3 heavenly palace tokens, however, were constantly changing hands. As they shifted owners, they stirred waves of slaughter across the origin continent. Ultimately, no one could say for certain who would end up with these 3 tokens. Over the years, the origin continent had accumulated a considerable number of powerhouses who had reached the mid-level divine king realm and met the basic conditions to enter the heavenly palace. No one knew how many tokens the heavenly palace would release next or how many times it would release them. Great sects and powers like the Guiyuan sect and the Beiyuan sect. They dared not provoke, but they were unwilling to give up on the remaining 3 easily. It was said that one of the remaining 3 heavenly palace tokens had appeared in the western region near the south 5 years ago, causing the fall of 3 mid-level divine kings. It was snatched by a high-level lone divine king, Julie Divine King, who seemed to have hidden somewhere not far from the southern indigenous area, or perhaps disguised himself and entered that area. In the past 2 years, the southern indigenous region had been in a state of high alert. Several divine king powerhouses overtly or covertly entered the southern region, searching everywhere for Julie Divine King. Another heavenly palace token was seized by a divine king of the Desolate Sea clan, which dwelt in the Desolate Sea between the east and west. Although the Desolate Sea clan was not powerful because they lived in the Desolate Sea, most divine kings could do nothing to them. Yet several divine kings who were aquatic or practiced water element techniques and possessed attribute treasures also went to the Desolate Sea to hunt down the Desolate Sea Divine King. The last heavenly palace token fell just outside the border of the southern Chaos Lands. It was fortuitously obtained by a mid-level divine king who quickly rushed into the Chaos Lands hoping that the Chaos Lands would block his pursuers, and that when the Heavenly Palace opened it would directly teleport him from the Chaos Lands into the Heavenly Palace. However, no one knew the method by which the Heavenly Palace opened, nor could anyone say whether the Chaos Lands would allow direct entry into the Heavenly Palace. Many Divine King powerhouses hesitated over whether to risk entering the Chaos Lands for a gamble. Yet several Divine Kings, driven by the desire for the Heavenly Palace token, rushed straight into the Chaos Lands. Bayuan Sect Lumin Divine King, Miao Divine King, Dumu Divine King, Guen Sect Baimu Divine King, Dongdu Divine Lord, Huang Ohian Tower Lord, Wutai Venerable Lord. Yang Wu whispered the names of Divine King powerhouses that resounded across the origin continent in a voice inaudible to others. Back then you hunted me for the Yuan inheritance, and my Yuan Shui clone fell partly because of you. Others dare not scheme for the Heavenly Palace tokens in your hands, but I will try and also seek revenge. A wave of coldness surged in his heart. Yang Wu gave a soft snort. He still remembered clearly every Divine King who had hunted him back then, unable to forget. When he was only at the early Divine King level, he had been able to fight almost evenly under the siege of several high-level and peak Divine Kings. Now, having broken through to the mid-level Divine King realm, and with the 5 elemental clones and various powerful treasures, if he planned carefully and launched a surprise attack infiltrating these sects, slaying several powerhouses and seizing the Heavenly Palace token, was not an impossible task. Months later, one day, above a vast expanse of architecture spanning an area like countless star domains in the north, a faint drifting cloud floated slowly with the wind. It stopped above a building emitting a hazy gray light. This vast architectural complex was Yang Wu's first target, the Haiyan Tower. The Heavenly Palace token was extremely peculiar. Even if placed inside an inner universe or anywhere else, it emitted a unique grayish-white light that no force or object could block, making its location instantly recognizable. As expected, the Haiyan Tower was not content with obtaining only one token. Several peak Divine King powerhouses must have gone out to compete for the remaining 3 tokens. The strength inside the Haiyan Tower is now at least halved, which makes it easier for me to seize the token and kill a few people. A slight tremor came from the drifting cloud, and a figure suddenly appeared in the sky. A pitch-black long sword in his hand, like a celestial chasm, slashed down like lightning toward the building that glowed with gray light. A thunderous crash echoed across heaven and earth. Even though the building housing the Heavenly Palace token was a divine-level artifact, under the sudden slash of the treasure sword left by Yuan, it split in 2. A gray-black token emitting gray light flew up, but Yang Wu grabbed it and stored it in his inner universe. Almost at the same moment, the token flew out. Several figures roared and shot straight into the sky. Someone had dared to attack the Haiyan Tower and seize the Heavenly Palace token. This had never happened since the founding of the Haiyan Tower. The powerhouses of the Haiyan Tower were enraged. Wutai Venerable Lord Puyu Nwomi Bazoon. Yang Wu put away the Heavenly Palace token, but did not leave in a hurry. His gaze was cold as he swept over the several Haiyan Tower powerhouses rushing toward him, and he immediately spotted several Divine Kings who had hunted and besieged him in the past. Ha ha! Kill! Yang Wu held his sword with both hands, let out a long laugh, and then a furious shout full of killing intent. A pitch-black blade ray slashed out. Instantly, over the area of tens of thousands of light-years around the Haiyan Tower, the sky turned dark. As everyone was stunned by Yang Wu's identity, his original body suddenly slashed out a pitch-black blade light. Not good! Upon seeing Yang Wu's sudden attack, the 2 peak Divine Kings, Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai and Dominant Venerable Nuomi, immediately reacted. However, before they could issue further warnings, without any sign, darkness descended once again over the entire Haiyan Mansion. Damn it! Amid the furious shouts of the many Haiyan Mansion experts, Yang Wu's 5 avatars also struck instantly, almost simultaneously with his original body's sudden attack. Powerful attacks and icy killing intent abruptly unfolded under the cloak of darkness. Amid the sounds of grief, rage, shouts, and screams from the Haiyan Mansion experts, a thick scent of blood slowly permeated the air. When the dark curtain quickly dissipated, Yang Wu's original body and his 5 elemental avatars had long since vanished. What appeared before Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai, Dominant Venerable Nuomi, and the numerous Haiyan Mansion experts was the fall of over a dozen Divine King experts, the death of thousands of Haiyan Mansion disciples caught in the crossfire, tens of thousands of disciples suffering injuries of varying severity, and the almost complete destruction of Haiyan Mansion itself. What kind of existence had Haiyan Mansion provoked? Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai and Dominant Venerable Nuomi, who had participated in the pursuit of Yang Wu years ago, felt grief and rage, but also secretly regretted that their momentary greed for the heritage of Yuan had brought today's great calamity and peril upon their sect. And Yang Wu, the heir of Yuan, with only a mid-stage Divine King cultivation, already possessed such formidable power. He single-handedly stormed Haiyan Mansion, threw the entire place into chaos, snatched the Celestial Palace token, and then left unscathed. If his cultivation advanced another step or two, or even reached the level of Yuan from the past, how could Haiyan Mansion face him? Clearly, the enmity from the pursuit years ago had sealed this fate. Yang Wu was unwilling to stop there, especially since Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai, Dominant Venerable Nuomi, and the Lord of Haiyan Mansion, who had gone out to snatch the Celestial Palace token, and was not in the mansion along with several other strongest experts who had pursued him, had yet to be slain by him. Gloomy clouds of grief hung over the ruined Haiyan Mansion. Venerable Sovereign Dominant Venerable, you must avenge the fallen disciples of our mansion. This martial ancestor, relying on his identity as the heir of Yuan, has dared to brazenly attack our Haiyan mansion. The indignant words of an initial stage divine king immediately drew fervent echoes from the many disciples. We can unite with sects like the Gu Yuan sect, the Bei Yuan sect, and jointly hunt down the martial ancestor. Not only will we kill him to avenge today's humiliation and reclaim the Celestial Palace token, but we can also seize the heritage of Yuan. The power of the heritage of Yuan was vividly demonstrated by Yang Wu. Even though the sect had just suffered near catastrophic destruction at his hands, in the blink of an eye these Haiyan Mansion disciples were already plotting to obtain the heritage of Yuan. Silence! Just as the Haiyan Mansion disciples were growing more impassioned, Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai suddenly roared his voice like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The roar thundered into the ears of every clamoring Haiyan Mansion disciple, immediately silencing them. Today's matter I and Dominant Venerable Nuomi will decide. You need not speak further. Regarding the Celestial Palace token and today's blood feud, once the Mansion Lord returns, we will surely devise the best plan to reclaim the token and exact revenge to avenge today's disgrace. At the same time, the matter of the heir of Yuan reappearing today must not be revealed to outsiders. Anyone who does so will be punished for betraying the mansion. We will announce that several peak divine king powerhouses suddenly attacked and stole the Celestial Palace token. Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai swept his cold gaze over the crowd and barked. For now, everyone's top priority is to clean up and repair the mansion's buildings, tend to the wounded, and console the families of the fallen disciples. Yes. Although they were somewhat puzzled and dissatisfied with Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai's decision not to immediately seek revenge on Yang Wu, they had no choice but to respond in unison. Soon they entered the work of rescue and recovery. Good news stays within doors, but bad news travels far. Soon the news that Haiyan Mansion had been attacked by a powerful expert, and the Celestial Palace token had been seized spread throughout the entire northern region of the Origin continent, and was rapidly spreading across the whole Origin continent. Many factions and many experts were guessing who possessed such formidable power as to directly storm Haiyan Mansion, snatch the Celestial Palace token from numerous strong hands, and leave behind a trail of casualties. Could it be the Bei Yuan sect? Could it be the Gu Yuan sect? Could it be? Various versions, different conjectures, and diverse rumors spread like a virus in all directions. However, under Haiyan Mansion's strict order of secrecy, no one knew that it was the heir of Yuan from the past, the martial ancestor, who had emerged single-handedly, taken the Celestial Palace token and slain several Haiyan Mansion experts. Months later, while the origin of the mysterious team of experts that had broken into Haiyan Mansion and seized the Celestial Palace token was still being speculated upon, another explosive piece of news emerged, shocking almost the entire Origin continent. The Gu Yuan sect, almost the strongest sect on the Origin continent, was suddenly invaded by 6 mysterious experts. With lightning speed, they brutally killed several initial stage and mid-stage divine kings, as well as many disciples below the divine king level, and then seized 2 of the 3 Celestial Palace tokens the sect had obtained. This time Yang Wu did not reveal his identity, making this mysterious assassination team even more enigmatic. On the 5th day after the Gu Yuan sect attack within the Bei Yuan sect, which had originally only obtained 2 Celestial Palace tokens, 4 faint lights suddenly and mysteriously emanated from the place where the tokens were stored, indicating the presence of 4 Celestial Palace tokens. The mysterious team that seized the Celestial Palace tokens came from the Bei Yuan sect. With the sudden mysterious appearance of 2 extra Celestial Palace tokens, the Bei Yuan sect found it hard to explain themselves. Their own sect's 2 Celestial Palace tokens appearing in the Bei Yuan sect. Even if they knew there might be hidden circumstances, the Gu Yuan sect, which had long been in friction with the Bei Yuan sect, would not let go of the opportunity to strike. Moreover, in terms of strength, the Bei Yuan sect was originally slightly inferior to the Gu Yuan sect. Unable to find the actual 6 who had seized the Celestial Palace tokens and concerned with the face of a top-tier sect, they could only insist that the Bei Yuan sect was the assailant, striking down the Bei Yuan sect while saving face for their own sect. Facing the Gu Yuan sect, which came with overwhelming enmity, battle immediately and uncontrollably erupted. Truly, Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai, you are wise. If you hadn't had that sudden inspiration that day and issued a gag order to the mansion's disciples, once the news of the heir of Yuan's revenge spread, all the major sects would have been on guard. How could we have seen the situation today where the 2 most top-tier sects on the Origin continent are openly at war? In Haiyan Mansion, Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai, Dominant Venerable Nuomi, and the Lord of Haiyan Mansion, who had rushed back from outside along with several other strongest experts of Haiyan Mansion, were constantly monitoring the storm stirred up by Yang Wu's appearance in the northern part of the Origin continent. Only they knew that the instigator of this war between the 2 Yuan sects was the heir of Yuan, the martial ancestor. They had forgotten the calamity and peril that Yang Wu, the heir of Yuan, had brought upon Haiyan Mansion, and were most interested in watching from a safe distance as the tigers fought. When the battle between the Bei Yuan sect and the Gu Yuan sect began, they immediately became excited. The losses from the battles between the 2 top-tier sects minimized the impact of the weakening of Haiyan Mansion's strength caused by Yang Wu's attack. Under the original shifting balance, Haiyan Mansion, which was already more than a step behind the Gu Yuan and Bei Yuan sects, would likely have lost its position in the first-tier group of Northern Origin continent sects. However, because the news of Yang Wu, the heir of Yuan, reappearing for revenge was not exposed, his subsequent revenge operations proceeded smoothly, and even triggered a war between the 2 top-tier sects. The Lord of Haiyan Mansion Venerable Sovereign Wu Tai Dominant Venerable Nuomi and other Haiyan Mansion experts watching the tiger fight had begun to fantasize that once the Bei Yuan sect and Gu Yuan sect strength were greatly depleted by Yang Wu's revenge, and their own battles their Haiyan Mansion would surpass them in one fell swoop and become the most powerful sect on the origin continent. Swish! As everyone was shocked by Yang Wu's identity, his true body suddenly drew a black blade light from his hand. Not good! Seeing Yang Wu's sudden attack, the two peak divine kings Wu Tai Zuanju and Nuomi Bazoon immediately reacted. However, before they could issue a warning, without any sign the night descended again over the entire Haiyan Mansion. Damn it! Amid the angry shouts of the many Haiyan Mansion experts, Yang Wu's 5 avatars also struck instantly, almost simultaneously with his true body's sudden attack. Powerful attacks and icy killing intent erupted suddenly under the enveloping darkness. Amid the sounds of grief, anger, shouts, and screams from the Haiyan Mansion experts, a thick smell of blood slowly spread. When the dark curtain quickly dissipated, Yang Wu's true body and his 5 elemental avatars had already vanished without a trace. Before the eyes of Wu Tai Zuanju, Nuomi Bazoon, and the many Haiyan Mansion experts lay over a dozen fallen divine king powerhouses, thousands of Haiyan Mansion disciples killed in the collateral damage, tens of thousands of disciples with injuries of varying severity, and the Haiyan Mansion itself almost completely destroyed. What kind of existence had the Haiyan Mansion provoked? Wu Tai Zuanju and Nuomi Bazoon, who had participated in hunting Yang Wu back then, felt sorrow and anger, but also secretly regretted that their momentary greed for Yuan's inheritance had brought today's great disaster and hidden danger to their sect. And Yang Wu, this inheritor of Yuan, with only a mid-stage divine king cultivation, already possessed such formidable power. He single-handedly stormed the Haiyan Mansion, threw the entire place into chaos, and after seizing the Tianfu token left safely. If his cultivation advanced another step or two, or even reached the level of Yuan from back then, how would the Haiyan Mansion face him? Clearly, due to the enmity from the past pursuit, Yang Wu was unwilling to stop. Especially when Wu Tai Zuanju, Nuomi Bazoon, and the Haiyan Mansion Lord, who was out seizing the Tianfu token and not in the mansion, along with several other strongest experts who had pursued him back then, had not yet been killed by him. Over the entire ruined Haiyan Mansion, clouds of grief gathered densely. Zuanju Bazoon, you must avenge the fallen disciples of the mansion. This martial ancestor, relying on his identity as Yuan's inheritor, dares to so arrogantly storm our Haiyan Mansion. A primary stage divine king's sorrowful and indignant words immediately aroused the fervent echoes of many disciples. We can ally with the Gu Yuan sect, Bei Yuan sect, and other sects to jointly hunt down the martial ancestor, not only to kill him, avenge today's disgrace, retrieve the Tianfu token, and also seize the opportunity to covet Yuan's inheritance. The power of Yuan's inheritance was vividly demonstrated by Yang Wu. Even though the sect had just suffered nearly devastating blows from him, in the blink of an eye these Haiyan Mansion disciples were already scheming for Yuan's inheritance again. Silence! Just as the many Haiyan Mansion disciples were growing more heated, suddenly Wu Tai Zuanju let out a furious roar. Like a thunderbolt from a clear sky, it thundered in the ears of every clamoring Haiyan Mansion disciple, instantly silencing them. As for today's matter, this Lord and Nuomi Bazoon will make our own decisions. You need not say more. Regarding the Tianfu token and today's blood feud, when the Mansion Lord returns, we will certainly devise the best plan to seize and avenge, to repay today's enmity. At the same time, no one is to reveal the matter of the reappearance of Yuan's inheritor today. Otherwise you will be charged with betraying the mansion. We will announce to the outside that several peak divine king powerhouses suddenly attacked and stole the Tianfu token. Wu Tai Zuanju coldly swept his gaze over the crowd and barked. Now everyone's urgent task is to clean up and repair the mansion's buildings, tend to the wounded, and console the families of the fallen disciples. Yes. Although they harbored some doubts and dissatisfaction about Wu Tai Zuanju's decision not to seek immediate revenge on Yang Wu, they had no choice but to respond in unison. Soon they entered the relief and recovery work. Good news never leaves the house, but bad news spreads far and wide. Soon the news that the Haiyan Mansion had been attacked by strong experts and the Tianfu token had been taken spread throughout the northern region of the origin continent, and was rapidly spreading across the entire origin continent. Many factions and powerhouses were speculating who possessed such formidable strength to directly storm the Haiyan Mansion, seize the Tianfu token from numerous experts, and leave behind widespread casualties. Could it be the Bei Yuan sect? Could it be the Gu Yuan sect? Could it be? Many different versions, guesses, and rumors spread like a virus everywhere. However, under the Haiyan Mansion's strict order of concealment, no one knew that it was the martial ancestor, the inheritor of Yuan from the past, who had emerged, single-handedly seized the Tianfu token, and killed several Haiyan Mansion experts. Months later, while everyone was still speculating about the origins of the mysterious team of experts that had broken into the Haiyan Mansion and seized the Tianfu token, another explosive news broke out, almost shocking the entire origin continent. The Gu Yuan sect, almost the strongest sect on the origin continent, was suddenly invaded by 6 mysterious experts. With lightning speed, they forcefully killed several primary and mid-stage divine kings, and many disciples below divine king level, then seized 2 of the 3 Tianfu tokens that the sect had obtained. This time Yang Wu did not reveal his identity, making this mysterious assassination team even more enigmatic. Then on the 5th day after the Gu Yuan sect was attacked within the Bei Yuan sect, which had originally only obtained 2 Tianfu tokens, 4 faint lights suddenly and mysteriously emanated from the location where the Tianfu tokens were stored, indicating the presence of 4 tokens. The mysterious team of experts that seized the Tianfu tokens came from the Bei Yuan sect. Because of the sudden and inexplicable appearance of 2 extra Tianfu tokens, the Bei Yuan sect found it hard to explain. With 2 of their own sect's Tianfu tokens appearing in the Bei Yuan sect, even if they knew there might be hidden circumstances, the Gu Yuan sect, which had long been in conflict with the Bei Yuan sect, would not miss the opportunity to strike. Moreover, in terms of strength, the Bei Yuan sect was originally slightly inferior to the Gu Yuan sect. Unable to find the 6 who had actually seized the Tianfu tokens and concerned with the dignity of a top-tier sect, they could only insist that the Bei Yuan sect was the assailant, both to strike at Bei Yuan and to restore their own sect's face. Facing the Gu Yuan sect, which arrived with overwhelming hatred, battle inevitably erupted. You are truly wise, Wu Taizuanshu. If you hadn't had the bright idea that day to issue a gag order to the mansion's disciples, once the news of Yuan's inheritor's revenge spread, various sects would have been on guard. How could the situation of the 2 most top-tier sects on the origin continent going to war have occurred? Within the Haiyan Mansion, Wu Taizuanshu Nomi Bazun and the Haiyan Mansion Lord, who had returned from outside along with several other strongest experts of the Haiyan Mansion, were constantly watching the stirring storm in the northern part of the origin continent caused by Yang Wu's appearance. Only they knew that the instigator of the battle between the 2 top sects was the martial Ancestor, the inheritor of Yuan. They forgot the calamity and hidden danger that Yang Wu, this inheritor of Yuan, had brought to the Haiyan Mansion, and were most interested in watching the 2 tigers fight from the mountain. When the battle between the Bei Yuan sect and the Gu Yuan sect began, they immediately became excited. The losses from the battle between the 2 top-tier sects minimized the impact of the weakening of the Haiyan Mansion strength caused by Yang Wu's attack. Originally under the circumstances of one rising and the other falling, the Haiyan Mansion, which had already been significantly weaker than the Gu Yuan sect and the Bei Yuan sect, might have lost its position in the first-tier group of northern origin continent sects. However, because the news of Yang Wu's reappearance as Yuan's inheritor seeking revenge was not exposed, his subsequent revenge actions went smoothly and even triggered a war between the 2 top-tier sects. The Haiyan Mansion Lord Wu Taizuanshu Nuomi Bazun and other Haiyan Mansion experts watching from the sidelines had already begun to fantasize that after the Bei Yuan sect and Gu Yuan sect strength were severely depleted by Yang Wu's revenge and their own battle, the Haiyan Mansion would surpass them in one fell swoop and become the most powerful sect on the origin continent. In the northern region of the origin continent lies a perilous land spanning tens of billions of kilometers, formed by thousands of volcanoes of varying sizes clustered together. Here year-round volcanoes continuously erupt with sky-igniting, world-destroying flames and lava, causing the sky for hundreds of billions of kilometers to roll with blazing fire and the ground to churn with molten rock, creating a crimson world of flames. This is the renowned Flame Prison Mountain range of the origin continent, a place of such terrifying flames and searing heat that even divine king-level powerhouses would give it a wide berth. Ordinarily, aside from occasional martial artists seeking to comprehend the origin of fire, who would venture here briefly before departing, and a few lifeforms adapted to the extreme heat, almost no living beings appear in this place. On this day, an entity entirely crimson with faint flickering dark flames still burning upon it appeared outside the Flame Prison Mountain range. Undeterred by the flames and heat of the mountain range, it plunged without hesitation into the seemingly perilous, all-consuming Flame Prison Mountain range, letting the scorching volcanic fires and boiling lava wash over its body without causing the slightest effect. If one were to carefully discern the features hidden beneath the flames of this intruder, they would recognize that apart from the color of its body, it bore almost no difference from Yang Wu. Moreover, upon closer inspection, one could detect a faint, unusual glimmer amidst the flames of its body and the volcanic fires, yet it was obscured by the other flames. Especially in the Flame Prison Mountain range, where fire permeated everything, this peculiar light would hardly draw attention. Indeed, the entity that fearlessly entered the Flame Prison Mountain range was none other than the Radiant Fire Avatar, one of Yang Wu's 5 avatars. On that day, after assassinating the Haiyan Mansion and forcibly seizing the Heavenly Mansion token in order to conceal the token's radiance and avoid unnecessary trouble, he conducted repeated experiments. Yang Wu finally found a nearly perfect method to hide the Heavenly Mansion token by confounding perceptions, the flames of the Flame Prison Mountain range. The Heavenly Mansion token itself emits light, and this peculiar eerie glow cannot be masked by anything. Like a lighthouse in the darkness, it would instantly reveal its location to other powerhouses. But what if it were placed amidst flames equally suffused with intense light? In the entire northern region of the origin continent, even across the whole origin continent, the place with the most flames is the Flame Prison Mountain range. With its year-round towering multicolored fires, even the light-emitting Heavenly Mansion token would not be easily distinguished. Placing the Heavenly Mansion token within the flames of the Flame Prison Mountain range is like putting a luminous object into another equally radiant object. Even if their glows differ, it still provides a degree of camouflage. At the same time, due to the extreme heat, almost no lifeforms appear in the Flame Prison Mountain range. Even if the token's light has some peculiarities that cannot be perfectly obscured by the mountain's flames, the scarcity of living beings still makes it difficult to discover. Moreover, Yang Wu's Radiant Fire Avatar, itself the most powerful variant of the origin continent's extraordinary flame lifeforms, thrives in the Flame Prison Mountain range like a fish in water. The blistering heat and the flames that annihilate all things have utterly no effect on it. While the Gu Yuan sect and the Bei Yuan sect were locked in fierce conflict over Yang Wu's seemingly crude scheme of misdirection, Yang Wu's radiant fire avatar had already brought the Heavenly Mansion token to the Flame Prison Mountain range. Meanwhile, Yang Wu's true body, having changed its appearance, once more stood alongside the many powerhouses of the High-End Mansion, watching the battle between the two sects with amusement. What material is this Heavenly Mansion token made of? It's truly bizarre. Neither the material nor the crafting technique. In the deepest part of the Flame Prison Mountain range, where the flames raged most fiercely, Yang Wu's idle radiant fire avatar took out the Heavenly Mansion token from within his body to study it carefully. As one of the most eminent treasure-refining masters in the Origin continent, he had a considerable understanding of the continent's refining materials and techniques. Yet this strange Heavenly Mansion token in his hand, after days of study using various refining methods and consulting his memory of materials, still yielded not the slightest insight into its material or craftsmanship. Pity the Heavenly Mansion token itself has restrictions. Only powerhouses above the mid-level Divine King can possess it, and no one may hold more than one. Among those from the same dimensional world as me, apart from me and senior brothers Washan Ku, who have reached the mid-level Divine King tier, the only other one is Luo Feng, who is the strongest among the rest and has just attained the Divine King level, while Ancestor Yuan and Master Giant Axe are still at the Sage level. Gazing at the Heavenly Mansion token in his hand, Yang Wu's radiant fire avatar couldn't help but shake his head regretfully. After seizing the two tokens from the Gu Yuan sect, Yang Wu suddenly seemed to hear a voice. A warning. That brought a sudden realization: a Divine King above the mid-level could only possess one token. If he forcibly kept more than one, he would inevitably incur punishment from the supreme rules. And Washan Ku, who had already met the conditions after reconciling with Xian and letting bygones be bygones, seemed to have a sudden epiphany, cherishing the days he now spent with Xian more than anything. Because Xian's strength had not yet reached the Divine King levels, Washan Ku was unwilling to abandon her and venture alone into the Heavenly Mansion. In his heart, the time spent with Xian seemed far more important than seeking opportunities in the Heavenly Mansion. Moreover, given the entry of many high-level and peak Divine King powerhouses, Washan Ku knew that he, a mid-level Divine King skilled in treasure refining, might be considered strong in the original universe of his original dimensional world, able to intimidate others. But in the Origin continent teeming with powerhouses, he counted for nothing. Especially considering that every Divine King with a chance to enter the Heavenly Mansion was a powerhouse among powerhouses. Even if he had the opportunity to enter, his chances of leaving alive were nearly zero. After Yang Wu's original universe avatar sent a message to Washan Ku's avatar left in the Holy Land universe via the original universe, Washan Ku immediately, and without hesitation, declined Yang Wu's kind offer, harboring no illusions about the Heavenly Mansion. Because Luo Feng and the others had not yet met the basic conditions for possessing the token, Yang Wu had no choice but to hastily sneak the two extra tokens into the Bei Yuan sect. Unexpectedly, what was originally a helpless move due to the supreme rules restrictions provoked a fierce battle between the two sects, with an effect even surpassing Yang Wu's personal revenge. To be continued. Yang Wu, besides assaulting the High-End Mansion, was recognized as the inheritor of the Yuan. To avoid drawing the attention of the formidable Yen, after instigating the conflict between the Guyuan sect and the Beiyuan sect, Yang Wu's vengeance became much more subdued. Under the deliberate concealment of the High-End Mansion, the news of Yang Wu's emergence as the Yuan inheritor remained unknown to all. 8 million years passed swiftly. During these 8 million years, although Yang Wu had slain several powerful beings who had once pursued his source water clone, each time it was either his true self or a single clone acting alone, or his true self and several clones working together to swiftly annihilate the opponent, leaving no chance for the news of Yang Wu's identity as the Yuan inheritor to spread. Over the course of millions of years, nearly 20 divine kings had fallen due to Yang Wu's vengeance, yet none had ever pointed the finger at Yang Wu as the culprit. Although during these 8 million years the mysterious Tianfu had issued a total of 81 Tianfu orders, each one invariably incited a maelstrom of bloodshed. Though the struggle for the Tianfu orders never ceased, the holders of 80 of them, despite constantly changing hands, were always known to the world. Strangely, the Tianfu order that had been seized from the High-End Mansion during the mysterious assault remained untraceable. Throughout the entire Origin continent, there was no sign of this Tianfu order, and aside from the High-End Mansion, no one knew who its possessor was. This day was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Origin continent. Everywhere across the Origin continent, every living being could see high above their heads by tens of millions of light years a colossal object that had suddenly materialized out of nowhere. An incredibly massive, ship-like giant entity that seemed to enshroud the entire sky. Upon this giant vessel a hazy mist swirled, and even Yang Wu and many peak divine kings could not penetrate this layer of mist, which appeared as delicate as white gauze with their formidable soul power. In Yang Wu's eyes, this giant ship bore a striking resemblance to the aircraft carriers from the world before he had transmigrated into the Tunchi world. Strangely, no matter where one stood on the Origin continent, one could behold the image of this giant ship, as if countless such vessels had appeared in every corner of the continent. Yet every living being instinctively knew that there was only one giant ship in the sky. This is the Tianfu. At the center of the Yenyu mountain range, flames churned as Yang Wu's Guanghua clone sat cross-legged amidst the inferno, gazing up through the fire at the colossal ship that had suddenly appeared overhead, astonishment filling his heart. At the same moment the giant ship emerged, a voice abruptly resounded in his sea of consciousness, informing him that this was the Tianfu, and that any being holding a Tianfu order must enter it within 1,000 years. Before Yang Wu could act, several divine kings, holding Tianfu orders driven by uncontrollable excitement, charged into the Tianfu giant vessel with lightning speed. Concealed by the thick fog, they quickly vanished from sight. Kill! Shortly after, a dozen divine kings had entered. A fresh storm of blood and carnage erupted across the origin continent. After the first wave of over a dozen divine kings had entered the Tianfu, later holders of Tianfu orders, who appeared and prepared to enter, were immediately met with several fierce attacks. Divine kings who had long plotted to seize the Tianfu orders were also seizing this final opportunity to gamble. Caught off guard, several divine kings who were eagerly rushing toward the Tianfu were struck by this overwhelming onslaught. In an instant, 2 divine kings fell, and 2 unclaimed Tianfu orders, along with the counterattacks of several alert holders of the orders, unleashed a torrent of bloodshed across the sky. For 100 consecutive years, waves of battles erupted sporadically as holders of Tianfu orders were attacked. Some divine kings who possessed Tianfu orders, relying on their formidable strength and the protection of their factions, entered the Tianfu safely, even slaying several divine kings who attempted to seize their orders. Other unfortunate holders of Tianfu orders were killed by rival divine kings, and the orders they had preserved for tens of thousands of years became the stepping stones for others to enter the Tianfu. Over 800 years swiftly passed, and 79 powerful beings had entered the Tianfu, leaving only 2 holders of the Tianfu orders yet to appear. Beneath the Tianfu, several divine kings still lurked with predatory vigilance, waiting for a chance to seize the remaining 2 Tianfu orders. However, compared to the first 200 or 300 years after the Tianfu's appearance, the number of powerful beings assembled beneath the Tianfu had diminished several-fold. Swish! Just as Yang Wu, having switched between his true self and his clone, soared into the sky, holding a Tianfu order in one hand and a pitch-black long blade in the other, his body clad in armor, and preparing to force his way into the Tianfu, a figure suddenly appeared, tearing through the void and flying toward the dense fog of the Tianfu. This king refuses to believe that one cannot enter without a Tianfu order. The divine king, having lost confidence in his ability to seize one of the last 2 orders, yet unwilling to miss this chance to soar to greatness, had not even finished his boast when, crack! A faint sound like that of a shattered porcelain piece was heard. Then his body, like porcelain, began to fragment piece by piece, first his divine body, then his soul. The larger fragments split into smaller ones, and the smaller fragments split again into even finer particles. No! This king is a peak divine king. Why would you bar me entry just because I failed to obtain a Tianfu order and even make me perish? No, I don't want to enter anymore. Spare me. The divine king's lamentations did not earn him a reprieve. His voice grew weaker and weaker, and after multiple splittings his fragments became dust, soon dissipating into the air. Fool to think he could cultivate to the peak divine king level with such ignorance. And just like that, a peak divine king silently fell and vanished. Countless powerful beings witnessed this scene. While some were horrified, they also understood more clearly that no one could challenge the might of the Tianfu. Some divine kings who had failed to obtain a Tianfu order secretly rejoiced, grateful that someone else had attempted to breach the Tianfu first, for otherwise it would have been they who perished. So formidable. I wonder what lies within. Truly intriguing. After witnessing the entire process of that divine king's fall in his vain attempt to storm the Tianfu, Yang Wu sighed, then leaped up. Seizing the moment when the others were still stunned by the divine king's demise, he swiftly darted toward the Tianfu. He is the martial ancestor, the inheritor of Yuan. As Yang Wu charged toward the celestial palace, shouts erupted from the crowd, and several divine kings swiftly lunged at him, attempting to block his path. It was he who attacked our Black Yen Hall back then, and later, he must have been the one who killed the disciples of your various sects. Multiple voices echoed through the space beneath the celestial palace, stirring turmoil in the hearts of all present. The ones who exposed Yang Wu's identity were none other than several divine kings from the Black Yen Hall. After Yang Wu raided the Black Yen Hall and seized a celestial palace token, the Black Yen Hall later managed to acquire a total of 6 celestial palace tokens during the subsequent distribution by the celestial palace, thanks to the formidable strength of their sect. At this moment, the 3 peak divine kings of the Black Yen Hall, the Hall Master Wu Tai Zunju and Nuami Ba Zun, along with 3 high-level divine kings, had already entered the celestial palace. The remaining divine kings of the Black Yen Hall no longer concealed Yang Wu's identity. Upon seeing him appear, they immediately exposed who he was, especially the several high-level divine kings of the Black Yen Hall, who had not entered the celestial palace, harbored deep resentment toward Yang Wu. After all, with only 6 celestial palace tokens, the supply was far too meager for the entire divine king contingent of the Black Yen Hall. Several divine kings who were qualified to enter the celestial palace with a token had to watch helplessly as the Hall Master Wu Tai Zunju Nuami Ba Zun and the 3 other most powerful high-level divine kings went in, all because they lacked a token. Had Yang Wu not taken one of their celestial palace tokens back then, perhaps one of them would have been on the list of divine kings entering the celestial palace this time. Likewise, if Yang Wu's attack had not caused several divine kings of the Black Yen Hall to fall, weakening the sect's strength, they might have gained more celestial palace tokens in subsequent competitions due to their greater power. They would have secured a few more tokens, giving them a chance to enter the Celestial Palace. Moreover, at this point, there was no longer any need to conceal Yang Wu's identity. Perhaps if everyone joined forces to attack Yang Wu, they might even seize the Celestial Palace token in his hand, and catch the last train into the Celestial Palace. Martial Ancestor, the inheritor of Yuan. The inheritor of Yuan is supposed to have fallen. How is that possible? It is indeed him, the inheritor of Yuan. I participated in the siege against him back then. Aside from his cultivation being stronger now, everything else, appearance and aura, is unmistakable. It is the inheritor of Yuan. All the divine kings beneath the Celestial Palace grew even more excited, their eyes gleaming with undisguised greed as they fixed their gazes on Yang Wu. If they could seize the inheritance of Yuan from Yang Wu, the reward would be no less than the gains from entering the Celestial Palace, even with the risk of death. At this moment, the few top-tier peak divine kings of the origin continent had already entered the Celestial Palace. Without their competition, this was the perfect opportunity for the second-tier divine kings to seize the inheritance of Yuan. If peak divine kings like the Black Yen Hall Master Wu Tai Zunju and Nuomi Bazun were present, how could the current group, mostly just high-level divine kings, ever have the qualification to even covet the inheritance of Yuan? Martial Ancestor, hand over the inheritance of Yuan, and we will let you enter the Celestial Palace. Otherwise you will fall here. Several high-level and mid-level divine kings brandished their treasures and shouted loudly. Yes, Martial Ancestor, give us the inheritance of Yuan. We will no longer pursue the matter of you killing our sex elites back then. Hand over the inheritance. Humph, seeking death. A bunch of rabble, yet you dare to covet the great inheritance of Yuan. Do you even qualify? Yang Wu sneered. Scram! A furious roar thundered like rolling thunder. The pitch-black long blade in his hand slashed out without mercy, cleaving the sky in two. A dark rift in the void stretched across the heavens like an inky river from which several agonized screams pierced through, echoing within the black river. Yang Wu, not lingering to fight, seized the momentum of that strike and charged into the mist of the Celestial Palace without pause, vanishing from sight. As the pitch-black void rift slowly healed, the divine kings below the Celestial Palace, who had originally surrounded Yang Wu seeking the inheritance of Yuan or the Celestial Palace token, found many of them severely wounded by his strike. Filled with lingering fear, they could only restore their divine power and treat their injuries. As Yang Wu drew the attention of the powerful cultivators, and the might of that strike captivated nearly everyone's mind, no one noticed a faint gleam of light flashing in the opposite direction from Yang Wu, disappearing into the mist outside the Celestial Palace. Even if a certain divine king present sensed a faint ripple, their attention was entirely fixed on Yang Wu, so they did not bother to investigate further. When Yang Wu, having used the awe of his strike to break through, rushed into the Celestial Palace above instantaneously vanished from sight, as if it had never existed, leaving not even the slightest ripple behind. What happened? How is this possible? There were supposed to be 81 Celestial Palace tokens, but only 80 have appeared, one never showed up. How did the Celestial Palace disappear? Did you count correctly? Maybe I misremembered the number. Has 81 already entered? Humph, we are all at the Divine King level. How could we miscount a number less than 100? Right, it makes no sense. How is one missing? I suspect someone cultivated a powerful invisibility technique that even high-level Divine Kings cannot detect and slipped in right under our noses. That seems the only possibility. The Celestial Palace had vanished, yet over 100 high-level and mid-level Divine Kings remained arguing heatedly about having counted only 80 Divine Kings entering the Celestial Palace. The inheritor of Yuan has appeared. In such a short time, his cultivation has already reached at least the mid-level Divine King stage. Truly worthy of being the inheritor chosen by Yuan. I didn't expect sending a clone into the Celestial Palace would yield such an unexpected gain. The moment Yang Wu's identity was exposed in a distant void inside a palace surrounded by churning black chi, the three-headed, six-armed Yen suddenly opened all its eyes wide. Hee. Yuan, your inheritor, can no longer escape the fate of being slain by me. Though I cannot enter this damned Celestial Palace, the Yen demon clone I have cultivated over 8 million years using secret arts, though incomparable to your 5 elements clone technique, still possesses 1/10 of my true power and can successfully enter the Celestial Palace. With my Yen demon clone inside, your inheritor is doomed. Hee. The three faces of Yen simultaneously twisted into manic grins. The three faces of Yen simultaneously twisted into manic grins. The three faces of Yen simultaneously twisted into manic grins. Buzz. Yang Wu rushed into the mist of Tianfu, and immediately felt his body bound by an immensely powerful force, as if passing through multiple teleportation channels. His consciousness wavered and his vision and soul power seemed to be imprisoned. No matter how hard he tried to look or perceive, all he could sense around him was layers of thick fog that he could never penetrate. This feeling of losing control made Yang Wu extremely uncomfortable, yet he was helpless, even though he was now a powerful Divine King-level expert. However, this feeling of all his bodily power being sealed did not last long. Suddenly Yang Wu sensed the waves of dizziness in his mind recede, his body came to a stop somewhere, and the sensation of being bound quickly dissipated, restoring his control over his body. Before he could observe his surroundings, Yang Wu suddenly felt that his body seemed different, and there was a chilly sensation. Soon Yang-Wu discovered the source of this strange feeling, and couldn't help but feel embarrassed. On his body, the neatly worn armor and precious vestments had all vanished without a trace, leaving him completely naked. Having no time to investigate the disappearance of his precious garments, Yang-Wu quickly moved his body, intending to use his divine power to condense a set of clothes to cover himself and avoid the embarrassment of being completely naked. Even though he was a Divine King expert, Yang-Wu still felt extremely embarrassed in this situation. However, when he tried to use his divine power to form clothes, he was shocked to find that his divine power had vanished without a trace at some unknown time, and his body had completely reverted to what it was before he entered the universe. Back to the human flesh and blood body from his time on Earth. The miniature universe within him and his 5 avatars seemed to have disappeared completely undetectable. Yang-Wu, who had long been accustomed to storing all his treasures, weapons, and everything else within his miniature universe, now couldn't help but smile bitterly. Without a world ring on his hand and completely naked, he was utterly destitute. Fortunately, at this moment Yang-Wu realized that his current location was a silent forest. No other living beings could see his embarrassing state. What kind of place is this Tianfu? So bizarre. Yang-Wu quickly gathered some bark and leaves from a nearby large tree, made a simple garment and put it on. Only then did he begin to gain an initial understanding of the Tianfu world he was now in. At this moment Yang-Wu realized that his original divine body, which spanned tens of thousands of kilometers, had not disappeared. However, when his original body appeared after entering Tianfu, his divine body seemed to have separated and become transparent and formless. It was completely invisible to the eyes, and only psychic power could sense it. Originally, the divine body was formed by divine power, and its size directly affected one's strength. However, now Yang-Wu discovered that the transparent, formless divine body had become a burden, like a mountain of immense weight pressing down on him. Both his martial power and spiritual psychic power were suppressed by his own divine body, making Yang-Wu feel as if his strength had returned to the time when he first became a martial artist on Earth. Bang! He tried punching the trunk of a towering tree that would take several people to circle around. Originally this kind of tree, with a gentle breath, he could have destroyed a large area of trees, but now it only swayed slightly and shed a few withered leaves. With this strength, I've really gone back to the old days. Yang-Wu blew the dust off his fist from the tree trunk, shook his head and laughed at himself. Feeling the hardness of the trees and plants, he estimated his true strength at this moment. Under the suppression of the invisible divine body, his power was only at the level of a warrior general on Earth. Bang! 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 Yang-Wu continued punching the tree trunk, feeling and recovering a sensation he hadn't experienced for billions of years. Since leaving Earth and entering the universe, all his battles had relied on various weapons, treasures, and the power of laws. He had almost forgotten this real flesh-to-flesh combat, feeling the genuine fighting consciousness of striking with fists and feet. Roar! Not long after he started hitting, a roar suddenly came from afar. Oh no! Yang-Wu was momentarily stunned, then immediately realized, cursed inwardly, and turned to flee without hesitation. Having been at the peak for so many years, he had completely forgotten that there were beasts in such forests that could threaten his life, and never imagined that casually punching a tree a few times would attract a beast. Unarmed and unfamiliar with the strength of this unknown beast, although he was not afraid, Yang-Wu did not want to put himself in unknown danger for the time being. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Although Yang-Wu was already fleeing at top speed, without hesitation, he could still feel the beast's roars getting closer and the ground shaking. Damn it, this divine body suppresses me so much that not only can I not fly, but even running is extremely difficult. I never thought Yang-Wu would be chased by a mere monster one day. While running, Yang-Wu muttered to himself helplessly. Roar. A roar accompanied by waves of rancid breath almost sprayed onto Yang-Wu's back. Boom. Yang-Wu's body swayed and he dodged to the side. Instantly, a dark figure leaped from the spot where he had been. Turning around, Yang-Wu finally saw the appearance of the beast chasing him. It was an unknown monster, the size of an elephant, pitch black all over, with 6 legs, and a snow-white horn over a meter long on its head. Die! Taking advantage of the monster's inertia before it could turn around, Yang-Wu leaped forward, let out a low shout, and punched toward the side of the dark figure. Thump! A dull sound like hitting a large drum echoed. The pained beast roared, shook its body quickly, turned its head, and swung its head, its sharp horn like a long knife slashing toward Yang-Wu. Yang-Wu dodged left and right, moving his body, while using both hands and feet, occasionally striking the monster with punches and kicks. Although each attack did little damage to the thick-skinned monster, Yang-Wu's primitive combat consciousness gradually recovered, and he became excited as if back in the old days when he hunted monsters with the Fire Hammer Squad in the wilderness. The battle lasted nearly an hour. As Yang-Wu's primitive combat consciousness gradually recovered, his attacks became stronger and more powerful. The 6-legged monster transformed from the initial hunter into the hunted. When it realized its mistake and tried to flee, it could not escape Yang-Wu's blows. In the end, it miserably became the first prey of Yang-Wu after entering the bizarre world of Tianfu. At the moment the 6-legged monster breathed its last, Yang-Wu, with his powerful soul, seemed to sense a trace of invisible airflow emanating from the monster's body and entering his divine body behind him. Whether it was due to the recovery of combat consciousness adaptation to the suppression of the divine body or this airflow entering the divine body, Yang Wu felt that the suppression of his body by the divine body had weakened by a tiny bit. Having no time to investigate this subtle change, after the nearly hour-long battle, the bark and leaves used to cover his body were completely shattered and Yang Wu was once again naked. Damn it! Yang Wu uttered a curse he hadn't used for billions of years, and quickly began collecting materials from the monster's body. A few hours later, Yang Wu appeared in the forest fully armed. He was now wearing a black beast skin garment, and on his back was a sharp long knife with a white blade and black handle made from the six-legged monster's horn, hide, bones, and other materials after simple processing. On his waist, a belt woven from the monster's transparent sinews held several flying knives carved from the monster's teeth and bones on each side. Since Yang Wu was a master of treasure refining, although he did not have the conditions to refine treasures for the time being, it was extremely simple for him to make simple clothes and weapons from the monster's materials. Yang Wu sat cross-legged in a concealed cave. The simple beast-hide armor on his body had long become tattered and torn. Through the broken armor one could see numerous scars of varying depths, both old and new, all over his body. On his back there was a ferocious new wound slanting downward from the shoulder. Although it had been simply bandaged, traces of blood still seeped through. On the ground in front of him, the long knife made from a monster's sharp horn was casually stuck upright. The blade of this beast horn long knife was stained with blood, almost obscuring its original pristine white color. Moreover, no one knew how many life and death battles this beast horn long knife had experienced in Yang Wu's hands over a short period. The blade was now covered with cracks, on the verge of meeting its demise at any moment. Inside the cave beside Yang Wu there was a large pile of bundled monster hides, bones, horns, and some rare ore materials. Half a day later, Yang Wu, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. Indeed, every time I kill a monster a strange energy merges into my divine body, easing the pressure it exerts on itself. He completely ignored the injury on his back, stood up casually, jumped a few times in the cave, felt the power in his body, and muttered to himself. In the nearly 10 days since entering the Tianfu, he still had not encountered any other divine king powerhouses who had entered the Tianfu. Instead, he continuously encountered various monsters of varying strengths. Some monsters were simply not something Yang Wu could handle at his current level. After many life and death struggles and narrow escapes, though his body was covered in wounds, he clearly felt that the suppression force exerted by the divine body on itself had weakened significantly. Every time he killed a monster, he could clearly sense an invisible aura merging into his divine body. The stronger the monster he killed, the more aura merged into his divine body, and the greater the reduction in the suppression force on the divine body. In this direction, the farther I go, the higher the temperature becomes. I hope my guess is correct. There should be a volcano or other geothermal fire ahead. Yang Wu looked at the simple beast horn long knife stuck upside down in the ground in front of him, shook his head helplessly, and said. During this time, Yang Wu had been trying to identify the direction, hoping to find a place with fire that could be used to forge weapons. In this eerie Tianfu world, cultivation was suppressed to the extreme, and some of the monsters encountered were terrifyingly strong. With the slightest carelessness, there was the possibility of falling. Therefore, Yang Wu set his mind on finding fire to forge weapons. Although this world did not allow the use of law power, and even engraving law patterns on weapons was useless, being able to forge some sharp and sturdy weapons was very helpful for survival in this world. After all, only 10 short days had passed since the 3 reincarnation eras, and he had already encountered many dangers. Yang Wu was after all a grandmaster of artifact refining. Even without the conditions to refine treasures, he could still use local materials to make simple weapons and armor. However, many divine king powerhouses who were not artifact refiners after entering this eerie world found themselves in a much more miserable state. Some divine king powerhouses, due to their noble bloodline, were born as realm lords or even immortals, and from the very beginning they dealt with laws. All their battles were related to laws, and they had never experienced what Yang Wu had gone through. Starting from the lowest apprentice-level martial artist, then going through the planetary stage and stellar stage. The battles in those stages were mostly primitive close-quarters combat, which matched his current experience. They had never had such experiences. Now, with their cultivation and law power suddenly stripped away, they were almost powerless. Several peak divine king powerhouses from the lofty heights of the Qiyuan continent had shortly after entering the Tianfu tragically fallen into the mouths of monsters, becoming their food. Some, though able to escape or defeat monsters, lacked Yang Wu's skill as a grandmaster of artifact refining. They could not solve the most basic needs for clothing and weapons, becoming completely primitive, covering themselves with tree bark or animal skin, or simply going naked. Their weapons were merely beast horns, bones, or even tree trunks without any basic processing. Although they had been in the Tianfu world for 10 days, none had met anyone else. They all acted alone. Yang Wu and the other divine kings who entered the Tianfu world also did not know that besides the 81 divine kings who entered here, tens of thousands of other divine king powerhouses had also entered this Tianfu world. However, these divine kings who entered at the same time were completely different from Yang Wu and the others from the Qiyuan continent in terms of combat style, combat methods, and even language. However, the experiences of these divine kings were the same as Yang Wu's group. After entering the Tianfu, their divine bodies were stripped and became a burden to themselves. Similarly, in the 10 days, no one had been able to meet anyone else. They each experienced almost the same crises, and many Divine King powerhouses who could not adapt to this environment fell into the mouths of monsters. In an unknown sea of clouds, thousands of people sat leisurely drinking and watching a virtual image in their midst. In this virtual image, it was exactly the scenes of Yang Wu and tens of thousands of other Divine Kings surviving fighting and even falling in the Tianfu. These thousands of people looked no different from ordinary mortals. They had no divine bodies tens of thousands of miles tall, nor were they surrounded by mysterious vast law patterns. They seemed like ordinary commoners without cultivation. The tallest among them was less than 10 meters, and the shortest was only about 1 meter. Yet they miraculously sat on the clouds as if on flat ground. Haha, the little ones from my Wu realm have the strongest survival ability. Look, in 10 days only our Wu realm's little ones have not a single one fallen. That's why I said your concepts of managing your own realms are not good. You should learn more from my Wu realm. The tallest person among this group looked at the scene in the virtual image and laughed heartily. Humph, just a bunch of muscular barbarians. Look at our FA realm, some little ones have already enslaved monsters. They don't even need to fight. Immediately someone retorted. I say, Yuan Lord, your philosophy has always been to learn from all schools. Soul divine body artifact refining alchemy. A whole mishmash. I've long told you this approach won't work, but you wouldn't listen. Look at your little ones from the Yuan realm. 10 have fallen in 10 days, seems like the highest casualty rate among the realms, right? Hehe, just wait and see. What does temporary lag matter? Immediately a voice responded. If Yang Wu were here, he would recognize that the person called Yuan Lord was none other than the greatest legendary existence of the Qiyuan continent, Yang Wu's teacher Yuan. Under the watchful eyes of Yuan and various other realm leaders, Yang Wu and other divine kings from all realms had entered the Tianfu, and more than 2 cycle eras had passed. After the initial discomfort, most divine kings gradually adapted. Only a few divine kings who were not adept at close combat unfortunately fell to the monsters in this bizarre environment. By this time, Yang Wu had long adapted to the environment of the Tianfu. Utilizing his skills as a grandmaster of artifact refining, he forged a complete set of Warblade's armor and other equipment suited for use in the Tianfu. With weapons and equipment in hand, his combat power greatly increased. The experts from various realms who had entered the Tianfu began to gradually converge. When unfamiliar experts met, battles and killings were inevitable. After several life and death battles, Yang Wu and other divine kings who emerged victorious were astonished to discover that whenever they killed a divine king opponent, they could plunder a large amount of their opponent's martial law insights and martial techniques. Furthermore, each time they killed a divine king, a mysterious force would enter their body, alleviating the pressure of the divine body on themselves. Moreover, this reduction was several times greater than that from killing a monster. This discovery was not only sensed by Yang Wu, many divine kings felt it when they defeated opponents in battle. From then on, it was as if Pandora's box had been opened. The killings among divine kings within the Tianfu gradually increased, all for the sake of powerful strength amplification. Whenever divine kings met, without a word, they would almost immediately engage in life and death battles. Countless divine kings fell, but at the same time countless others became stronger and more adapted to the Tianfu environment. Yang Wu was one who stood out in such battles. Over more than 2 cycle eras, being naturally adept at close combat, he had carved out a fearsome reputation in the Tianfu. One day, another divine king was effortlessly slain by him. When he absorbed the mysterious force from the divine king's body, his body trembled involuntarily. His entire body automatically emitted a faint 7-colored light, and the ever-serious expression on Yang Wu's face revealed an immensely joyful look. For more than 2 cycle eras, although as the killings progressed and he killed more divine kings and monsters, the pressure of the divine body on him became increasingly lighter. However, this suppression had always existed. Moreover, even before this killing, only an insignificant trace of suppression remained. Yet it still prevented Yang Wu from unleashing the full strength that a divine king should possess as he could on the origin continent. After killing this divine king and absorbing its mysterious power, the last trace of suppression completely vanished. His divine body had now fully merged with his own being, with no distinction between the divine body and the original self. Thus the Tianfu no longer suppressed him. Within the Tianfu, he could now fully unleash the strength befitting a divine king, just as he did on the origin continent. No, at this moment Yang Wu, after being tempered by more than 2 cycle eras in the Tianfu, had unknowingly surpassed the divine king level and entered a higher realm. Just at the moment of perfect integration with his divine body, his cultivation realm suddenly broke through, surpassing the divine king level and reaching the level of his teacher Yuan. At the same time, the entire origin continent, including all of the 3,000 dimensional worlds, instantly appeared clearly in his mind. It was as if Yang Wu had become the sovereign of the entire origin continent and the 3,000 dimensional worlds, able to decide the life and death of a being or the birth and destruction of a universe with a single thought. Ha 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 ha. At the moment of Yang Wu's breakthrough, a cheerful laugh rang out from among the experts, including Yuan, who had been watching the battles in the Tianfu. Who else could it be but Yuan? Hey Lord Yuan, you lucky fellow. Go quickly to receive your disciple and stop him from killing further. We are still waiting for our own successors to appear. He has already transcended the other little ones. No one can match him. Immediately someone said to Yuan. Exactly, go and settle everything, then come back and bring out the fine wine you've treasured for years, just for this day, so we can celebrate. Congratulations, congratulations. The experts from all realms spoke one after another. Haha, all right, I shall go first. You all wait patiently. There is less than one cycle era left. I hope among you there will be many who find successors, so that you can roam beyond the heavens with me. After saying this with a smile, Yuan moved his body and vanished before the eyes of the many experts. Disciple. As Yongwu was joyfully sensing the changes in his body, suddenly a familiar voice sounded in his ear, and a figure abruptly appeared before him. Who else could it be but his teacher Yuan? Teacher. Yongwu immediately bowed respectfully. Haha, disciple, no need to be so formal. I imagine you have many doubts in your mind. Let me, your teacher, explain to you slowly. Yuan said with a smile, stopping Yongwu. Then, starting from the origin continent, Yuan told Yongwu about the inheritance he left behind and the origin of the so-called Tianfu. First, the origin continent was not the end of the world nor the end of cultivation. The heavens and earth were vast. Surrounding the vast heavens and earth were 33 small heavens and earths called the 33 heavens, also known as the 33 realms. The realm where Yongwu resided was named Yuan Realm after Yuan. Beyond the 33 heavens there was a vaster world where both cultivation resources and environment were several times superior to those in the 33 heavens. So it turned out that the origin continent and the 3,000-dimensional worlds where Yongwu and others had been were just one of the 33 heavens, as Yuan referred to them. To transcend beyond the 33 heavens and enter that vaster world, one must first surpass the Divine King level. To surpass the Divine King level, one must undergo the life and death selection in the Tianfu. Generally, each of the 33 heavens could only produce one transcendent per cycle. This transcendent would naturally become the guardian of that 33 heaven. The guardian's influence over the entire origin continent and the 3,000-dimensional worlds was what many experts often referred to as the supreme law. When this Divine King successfully transcended in the Tianfu, the previous transcendent could then lay down the heavy responsibility of the guardian and roam the vast world beyond the 33 heavens. Without the special existence of the Tianfu, no matter how a divine king cultivated, they could never break through and achieve transcendence. So my disciple, you have now automatically become the guardian of this 33 heaven world. Until you successfully cultivate the next guardian, your successor, you cannot leave a distance of billions of light years beyond this world. Otherwise you will suffer punishment or even obliteration from the great will of heaven and earth beyond the 33 heavens. To quickly lay down the burden of the guardian and roam beyond the heavens like your teacher, my disciple, from now on you must choose a candidate for the next successor. The strength, talent, and character of the successor you choose, as well as your efforts in nurturing them, will directly determine whether you can lay down your burden and roam beyond the heavens when the next Tianfu descends. Why did I choose you back then and abandon Zimu, whose cultivation was even stronger than yours? It was because through observation over several epochs I knew that Zimu's talent, character, and so on were far inferior to yours, my disciple. If I had insisted on choosing Zimu, I imagine that today he would not have been able to transcend, and I would not have been able to lay down the guardian's burden to pursue a vaster world. Also, the one who wanted to kill you back then, Yen, was actually a good friend of mine. He entered the Tianfu with me in the previous cycle. At that time his strength, talent, and so on were not inferior to mine. In fact, they surpassed mine by a great deal. However, perhaps due to luck, when we were both killing opponents in the Tianfu, and each of us was only one kill away from transcendence, I encountered and killed a divine king before he did successfully transcending. And each 33 heaven world during each Tianfu descent can only have one expert succeed in transcendence. Moreover, each expert can only enter the Tianfu once in their lifetime. This directly determined Yan's fate. That is why he resents me, stubbornly believing that I cut off his path to a higher level, leading to his psychological distortion. However, out of consideration for our past friendship, even though he provoked me many times, I never struck back. At this point Yuan let out a long sigh. When the Tianfu opened, Yan also sent a clone to enter and hunt you down, but I had already secretly dealt with it. As for Yan's true self, handle it according to your own will. After all, from now on you are the supreme sovereign of this world. Yuan shook his head, looking somewhat dispirited. Yuan left and Yongwu became the supreme sovereign of this world. He sat upright in the supreme palace left by Yuan, his will overlooking the entire 33 heaven world under his dominion. When he saw Luo Feng still cultivating in his own martial kingdom's palace, a smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment Luo Feng had experienced another 3 cycle eras, and his strength had actually reached the mid-stage of the Divine King level. Truly worthy of being the protagonist of the story. The next successor. It seems I already have a satisfactory candidate. Yongwu murmured to himself. The end.